I'll send you a DM.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, B. Big man. Thanks, mate. Yeah.
It piqued my interest.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's very interesting, and the article itself just kind of fobs it off. Really, is like it's nothing to see here, folks. It was just a rocket kind of getting out of control. But yeah, if you look at it, like it looks nothing like a rocket for starters. Absolutely nothing like a rocket.
Well, that is fucking interesting, isn't it? It's
Look at
almost
it.
like you've got a rocket with two jets, and it's turning, so it's actually creating the two actual patterns. You know, when you're looking up straight up through it, almost.
Mm-hmm.
If it, I mean, other than that, it looks like a fucking portal or some shit.
Yeah, it ain't a rocket. It ain't a rocket.
But
And then,
it's good news. Sorry, it's good news that it's not on the news, though. It means they're hiding something.
well, yeah, I suppose, yeah, there is that to it.
Well, it doesn't mean that it's hiding something, but it sparks something in me that says, okay, why is this not bigger?
Yeah. Well, they kind of put it out there, but they don't kind of make it. They don't spend too much time on it, so they hide it. They hide it without hiding it, sort of.
Haven't we seen an image like this before, but from the profile view, like of something happening somewhere else? I remember seeing like similar coloring, and it was a twirling type anomaly. And I'm just trying to think if we were looking at that particular event from the bottom, like, or from the looking up through the tunnel or the path, whether it would have looked like this. Does anyone else remember that? It sort of looked like the rocket was scuttling along a surface up in the sky. Let's see if I can find that.
But look at that little image above the main one. That it looks like an H. It almost looks like it could be the little plasma man that they draw on, the squatting man that they draw on the petroglyphs as well.
Oh, that. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah. So I just think maybe the ancients saw it and they were drawing this because they hadn't seen it before. Because I've never seen this before. Apparently, it happens often in New Zealand. I don't know how true that is, but this doesn't happen, in my opinion, often, or I haven't seen it often. And now, they're drawing it on the rocks. Something big must have happened before. Oh, after.
Yeah. Well, like you say, to see it, on the in the rock formation and all that sort of stuff, it definitely looks like it may have been seen before, and they've just replicated that pattern, exactly what they've seen. So,
Okay, so this didn't accompany any noise or anything. It was just literally a light anomaly, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a webcam footage of it as well, which looks very fake though.
Oh, really? Is it on that
I'll see if I can find it again.
Cool, mate. Cool. Yeah.
Because I was wondering if there's some sort of thing at play with, some of the neon gases and maybe an electromagnetic effect or something like just some gases being excited of some description. Because it almost looked like it. It's neon in nature. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah. But it also too looks very distinct in the sky too. Like when you
for sure.
When you look at anything like I know what you mean, like with the neon, when you're talking about, what do they call it, the what is it, the boreal,
the auroras.
Yes, those sorts of things. Like you see that, but it's kind of very consistent, and blends in with everything else. You know what I mean? Like this is a very distinct thing that seems to be like right there. You know what I mean? Like completely separate.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Like there's a magnetic anomaly in that point.
Yeah,
and it's being excited for some strange reason, whatever the confluence of circumstances is. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it above a volcano? Is it above fucking some land feature? Like, where is it?
Oh, who knows, mate?
A pyramid? You know, is there an underground fucking pyramid no one knows about? Like, what's going on here? This
Like
is
it
pretty
gives.
interesting, unless it's a complete hoax. That last
Yeah.
picture, beer man, fucking that does look a little bit like it, doesn't it?
It
Yeah.
does, doesn't the rocks and stuff and
Fuck yeah! If you were going
And
to
you can
fucking try
find
and depict that on the ground, that's sort of it, yeah.
the thing is, you can find a few of them as well. It's not just the one picture. There are quite a few of them.
See, I wonder how it begins. See, that picture on the stone makes me think that it is actually two things rotating around each other.
Mhm.
And maybe they've started off a bit further apart and they've gotten together, and then form that tight swirl as they come together and then
Yeah.
disappear. You know, a bit like they suggest black holes fucking come together and swirl around and form one sort of thing. If you're
Yeah.
with me,
Yeah.
yin yang, mate, yin yang, just sped up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. But yes, yeah, Elon
But
Musk has been,
what's the name?
yeah, he's been, what's the word, credited for this thing that we see. Actually
What?
talking
Oh, really?
about, yeah, 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 it was one of Elon Musk's rockets. If you read
I
the
s-
article,
Oh,
actually
so I haven't
talking.
read the article. So it's claimed that it was a rocket.
Yes, yes, it's definitely claimed as though it was a rocket, and it
Oh, my
was.
bad.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It gives the details in there. It goes, it turns out that the rocket belonged to Elon Musk SpaceX company after they launched their third rocket flight in 36 hours. A Falcon 9 rocket carrying a global star. It's just where are we? Global Star DM15 satellite. Um, and if you go further down, just gives a few more details. The illusion happens when the rocket releases its fuel, then swirls we see up in the sky are actually caused by vapor trails reflected by the sun, which gives the blue swirl effect. So that's the explanation. Yes, I know, I know, I
And
know.
this was seen from New Zealand. And where was it
Yeah.
launched from?
Oh, wherever Falcon 9 launches from, I suppose. Where's that?
And only people in New Zealand saw this fucking thing. No,
And
Yeah,
nowhere
yeah,
else.
yeah, yeah.
so I sent you guys I DM'd you guys that webcam footage. They're saying that was over Hawaii, if I'm not mistaken. But look
Hawaii.
how fake
Okay,
it
yep.
looks. Just look how fake it looks.
Let me have a look here. Have a look. Ladies.
What looks fake?
I'm gonna send it to you now.
Yeah.
Is it a photo of webcam footage, or do we get to see the webcam footage?
No, that's in there. It should be in that link. It's the only video I can find of it.
Oh, right.
Hold on. Let me
Gotcha.
go to the link. Paste the link. Let's have a look.
When there should be images of this from all the different angles that people viewed it from, not just one random thing from New Zealand.
You would think so, wouldn't you? You would think so.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're going to look at the webcam footage right now. Let's have a look.
So I think there's an ad that loads up first, and then you'll see the webcam footage after that.
Yeah. No, I'm watching it now. Here we go.
Swirling.
Come on. I want to see a swirl. Where's the swirl?
Should be right in the beginning. 504.
No.
Oh, it's the very beginning you see it, is it? Sorry, I was waiting for it to get
Yeah,
better.
on the left
But
hand
it
side.
doesn't.
It goes from the
Okay,
left to
hold
the right.
on. I'll go. No, all right.
So at
I see it.
6 seconds it starts on the left hand side. I'll share my screen.
Okay, yes, sort of.
Okay, wait.
Very, very faintly. You can hardly even see it, Beer Man.
No, wait, yeah.
Like it's
Oh, I
very
can't.
hard to see. It's
No,
very hard to see. No, I see it. I see it. It's moving
but it's
from the
not
left.
as yeah, but not as well.
Yeah, no, it's not very distinct at all, right? And it's slowly moving across the screen from left to right.
It actually
Yeah.
seems like it's staying level with clouds, just going in a different direction.
Yeah. Tell you what, it's pretty hard. Like you can make it out. You can definitely make it out, but yeah, that's just bogus. That is just
The webcam footage does not match these pictures.
no. I'm trying to.
This distinctly has two tails in the pictures.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas that one in the cam was just one just lobing around.
Yeah.
And much wider gaps from the center.
Exactly.
Fuck
Big
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Much
So there's
not-
something going on here. That
See
actually
what-
looks like it could have been a fucking rocket. If it wasn't fake, they could have been a fucked up rocket.
that webcam footage looks 100%
Yeah.
fake.
What's fake and
Yeah.
fishy?
It does.
I'm
It doesn't look very
interested
good.
now.
Everything, Nate. Everything.
The tone of your voice, mate.
What are you hiding, Nate? What secrets are you hiding? Seriously.
I know a lot.
I'm on to you.
Oh, you're still bloody ashamed from trying to deny that companies have secret things going on in development.
What?
Like, who claims that? Unbelievable. Every
Wow,
company,
so-
every day.
For some reason, I couldn't load the thing the link from the what was it? Was it a Twitter page you're supposed to take you to see the spiral thing?
To see
No,
the
it's just a
video one, it should be on
Yeah.
the first video that pops up on that link that I sent you.
yeah.
The third?
Yeah, first
No.
one. There'll be an advert first, and then it'll play the webcam
Yeah.
footage.
Okay. Oh, you sent it straight to me.
Nose breathers. What's going on with nose breathers?
It doesn't even match up. What's on the video does it not even match up to the footage that you see from New Zealand?
Yeah, and that's why it's very important to get someone that you know or trust to
Is this
verify.
NASA
Yeah.
footage?
Yeah, I can definitely trust my mother-in-law. So it looks nothing like the pictures that they have posted. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing
so-
like it whatsoever.
And yeah, I don't know you from a bar of soap, but I listen to your conversations almost every day.
Excuse me.
So yeah, I find you guys pretty much credible. So yeah,
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, you look. I don't play, but except when Nate joins the conversation, it kind of gets pretty incredible.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I just know you guys are.
Intellectual honesty just goes out the window, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
I'll send it to you.
yeah. It's actually quite interesting, Nate, what's been shown. So Beer Man's going to send you.
Hey,
What we're
hey,
looking
Nate. Guess what? You'll never believe it. We're talking about balls.
We
You
are-
talking about
we
balls?
were-
Yeah.
Yeah, I got desexed.
He got
So I've
desexed.
been resting the boys.
I was trying to get Nate excited about the balls. He likes balls.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Absolute bizarre, mysterious. What did this BMA guy send me?
It's what we're watching.
Absolute bizarre, mysterious blue swirl fills sky. But what is? Okay, let me see.
Look into it like I didn't.
The video I'm posting again in the live stream right now is very. Oh, the last thing I posted in the live stream is very interesting. Everybody's got to watch that. That's the one I was talking about. So that's the actual episode. It's too long. Try to take the time to watch in here, but it would be like a cool. If it was downtime, you want to play it, you could.
Yeah.
It's a little bit slow, but it's a thinking man's. It's like basically the biggest truth in plain sight ever.
Oh, okay. Yep.
But it's kind of like that guy that was talking about it. That I saw in the comments of his video that someone was comparing it to.
Right. Yeah, I started to screen share before, but it was just buffering too much. Like I said, my internet's really crap at the moment, so I can't do it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it.
Just
Okay, it seems.
Is this about how they plan the news years out?
What do you guys think it is? Like, because it seems like they have a reason for it. What do you guys say it is?
Don't know, Nate. Don't know, and it hasn't been confirmed. And I'm getting someone to look into it from New Zealand as we speak.
That's what's up.
Yeah, that's what. That's what I do, Nate. I go straight to the source, see what I can find. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave. What is this you just sent to me now?
What is
That's an episode of a show called The Newsbenders, and I don't know if it's a show or what, but it's billed as an episode of the show The Newsbenders, I guess. But it is very interesting. I only
is it about the future news?
It's like predictive programming for all of the future things that we're about to have happen to us.
Yeah.
Like the chips in the body and faking the news and faking the space stuff. All of that's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty old, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's so in your face. Like, well, that's exactly what happened. Oh my God. Whoever made this. I think I cut out, but somebody was comparing it to My Pet Goat. Or have you seen that I Pet Goat, that animated Illuminati like?
No.
You haven't seen I Pet Goat?
No.
Oh my God, you guys gotta watch them. Okay, I'll post those. But it's the craziest, like, in your face, like, symbolism in kind of a Cat in the Hat or Alice in Wonderland style.
Oh yeah.
Alice in Wonderland style cartoon. It's really good. Like really crazy Illuminati in your face. We're in control type shit.
Oh no. Interesting.
So what do you think, Nate? Do you think it is a rocket swirling around and the sun bouncing?
I have no idea what it is, Spencer. I have no idea. But if they say it's a rocket swirling around, then apparently it's a rocket swirling around. But I have no idea what it is.
No,
I've never seen anything like that before.
It looks bizarre though, doesn't it? Really, it does look.
It does look weird. I've never seen something like that before.
Yeah.
But what do you think it is, Spencer? Do you think it's
I've got
aliens? You think it's
no? I definitely don't believe. I definitely don't believe in aliens. Right? Well, aliens from. Well, you know what? I do believe in aliens from other extraterrestrial continents.
What?
Yeah.
What? What did you say? Extraterrestrial continents?
Remember, this is Nate's first day. Again, it's his first day. He's never heard of this. He's never heard of this before.
Yeah, you guys keep surprising me. What's an extraterrestrial continent?
Just that. It's another.
Can't you think of what it might be?
Come on. I think My
Continent
language.
on another planet or what?
No, here.
No.
Here.
You're actually
Here
done.
where?
Guys, stop.
You mean
I'm not.
more land?
You guys are being cryptic on purpose. You guys are. I'm
No,
literally
other
asking what it
land.
is, and you guys are just being
Obviously-
cryptic.
Obviously, it's other land here.
Oh, like that
Very
that outer
obvious,
ponder
yeah.
thing, like hidden land or whatnot.
Exactly, Nate. Exactly.
Then why didn't you just say that? Why say an extraterrestrial continent? Do you know what extraterrestrial means? It means out of Earth, not
Yes.
Earth. You know?
No, it doesn't.
Extra,
No, it
no,
doesn't.
Yes, it does.
terrestrial.
Look up extraterrestrial.
No,
No.
no,
What
it
do you
doesn't.
guys think extraterrestrial means?
Look,
What
do you think?
does terrestrial mean?
Exactly.
What does extraterrestrial mean? Bansaw said it's an extraterrestrial
no.
continent. So
What
look
does
up
terrestrial mean?
extraterrestrial mean.
Look up
Bansaw
terrestrial.
didn't
What
say
does that mean?
terrestrial. I know what terrestrial means. Earth.
What does it mean then?
Bansaw didn't
Enlighten
say
us.
terrestrial.
What does it
Yes.
mean?
Earthbound.
Terrestrial, you are
there you
talking
go.
about Earth.
Extra Earth.
But that's not what
Extra
Bansaw
Earth.
said. Bansaw said extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
Extraterrestrial
Yeah,
means
extra.
outside of Earth.
No.
No, it doesn't
It
mean
means
extra Earth.
extra Earth.
Extraterrestrial
It means
doesn't
By
mean
extra
extra
definition
Earth.
of the word.
No,
I was very,
look
I
at
was
the word.
very
You guys are
clear.
making up-
Intellectually
Oh,
dishonest
Lordy.
is
you guys are
disgusting.
making up
Come on.
definitions for words.
Oh, Lordy,
Look up
Lord.
No.
extraterrestrial. Right, fine. I'll do it.
What
Since
does
none of you want to do
terrestrial
it,
mean?
I'm going to Google what extraterrestrial means.
You Google
Right?
whatever you
Since
want.
you guys
but
want
look
to
up the
want to
word
make up
extra Earth.
definitions for
Look,
words.
I haven't made
Also,
up anything.
Not
I'm not
another
trying
Earth.
to. I'm not. Yeah, not you, Bansal. White is trying to have a semantical
Not a-
argument where he's
not a-
making up the
Not a
definition for
different
words.
Earth. Extra Earth. Not another one. Not a second one.
Extra Earth.
Not a different one.
Nobody interprets extraterrestrial that way. You're just trying to save Bansal for no reason.
No, you just assume it means another
Bansal
planet. in
just
space that can't
misused the
exist.
word extraterrestrial.
Flat Earth
Whenever
is good.
someone says
Extraterritorial.
extraterrestrial,
Nate,
we all know
Man, you've
they
got
mean
nothing
outside
to
of
do.
Earth.
Nate, I gotta
Come
go
on,
because my
man. This is
battery's about to die,
ridiculous.
you guys.
You
My
need
battery's about to
space.
die, but I'll
All
say
right.
this. Nate, you gotta
You're
just think.
broken.
Once you realize you're not in a spinning ball, and you realize that there must be more land. This could be infinite. You know,
Yes.
that's
Yeah,
where.
yeah.
No. I know about the outer pond idea. I've heard of
Yeah.
that before. But Banso said extraterrestrial continents. That threw me off.
So our interpretation
I've
of
never heard-
extraterrestrial is, beings from another land. Or
Okay.
maybe even human
Okay,
beings.
if that's what you guys mean by the
Mr.
word.
Philosopher.
All right, that's fine.
Fuck
Well,
off.
That's fine. If that's
You've
what you
got
mean
an
by the word.
alien fucking definition of extraterrestrial. You give me the.
I just
There's
posted-
even alien pictures.
It's not my fault. There's a picture of aliens in it, but look at what the definition of the word is. Ignore the aliens and look
I'm
at what the
sorry,
definition
I'm
of the word.
sorry. What's
Come
the
on,
word
man.
territory mean? Exactly.
So obviously,
Piss
if
off.
Bansa says extraterrestrial continents, it's obvious I'm going to think, out of Earth, space.
No.
It's not
No,
crazy
it's
for me to
typical.
come to that conclusion.
I
Typical that
Come
you
on,
would think
man.
that way.
You're being ridiculous. You're
Not
being
at
silly
all.
way. You
Well,
don't
the
know.
word
Oh.
does mean like extra Earth, extra land. It seems like they've hijacked it in
No,
this
it doesn't.
heliocentric thing. They've changed the definition and
Thank you.
hijacked that to mean that it's some, alien from outside in the heliocentric ball of gases and all that. They've kind of
Yep.
changed it to mean that.
Thank you, Gio.
Whatever.
And-
Whatever. If you guys
and-
want to say definitions have been
Well-
changed, it's cool. All I'm saying is anybody would have come to the same conclusion I came to when Bansal uses the words extraterrestrial content. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I thought the
It's not
fact that I
that
even
crazy.
well, I actually thought because I even added the word continent to it, it was even clearer what I was referring to.
No. Just say
Really?
outer ponders. That's the term everyone uses.
Well, see what's
I've
interesting.
never heard that term
Really?
before.
Well, see what's interesting about the word. See the word
What-
terrestrial. The definition of the word just terrestrial is pertaining to, consisting of, or representing the Earth as distinct from other planets. So the word terrestrial, there's specifically that's here on Earth, and then add extra to that. So how did they change it to that extra? All of a sudden makes terrestrial
I don't know,
not
Joe.
be that and be other quote unquote planets.
I don't know, Joe. I'm not the one that came up with the words. All
You
I'm
wouldn't
saying is
know.
the way everybody interprets these words is the way I interpret it, which means
Oh,
out.
consensus
That's
now.
how everyone understands those words, you know? Yeah, that's how we use language. We all agree this is what the word means. What do you mean consensus? That is language.
No, there are definitions.
If
We don't
you
agree. There are
use a word
definitions.
that
If you
nobody
change
agrees
the
to
definition
as to
and
what the
agree with
definition
other
of that
people,
word
that
is,
doesn't mean
no
the
one's going to
definition
use that word.
changes. Oh, who cares? Who cares? Let's just say
I
the
knew what
actual
you said,
price of a
but
Bitcoin is 30 grand and you and some friends decide that it's 60 grand. Do you reckon it's 60 grand or still 30 grand?
it's 60 grand to me and my friends, but not to everyone else.
Fair enough, mate. You
That's
chose it
exactly how
however you
language
see fit.
works. That's literally how language works. You and a group of your friends could use one word a certain way, and to everybody else, this word has a different meaning. We call that slang.
No,
Code
no,
talk.
you're
Yeah.
failing to recognise
Come
there's an
on, man.
original
You being silly,
definition,
White.
and now you're manipulating it. No, Geo pointed out the definition, and you're denying it. It's sad.
I'm not denying
mate.
Geo's definition. What I'm denying is the way we interpret the word. You know, Geo's question, I don't have an answer to. I'm not the one that came up with the word extra and then the word terrestrial. What I'm saying is the way everybody on planet Earth interprets the word extraterrestrial
No,
is to mean
that's a lie.
off of planet Earth. That's how we all understand that word. So for you guys to
No,
now
we
try and
don't
argue
all-
that no one interprets the word that way, that's just silly.
Didn't say no one. Didn't say no one, but definitely not
Okay,
all.
yeah, I hear you. I shouldn't say
Plain
all,
game.
you know, I shouldn't speak in absolutes. I hear you, but you get my point. The majority, the overwhelming majority of people interpret extraterrestrial as to mean off of Earth.
Nah.
And that's what confused me when
Anyone with a
Banso
brain
brought it up.
uses the word territory, terrestrial, and thinks here on Earth.
Whatever,
Anyone
man.
with a
Whatever.
logical thinking brain.
No one thinks extraterrestrial means on Earth. When you know, to sit here and say that,
Why wouldn't
you're
they?
just being silly. You're just trying to, you know, get involved in a weird semantical argument.
All right,
And we've
let's
kind of
do a
stopped
poll.
Banso from explaining his idea, which I would like to hear, Banso. So these extraterrestrial continents, that's where the aliens are? Yeah,
Sorry,
I would like to hear this idea.
what, the extraterrestrial continents? Well, yeah, they're just
Yeah,
they're just other lands that, you know, we are prevented from having access to. We are
but
kept it out.
you know they exist or you believe they
No,
exist?
no, they're kept secret, obviously. Right? Obviously, it's
But
amongst
if it's a secret, how do you know they exist?
exactly. It's
Well,
just
plain.
it is just logic, dear Watson. It's just logic, right?
Logic, but I
Well,
mean, what are the logical clues?
I'll tell you.
What are the clues you saw?
Well, just indications when you see things like old maps that that
Uh-huh.
that definitely have representation of other lands outside our realm where we are. So we
Could
have
we
our.
go through one of these maps?
Can we go through one of them? Oh, look, I don't have one on hand, but there are definitely heaps of maps. Geo may even have one actually. I don't have any on file, but there are definitely
Geo?
maps. But there are definitely maps out there that do depict other lands beyond what we call Antarctica, right? Which would be the Antarctica wall, right? What we call the South, right? And beyond this perimeter, which is just a little bit below the 60th parallel, there are other lands, other continents, right? Now, whether or not these people once before lived where we are, okay, and now have migrated to these other ponds or whatever, or these other lands, I don't know. But I think that with any indication that you see perhaps of far more advanced technology, there we go. There's one right there, Nate, that you've just
So
posted
one
on
of
the
those
screen.
maps, all right.
Well,
So
yeah,
I mean, So the hidden lands on a map like that, like, why do you believe that to be true? Why do you take a map like this seriously? Like, how
no,
you verify?
no,
No?
hold on. No, I don't
Mhm.
necessarily think that that map is true and correct and accurate, right? What it does is just it places a thought process, right? Because I've got no way of verifying that at all. You know this, okay?
Yeah, but Bancho,
Uh,
you said you believe this to be true.
no,
And when I
I
asked
do.
why, you said because it's logical, because of
Well,
these maps you've
okay,
seen.
okay,
So I'm
because
trying to understand now. How
yeah,
can I come to the same
and I'll
conclusion
get
you
there.
came to? All right.
I'll get
No,
there, right?
Okay.
Because there is plenty of reports when it comes to, say, sightings of UFOs. Okay, then. Now, I don't believe that these UFOs are flying from another planet that takes you, 33,000 years to get to, traveling at 1 mile a second, to even get it in our um, way we look at things. I don't believe that at all. So I just don't think this sort of travel is even possible myself. But I think that if there are UFOs, I don't actually think they're UFO. Well, they are UFOs because obviously they're unidentified flying objects. But I think that they do come from these other places. Now, when you see things too that the Germans, right, were apparently working on technology, right, with things like quote unquote flying saucers and what. Um, there's pictures, there's reports of these sort of things. We don't see it. I've never seen it live myself. I've never seen one of these things flying, but there are reports. Whether they're true or false, I've got no idea. But having said that, I would say that these other places, if they already have developed this technology and have this technology themselves, right? Them flying, a few passes overhead every now and again, isn't out of the realms of possibility. Like if we can think that UFOs come from outer space from some far away planet, right? That we ourselves have got no way of getting to with technology that we have. It makes far more logical sense that these things are coming from far closer, being right here where we are, much closer. Okay, that makes more logical sense to me. So they've got to be coming from somewhere. So that somewhere, to me, has to be other land, other continents, extraterrestrial continents. That's why I think it is a very distinct possibility. But yet I have nothing to back it up. But yeah, I think I do. Yeah, pretty much believe it.
Okay.
But if you want me to, have I verified a map? Have I verified these things? Do I know anyone that's gone there, this, that, and the third? No. I can't give you that at all. But all I can give you is an idea. But if you're asking for some hardcore evidence, right, my hardcore evidence is pretty much going to be like your hardcore evidence, right? Full of holes. It's full of holes, Nate, right?
Yeah.
Because anything that you give me in regards to the sun, what the sun's made up of, what a black hole is, bendy warpy space time, the fabric of space time, and whatnot. Yeah, my actual idea is more solid than anything like that. I think personally, I've got far more to back it up. I've probably got 1 billion people across the world that have seen a UFO. Probably 1 billion minimum. They go, yep, I've seen one of those. Probably 1 billion.
How does that back you up, Ansel? Because 1 billion people have seen UFOs, it equals out upon the lands? Like,
Yep.
come on, man. That is
Yeah.
such a stretch.
Well, how's it a stretch? What? So
Because it
so
could
does
just be a flying object from a country that's not yours. And that
Mhm.
country that's not yours just doesn't want to admit that it's theirs, because they're
Yeah.
scared of the
Uh-huh.
repercussions. So when the United States government comes out and says they are these flying objects, but they're not ours,
Okay.
that doesn't mean that these things don't belong to Russia or China. It's just the U.S.
Okay.
government is saying, we're not the ones flying these things. But then you
See-
can't come to the conclusion that, okay, it's out upon us. It's these unknown lands. Like,
Okay. So secret technology you're talking about that no one's willing to make claim to.
that one government is willing to make claim to. We haven't heard what the
Yeah.
other governments have to say about these things.
Yeah. So secret technology.
It's not secret. We've seen it. We know this
We've
technology
seen it.
exists. It's not a secret.
It's
Yeah, you just said that. So 1 billion people have seen these UFOs. So it's not a secret if 1 billion people are aware of these objects that fly in weird ways. How is that a secret?
Well, if no one's admitting
They know
to
what
it,
they are.
right? If no one's admitting to exactly what it was, what was flying where and
Yeah,
when and how
that's-
high and
that's
exactly
the
what it
secret.
is,
Yeah.
they're obviously keeping it a secret, right? Aren't they?
That's
Right?
yeah. As to who owns it and who made it and what they made it for, that's definitely a secret. But as to whether or not
And
this
how it's
technology
made.
exists, that's not a
Yeah.
secret. We know that
What
this
technology?
exists.
It's just a flying sauce. You don't know what technology's in it even. Could be a diesel engine. You don't know it's fucking like, come on.
So, do you believe in UFOs, Nate? Of the
Unidentified
extra-
flying object.
No, no. Do you believe in UFOs of the extraterrestrial, your definition type?
No, I don't
No?
believe in aliens. No.
Not at all? No?
No,
So there's
no,
no
okay.
so there's no
Hang
smarter
on.
aliens
Aliens?
living further and
They're
farther
crossing the
away?
southern border, aren't they?
Let me say this.
Aren't
I
aliens?
don't believe there's. Sorry, what?
So aren't aliens crossing the southern border right now?
Oh my god. They're breaking through the wall.
No. Well, come on. He's talking about words. Aliens. Does that mean extraterrestrials, or are there other
Exactly
definitions
what
for words,
Banso
mate?
means, and when I
Yeah.
say aliens, Banso knows exactly what I mean. To try and be
Yeah.
silly and to keep us getting locked in these semantical
Oh,
word games,
come
like, it's
on.
getting annoying now.
Most
Banso
people
knows
straight away
exactly
think of
what I
people
mean when
going
I
through
say
the southern
aliens,
border.
Banso. Or
That's
do you
what
need
most
further
people in
clarity?
Australia think.
Did you
They think of
I meant
aliens and they think of
Mexican
someone
fans?
crossing the southern border
What
in
did you think I meant?
Trump land.
Actually, I would disagree with that statement. I would think most people would think aliens as in UFO aliens.
So when I said
Oh, you're
aliens,
not even
Banso, what did
Australian.
you think I meant?
You're
You
fucking
know.
New Zealand,
understood
right?
I meant UFOs, right?
Get stuffed, Wyatt.
Thank you, Banso. So I don't know
Back to
what
where
White's
you
on
came
about.
from.
Like White's trying to get us locked in these semantical arguments, which
Yeah,
hinder
no.
conversation.
No.
I don't know if he's trolling. Maybe he's trolling. Maybe White
I'm
isn't
trying
being
to
serious.
progress the conversation.
But it's annoying, man.
Because-
Come on, bro. So
Oh,
anywho,
come on. You're a beginner here every day playing dumb. I'm just doing your trick, and you don't like it. I love it.
What?
You poor bugger. Are you going to be
Anywho,
all right, mate?
Banso, yeah, no, I don't believe in I don't okay, so aliens I don't believe in, but what I specifically mean is I don't believe in intelligent life out there. There might be, a single cell from a human body went out into space or from any animal, something like a single cell from like a fungus or something drifted off into space, landed on a
Really?
distant planet. I don't know. I don't know.
Hold on.
I don't
Hold
believe
on.
that's true either. I don't believe that's true either.
Hold on.
But
Calm your farm here a bit, Nate. Like, so you don't believe that there are other alien lives out there, right?
outside
But
of Earth, no.
well, outside of Earth, right? Okay. So, but if you take into consideration the Big Bang Theory and evolution and all that sort of stuff, now are you on board with that?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do believe that is most likely how our
Okay.
universe started. I have a 95% confidence level in the Big Bang Theory.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you have a 95% confidence in the Big Bang Theory and that we were slime that crawled out of a pond onto a rock and then stood up right?
That's different from the Big Bang Theory. How life
Well,
started on Earth is different from how the universe started.
yeah, no. Yeah, but it's all one. It's all one.
No.
Okay. No, 100% it's all one. Big Bang, slime, onto a rock, standing up straight. It's all the same theory.
All right.
You
But I
can't.
mean, for the sake of this conversation, let's please separate them. I believe 95% that the Big Bang, as explained to us, is true. Now,
It's true.
life coming from starting off as slime and coming from a cesspool, my confidence in that is not 95%. Right? It's
Right.
way lower. Yeah, way lower. How life originated on Earth, what we are told, and the evidence provided for it, I don't have that much faith in it. Yeah.
Okay
It's
then.
pretty low.
Okay then.
It's like 30,
But
40.
anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, it's pretty low, but that's basically the story. Big Bang, slime in a pond onto a rock, standing up straight. That's
But
basically.
it's clear that my level of belief, it's
Yeah,
separated.
no.
Right? Okay.
Yeah. No. I'm not gonna try to hold you down to that, right? But I'm just saying that this is basically the general kind of consensus that is going around at the moment. Okay.
I agree. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. So if that's a general consensus that this is how we are here where we are, then to actually think, and however you think we got here, however you think we evolved to what we are, right? That same theory then would have to apply to every other planet in the so-called universe as well. Like, why are we separate? Why are we single, special? Why would it only happen here? Because if it can happen here, it can happen in any
Goldilocks.
other universe.
Goldilocks zone. Come on, it's just amazing miracle one-off coincidence.
No.
That's all it is, Bandy.
Well, we don't know that there is not another Goldilocks zone. Like, we haven't studied the
But the
red
chances.
right?
The chances, the statistics. We know because of maths. Bensaw, you know this.
You know what I'm saying, Nate?
I hear you. I'm just waiting for you guys before I try to respond.
Yeah. Jump in. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I would say, if that was just the story we were given, Big Bang and slime, then I would agree with you. But the story we're given is way more nuanced and way more detailed than that. Fuck, what does she want?
Goldilocks.
It's way more nuanced than that, especially when it comes to Earth. That's why we don't have a complete story. The story we have, like you said, has a lot of gaps, has a lot of holes in it,
Yeah, exactly.
That's why
right.
it's hard for us to answer the question as to why there's life on Earth and why there isn't. We don't see life anywhere else. It's not to say there isn't life, but we haven't detected it or seen it. At least intelligent life on the level that we are on. Or even just single cellular life. We haven't seen anything. Now, the reason for this is because, number one, we haven't been looking at the sky that long, right? We've only been able to look at the sky in great detail for the last 500 to 1,000 years, right? Number one. Number two, looking at when we look out at the sky and we see these other stars and these other solar systems, we see a lot of them, but we don't see any quite like Earth, especially our solar system. It's a very unique arrangement as compared to other solar systems. With our solar system, it's unique that you have all of the small, solid planets on the interior and then big gas giants on the exterior. You don't tend to see that in other solar systems. And what this allows is that the big gas giants on the exterior, they play safety, security for the small balls on the interior because they take the hit from most of the debris and comets, loose junk that flies through space. Most of it hits Jupiter and Saturn and thus shields the Earth, Also, remember there was that time we were having the conversation, Banso, about how it takes so long for life to go from one cell to multicellular intelligence.
Yeah.
Almost 3 billion years. So because it takes that long, for 3 billion years, you need extreme stability. That allows
hang on.
life.
Can I
just hang on, White. I'm almost done. You need extreme stability that allows life to evolve unaffected by comets, meteors,
No.
extreme changes in weather patterns, temperature, all of
I
these
get
things.
that.
We need,
Yeah, I get that.
yeah.
Right.
So the
Yeah.
idea is for other planets out there, even if they're in an Earth-like Goldilocks zone where they just fallen close enough away from their local star, they don't have the stability the Earth had for that long a period of time.
But
For
how
That is the
would you know?
Goldilocks. Right.
But yeah, how would you know, Nate? Like you're looking at these things. God knows how far away that they're being claimed. All right now, and you're saying that we're not seeing these things. Like we're not seeing Earth there. Right? What would Earth look like there in the
no,
first
what I'm saying
place?
is we're not seeing signs of life there because
Well,
so the you got to understand that life, we only have one example of life, and that's us. We don't
yes.
know how life would manifest in any other way. So when we look out to the stars, we look for things like us, Banso. And that's the
what does
problem. We don't find
okay?
anything like us.
Okay.
The
So
only
what
way
does
we understand life can come about is the way life on Earth came about. So when we look out into the universe, we look for solar systems like ours. We look for
yeah?
planets that had stability like ours. But that isn't the only thing we should look out for. I give it to you, but we don't know what else to look for, Banso. Because
But
we have
how
no
do you?
other.
Okay, but
Mhm.
my question is, Nate, my question is like when you're looking for life, when you're looking for another Earth that is so far away, how do you
Yeah.
know what Earth looks like so far away? Like we don't have from there, we don't have another telescope looking back at us, for argument's sake, giving us a picture of what Earth looks like with life on it. So we've got anything to even compare it with.
Yeah, we compare it to us. We know what
How,
what Earth looks like because we have images of Earth from space. So we look for other planets like us. But that isn't the correct thing to do. You shouldn't do that because if you do that, then the conclusion you would come to is that life out there must be like life on Earth, right?
no,
That's why
no, Nate.
we only looking for.
We are talking about something. The closest star to us, apart from the sun, is I don't know how far away it is, but when you work it out, I heard some calculation like when you work it out, if we were to travel at 1 mile per second, right, it would take us in our years 32,000 years to get there, right? It's an it's an astronomical amount of distance that how far away it is. So what would Earth even look like that far away?
What would Earth look if we were able? I don't understand your question, Banso. So you
Well,
saying
just that.
what would Earth look like if Earth was in another galaxy far, far away?
well, what we see at the moment through telescopes are
Uh
things
huh.
that emit light. Okay, these things that
Or reflected, yeah,
or reflected.
like moons.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
okay. So we can see the moons around Venus and Mars, for argument's sake. They're
Yeah,
relatively close, okay,
yeah.
compared to another universe. Have we seen moons in other universes
Like in other galaxies, yes,
or
we've seen
other
moons.
galaxies? Have we?
Other galaxies, other solar systems. We've seen moons and planets in these other solar systems. Yes.
Okay, don't know. I've never actually looked it up, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
It
they're
was
called all of these exoplanets and whatnot. Yeah, like there's
eh,
so many of them out there.
We've
But
seen them. Interesting.
the general issue I have with all of this, looking for extraterrestrial life is we are looking for signs of life as we know it, right? So we look at other planets and we hope to see exhaust fumes from factories so that we know there's life there. And that just might not be the case. You see what I'm saying? Life on other planets might not have evolved the way we do. There could be creatures out there that we wouldn't even say they're alive because they don't breathe oxygen. They don't reproduce, They don't perspire. They don't need to take in energy to sustain themselves. The way they are alive is so different from us. that you wouldn't call it life. And because of that, they wouldn't do the things we do, which are the signs we look for. They wouldn't be burning fossil fuels. You know? Does it make
Okay.
sense?
Kinda. I'm looking at
Yeah.
exoplanets now,
Yeah.
and I don't know. But anyway, I can't argue
But
with
yeah, I'm just
something
saying
I
why I
don't know.
don't believe in aliens and things, you know?
Yeah, you know, that's fair enough. It's good that you don't
Yeah.
believe in aliens, because all the aliens are here, coming from extraterrestrial continent.
All right.
Uh,
Who knows, man? That
trust
that
me,
would be pretty cool
I
if
would
that
not
was
leave.
the case. It would be
I
pretty
would not
cool.
lead you astray, Nate. I would not lead you astray. You know this. What?
Uh-huh.
Uh, Man, I just typed into Google exoplanets,
Mhm.
right? And I seriously, and then I went images, and I thought I've got to see one of these exoplanets. Right? Oh my god, cartoons. That's just what I
Yeah, no,
see.
don't look at those ones. Yeah, a lot of these
Yeah,
things it's just cartoons and yeah.
yeah, cartoons.
Like
Like
most
they're
of the images of exoplanets, they're not even that clear. They're not that nice looking, bands, so they look pretty boring. You know, they're fuzzy
okay.
and
So
it's
they're
yeah.
they're
All of
very inconclusive, one might say.
what do you mean inconclusive?
Well, if they're fuzzy, they're
Yeah,
inconclusive.
I just mean even if you took the fuzz away, they're pretty dull looking. They just look like giant rocks, you know. I
Okay.
mean, yeah, there is this tendency to spice up these pictures by adding colors and textures
Yeah.
which aren't true, just to make it look way cooler. When in
Yeah.
actual fact,
Yeah.
you know, when you're doing, you know, astronomy and cosmology, the things you're looking at are pretty boring to look at, man. So it's just giant rocks or gas balls floating in the sky. They don't have much texture, they don't have much detail. They're pretty ugly to look at, you know. Like
Yes.
maybe
Well.
Google raw images of exoplanets or something.
You know what?
And you'll
I'm
see it's
gonna.
just like it's a what?
Okay, hold on. I'll Google raw images. Let's see what they look like. Raw
Yeah, they're pretty boring to look at.
images, and I'm gonna. I
Avert
reckon
your eyes.
I'm gonna. Oh man, they get even worse.
Mm.
They aren't raw images. Get the seriously.
Can you post what you're looking at?
I'll post one of them. Hold on, I'll post one of them. This is just absolutely. Oh my god, this is ludicrous. Hold on. Oh, I tell you what, I've been having such drama with my internet. It's so slow.
Bandsaw bandwidth.
Yeah, fucking bandwidth.
That's so bad with so much changing into that.
I have to, yeah, slow width. It's fucking slow
That's so
width.
bad with.
There we go.
That was a good way.
Here we go. That's one of them, Nate. That's one of them I'm looking at.
That's a cartoon image. That's not
Yeah,
real.
you think? Oh, this is what they're showing me.
Yeah, that's
Fucking
not real. Like real
cartoons.
images of exoplanets, they're pretty dull. Most of them are in black and white. Yeah,
I
that's not
typed
real.
in raw images of exoplanets. I should put NASA after it, shouldn't I? NASA. Hold on. Put NASA after it.
Just keep searching, man.
Oh my lord.
You'll find something, but
Keep
you'll know
searching,
what
yeah.
image
You just
they
keep
are.
Oh
searching.
no,
You'll
here we
find something
go.
real.
This is from NASA. This is from NASA.
Oh,
Hold on. Here we
official
go.
composite.
Yeah, hold on. Here we go. This is from NASA.
Uh-oh.
NASA.gov. Here we go, Nate.
No.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Here we go.
yeah, that's
Hold
an
on.
exoplanet right there.
Yeah, that's
That one's
an
classic,
exoplanet.
Yeah.
No way. There we go.
Yeah, that
That's
was
correct.
Geo.
That's from NASA.
I don't know about the second one. Which one is the exoplanet? The big thing up close, or
None of them.
God, no.
God, give me a break. They saying that's an exoplanet. No.
yeah,
You know,
It's those
I tell you what,
pixelated bits Geo showed.
that pixel looks more like an exoplanet. I've got to say, that's more believable. Right?
Fits
That
the
pixel.
story, yeah, perfectly.
Yeah.
Fuck. Did I put this battery
Yeah,
now?
definitely.
So sorry,
But
stay on here.
But to turn around, so they get a
Nate, I
pixel.
just want to check something. Just quickly, I just want to check something with Nate. Do you know Roald Dahl, the author? Roald Dahl,
James and the Giant Peach. Yeah.
Yeah. Or specifically the Twits. Do you know the book The Twits?
No.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was going to say it's a fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not based on true stories or anything. Same as space. Just wondering, just hoping that you can tell the difference.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. So, Bansol, you see what Geo posted? That's it. That's perfect.
Okay, so what Geo posted, so basically what they get
The Twits
is a square pixel, and then they make it round, right, and turn it into a moon or a planet. So they get a square pixel and they turn it into a planet. That's perfectly logical.
Yeah, so that story you believe, but you don't believe James and the Giant Peach. That's strange.
So yeah, so
Sorry, man.
well, come on, Nate, come on. They've got some pixels there which are perfectly square, and they've turned perfectly square pixels into a planet. Now, first question is, how do they know it's not a dead pixel? That'd be the first question. And it's an exoplanet.
How do they know it's not?
And how can you turn
How do they know it's not what, Bansol?
a dead pixel? Well, that's apparently what happens. I've heard that excuse used when apparently people have taken pictures of stars through the moon, right? People say, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. It's just a dead pixel. Okay, I've heard that. So that's why I said that. But to turn around and say that you can get something that looks like that Geo posted, and then extrapolate that to what I posted from NASA, that's beyond the pale of belief, to be quite honest with you.
Oh,
That's
to
just
go
beyond.
from what Geo posted to what you posted, like I said, Bansol, that NASA image you posted, I agree, that's not real. That's
Yeah,
an artist's rendition. That is
Yep.
not what we see when we look out into the sky.
Yep.
Using all of these different types of equipments. What we see is what Geo posted. That's why I'm
Yeah.
saying when we're looking at these things, what we see, it's pretty boring. It's in black and white. It's fuzzy. It's pixelated. It's not
Yeah.
as spectacular as a lot of these artists make these things out to be.
So basically, what you're just seeing is light in the sky, right? And you are now putting an artist's interpretation on what that light in the sky is without having any evidence
No.
whatsoever to back it up. No, yes.
We know what it is. We know what it is.
How? How
It's
do you
just
know?
what
How
it
do you
really
know?
looks like. What it really looks like is not what the artists draw, but we know what it is.
How? How do you know what it is from what the photo has given you?
Because we've monitored it. We've taken samples from it. We've watched
How?
its motion.
You took a
By
sample
watching
from it?
Yeah,
How did you take a sample from it?
Because the light from it is reaching us, so we can use that light to determine what it's made of.
Oh, lordy lord, you sample from
We
it.
can also
back in the
use
Twits
a
again.
charge within that light to determine its mass. We can watch how it rotates to determine its path through space. By
let's
that, we'll know
glue the furniture to the roof.
we'll know what it orbits. We'll also be able to
Antipodal.
know what other bodies around it affect its path of motion. We'll also be able to know what bodies' path of motions it affects, and that'll help us identify all of the bodies in its local solar system, star system. You know.
Okay, then hold on. Okay, then hold on. Okay, look, I want to run with this. So we've taken a sample. So what we have now, we have a pixel. All right, because this is what we have to work on. This pixel. No, hold on. Yes, 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 yes. Because you are using this pixel now, right, to now examine, right, and you're taking samples from this pixel, right?
Is that
And
what you meant, Benso? That all I have to use is that image?
Well, okay then. First of all, this pixel. How have you sampled this pixel? Is the question
The
I'm
sample
asking.
wouldn't be from this. Okay, then maybe I misunderstood you. Is your claim that using just that pixel alone, we can't get to know what that thing in the sky is? Or were you trying to say using just that picture alone, we can't get to the artist renditions we have? Like,
Yeah.
what are you saying?
Well, I want to know from that photo there, how have you sampled that photo there to determine it is an exoplanet? Like
Oh,
how
just
have
from that photo? No. Just
well
from that
okay then.
single photo,
Okay then.
that's
Fine.
impossible.
So
Yeah.
now we've employed other techniques
Yeah.
to point at that space and now examine that light. Okay, I want to know how we have examined that light right there, because that light to me looks very close to other lights there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
I hear you.
So how have we examined that particular pixel,
Mhm.
right, and narrowed that down so we are examining and sampling that one pixel? How have we done that?
So how we identify that one thing, that one light in the sky, to know that
Yes,
it's
yes,
special and
exactly,
different from all the other lights in the sky?
exactly. Yes, how have
It's
we
the
done
things
this?
I just said, Bandsaw. We track its motion through the sky to see, does it move the same way all of the other things are moving? Is
Yeah,
its movement affecting how other things around it move? You know,
yeah,
what is the dominant influence on its movement? Oh, it's this local star. So we see this thing keeps on rotating around this specific star. We also see this thing has other smaller things rotating it, you know. We'll see that when we look at it from a certain angle at a certain time, it's almost like an eclipse is happening. There'll be a small dot right in the middle of that bright light. And when we zoom in on it, we see it's a moon. Okay, so this thing rotates something else, but it also has things rotating around it. It might be a planet. We're not sure yet, but you know, early signs show it might be a planet. We need to keep looking at it for a bit longer. You know, we're going to look at this light in the sky for the next 10 to 20 years because we're not going to look at it for 3 months and decide we know what it is. It takes
okay,
a long time for just one exoplanet to be identified. We're going to be looking at it for the next 20 years. For the next 20 years, we're going to track its motion through the sky. We're going to
and
see how long does it take to orbit on its
okay,
own axis. We're going to take different readings of the light it sends to us from different positions to see, number one, does the light always have the same wavelength? Does it change depending on its location in the sky to us? Once we
hold on,
get the reading
slow
of that
down,
light,
slow down your.
we look into the properties of that light, right? What is the spectral emission of this light? Does it match known elements we have on our periodic table of elements? If it does, okay, we have 80 to 90% confidence that whatever planet or thing is emitting or reflecting this light, it's made of krypton or it's made of argon, whatever, you know. But
Okay,
if it doesn't match anything on our periodic
Oh,
table, we found something new. How do we know how big it is?
yeah.
We use the charge within the light to determine the mass of the object emitting this light. You know, there's so many
okay.
things we can do, Banzo.
Okay, cool. Now, because you've actually listed like 500 million things there,
I
mate.
have,
All
yeah.
right, right,
I've gone into
and
full detail,
yeah, no,
hoping
no, no,
that
no,
there's going to be no more questions. I pray there's no
All
more questions.
Oh,
speculation.
no, I have a million questions for
Oh
every one
no.
of your questions, right? Because 100, because you mentioned so much stuff here. Because you mentioned the tilt and the angle and the rotation of a pixel, right? I don't know how you can determine the tilt, angle, and rotation of a pixel. Number one, you mentioned eclipses, right? I would like to see another pixel eclipsing another pixel. I want to see I want to see what a pixel eclipse looks like. I want to see what that looks like. Number two,
Pixlips.
a pixel eclipse, exactly. And the spectroscopy that you have invoked on this, how is it done? All right. Are you just doing the spectroscopy off the pixel on the screen? Off the screen itself, or are you doing it from a telescope that's on Hubble or whatever? But have you actually isolated the light from that one particular pixel to start off with? And what medium was it going? Now, I have so many questions that are left unanswered that you can never answer that you have a pretty good explanation for. I'll grant you that. You seem to know it pretty damn well. But, you know, I just don't know where to go with all this, to be quite honest with you, because you have just bamboozled me and just scattergun me with so much stuff my brain can't even comprehend. Half of what you've said at the moment, Nate.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
So, like, I mean, which question am I answering first, man? So, if you could give me one answer at a time, like
anyone. Okay, then.
Just admit it's all speculation.
Yeah.
Just admit that, and we're done.
You mentioned tilt and rotation. Okay. No, I'm not talking about orbit. You mentioned tilt and rotation. How can we work out the tilt and rotation of a pixel?
Because we have more than just a pixel to work with, Pencil.
How?
That's why I want clarity. Are you saying all I have to work with is this pixel? Because I asked you that and you said no. So that's why I went into this whole.
Yeah, no, you went into. Yeah, no, you went into everything else.
Deep
right?
description. Because I'm under the premise that I've got a lot more information from this exoplanet from just the pixelated picture Geo posted. If that's all I have to work with, if all I have is this pixelated picture Geo posted, then all those things I said are impossible, Bansal.
No, exactly right. Now, right, but to work out the tilt and rotation of something, right, you have to be able to see it. Right? Now, I'm not talking about an orbit, the way something moves in a circular motion around something else. An orbit is completely different to tilt and rotation.
I agree with you.
Okay, so how do you work out tilt and rotation when you are looking at something like this? Or what other methods would you use to work out the tilt and rotation of an exoplanet? When we look at an exoplanet, and you said what Geo posted is exactly what we are looking at, from what you are looking at, how can you tell that is tilted or it is even rotating?
So what Geo posted isn't the only thing we're looking at. It's one of the things we would look at. That's, if you were just taking, ordinary pictures of exoplanets, from Earth, yeah, that's kind of what you would see. But that isn't the only thing you would see. We have better images than that. We have close-ups. We have, I know, is it the Kepler satellite? It has close-ups of exoplanets. You see what I'm saying? We have better images than what Geo posted. The reason I made reference to what Geo posted, Bansal, was because I was trying to say that for them to go from what Geo posted to the artist rendition you posted, that's where I'm in agreement with you that those artist renditions are not real. They're not realistic. That's why I made reference to Geo's image. But Geo's image is not what I would use to come up with all of these other things. These other conclusions. These other conclusions are based on different types of evidence, better pictures, way more clearer pictures of these exoplanets. It wouldn't just be a pixel. It would be an actual image of the surface of that exoplanet.
Okay, then. So then when I typed in raw images of exoplanets, you saw the sorts of things that I got, right?
I saw what you posted, and I agree.
Okay,
That is That is in
Okay,
it. That's not
and
a law in it.
if I had seen anything that was even close to what you were describing, I would have posted that too. Like I'm not gonna run from it, Nate. Like I googled, I looked, right, and nothing comes even close, right? So I would like to see a proper image of an exoplanet, something that has been undoctored, raw, unfiltered, and let's have a look what it looks like.
Okay. When I'm done
Uh,
with what I'm busy with, I'll find you those and
yeah. Like, because I went on to we've done this before with Saturn and stuff like that, as you know, but these things are much closer. So to see an exoplanet, which, like I said, I'm still trying to find out now.
Yeah, but maybe look, because obviously I'm not going to be able
I'm going.
to do it now, and I don't want you to wait until I'm done, because I'm going to take a while with what I'm busy with. But what you can look at is Kepler. The Kepler telescope.
Kepler
It was looking at
telescope.
that was looking at exoplanets.
Okay, hold on. I'll find out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll type it in. I'll have a look, buddy. Don't you worry. I was going straight to NASA, but here we go. Is it still working? Are they still using it?
I don't think so. I think Kepler finished long ago.
Oh, okay, it died.
Yeah, but it took images of exoplanets.
Let's have a look. Planets find. Exoplanets. Confirmed exoplanets. Okay, then. Here's a picture of confirmed exoplanet. No way. They are not pictures from Kepler. I'm telling you right now. They are all. No. Sorry, Nate. They are artists.
I've no idea what it is you're looking at.
I'm just on Wiki, mate. I'm just on the Kepler Wiki site.
Okay.
We can guess though, can't we, Nate? They're going to look fantastical, don't they, Bandy?
If they look fantastical, I'm sure it's not the real thing then.
Yeah, no. They're just a what do you call it?
What did you find? Did you? Okay.
I just went.
Yeah.
I just went to. I've only been to the Wiki site at the moment. I'll see if Kepler.
Oh.
Does Kepler have its own website? Like Kepler.com?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay
then.
I don't know.
Ben saw from Kepler.com.
No, Kepler.com. Don't worry about it, Nate. I'll look into it, and I've already debunked it, so it doesn't make.
You've debunked it, but I mean, there's nothing to debunk. We weren't really having an argument. It was just whether or not I believe aliens are real, and went off into the weeds, right?
Exoplanets and rotation.
Bandy, did you try rawexoplanet.com?
Raw exoplanet. Yeah. Then my wife will be into my browsing history, and I'll get a stern talking to who I type that in. Yeah, exactly.
Does she look at your Googling history? My girlfriend used to do that a lot. Like she would always go through my phone, go through my Instagram.
Oh, really?
Yeah, go
Oh,
like 'cause she has the password. So yeah, she has the passwords to my stuff because I use the one password for everything, and she knows what it is.
Oh,
So I would always get notifications. Someone has accessed your account, from where.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would always know
Not
it's her.
The ex-girlfriend, of course.
No. Same girlfriend, but she doesn't do it anymore.
Oh, okay.
Not very trusting as things going through your stuff.
Yeah. There was a time when she wasn't very trusting.
Was it justified, Nate?
For her, it was. For me, it wasn't. But I didn't really care too much. I didn't have anything to hide, so I didn't mind her doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, so it was unjustified untrust. Fair enough.
Yeah, she's just she's a very insecure person. That's all.
You were banging other chicks.
While I was with her, no, I've never been with anyone since her and I got together.
Fair enough.
I mean, we have been on and off. There have been times when we were apart, but when we've been together, no. No.
Okay.
That is solid
Here we
semi-commitment right there.
How do I share this? Open in another. Let me see if I can share this.
You found
Because
something?
I found an image
Uh-oh.
from Kepler. I just want to see how it comes up.
Composite?
No, not at all. It's very interesting. Let me see how it comes up. Oh, bugger. How do I... Why can't I share video footage from NASA?
Bandsaw bandwidth.
Hold
Please
on.
make that your name, Bandy.
Because you're not allowed to spam people. Bandsaw? Spamming is illegal. So if you're going to send any NASA links out, it's just considered spamming.
Here we go. I'm going to try and download this. Oh, no, that doesn't download. It just makes it bigger. Here we go.
There was another
Okay,
satellite
here we go.
that you could also look up. Try also look up K2. I think K2 was also a satellite they sent up.
Hold on. Here we go.
Oh, you posting something?
I'm trying to.
Okay.
How much do you get paid to play dumb every day, mate?
How much do I get paid to play dumb? You guys don't pay me enough, trust me. You guys need to pay me more.
It's hard work to just keep playing so dumb, isn't it? Like, it actually takes effort.
NASA crashed my computer.
Oh no.
I'm
You were getting too
serious,
close
man.
to the truth.
It crashed it. I had to jump onto my phone. I'm dead set serious. It completely. I tried to share what I had. Internet was so slow, it just crashed it. Like, here we go.
You were too close to the truth, man, so I'm sorry.
Well, this is what I do.
Yeah.
This is what I do.
Maybe this is a sign
Don't
that you
tell
should start
Jeremy about this.
looking into this. This is, you should heed this warning, Ben. So stop looking, stop thinking, stop asking questions. Just go along with everything I say, okay?
I go along with everything. Absolutely. You tell me something, Nate. I listen. I think to myself, yep.
Yeah, but you're asking too many questions now. You're
That
looking
sounds
in
like
way too deep.
the mainstream. Like that, all they want me to do, Nate, is talk about water and pressure. I swear, they don't want me talking about anything else.
Yeah, keep it there. Keep it there.
Yeah.
Water and pressure. Those are safe topics.
I'm not allowed to talk about putting a cow in a hamster wheel either, it seems. That's a very taboo topic.
What?
Let me see if I can do
Cow in
this.
the hamster wheel.
I think it's because there's too much talk to be generated. So the powers that be just don't want that shit going on.
Lord. Can't believe NASA has just crashed my computer.
Yeah, but
I
I
can
mean, this
believe
stuff
it.
should be pretty easy to find, Banso. Because I know if you go onto NASA's website, you look up Kepler, exoplanets, they have not only do they have the raw images, they have papers supporting it. You know, this is what we've done to, you know, like they go into great detail as to what they've done. You can read all up about it. You know, I'm not saying you got to
Papers
believe it,
supporting.
but yeah, you can read the papers and then you'll know what they've done, and then you'll be in a better position to call them liars, right?
Well,
Because
it's all pseudoscience, so I mean, it's not. It's hard to. It's they're not that they're lying. They're just not admitting that it's all speculation. That's all.
well, if you have their writings, then you can really hold them to task, right? If you haven't read the report back in an exoplanet they found, it's hard for you to just sit here and say it's pseudoscience, don't you think? Wouldn't you rather want
No,
to
but it
read their
is
report
pseudoscience.
and then say it's
I mean,
pseudoscience?
okay, I could read their report, but none of their report would change the fact that what they're doing is pseudoscience.
You don't know that though, do you?
Okay, but what are
Will
they
you
doing in the
will you at
report that
least
could
say
actually
that
verify what they're doing?
there's a 10% possibility that you might read their report and then come to the conclusion that it isn't pseudoscience? Is there a 10%
No,
possibility?
but it has to be, because how are they
It
tangibly
has
actually verifying anything?
it has to be
They can't
pseudoscience.
be performing any experimentations. Yeah, it's pseudoscience, definitely.
It
Yeah.
has
It
to
does
be
not follow the
pseudoscience.
scientific method. It
So
has to
even if
be,
you
by definition.
wow, that's weird that
If
you feel
it's
it
not
has to be.
science, but pretending to
That
be
even
science or claiming to be
but that's what I'm
scientific in any
saying. You
way, it
haven't
is
read the report,
pseudoscience.
right? White, do you know how people detect exoplanets? Have you read a single report on how this
Oh,
is done?
hang on. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Are they not even claiming science? I didn't actually even think about that. If they're not claiming anything science, then that's fine.
Never mind, man. Banso.
Thank you.
Yeah, because you
Thank
being
you.
very, very weird, White. Like you ain't answering a single question. You're just saying it has to be pseudoscience. Like I can't have a
Well, it has to
conversation with
be if they're
someone
not following the scientific
that just
method.
says. But how do you know they're not following the scientific method? You haven't read a single one of their reports. You don't know how they detect these planets. But for
Okay,
you, it has to be
it's
pseudoscience.
based in
And
space.
reading the
They
report
can't
isn't going to
verify
change.
anything.
Cool, man. I
How
mean,
can
if
they
you
verify
believe that to
anything
be
in space?
true, and you have no way to back that up. You just feel they can't do it. Then I understand. But maybe read the reports. You know, it might change your opinion on the matter. That's all I'm
Okay,
saying.
what part of the report, mate, makes it? Should I read that would
Because
lead me
the
to
report
believe that
tells
they
you what they
physically
did.
verified what they speculate?
So the report tells you what they did. It might tell you how they physically verified it. It might have an experiment as to how you could verify it yourself. You never know. But what I'm saying is, unless you
Really?
read their reports, you can't sit here and make
You
claims that
believe
they
that?
haven't done these things.
There you go. There you go,
You believe
Nate.
that? Right.
What's that,
There you go,
Benson?
Nate. That's an exoplanet from Kepler.
Yeah, that's gross.
So that's straight from NASA.
That's
So
straight
I
from
want
NASA, yeah. But
to,
trust
yeah.
me, there's better pictures than that.
Well,
Trust you.
Yeah, Benson trusts me. You don't have to trust me, White, but Benson trusts me.
Well, it's not that I don't trust you or do. It's just that
Yeah,
you're
but
not very honest.
there's definitely better pictures, Benson. I'll find them for you. Don't worry.
yeah, but the other pictures that I found on NASA
Mhm.
just now, and mind you, right, I've only looked for about 3 minutes, all right, and the best one that matched reality was the one that I just posted. Okay, all the other ones seem to have some sort of extra touch-ups done to it, if you know what I mean, like some sort of artist impression. All right. So that seemed to be the most realistic one that I came across, and I can accept that. I go, yeah, cool. That's what they've got when they've looked through things. There's an exoplanet. Happy days. We're going to call that pixel an exoplanet. Well, it actually looks like 4 pixels. If I'm being completely fair, it looks like.
Yeah, I hear you, Ben. So, but there are better images than that, and I'll
Yeah.
find them for you.
Look, no, you don't have to do it now, no. You don't, because you've got work to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't want to interrupt
Whenever
that.
you can, mate.
I
I'm quite
will
happy.
do it for you a bit later, but I will do it. I promise.
Yeah, no. I'm quite happy just to go back and forwards with, you know, a bit of.
Oh no, you DM everyone in the chat right now, please.
But
I can't. I'm busy working. Man.
we have established that Nate cannot reproduce a tide in a bucket, even though he claims that gravity will pull water up a mountain and make a waterfall. Can't make a tide in
When
a
did I
bucket.
claim that? When did I claim that, Benson?
Oh, I think a couple of days ago, you said.
Did I did not claim anything.
You may as well. You may as well. Now, I may be just stretching it a little bit, but I just like to get to the chase, really. Like, let's not skirt around the edges. Like, gravity pulling water uphill, making waterfalls. We should be able to do that. Or a tide in a bucket. I'm happy with either. I'm happy with either. So
Alright,
let's
well,
get
I mean,
let's get a piece of guttering, right?
mhm.
Put it on a slight slope. Put a lead ball at the end of it, and let's pour water up it, and we'll make a little mini waterfall at the end of the gutter. Or, right, we'll just make a tide and bucket. Like, I'm giving you a couple of options here.
Yeah, but I mean,
Hey.
this is your experiment, Ben. So, is the expectation that I do it?
Well, no. This is what you tell me happens, right?
Yeah, then you should do the experiment, Ben.
No. You tell me, maybe
No,
not you
it won't
exactly,
happen.
not you exactly, but your side, your crew, your gang, right?
Mhm.
Tell me already that there is a tide in a bucket. They say this crystal clear. They say there is a tide in my stomach. They say there is a tide in a cup of water. They say there's a tide everywhere, right? This is what they say. So now you've already got the tide there, Nate. It's already there, right? So now all you have to do is put a lead ball over the top of that bucket and create a king tide. That's all you got to do. Create a king tide. A super tide. Yep, that's all you got to do. So you've already got the tide there. We just want to see a king tide. So, like, half the work's already done. You've already got the tide there in the bucket. Right? It's already there, my friend. It's already there. But yeah, it is pretty fanciful. I will give you that. That there is a tide in a bucket.
But I mean, are you gonna do it?
Well, I'm
No,
told
he knows the outcome.
Yeah.
Nothing will happen.
I'm told there already is a tide in a bucket. Like, this is fact. Apparently, there are tides in buckets. And I'm going, cool, there's a tide in a bucket. Let's see a king tide. Let's put a big ball on top of it, a big lead ball on top of it, and we'll have a king tide. Easy.
Oh, just teabag it. Just drop the boys down.
This is globe physics 101. You should be able to do it. Globe physics. Boom. Happy days.
Oh,
Globe physics.
Well, apparently, this is what you tell me, right? I tell you these things, Nate, and you at first disbelieve me. When I told you, right, that people told me there was curvature of water, the same as the Earth in a cup of tea, in a fish tank, in a pool. At first, you went, "Nah, that's not really right." And then you went and checked, and you found out
no.
that
Really?
yes, Nate didn't believe me. He thought I was making up. He thought that no glober
What?
could say there was curvature matching the Earth in a cup of tea, a fish tank, or a
What?
swimming pool. That's what he said.
Your logic is broken. I take
Right.
it all back. You're not trolling. You are
Right.
just confused.
But then he came back after doing his research, and he came back and said, "Well, yes, there is 8 inches per mile squared in a cup of tea, in a fish tank, in a
Of
swimming pool."
course there is, Nate.
Right?
Shit.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yep.
Yeah, I was wrong. It is there. But I mean, what does
Apparently.
that got to do with what we're talking about now, Ben? So I don't understand.
Well,
Like,
because
how did you get there?
How easily you're fooled. That's what the point is.
how did I get there? Because once again, I've mentioned that there was a tide in a bucket of water, and you're kind of going, I don't think so. Well, this is what
Whoa! I didn't say I don't think so. I just find it funny that you want me to do that experiment. Like, you should do it.
So you actually think there is a tide in a bucket of water?
You can have changing tides, yeah, in a bucket of water. I mean, you wouldn't see it. You know, it would be really small. It wouldn't be something you'd be able to really measure with normal instruments or to see with the eye. You know, it's a really small, shift or change, but it's there. It's just you
Really?
kept insisting I should do it, and I find that funny. Like, you should do it, Bance, if you want to do it.
Well,
But it wasn't even the tide in the bucket. It's you wanted to tide in the bucket with a ball hanging above the bucket to see if the ball would create a tide.
Well, you make the claim actually now. So now this is your claim, right? This isn't your
What claim
side's
did
claim,
what
right?
claim did I make?
Right now, this is your claim, right?
I haven't made any claim.
How ridiculous your claim is.
I have not made any claim. All I'm
Well,
saying
no.
is, if you want to
No.
dangle a ball over a bucket of
No.
water to see if there's tides in buckets, you
No.
should do it. It shouldn't be
No.
me having to do it. It's
No.
not fair that I should do it.
Listen to your words
But
very
why
carefully.
would he do it?
Right, because your words.
No, Vance's been on about this the whole week. Tides in the bucket.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, but he knows there's not there.
Yeah, and you just said yes, there are tides in a bucket. So you made the claim that a positive claim that there are tides in buckets.
No, it's because you were trying to strawman me by saying that apparently I said there aren't tides in buckets. You tried to strawman me, so I had to
I didn't
defend
say
myself.
that.
But you
No.
did. You were
But
saying,
there
yeah,
isn't.
Nate doesn't believe there's tides in buckets or whatever.
Yes.
That's why I said, whoa, hold up. I didn't say that.
Exactly. Now you're
I
saying
said-
that there are.
Yeah, you
tides
can
in
have
buckets.
tides in buckets. You can have tides in
Exactly.
buckets.
It's
You
a
can have a tide
positive
with anyone,
claim.
with any body of water.
Okay,
But
back to
I'm
claim.
not gonna.
Back
It's not
claim.
up to me to now, dangle a ball over a bucket with water in it to show you this tides and buckets. No,
No.
Vance.
Well,
You
no,
want me
I
to
know.
do this? I'm not.
No.
No, you should do it.
No. Hold on. Calm your farm.
Because you
Back up
couldn't do it.
back up the truck. I don't even want you to show me a tide in a bucket with a ball over it. I just want you to show me a tide in a bucket, period, without the ball. Right? That'd be a good start. Right?
But
now,
it shouldn't be up to me, then. So you want to see it? You should do it.
no.
Like,
I was actually giving you obviously a leg up because you claim, right, that there is a tide in a bucket. Okay, very positive claim. Now, with my assistance, because that's the kind of guy I am, I like to help you, Dave. With my assistance, I have given you the opportunity to make a king tide in a bucket. Not just a tide, a king tide, right?
Yeah.
So you should be able to demonstrate this very easily, seeing as you are the one making a positive claim that A, there are tides in buckets or a cup of tea or a fish tank or a pool. You're making this positive claim. Now you should be able to go, oh, damn, that's pretty hard to demonstrate, but Bansaw is actually the kind of guy he is trying to help me out. So now I can make a king tide. So now I should be able to show a king tide. What can I say? Your claim.
I've got a question, everyone.
How are we gonna do
Nate,
this?
I want your honest answer. Honest, like, I want you to be honest. If you can put your honest cap on, that'd be really nice. Everyone else listening, picture yourself, you're on a beach and there's a 5-kilometer pier and it's parallel to the beach and it's a tangent. So the point that you enter the pier is the tangent point to the sphere and it goes parallel to the beach 5 kilometers. Now, obviously, you get to the end of that pier. Having been at a tangent, the water is obviously underneath the pier, lower than at the start of the pier. It's been curving away the whole time. And therefore, gravity, while you're on that pier, the vector of down would be slightly different. Do you think a human at the end of that pier would be able to feel that difference in downward vector? Or would you need a glass of water on that pier with you to actually witness that the down vector is actually indeed different, not plumb?
I don't think a human or how far away is the end of the pier where the other human being is? You said.
So it's 5 kilometers. When you're at the end of the pier, there'd be a 2-meter drop under you to the water.
2 meters over 5 kilometers. So your question is, would I be able to tell that plumb and where that person is at 5 kilometers is different?
No. You physically walking, like, so you're at the start, and then you walk to the end of the pier yourself. Do you think within your physiology you'd be able to feel that plumb is no longer plumb and the down vector is actually slightly different? Or do you think you would need a glass of water with you to compare?
I don't think my physiology would be able to tell me that my orientation of down has changed. And I don't know how.
Okay, you don't think you'd see the horizon slightly askew? You wouldn't think your perception alone wouldn't?
Well, but you saying using my physiology, right? Just feeling or looking out at the world around me. Like what
Well,
can
no,
I
that's
use?
part of your physiology. It's all your senses together are part of your
using my
physiology, which what
senses.
give you your bearing.
Yeah, if I was walking along that pier, and as I'm walking to the end of it, there's a mountain in the distance, and as I'm walking to the end of that pier, I can start seeing more of the bottom of the mountain. Then I would know. Yeah, my orientation of down has changed. So that's using my physiology.
No, you missed my. Okay, but no, you missed my point. So you walk to the end. You don't think you'd be able to feel it within your body, but do you think a glass of water, if you had it with you and it sat on the handrail of that pier, do you think you'd be able to look at that glass of water and see that the water's not level because the down vector is different?
No, the water would still look level. I don't understand. I don't understand your question or your example, Wade. It's weird.
You could have said that at the start.
First you said I need to use physiology, and then when you said I can use all my senses, I'm not allowed to look at stuff, but I can look at this glass of water.
No, you misunderstood what I was trying to get out of you. I wasn't trying to see if you could see more.
What is it
or anything
you were trying
like
to get
that.
out of? Like, what is the point?
No, exactly my point. Because the down vector would be different. So if you don't think you'd be able to notice it anywhere or how could we ever test this?
How could we ever test what? Change in the downward vector?
Yeah, a change in the down vector. Do you not agree that it would change on a tangential pier if we could build one? If you walked along that pier on a tangent to the sphere, the down vector would change every meter that you walked along it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it should.
Right, so if you get to 5 kilometers where the water underneath you is now 2 meters away because it's curved away, then it should be doing the same in a glass of water that you're holding, right? And it should feel slightly askew to yourself. I would like to think that it would feel like you're slightly leaning forward or back, depending on which way you're standing. Like, it should feel fucking different. But you seem to think your physiology wouldn't pick it. And you might be right. It might not be subtle enough.
Yeah, I don't think unless I have a cue or a marker outside, like a mountain in the distance, I don't think just my body would be able to feel this change in the downward vector. This changing, I don't think so, but I could be wrong. But I personally don't think my body would be able to tell.
Yes, I'm of the opinion that your body would compensate for it, and you wouldn't actually be aware that you're slightly compensating for it, and therefore everything you look at would still look perfectly fine and normal, but you just wouldn't know within your own physiology that you're compensating for the fact that that down vector's changed slightly. That's what I think. But the glass of water sitting on the handrail with a distinct red line around it, showing that the water is no longer in line with that red line, I think would be very definitive, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Sorry, could you repeat that last one?
So we've walked out to the end of the pier with a glass of water, and on that glass of water, there's already a ring on it, which like a red ring around it, which is level with the glass, right? And so we get to the end of the pier and we put the glass of water on the handrail, right? And we look at the water line versus the red ring. Now there should be a discrepancy at the end of the pier. Do you understand? Because the down vector is changed.
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying, but I just got to think this out now.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. That was a thinking silence. Good.
Yeah. I'm trying to visualize this and see, would there be a change?
Well, the water's clearly dropped 2 meters, so it has changed. Why wouldn't the water in your glass? It cannot possibly still be level. It has to be different to the red line on your glass. It has to match the ocean underneath it. Surely.
Yeah, it should change.
Should be noticeable.
Has
Everyone should be able to walk to the end of the pier. I don't know, but everyone should be able to walk to the end of this pier with a glass of water and go, fuck me, it is curved. Would you look at that? Water's bending.
It should, yeah, it should. Yeah, the surface of that water shouldn't be in line with the red lining.
Exactly.
I don't know.
You don't get it, Bandy?
No, I get it. No, I was thinking about something else actually.
Roger.
What do you think,
Roger?
Jason?
Oh, I was just thinking, Lordy Lord, I can't believe it. People just don't look at what's in front of them, really.
Oh.
And they kind of accept things.
Oh.
To be so with really ain't too much evidence whatsoever. They just kind of accept.
Or they dismiss things.
Well, they kind of
like
just
the opposite.
Accept what's been told to them, really. Right, and I find that really perplexing. Like when you ask for a direct measurement made for the surface of water, right, to show this 8 inches per mile squared, because apparently water bends, all right? So show me this direct measurement, right? And every single time, what you will get is a video from and I'm not saying that he's not reputable, right? That's not the inference I'm trying to make. But what my inference is someone outside of this realm, right, that has directly measured the curvature of the surface of water apart from Jesse Kalowski, right? Because that's the only thing anyone will ever post, ever, right?
It's always a one-shot long-distance measurement over water, which we all know isn't accurate.
Exactly right. And you ask for any independent surveying or measurement of the surface of water, and it always, every single time, it comes back to Jesse. No one else outside this realm has done it, has demonstrated it whatsoever. It is just a story that is told and passed on from generation to generation, and this story is accepted because it goes along with all the other stories that we've been told in regards to gravity and exoplanets, this, that, and the third. Anyway, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back.
Yeah, I've been asking for years, ever since I did my test over 2.7 miles, and no one has given me a tool or a method to use except for long shots, low to the water, one shot A to B, which we all know isn't right. And I've been told that I did my test wrong. That's the only thing. For 4 years, I've been asking. We can measure refraction down to the whatever, what light is doing, which is bullcrap. We can measure the centimeter movement of the moon yearly, but we can't measure water curving 8 inches per mile. Yeah, that dog don't hunt.
Never has, mate. And here I am talking about how just in 5 kilometers, water would be out of sync if we could build a structure. And it's like, that just makes it very obvious that it's not the case. The shit would be fucked up all over the joint.
And then on top of that, we're told that if we do create a pipe that is horizontal over distance, that the water not only wouldn't be horizontal, it would flow to the middle and build up upon itself, which goes against everything you know about water.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And it's funny because what you said before with the whole, we can check this over distance with such precision, and yet you ask them if they could build an actual tangent, like a structure to a tangent to the ball, and they'll basically say, "Oh, nah, because there's too much margin of error. You could never get it perfect enough to tell any difference over any distance." And it's like, fuck off. On one hand, you're really accurate. On the other hand, no, you couldn't be accurate enough. It's fun. Surely we can build a 5 kilometer pier parallel with the beach for less than 5 million. We'll sell tickets and make the money back the first 12 months. Hell, we'll sell glasses. We'll make sure that no one can bring their own glass, and they have to buy a $5 glass and a $5 litre bottle of water. And a taxi to put the red light on. Come and see Gravity Bend. Mind you, it's really flat, so that wouldn't happen, would it? Damn it.
That's what I said. There should be tourist attractions everywhere. You know, these large lakes, there should be platforms in the middle going, you're 90 feet above the shoreline in every direction. No matter which direction you go, wherever you park, your car is 90 feet below you.
Yeah. Yeah, there should be. You're right. Tourist attractions, selling postcards. I went to the Curvature Observatorium or some fucking shit. Curvatorium.
You know what answer? You know what answer I get from the people who come here daily? They obviously care. That no one cares. No one cares about all that, and that's an answer I get from people who come here daily. That seem to care, right? The public doesn't care about all that. They wouldn't want to see 90 foot of curving water. Are you crazy? The public watches ant farms. You don't think they don't want to see curving water?
Could you imagine? Let's just say we got the money as flat earthers together, several $billion, and we actually were allowed to build this pier somewhere parallel with the beach, and we get the people in to do it, probably yourself involved and whoever else, and they're told, like, in their mind they've got to build a tangent to the ball, and like imagine their dismay when they come out and try and do that, and it's actually a flat plane. Like, could you imagine how far they get down before they very quickly realise that fucking this ground just is not falling away like we expect. We should be having heaps more fill going into these footings to make up the difference, but we're not needing as much. What's going on? It's funny.
That's what I did, because you have to keep in mind, when I did my tests, we were Globers. You understand? We were fully expecting to measure the curved water, which we had basically observed. You understand? Like, optically, it does look curved.
Of course. Yeah.
You know, sometimes under certain conditions, you know, the water does appear to bulge up in the middle and obstruct things in the distance. So we were fully expecting to measure that. When we didn't, is when we had to go back and figure out how optically it's doing it, because we knew it wasn't doing it physically.
Well, that adds more credence to your story. I didn't know you approached that from actually a curved perspective.
Oh, absolutely. I saw the Soundly power line over Lake Pontchartrain, and I had fished and duck hunted and done all that on that lake all my life and never knew the water curved like that. Like, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So we went out and bought a camera and went out to the positions and saw that it was doing that, right? And saw that the distant shore was obstructed by a bulge of water in the middle. I was like, holy shit. I never knew the water curved like that. But when you go to look into it, it doesn't curve like that. Like Soundly's picture to me now, I don't show people flat water, flat plane, you know, that we observe it flat. I show them Soundly's picture and go, you think the power lines in the water does that? You know, people in my local area that know that power line, you know, that see it all the time. You think you live in a place where when you view this power line from 20 feet above the water, that in the distance, 14 to 16 miles, it curves like that? And they're going, no. There's no way, you know, it doesn't do that. Like, well, look at the caption. Curved Earth. This is the curvature of Earth, sir. This is where this guy and a lot of people like him are telling you live all your life here in Louisiana on this lake, going over a hump of water, you know, in this distance. That's what I show them. How ridiculous it is. They all know that water would flow. All of them. Because they use their common sense. You know how water acts. Just put it in a 10-foot pipe and tilt it an eighth of an inch. That water will flow out. Very quickly, immediately.
Got to build this pier.
That's funny you say that, because that was one of the first questions I asked a surveyor. I knew the answer, but I asked him to see what he would say. I said, could you build me a... Man, just pulled out in front of me. Ooh.
Bastards.
Yeah, I got my air brakes on. I got everything was locked up.
Shit. At least you can laugh about it and not have road rage and pull out a gun
Thank
and shoot
goodness we did.
someone.
I mean,
and
I
your
don't know how
family.
we didn't hit, but I had asked the surveyor, you know, could you build me a pier a mile long over a lake, and how would you do it? And he said he would just measure up from the water. I said, oh, no. I don't want the pier to curve. I want it to be horizontal. And he looked at me like I was the crazy one. Right?
Yeah, you want a tangential pier. You got to say tangential.
Yeah, I want a tangential horizontal pier. I don't want it to follow the water and curve. And he looked at me like I was the crazy one.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
like, why would you want that? That would, yeah, I can see why he would look at you like that. But you just got to start off with, we're building a tourist attraction to show the curvature of the earth to people. And
right,
basically
it
say,
doesn't
by the
work,
time
right?
it's built, they'll walk to the end of it and they'll hold a glass of water, and the water will be at a different level to what the glass will be. It's going to be spectacular. People will want to get involved. And then they'll go down there and start to build it and realize, fuck, there is no fucking curvature. We can't build this thing. It's level the whole way. Classic.
What you got to do is build two piers next to each other on the way out and on the way back. So a mile long, 1 foot off the water at the beach is pier A, and when you get out a mile, it's 1'8" above the water. And then you get on the other pier and come back, it's 1 foot above the water out there. And when you get back to the land a mile away, it's 1'8" above the water, right?
Yeah, I see. Interesting.
Because that's what they're teaching you. That it drops off both ways. From any point, drops away from your feet 8 inches per mile. And show people how ridiculous and what method you're going to have to use to build that pier that way is going to go away from every method ever used in building and in surveying. You're going to have to calculate how high you're going to have to raise the end of that pier. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, if they were going to try and fall it and make the flat plane pier look as though it was on a ball, and so we could measure the drop, it would have to bend up. And the funny thing is, like you suggested, if we did the one coming back the other way and it was actually on a ball, they would be approaching each other obviously at a different angle, like depending on how far away they were from each other.
It would be rising up, and you put a pipe on each pier, and you have water flowing out the end, right? Water going in one end and flowing out the other, both ways. Think about that. It's a mind thing,
yeah, no,
right?
that's funny. We're gonna need 10 million. 10 million. We need 2 piers now. Fuck.
It's why people can't figure it out when you're just talking to them about it, because it's a mind bend. They've been duped their whole life, but when you put it to them like that, or put it on paper like that, it's no questioning.
Yeah, I like when Denmark was saying fucking a while ago, you know, you build a pier out far enough and you can just walk off into space. You just build it long enough at a tangent and you could just start off with your family, you just keep on walking and halfway through start to put your space suits on. And then by the time you get to it, you just jump off the end and go for a drift around into space. No need for
Think
a
about
rocket.
it's not that far. I mean, it's not
pretty
that
funny.
far that would happen. What, 2,000 miles, 2,500 miles? I mean, the whole thing is a tenth. You know, you would build a tenth away there, so 25,000 miles around. You build it 2,500 miles. You build a tenth of that. If you really think about it, 2,500 miles, 25,000 miles isn't that far.
No, it's not. Not at all.
Especially when you can fly now at 700-800 miles an hour.
Yeah, or even in one day you can travel a good 2,400 kilometers, which is, I don't know what that is, I don't know, 1,800 miles or something like that.
Right, yeah,
So
even
that's just driving.
even driving.
Right?
Yeah, even driving, you can drive a
Yeah.
good portion of it each day. Hell, I'd like to know how
To
many,
lap the world, mate.
Yeah, it's gotten like out of hand now. So when I go to the Gulf, which is south of me, and I drive north 2 hours, and I'm 60 something feet above that water. I keep driving north, and I get into some hills, and I'm 200, 300, 400 feet above that water immediately, like within 10 more minutes. If I drive an hour more north of me, I'm 60 something feet above the water, mean sea level here. And if I drive north another hour, I'm hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet above sea level. And if I turn around and go back south, I'm following all waterways here or flowing north to south in my area because of the elevation change. And now we got Zanuck and others saying that water runs uphill in the St. Lawrence River when it's going west to east, right above me, just north of me here. That river flows west to east, but it's running uphill, even though the elevation profile shows that it's 200 and something feet drop down to the ocean, which is what you see in every instance. Elevation change from higher to lower, that's which way the water flows. No. If you listen to Zanuck, that elevation is 24 feet higher at sea level than it is at the mouth of St. Lawrence River, which means that river is flowing uphill. If he was a professor in school, he would be teaching your kids and mine that water flows uphill on Earth because of gravity. That's what our kids are being taught right now. Wizardry, taught by wizards, professed by professors from a man-written book. And those same people will turn around and tell you not to believe in the Bible because it's written by man.
It's all a bunch of bullshit. It's all division.
Something else you probably don't know about me, but the reason I'm so passionate is because years back when I was first starting out into this, no one knew who I was. No one, knew what I was capable of or the resources I had and what I had done before, why I was so confident. They were just spouting out that because of my beliefs, I know I'd heard this before with the Christianity thing. Same people, actually, probably. Because if you really talk to these people, they came from other discords years and years ago before Flat Earth got started, before 2015. These same people were in the Christian discords, you know, yelling and screaming at them that their beliefs were so wrong. They, you know, their children should be taken away and, you know, all this nasty stuff. That's why I'm so passionate.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Even today, they give the perception, a lot of them do, you know, that they've just come into this talk, you know, in the last year or so. And then when you really press them, you find out they've been here 4, 5, 6 years. Strange group, man. But when you get out in the public, you know, there's not a lot of people like that. Like, I've met thousands of people and talked to them about this. And I've had 2 over the last 6 years that were so toxic that they lost their mind. Like, one of them lost his mind and lost all his chips in a poker tournament, and then tried to play cash with us when the subject came up and got up and left both times. Like, just can't handle it, right? And then the other one was so adamant he lived on a sphere that he told me that water seeks and finds its level in horizontal, never curves when static, but he lived on a sphere. That's how dumb he was. So you can kind of throw him out. And that's really the only 2 that's well, there was another one who claimed to be who was wearing a Masonic ring, who claimed to be a 33-degree Mason. This was in a poker room in Mississippi, and he was a guy. I had seen him and his wife checking in into the hotel. Now, this is a 5-star hotel, and him and his wife were dressed to the hilt, man. I'm talking about hats on with feathers, you know, like just $1,000 suits and dresses. And lo and behold, later on that night, he came to the table and was sitting down at the same table as me. And I'd seen him earlier while we were checking into the hotel. And he caught my eye then, right? Well, when he sits down at the table and someone, not me, someone else brought up, hey, does anybody know anything about Flat Earth? And I was like, yeah, I know some things. What questions you had? And we started talking about it, and this guy went berserk. I'm talking about lost his mind. And then told everybody, told everybody that he was a Mason, 33-degree Mason, he knows, and blah, blah, blah. It was the strangest thing. But I'll never forget that guy. Never.
There you go.
You can't make that shit up, man. Like, I wish I would have took a picture of him, because if you can imagine someone that's just looks really high class, you know, dressed the part, has the jewelry of, you know, pinky rings, and had his Masonic ring on, had this kind of tie that was, you know, it looked strange. His tie really looked strange to me, but made such an impression earlier that day. You know, I was like, wow, that couple's, you know, how rich must they be, you know? But that's 3 people. That's just 3 people out of thousands I've talked to that were really like crazy adamant, you know, like crazy, just like you see here, you know, just fighting every word, you know, laughing and mocking and scoffing at every point I made. But at that table that night, there were 2 people there that agreed like totally with me. They wasn't saying the earth was flat, but they were saying everything I was saying made sense, right? So I know they went and researched it. And then everybody else was pretty much quiet. But this guy was getting into the Bible scriptures like he was going off, man. I had never experienced that, like, firsthand real life Masonic thing.
Wonder if there's anything they don't infiltrate or can't, despite all their efforts.
I don't know. I found out after my wife's grandfather passed away that he was 33-degree Freemason. Like her uncle has the ring, and he was one of the nicest people I know. Like, overly nice, just great man. Helped his grandchildren, did all kind of stuff. But all his kids, were kind of screwed up. Just drugs and whatever. So I often wondered, what had happened, in the past. But as far as when I knew him, he was super, super nice. My mechanic, my full-time mechanic that worked, like, we do a bunch of business. Like, he has a Masonic symbol in his shop that he welded personally. So obviously it meant enough to him, to take the time to build it. But he says he's not active. And he's one of the nicest guys I know. Like, just, no issues ever.
Do
That's
you
the
think that has
facade
to do?
you put
Do you,
on.
do you think that has to do with Masonic principles?
I don't know. I'm just telling you about the two people that I know are related in some way, shape, or form to that, and that I've never seen or heard them get cross. I think my mechanic is a born again Christian, so I think that's what it has to do with him, and he's not involved with any of that anymore, or never really got involved, to a high degree. He just, some of their principles are good, right? Like, be kind to your net. A lot of their principles are just like another religion. But I think that's what they're teaching people at a lower level. Now, I don't know what goes on at a higher level. Like I said, I wish I would have talked to her grandfather, who definitely had a 33-degree ring, whether he was 33. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where he got it from. I never saw anything while he was alive that showed me he was, a Mason. I never knew. I gotta go. I'm showing up on a job and it's full of water.
We've got little bloody clubs everywhere, or buildings, or halls, or whatever you want to call it, Masonic fucking halls. So no doubt I know some people that are fucking call themselves Masons, but they don't. I wouldn't know who they are. One in every fucking suburb. Good people. Ballers fucking really hate it when you call them out on all their pseudoscience. They really don't like that term.
Did you kill the chat again, White?
No, it wasn't me. It was. Actually, I don't know if anyone killed it, to be honest. I think it was just one of those things where people had other things to do momentarily.
White killed it. He did. It was pretty active till he started talking.
Well, it was active when I got here. And then I left, and what happened?
Joking. He
Oh, it was still talking, lots of talking.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
teasing. We were basically
Nate
listening
struggles.
to Rock here. Then he had to leave.
Nate struggles with the concept of science versus pseudoscience.
Yeah. Do you know any?
Do you want to
any
bring up the
Mason?
definition, Nate?
Huh?
Do you want to bring up the definition if you can, and see if
Not really.
any of the sciences that you rely on fit into the definition of actual science?
I don't really want to get into word games and semantics with you, White. I know that's
Word games and semantics. Hang on.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
want to
what we're
ask
talking
Ben
about at all.
if he knows any Mason.
Ben, so is this word games and semantics, or is pseudoscience versus science a very real topic?
Well, yeah, look, what, you know what? I think personally that astrophysics, right, which is a bit of
separate from that. Don't be particular. Don't be particular. Right. Come on.
Right. When it comes to things that we can't actually physically test, physics wise, I think that leaves 99% doubt to things, right? When it comes to things like astrophysics, which I find it personally the wrong. It should be astro observations, right? Because it is an observation science, observational, and it stops short at one of the parts of the scientific method, in my opinion.
Look at the definition of pseudoscience, just quickly, everyone, or whoever cares to.
Where is
it? And tell me that, well, wherever you want to find, whichever dictionary or fucking site you want to go to. Yeah, and you got pseudoscience and you got science.
I personally don't like getting into these kind of
me neither, Pencil. Me neither.
Whatever you want to call them, these sorts of
word games and definitions and semantical arguments.
Well, no. If you could admit that anything that comes under the term pseudoscience, which has a definition in the fucking dictionary, so you can say it's a word game all you like, but the dictionary has it as a separate word, so it's not a game, right? So if you want to say that pseudoscience is claimed to be science, then you've got to try and justify it. You can't just say pseudosciences are sciences.
I never said pseudoscience are science. I never disagreed that pseudoscience and science are two separate things. I haven't said anything, White. You know, I literally haven't said anything on this topic.
You said it was word games. So you've now just agreed that it's not word games.
You want to get into word games and these semantical arguments. That's all you've been trying to do.
No. Okay, so now you've said something. Again, word games and semantic, that's not what it is. There's two distinct definitions which you've just agreed to.
At me over word games, you know. What's the definition of pseudoscience?
It's not word games.
What's the definition?
You're playing word games. You're saying there's two definitions and then it's semantical.
What's
Two
what,
definitions,
what's the
then it's
definition of
semantical.
this, that, and the
He's
third?
fixing to say you're talking over him when actually he talked through you in the beginning.
I
Crazy.
wasn't done
Can't help
talking,
himself.
though. Okay.
Same script, I bet.
What? Anywho, White, all I'm saying is I don't want to get into, well, what are the definitions of words and things. I just wanted to ask Banso if he
Just
knows
acknowledge
in
it, Ben.
real life.
What did you want to
Acknowledge
ask
what?
me? What the fuck?
Banso, I just want to know, do you know any Masons in real life?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do actually.
Have they ever invited you to join? Sure that.
No, they haven't invited me. No.
Oh. Okay.
No, the Mason that I know lives in Darwin. For number one, doesn't live anywhere near me. But I do know a Mason that is at a very low level, not like at the 32nd or 33rd Reich or whatever they fucking call it. I don't know that sort of level of masonry. Why? Why do you ask about Masons?
Because that's what
Because he's
you were
detracting
talking
from
about
pseudoscience.
Rocky was telling us about Masons and whatnot. That's what we were talking about while you were gone. So I was just asking.
Oh, okay then. Well, I just looked up the definition of pseudoscience, and it says a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. Okay. Now,
Nice.
okay. So now, this is the area that we get into. Like, what is the scientific method? Exactly. And this seems to
It's
be
experimentation, yeah.
well, when you start talking to people like Paul and all these other people, they say there's 73 different definitions of the scientific method now.
They have to say that, Bandy, so
Yeah,
that they can avoid saying that it's all pseudoscience.
Now, I'll like here's a question for you, Nate. Would you say dowsing is a pseudoscience?
Would I say what, Pencil?
Dowsing. Would you say
Dowsing?
that's dowsing? Yeah. Have you ever heard of that before?
I have an idea, to douse something.
That's
water dowsing.
Water dowsing. Water dowsing.
Yeah, douse it with water or some flammable fluid. You mean
No.
that?
Water dowsing is basically when a guy gets a couple of sticks or a couple of metal rods, walks around a paddock, and marks exactly where there is water underground. Do you consider that a pseudoscience?
Oh, water. Okay, I've never. Hang on, let me see. Another type of.
Okay. Yeah. Look into it quickly. I'll give you.
Okay, could you explain it to me? What do they do when they dowsing and what?
He just did. They walk around with rods and they can detect the water table.
How? How does this work?
The rods vibrate and attract to one another. There's different methods.
So where there's water, they'll vibrate?
Where the water table is more prevalent, they'll do something different than when it's not.
Yeah. Do you consider that?
So what's the cause and effect mechanism? But is it accurate, Banso? Does it work?
No. Well, no. I'm going to say you've quickly looked into it. Do you consider that?
I haven't. I just googled water dowsing and I saw a guy holding a weird thing.
Okay, so by the definition of science, can it be tested? Yes, it can. We can get bodies of water. We can put these rods above. We can actually test this. Yes, you can perform the scientific method. Definitely.
Now,
I don't know. I don't know what it is, guys. I just heard about this now, and I'm asking, does it work? Is it accurate?
Well,
what is?
I personally have seen it.
Yeah, but how does it work, Bad? So how does this thing detect where the water table is more prevalent?
Electric vibrations.
Pixies.
Why are you asking questions now? He's trying to explain to you. He's trying. The topic is scientific method. Yeah, but
Yeah,
if
but I
it
have no
does
idea
work,
what water dowsing is, Rocky. How can I
God,
answer Banso's question if I don't even know what it is? Come on, man.
it's
Like, am I not allowed
it's
to
the
ask questions?
the question
the
isn't about how it works.
Yeah,
yeah.
but before I can
Right.
answer Banso's question, I need to understand
You
what
need
it
to
is
know
he's
every
asking
detail
about.
about water
Wait,
dowsing.
hold
That's a
on. Let
joke.
me
I
jump in
do.
just real
I
quick.
do. I'm
Let me
allowed
jump
to
in
ask
just
questions.
right. So let me jump
You're
in
so
just real
weird,
quick. So you're asking
Travis.
about cause and effect. Okay. To
No, I'm
me,
not.
oh
I'm
yes, you
asking
are.
how does it work.
Yeah, yeah. Hold on. You said how does it work?
Yeah.
That's cause and effect. Okay.
Okay.
So to me, you're describing what I think most of us here would say is the scientific method. Here's
Yep.
something that we see. We want to know why and how it happens, right? So the question now I would come back to you and ask is, if there's a claim, but you cannot demonstrate a cause and effect, and yet you present that claim as science, is that true science or pseudoscience if you cannot demonstrate a cause and effect? Because you're asking for a cause and effect, which I think is very telling.
It's ironic, right? He's asking for the very thing that guy, the bandsaw, is trying to ask him about.
So to answer your question, Travis, yes, if I had a claim, but about a cause and effect relationship between something, but I wasn't able to provide evidence for that claim, then yeah, I would be talking science, nonsense, gibberish, pseudoscience. Now, me asking Banso how this
Provide
thing works
evidence?
isn't
No.
because
Provide
hang
evidence
on.
is the wrong
Okay,
terminology.
I'm
I'm going to
not
get
done. Hang
semantical
on.
on you again.
Yeah. I just want to clarify something. I'm not
Yeah.
asking Banso how this
Provide
works
evidence.
because I want to trick him or get him on
Experiment.
a gotcha. It's just
No,
Banso
I
asked,
didn't
is
say that.
dousing water an example of pseudoscience? And there's no way I can answer that question if I don't even know what dousing water is, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but you do
We
now.
explained it.
Yeah.
How are
Yeah.
the conversations
So
with the people that have been here for 15 years that are oppose us on everything go like this every time? Because if Bandsaw would have asked
I
me the
know.
exact same questions, this conversation would be over already. It's amazing,
yeah,
bro.
I
He's
don't know
been here
who's been here for
15,
15
16
years.
years now.
I've been here
He
16
knows
years.
all the tactics.
What?
To just do circle work.
How have I
We
been
know
here
that.
15 years?
Speaking of water dowsing,
25.
did anybody ever watch that? Didn't Russell Crowe do a water divining movie? I think he did.
So
The
anywho,
water diviner.
so okay, so Ben, so maybe you don't want to tell me how it works. It doesn't matter. But okay,
Well, I can
I
tell
have
you.
an idea.
I
I have
don't
an idea.
know how it works, right? I
Another
don't know how it
tactic.
works, right? All I know is that a guy gets a couple of sticks or a couple of metal rods in his hand and he walks around and these things cross. And where they cross, right, underneath that, there is water under the ground somewhere, right?
Okay.
And then you drill for water and then you hit water. Boom. Okay.
All right. Cool.
Now,
What was your next question going to be?
well, no, my question was right at the very start, do you consider water dowsing a pseudoscience?
It's hard for me to answer that question if I don't even know how water dowsing works. But if people do this and they do more often than not find water where they use this instrument, then I would say it seems to work, right? Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how it works, Ben. So like, it's
Okay,
a
so
very
look how
difficult
simple it
question
is,
to
though.
ask in relation
Okay,
to
but
pseudoscience. How would you
right,
answer that?
but look,
Is water
think
dowsing the pseudoscience to you, Ben?
hold on, just real quick. So let's go back a couple hundred years where we don't have electronic mechanisms to detect anything in the air, but we have someone who can divine through these two rods where a water table is. He knows that if he stands there with his hands and he holds his hands out, nothing, can't feel nothing. Then he knows that if he gets these two rods out, he has vibration and he draws them closer and then he moves away. It's almost like a metal detector, right? But it's a water table detector. So the cause and effect is he's got these two sticks. When he has these two sticks and the vibrations happen, he finds water. That's cause and effect. That's how it happens.
Yeah.
Pretty
And
simple.
and it could be considered a science. All right, they're out there doing something. All right, in the physical world.
I would clarify that with you can move it into a laboratory and make sure that what you're detecting is water, because it might have just been coincidence that there was vibration and it was for some other type of ore, and you just happen to drill down and find water, right? So you can actually science more shit out of it by taking it into a lab scenario, proper true cause and effect, right? But you can't do that with fucking things in the sky at all, mate. Agree.
And I don't know if it's true or not, but I actually tested it myself, knowing where a water source was. So I knew exactly where there was a water source, and it seemed to work. All right. Now I'm not.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at, Band, is you can't outrule that it was something else, whereas in a lab you can.
And
You can isolate the water.
I hear exactly what you say. Like if you were to do exactly the same technique, if you were to take it down to the beach, right? And
Yeah.
is it gonna register water as soon as you start to walk into the water? And everywhere you go, 360 degrees around you is going to be water. I don't know. Like I've never done that experiment on it itself. All right.
Yeah.
But you definitely could put water dowsing under the scrutiny of the scientific method.
Of course.
Definitely,
Yeah, it's tangible.
All right. Okay. But what you can't do, Nate, you'd have to agree that you can't put astrophysics under the same sort of scrutiny. You would have to agree with that you can't put astrophysics under the same sort of scrutiny.
I would agree 100% with that. Absolutely 100%.
Yeah. What about you, Nate? Do you agree 100%?
Do I agree with what, Dancer?
I said.
Wow. You gotta be kidding.
Were you
me,
talking
man.
to me?
Are you not here?
I mean, Travis and White are answering. I didn't know you were talking to me.
Yeah, no, I actually did direct the question directly to you, buddy.
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat it?
I said, when it comes to water dowsing, you 100% could put it under the scrutiny of the scientific method, right?
You mean I could perform an experiment on this thing? Yeah.
You can do an experiment. You can have dependent, independent variables. You can manipulate things. You can do all that sort of stuff. You can 100% put it under the scrutiny of the scientific method. Whereas astrophysics, you can't put it under the same scrutiny of the scientific method, can you? You'd have to agree with that statement.
I don't agree with that at all. Astrophysics.
Oh, Lord.
You can perform experiments within the realms of astrophysics. I don't agree with that at all, Ben. So.
What do you mean in the realms of astrophysics? I'm talking just in the realms of the scientific method.
Astrophysics is a
itself.
science, and you can do experiments.
Like what?
Astrophysics. Like lots of stuff. I don't know.
Okay, great.
So
okay, like
okay,
lots
but
of.
can you vary the presumed cause?
Right.
In the experiment.
Hold on. That actually was a fairly simple statement, Nate, to agree with, right? Without opening yourself up to anything, right? You could have said, well, no.
I don't agree with it, Ben.
Well, so okay then. So we have an independent variable, we have a dependent variable, we can manipulate these things, we can do all these sorts of things with astrophysics.
Yeah.
Really?
Really, Pencil.
Okay, so you said you can do experiments. Would you mind just giving us a brief summary of some key points of what constitutes an experiment? What do you need to have an experiment? What can you do? What do you have to do?
Like, what are the components that make up an experiment?
If you wanted to do an experiment, what steps would you?
Are, Travis?
Okay, listen to me very carefully. Hold on. No.
Okay.
This is not. I'm not trying to tell you what I think an experiment is. I'm honestly, this is what fucking frustrates me is when this happens. Like, I'm asking you a question and your answer is, well, you know what it is. That's a fucking sociopath. Okay? That's what a sociopath does. You don't answer the question. You put it back on me. I'm honestly trying to understand so that we can have a conversation. If you were going to do an experiment with astrophysics, give me like 3 or 4, like, what's the first step? What's the second step? Because I don't know how I would do that for astrophysics. I have no clue. So,
you need your hypothesis, then you set up your experimental apparatus, which would have a independent variable, which you manipulate to affect your dependent variable within the
can I stop you real quick?
environment.
Can I stop you? Let's pick something out. I think before you get an hypothesis, there's another step, in my opinion.
Well, if you know, why did you ask me, Travis? This is why I'm saying you know.
Because okay. Hold on now. Hold on. Listen,
why
bro.
ask me? You're gonna stop me and correct me. If you know, just tell me.
I am okay. Fucking A. I am. You started out with step 2.
Okay, what's step 1?
You have to have an observation.
Okay, so you have your observation, then your hypothesis, and then the rest. Yeah.
Listen, it's not that hard, man. I'm not trying to catch you out. I don't want you to be on the defense. I don't want you to be on the defense.
Observation part. What now?
Okay, right. Okay, good. So instead of being general, right, which is fine. I understand that you started out as a general description. Let's pick an observation that we can see. Right? So let's say, for instance, we're mapping the sky. And we notice that when Sirius comes up over the west coast and then ends up over on starts out on the east coast and then starts out on the west coast, I can draw a straight line across the sky to that point, but that's not the path it took. Like, I can draw a straight line from the point on the east to the point on the west, but it took an arc. So I'm tracking the sky. The sky looks like it's moving in an arc. Okay, so that's my observation. Now, what's my hypothesis? I don't know yet. I'm just making this up on the fly, right? But then you mentioned an independent variable. So here's my question. Do you accept my description of the observation? I observe Sirius on the east coast. I observe it on the west coast. I observe it making an arc. That's my observation. Are we good on that point?
Yeah.
Okay. What's my hypothesis? The sky is moving. I think the sky is moving. Okay. What's my independent variable going to be?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but that's where I would say this isn't an experiment. Can't be. I can't manipulate anything but my location, right? That's the only thing I can manipulate. I can go to the East Coast. I can actually go farther east, or I can go farther west, but I'm going to see the same observation, right? I can elevate my position. And so then the landscape is going to drop and it's going to come out at a different place because of what's the word where it adjusts? What's that word? Where you have I'm brain farting. But you understand what I'm saying? So at this point, I don't believe that form of astrophysics, the physics of the sky, stars, the physics of the stars, I don't believe at that point I can do any science on that. All I can do is observe.
Okay.
Would you agree or disagree? How would you turn?
With the premise you gave, I'm not too sure, but I still don't agree that you can't do science on things in the sky.
Okay, great. So how would you manipulate an independent variable? What's your independent variable? Let's make this up. Again, I don't have any answers, so I'm not trying to catch you out, right? How would you independently vary something in your observation of Sirius moving from the east to the west?
With your example of the Cirrus thing, I don't know. It's a weird thing.
It's weird. It's weird watching Sirius come up in the east and go to the west.
I don't know why you would want to subject that to experimentation.
It's
What is
astrophysics.
the hypothesis?
Astro comes from the word aster. Astro comes from the word aster, which means star. There's a star. Physics has to do with the fact that I can see it and it has movement. So what's weird about describing what we see in the sky?
No, not that. What's weird is your little example thing that you've
my
drawn
little
up.
example thing. I don't know what that is. I did not use the word little.
Let's go through it again, right? So you see
Yeah.
a star
Pick any
on
phenomenon.
the eastern side in the sky, and then tomorrow you see it on the western side, and now the question is, how did it get there, right?
No. I didn't say tomorrow. It's through the night. Right?
Pick your own phenomenon.
Through the night, you see it move across the sky. And
Right.
now the question is, how did it get to the other side?
Right.
And then the hypothesis is, it's the sky that's moving.
Yeah, the sky's moving.
Okay. And now you want to do an experiment to detect the movement of the sky.
No, I don't, because I don't believe I can. You're
Okay.
making a claim that astrophysics can be scienced.
Yeah, but that is a weird thing to try and test. The
Well, okay, let me stop you.
Pick one that you think's not weird.
Well, no. I would like you actually not to use the word weird, because I'm going to say, what's weird about it? Why is it weird that I'm describing actually what we see? So is my description weird?
I think that phrase that I want to test the movement of the sky is weird. My hypothesis would rather be that star has moved, and now I want to test whether or not that star or that light in the sky is moving. But to want to do a hypothesis to test the movement of the sky, it's just weird wording, because I'm not sure what it is you want to test.
So go. Okay, that's fine. I'm
the
good.
whole entire sky, or just that
Okay,
single star?
Okay, I'm good. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Okay. So you described how you would go about testing it. So go ahead. Carry on from there.
Whether or not that star is moving.
Right.
How would I test whether or not that star is moving?
Okay.
All right. So let me think. I want to determine whether or not that star is moving relative to me.
Okay.
Or what? Moving relative to what? The backdrop of the other stars? No,
because look, I can't go back. I can't go back and do a word for word about, because I asked you what was weird about it, and when you started to answer, you began to describe from your perspective what seemed to me how you would test this, and you said it very well. So then I was just I just told you I can't remember how you said it verbally, okay?
All right, but Travis, I did not say how I would test it. I haven't answered that part of the question yet. We haven't even got there.
Oh my God. So
all I said is your hypothesis is worded weirdly. To say, I wanted, how do I test the movement of the sky? It's just we should say, that star is moving. How do we determine the movement of that star? That's all I was questioning. Now I got to think about what I'm going to do, right?
Yeah, sure. And like White said, pick a different thing in the sky. If you want to pick something else that you think is not weird, then you pick it and walk us through your scientific method for that.
Well, I'd choose, like, we see a star and it's got a blue color to it, right? And, obviously there's blue shift, red shift bullshit, okay? And so, yes, we see that effect on Earth. But how do you think science is done with that star, Nate, to show that blue shift and red shift are actually an object moving further and closer away? Is that science or not?
To look at the Doppler effect of light? Yeah, that's science. Why isn't that science?
No. To look up at a star and see a star blue and go, that's because of Doppler effect.
I don't think that no, that's not what they do. They don't look at it and say the star is blue, so it's Doppler effect. It's the wavelength.
What's red and blue shift?
Red and blue shift. We just use those words to say that it's moving towards the blue
Right.
shift of the color
So
spectrum.
how is the
It's within
science
that
done to
wavelength.
verify that?
You
in
look at
space?
you look at the frequency of the wavelength of the
So
light.
it was never done. Okay. So
It
it's not
was done.
science.
It is science. I'm
How?
telling you how it's
How
done.
did you
You look at the
vary?
wavelength
How did you
of the
vary the
light.
presumed cause? How did you vary the presumed cause, which is the star moving either away or towards you? How did you vary that?
You don't vary that. We can't.
You need
make
to
stars
vary that. Isn't that the presumed cause of the red or the blue? Shit.
So you don't have an
Yeah,
independent
that
variable.
is the cause of it.
So you okay? Hold
Right.
on. You
So you can't do science. Thank you.
Can't do
yeah. You
science on what now?
okay?
Yes,
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it again. You described needing an independent variable that you can manipulate, and you just said that you can't do that in this. There was no independent variable. So how is
In
that
this
science?
specific thing, looking at the Doppler shift of light, yeah, that's not an experiment. That's an observation.
Pseudoscience. Fantastic.
What observations are part of science? If you observe something,
No, they're
it's part
part
of
of science, but saying that the blue in the star is because it's moving towards or away from you, that's pseudoscience.
Why is that
Can I just
pseudoscience?
address that quickly? Can I address that quickly?
Why?
That's actually a
Well, not
fallacy of
specifically,
composition.
but the claim that it's extrapolated to be the exact cause has been pseudoscience has been utilized to make that claim. Definitely.
Yeah, can I just address that specifically, the observation thing?
Yeah, but your mic
being
is really
a part
bad.
of
But
science.
yeah,
Yeah, crypto, your mic, man.
Oh, sorry. Alright. Let me just leave and come back 1 second.
He's in the toilet, I'm pretty sure.
Or he's driving, maybe, huh?
Oh, yeah, or a cabin, yeah, a car, a vehicle. Yeah.
That any
I'll give you that one, mate.
Not really crypto, but anyway, go. We can still hear you, mate. We can still hear you.
Alright, fine. I do need to get a new. I need to get a new fucking phone. This phone's ancient, older than the dinosaurs. Anyway, so yeah, science is composition. Just because observation is part of science doesn't mean it is science. And this is very obvious when you point out, say, a car and a tire. So, like, you could say that a tire is part of a car, but you would never look at a tire and say that is a car. Obviously. So this is the same with observation. Yes, you do need to do observation to do science, but observation isn't itself science. It's part of science. So don't confuse the two.
Very true. And Nate knows this. He dances around it as part of his paid employment.
Oh, Nate.
Yeah, guys, listen. The only claim I'm making is that I don't agree with you guys when you say astrophysics isn't science. That's all. I haven't said anything.
okay,
Oh,
right.
oh,
But you
what else,
haven't given
guys?
us right. But
I'll
you
try to
haven't
make it
given it. Right, but you haven't given us any semblance of science with astrophysics. Can you give us, right? Because the redshift blue shift we just discovered is only observational. Okay, so let's leave that away. So what would you like to choose right now that's astrophysicsy, that is a scientific methody example?
Because I asked you a very specific question, Nate. Very specific.
He knows, Bandy.
What was your
I know.
question? What was your specific question?
Wow. I love how you do this.
I mean, this
water
He
tower.
earns his money.
This is what I was talking about the other day. At this point, I would kick his ass out of this group. He's got
No, I mean,
he's got
Travis,
nothing.
I want to
No.
answer your question, but Bansal
Yeah.
went and
No.
made a comment, you know?
No.
No.
Nate's not getting kicked out, so anyway.
I know he's not.
No,
I'm saying
we
this is what I'm
enjoy our
talking
What am I
insanity.
doing wrong? Like, why are you angry at me, Travis? What did I do, man?
You are being severely obtuse.
Suspicious.
Yes.
Like every hold on. I'm explaining. Everyone here besides you, everyone who just guffawed, right? Those little belly laughs you heard were because your behavior was so obtuse. Everyone else knows what's going on. If Bandy asked anyone else, we would be able to catch up and keep up with the conversation right now. We wouldn't say, "What was the question? What were you saying? I wasn't paying attention."
Yeah, listen. I mean, I am busy working as I'm talking to you guys, so I'm trying my best. But Travis, it would
Yeah.
help if I was able to speak to one of you at a time. If I'm
Right.
about to answer your question and Banso makes a comment, or White asks me a question
Yeah, that didn't
halfway,
happen.
or
That didn't
or
happen,
it
gaslighter.
did happen. I was about to answer your question, and Banso made his comment about a question that he asked me. There was that other time where I was answering your question on the scientific experiment, and you interrupted me. So it does get difficult to pay attention to three
I'm
people
saying
talking to
right.
me
Yeah,
at
I'm
the same
saying.
time.
Yeah, I'm
So
saying right now.
now,
I'm saying
right
right
now,
now.
I'm gonna try and answer the
No,
question.
hold on. No, I'm going to call your bullshit out. I'm going to call your bullshit out right now because that wasn't happening right now. When Bandy just addressed you, no one was over talking. So again, like a good sociopath, you bring up something that happened 10 minutes ago to apply to right now when what happened 10 minutes ago isn't happening right now. It's got nothing to do with
But what
it.
happened right now is I was about to answer your question, and then Bansal made a comment, right, about some question he asked me earlier. So I mean, should I ignore Bansal's comment? You see what I'm saying? But I'll ignore his comment and I'll address what it is you and I are discussing. So you want me to give you an example of something I would try in science with regards to astrophysics? Dark matter, let's say. All right.
Okay, what is dark matter?
So we have our observation, right, where we see that the rotational velocity of galaxies, especially towards their outer edges, isn't in line with what we predicted. This is our observation, and we don't know why they rotate faster than what we predict they should rotate at, right? So we have this observation.
Okay,
And
hold on, just real quick. Just a point
you
of
see, this is what
clarification.
I'm talking about, Travis.
I have a
You're gonna
point of
interrupt me?
clarification.
Someone else is going to interrupt me?
Okay,
You know?
listen. I have a point of clarification on what you just said right now, okay? So, how are you obtaining these observations? Where's the source? Where is the source that is producing these images? How do you get these images? Can I get them? Like with my camera, can I
When
see
I'm
these
done
galaxies
busy,
rotating?
when I'm done busy with the work I'm busy with now, I will provide you with them. I will. I'll give you the sources, Travis. I promise you. But
No,
I can't talk about what I'm doing right now.
you're misunderstanding me. No, you're misunderstanding me.
Oh,
I'm not asking you to link something that I can go look up. I'm saying how you can just say it with your mouth. You're describing a rotation of a galaxy. How did you see that?
through satellites, through instruments.
Okay, so you've got satellites that are out in space.
Looking at other galaxies, yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna dispute the science of outer space right now. So I just wanted to understand what your source for seeing these swirly galaxies. Okay. I apologize. Carry on.
No, it's cool, man. It's cool. So where was I? Yeah, so we observe these galaxies rotating super fast. It's faster than what we predicted, and we don't know why this is happening, right? So now we come up with a hypothesis. It's caused by dark matter, and dark matter consists of what we call WIMPs.
Wait. How did you get this substance called dark matter? Did you just invent it? Like you're saying, look, we're seeing these galaxies swirl faster than we thought. Dark matter. Like that, how did you just invent that up? Or so dark matter has to be something that you've already seen, right? So you've got a swirling galaxy, and then you have another thing out here in a box called dark matter because you've already observed dark matter, right? So you've got dark matter on the shelf in a box that you're waiting to say, okay, when can we match this dark matter thing up with something else? Because we don't understand dark matter. So how did you jump from seeing a galaxy swirl to dark matter? Like, how did you make that correlation?
Dark matter isn't something we already have in a box in the closet waiting to be matched up.
Great,
Dark
right. So
matter.
did you just make
Okay,
it up?
Travis, you gotta let me talk, man. Dark matter is the hypothesis. It is the thing we feel explains why these galaxies are rotating fast. We haven't detected it. We don't know if it's real. It might not be real. It's a hypothesis. We see galaxies rotating faster than what we expected. Why is this happening? We don't know. So my hypothesis is there's dark matter there. All right.
Okay,
And my
so
hypothesis is dark matter is made of what we call WIMPs, which are weakly interacting massive particles. Dark matter WIMPs, it's the same thing, but that is my hypothesis. All right.
so you could have simply called dark matter who's what's it. Very simply.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Exactly. I could have called dark matter unicorn farts. You know, it's just my hypothesis. I don't even know if it's real. We could be wrong.
Right. Okay, so I mean, I appreciate where you've gone so far, but
that's science, right? You hypothesize that this might be what's causing my observation.
okay,
I don't
so
know if it's right, but I'm
Okay.
giving a name to my hypothesis. I'm just calling it dark matter. But
okay, I get that. Yeah, I
Okay.
get that. I get that. So let's do a contrast right now. Let's bring it back down to terrestrial physics, terra physics, right? So we're going to do something on the Earth that is an observation with an hypothesis and contrast it with astrophysics observation hypothesis. Okay, so here we go.
Could I come up with the example? Or do you want-
Sure. Go. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I see something burning. I don't know what causes it to burn, but I'm gonna hypothesize that the reason it's burning is because it's full of phlogiston, right? That's what I'm
Wait.
hypothesizing.
Okay, hold on.
What makes things burn is a substance called phlogiston.
Okay, hold on. In my opinion, you're being too general. I see something. What, a fucking truck?
I
A
see
building?
a tree burn. I see a tree
Okay.
burning.
Okay,
I don't know
great.
what causes this tree to burn, you know, or anything burning. I don't know what causes things to burn, but I'm going to assume what causes things to burn is a substance called phlogiston.
Great.
That's
Where did you come across this substance called phlogiston?
I've never come across it, Travis, but that's why it's a hypothesis. It's a
Okay,
hypothesis.
so right. So in my opinion, right now at this moment, you're doing the same thing as you did with the astrophysics. You're making something up ad hoc that doesn't have anything.
And he's getting his own name wrong.
It's a hypothesis.
Classic. It's phlogiston. Not
Phlogiston.
phlogiston.
What did I say? Did I say it wrong? My bad.
Yeah.
Phlogiston.
Yeah.
So I'm hypothesizing that there could be this thing that we don't know about yet, and I think this is what's causing it. Different people will come up with different guesses, different ideas, different hypotheses, psi or whatever. But you know, it's a hypothesis, Travis.
Okay. Again, I'm going to say this again. All you did was present the same ambiguous hypothesis because you don't have anything that you know of as the cause. What I wanted to do with bringing science back down to good old terra firma was to actually have an example where we have actual cause and effect. Like when I make my hypothesis, it's going to be with something that I actually know exists. I'm just not sure if it's the cause. I'm not going to make some bullshit up.
But that's not a rule, though. That's not a rule when it comes to hypothesis. You know, there's no rule that says when you make it a hypothesis, your hypothesis has to include things that we've already confirmed exist.
Okay.
That's not a rule in science. You can't just decide that my hypothesis has to contain things we know exist already.
Okay, hold on.
I could say you guys can't make hypotheses that include the ether, because we don't know that the ether really exists, but people do have scientific experiments where the hypothesis included the ether. You know,
hold on.
Why does light work the way it does? I hypothesize it's because light is propagated by a medium called the ether. So now
Okay.
my test is to see, does the ether exist? It's the same thing, Travis.
Okay, hold on. A couple of points. I'm going to try to work backwards. First of all, the ether is given a name for the observation. There is something that is being observed, and they're calling it ether. You don't have an observation of the phlogiston.
I do. I see something burning. Why is it burning? Phlogiston.
No.
I'm seeing phlogiston within it, causing it to burn.
No. You see okay. You see a tree and you see fire.
Yeah.
And okay, all right. And if there's particular oils in that tree, you're going to see black smoke. Right? So anyway, here's my point going back. I
don't know. I don't know. Okay,
wait, let me I have two criticisms based on what you said earlier. Let me try to get this out.
No problem.
So again, I've said this before. I think it's pretty clever. When the last scientist died, hypotheses could start to be made without any observable concrete cause. That is, I can make up whatever shit I want as an hypothesis without any basis in reality. When the last scientist died, they snuck that rule in. So just because, in your opinion, that an hypothesis can include unicorn farts when you've never seen one and you don't even know if they exist, but you can make it up as a cause, I don't accept that as a scientifically valid hypothesis.
But that's the thing. There's no, this word, the scientifically valid hypothesis, and what you want to accept and what you don't want to accept. That's your feelings about it, Travis. That isn't how it's done in the real world, right? So I could hypothesize that it's unicorn farts, and then when I subject my hypothesis to experiment, I get a null result, which tells me it's not unicorn farts. I was wrong with my hypothesis. I need to come up with
That's
a new
impossible.
One.
That's
now,
impossible.
with the example we're talking about, something burning.
That's impossible.
You brought up something very interesting, right? And you got to stop interrupting.
How did you manipulate the unicorn
You brought up
farts?
something very interesting. You said that if there's oil, I would know it's. I would see black smoke and whatnot. But this is the thing. We don't know that oil has anything to do with fires. Remember, we are...
How did you manipulate the unicorn farts?
Nothing. All we saw was something burning, and we're taking a
God.
wild guess
Fucking
saying
A.
it's phlogiston.
Okay,
we don't know
listen.
about oil and fuels and
Fucking
combustion.
A.
We don't know any of that.
Okay, listen. White's brought it up. Well, no, I'm sorry. White's brought it up, right? Because it was my question. You seemed to be able to eliminate unicorn farts, but that would presuppose that you know what they are in order to eliminate them. How do you know you didn't eliminate something else and you still have unicorn farts?
What do you mean?
If you don't know what I mean,
when did I say I've eliminated unicorn farts? What?
You just said that. You just described it. You said you performed a test, you eliminated unicorn farts, but that would.
Those words never left my mouth. I have not performed any tests. We haven't even got there, Travis. Because every time I just give you the hypothesis,
the whole time.
You give me pushback. I haven't even given you my independent variable, or what the test.
That's why it's a presupposition. That's why it's not a hypothesis. Because guess what? What we heard, even though you were talking on at the very end, but your point, I mean, you were kind of being a little repetitive at that point, which is why people started jumping in. But you had given us a conclusion already, and no test was done. That's why your statement was presuppositional, because an actual hypothesis is a supposition to be tested. What you're doing when you're telling Travis no is that it's invalid to say, this causes this. Here's the thing I observed, and I'm trying to recreate that effect. I believe this is the cause, and I'm gonna utilize that thought, that belief, that supposition to try and recreate the effect. If I don't recreate the effect, that's the no hypothesis being validated. Like, it's only two possibilities based on how you approach it epistemologically. So Travis's epistemological approach is appropriate. Now, you've tried to lay out your epistemological approach because you
What is my
disagreed with
approach,
them. However,
Elijah? What is the approach I laid out? Tell me.
so your independent variable is what?
Exactly. I didn't even give you what my independent variable was. I didn't
So
even
it would
get
be
to my
so it
approach.
would be what, or
I
you
didn't
wouldn't have
even
one.
get there because I keep on getting
All right, so don't
pushback on
cry.
my
Don't cry about
hypothesis.
it. Don't cry about it,
Oh
Travis.
my God.
Do you
About it.
agree
I'm
we're gonna
just
get
Is this
them?
saying
live
that,
right
Don't
now?
that
cry. Don't
Elijah,
cry
you
about
can't
it.
sit here
Don't
saying
cry about
my
I'll be
it.
back.
approach
Everyone
is
heard
incorrect
what I
when
said.
I haven't
Everyone heard
given
what
you my
Travis said
approach.
because everyone heard what I said and what
Yeah,
Travis said
but
because I
now you
basically
just over
repeated
talking.
Travis. So in order to make this a fruitful conversation, all you got to do is repeat what you said. Just go ahead and do that,
I'll repeat what I
and
said.
we'll give
I
you a
don't.
minute.
So I'll repeat what I said if you want me to, even though I don't feel there's a need to, because at the
Yeah,
end
I
of the
do.
day,
I do. I do. Don't
in what
cry.
I
Just repeat it
please
so we can
please
talk.
listen to me. Please
I
listen
won't
to me.
give.
Just repeat
Yeah,
it so we
please
can
Well,
listen.
talk,
then
bro.
stop
Elijah,
Stop
talking,
listen
and
crying.
to
he
me.
will repeat it.
Please, Elijah,
He's not
listen.
repeating it. He just keeps
He
crying about what
will.
happened.
Well, stop interrupting, and he will repeat it. All right, now go, Nate.
Yeah. So remember now, I'll try and repeat the parts I remember as to what I said, but I never gave my approach. I never gave an independent variable, dependent
I'm
variable,
asking you to give your
or what
approach.
my experience.
I'm asking
We'll
you to
get
give your
there, but the
approach.
problem is I can't get there because Travis and I don't agree on my hypothesis.
No,
I
no, no,
want
no,
to
no, no, no,
explain.
no. He has an epistemological approach that's sound that you said no to. What's yours?
I didn't say no to his approach. I said no
Yes,
to
you
his
did.
idea. What I said
So
no
now
to,
we go to he's crying about me, but he's gonna get to it. Now when I ask him, okay, finally, we're gonna get to your epistemological approach, he has none. Or he says he has some, but he's not even gonna get into it. What type of bullshit is that?
So I'm just clarifying what's going on because you are muddying the waters. What Travis explained was what he felt a scientific hypothesis should be. Travis never gave an approach. He never gave us how he would perform his experiment. Neither Travis nor
That's not
me gave our approaches to an
no,
experiment and what our
no,
dependent
no,
and
no, no,
independent
no. It's not
variable would be.
it,
Please don't interrupt me. Please stop. Elijah,
what you
you just
this
straight
is a
being disrespectful, bro.
mischaracterization of how the
Very
conversation is
disrespectful.
going.
How? Please let me finish, Elijah. All right.
This
So that's
isn't even
exactly.
how the conversation just went, which is
I don't know.
recorded.
Then talk to
Okay.
yourself. You know, if you're not trying to have a conversation with me, Elijah. So
No,
that's
I'm
where
not trying to
Travis
have
and I.
somebody mischaracterize things that have been said. That's what you guys don't understand is highly annoying.
Let
But
him
Elijah,
finish
everyone
what he
was
was
here.
going to
We all
say.
heard what
Please.
happened, and
All
Travis
right.
was explaining what he felt a scientific hypothesis was, and that's what Travis and I were going back and forth on. Hypothesis. We never got to approaches. We never got to experiments or dependent and independent variables. If you heard people talking about their approaches and how they would do experiments, then I don't know what you
Nate,
are.
you
Well,
come to
that's
a
not what I. That's not
conclusion.
what I said. That's not what I said. Those. This is the problem. I'm supposed to sit here and listen to you mount a defense to some shit that I didn't even say.
You keep
What
saying
the fuck?
approach.
Why are you
What do you
attributing?
mean by
Why are you
approach?
attributing epistemology to the approach of the? Listen, bro. Epistemology is how you approach knowledge and understanding. So I'm trying to
What are
get
you
how you
asking
would
me?
So I'm trying to get how you would understand and approach a hypothesis and what comes after that. So when Travis gave his hypothesis, it's a sound approach because it gives you only two options based on how the language is set up. That's epistemology. So what's yours?
Okay, no, that I agree with. You know, you got to word your hypothesis in such a way that you either get your result or you get null. It's correct or it's not. Yeah, I agree with that. The issue I don't agree with Travis on is with Travis telling me that within my hypothesis, it can only include things we already know about. I can't, within my hypothesis, come up with something we don't know about yet. You know, that's why I gave the pushback that then you can't ever make a hypothesis that includes the ether because we don't know the ether to be real. It's just an idea. So my example I gave was you have a tree burning and it's burning due to phlogiston, right? Now Travis is saying he doesn't like that because we don't know what phlogiston is. We don't know that it's real, and to him, that's not a proper hypothesis. That's the issue, Elijah. And I don't know if Travis is still here.
No.
Well, first of all, if you're gonna
Yeah.
argue, if you're gonna argue ether at all, it has to be presuppositional.
It what?
It has to be presuppositional.
I can't hear you, bro. You're speaking very softly.
He said
You're not gonna use the scientific method or hypothesis to approach what the ether is. That's not even the right tool.
Report to determine what the ether is. Why not?
No,
You can
because
you
to
can try
determine
to
what
find
the ether is, you would have to do the thing I'm telling you is not possible.
which is
That's why I just
what is
told
the
you.
thing that's not possible? Could you say it again?
I
I'm sorry.
just told the scientific method. And you're saying,
Huh?
well, why not? Well, again, if you
What
thought
about
correctly, you would know that it was
Michelson-Morley?
impossible, which is why I said it's presuppositional, because the conclusion is already there. Now, this is okay for some things, just not material things. Especially when we're talking about studying the natural world, there's only one tool for that. Well, as far as how we define material and setting up an experiment, yada yada yada, cause and effect relationships.
So, like Michelson-Morley, that's not a real experiment, or
No, it's not.
why?
Well, everything that I've said already should inform you what the answer
Okay,
is to that.
Bansal.
Which means you're not listening.
No, it means I don't understand what it is you're saying. So maybe Bansal
No,
understands. Bansal, taking into account what Elijah said, could you explain to me why Michelson-Morley, from Elijah's perspective, is not an experiment?
Well,
how do you vary the rotation of the Earth?
Well,
Sorry,
you would
Ben,
need
my bad.
you would need a hypothesis first, which is the whole point of the conversation, right?
Yeah, they hypothesized the existence of the ether.
Okay, what's the independent variable?
The independent variable was the frame of reference in which they would.
It would have to
apply
be the ether, buddy.
The beam of light.
It would have to be the ether, buddy.
No, the hypothesis is that.
So ether is light then.
No.
So ether is light then. So then why are we studying?
So with the Michelson-Morley experiment, they wanted to detect the ether, and the hypothesis.
So you're asking me why it's not an experiment, but you're ready to tell me a lot of things.
I wasn't asking you. I asked Bansal. Bansal and White gave me the answers. Because you didn't want to answer it, Elisha. You didn't.
I didn't hear. I did answer just now. Because there's no natural. You're not studying the thing that you claim is the cause.
In all fairness, you are answering over the top of his reply to both me and White as well. So you got to at least let him finish his train of thought.
But isn't
and then come in.
It's annoying because yes, I did come in the middle, but I'm beginning to correct me if I'm wrong because I could be wrong. I'm assuming that he wants to say that Michelson-Morley is an experiment, and Travis took issue with that, or is it the other way around?
No,
I just brought up Michelson-Morley now.
I'm sorry, I was asking the other guy.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
no. Michelson-Morley wasn't even mentioned. It was just only with Travis or me or anyone. Nate just said so. Michelson-Morley wasn't an experiment then. So he was.
So why isn't it weird that he asked me? So then, why is Michelson-Morley experiment? He said, "Is it an experiment?" I said, "No." He said, "Why not?" As if he believes it is. But why would you even ask me about what isn't an experiment when you're trying to figure out why I'm telling you that Travis' outlook on what a hypothesis is correct and yours is incorrect? And then you give an example. Travis didn't give it. You gave an example of what you asked me, was it an experiment? And I said, no. Why? Because it doesn't have a valid hypothesis. Why? Because it doesn't have a if this then that statement.
Well, this has come a long way from the actual original question.
Yeah, like you
than
you
what
you
I
miss so
than what
much,
I
Elijah.
proposed.
Yeah, like you don't even
Right,
understand what the fuck.
pseudoscience versus science. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
But basically, with Michelson-Morley, the hypothesis is if the ether is the medium through which light propagates, there should be a preferred frame of reference in which light propagates. That's the hypothesis. And when they did the experiment, they did not find that. They did not find a preferred frame of reference through which light moves. They saw that it doesn't matter what direction you shoot light, it travels at the same speed, so no ether is detected, null result.
Well, why are you focused on what they did when the epistemological approach to it is incorrect? First of all, in order to tell me what they did, what you had to do was say the same thing twice, which is circular reasoning.
What did I say twice?
You literally said, well, in order to know that it's propagated through ether, some reference, blah 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 blah, they would have to see, and then you repeated the same exact thing.
What? Do you know what I said, Elijah?
Well, I know that I heard you say the same thing, and we can go back and play the tape instead of arguing and laughing.
Maybe I did say
Either
the
you
same
did what I
thing.
did, either
I
you
don't know.
did what I said, or you didn't do what I said. Because if you
No,
did
listen.
do what I said, it's highlighting exactly what I'm saying is the problem.
But what I'm saying is maybe I did say the same thing twice, but I don't understand how me saying the same thing twice leads to my hypothesis not like that. That's how I'm curious as to whether or not you understood what I was saying.
Okay.
What was the hypothesis?
If I see the Earth rotating, then the Earth is rotating.
That's not what I said. No.
Well, that's basic, fam. Again, I don't want to argue with you because we just went through this point that you said that's not what I said. But to when you said before, that's not what I said. I said let's play the tape because I'm not about to play games with you.
Cool. You can play the tape, whatever. So I will
Okay, so
what
I've already done that. I went back and I found the clip where Phlogistus said that he eliminated the unicorn parts, and then he said he didn't. Okay, so I just put it in the main chat. Band so allowed for everybody. Everybody can listen to it themselves. You absolutely eliminated. I just put it in the main chat.
Which one?
So Travis, you're basically saying before he literally did exactly what I'm saying he did just now, only earlier in the conversation with Logis.
Yeah, exactly. This is why these people don't belong in these conversations, because they're absolute gaslighting sociopaths.
I find it hard to disagree.
And then we chase our tails trying to prove to them that they said what they said, and it just wastes time.
Yeah, that's not particularly fun because as two human beings who were born here trying to figure things out, we should be both doing the same thing. You're hindering us from sharing back and forth information by being how you're being. And not just in general, when any person does this, I don't see the point of a human doing this when you're trying to just relay a bit of, it's like a virus. That's what a virus to a computer is. It stops the proper function of what the computer's supposed to be doing. What are y'all doing out here, man?
Yeah, I listened to it, Travis. What's wrong?
You eliminated unicorn farts, right? And then when we called you out on it, you said, I didn't say I eliminated it.
Okay.
Fucking A, man.
Yeah. Listen, when you said eliminated, I thought you meant that it was a controlled variable that I had factored for. I
It
didn't
has
know
to
you
be.
meant Yeah, but listen. So in the
No,
recording
kick this
that
guy
I
out of
said,
here, man.
yeah,
Whatever.
Travis, in the recording you just played now, what I said was once I do my experiment and I see that the the cause and effect is not unicorn farts, then I know that my hypothesis is wrong. But when you
Right.
said eliminated, what I thought you were saying, because I didn't use the word eliminated. I just said my hypothesis is wrong. When you was the word eliminated, I thought you meant that in performing my experiment, they are control variables that you account
That's
for.
how
And
you eliminate stuff. You are double speaking right now and trying to gaslight us as if we're the ones who are wrong. Okay? It's very simple. The only way you can find out you were wrong is if you eliminated one of your causes. It's not very hard. And now you're
okay,
spinning it around so that it's my fault that you didn't understand something that you are actually spitting
I'm
back
not
to
spinning
me.
it around.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
are.
saying it's your fault. I'm
Yes,
admitting I
you are.
misunderstood you, Travis. I'm literally telling you that I misunderstood you. How is that your fault? Number one. Number two, when you said eliminated, I misunderstood that to mean a controlled variable. For example, if
Oh
I
my
were to do
God,
an,
you're
an
saying it
experiment,
again.
let me finish. Let me finish. So let me explain to you what I thought you meant. Okay. If I
No.
was doing an example where I wanted to see whether heat, fire makes water boil, I would make sure that I factored for pressure differentials, right?
This is where the
Because
courtroom would be helpful.
you gotta let me finish, Travis. Because if you change the atmospheric,
Objection.
yeah,
All right.
let me finish, and then you can go ahead. If you change the, your atmospheric pressure setting, it's going to affect whether or not heat makes the water boil. So I thought when you say eliminate, you meant I factor in for that. I make sure that the pressure is kept stable. I've eliminated changes in pressure. I thought that's what you meant. Clearly, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not what.
Again. Okay. Again. When you describe how you determine that you're wrong, the way that you described it a couple of minutes ago is exactly the way. Oh, the independent variable control, right? Again, in order for you to eliminate a cause that you've hypothesized, you have to have something that you can set aside. But you don't have a unicorn fart. It's an idea. It's an idea. You can't eliminate an idea in a concrete world. It'll still exist out there, right? So again, when you described your process and you said, I discovered that my hypothesis was wrong, that's when I jumped in because I was going to say, like, how did you do that? How did you come across a unicorn fart and go, oh, this is what a unicorn fart is, and it's not the cause, I'm setting it aside? Because you don't know what a unicorn fart is, and you're performing an experiment, and you have an hypothesis, and you conclude that your hypothesis was wrong. How do you know the thing that you discovered that was the cause wasn't a unicorn fart when you didn't know what a unicorn fart was to begin with? It's very simple. I'm not a smart man. This is very simple. If you don't understand what I just said, either you don't belong in this voice channel or you are a gaslighting, sociopathic troll.
Oh, I just couldn't understand you. Like, isn't that a third option? Or I have to be these
Yeah,
other
you
two?
don't belong here. You don't
I don't
belong in this
belong here if
conversation.
if I don't understand you. That's crazy, Travis. Like, you're just being weird now, man. But anywho, I get what it is you are saying now, and yes, definitely. If I have a concept, for example, like the ether, right? And we don't detect the ether, it doesn't mean that the ether doesn't exist. Because I kind of agree with what you're saying. The ether wasn't something concrete that I could put in a bucket anyway. It was an abstract idea. So to try and test for these abstract ideas, even if I don't get the result I want, it doesn't mean that abstract idea isn't a thing. And
Okay,
I'll give
again,
you that. I'm not done. You just went on and you said a few weird things. I didn't interrupt you, so I'm not done. So I'll give you that. But it still
fucking man.
shows that my hypothesis was wrong. Because my hypothesis will have two results. I either detect this abstract idea, which is ether, unicorn thoughts, or phlogiston, or if I don't detect it,
I didn't even
then
say his own name.
I have a null result. Yeah, I don't know why I struggle saying it, man. But if I don't detect it, I have a null result. But that just means my hypothesis is wrong. It doesn't mean this thing I
my
tried
God.
to detect doesn't exist.
Okay, great. Now, we are hell and away from my initial question, and that was to have a physical observation for which we don't know a cause on the Earth. Okay, now you originally chose something burning. Okay,
Yeah.
something burning.
Yeah.
Okay, now we have an object, a tree, and we have fire. Now,
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that I've experienced a tree before, and I'm going to assume I experienced fire before. So I at least have two variables that I've had a previous experience. I know that I am not, like, I'm going to go put my hand in water. No problem. Put my hand in water, keep it under there. It's delicious, beautiful, it's refreshing. That's not what fire is. Fire does not bring me, a cooling, soothing peace as I put my hand into it, right? So I know those things. Now, I don't know what started the fire, but I do know that it's burning, right? I've never seen fire just in the air, just existing like the burning bush or whatever. Like, so you have to have certain components. So are we questioning how the fire started, or are we questioning, well, like what? Are you going to break it down to a chemical component, like that it needs oxygen, or what? So go back now to that concrete physical example of something burning, right?
Yeah, which is the example I brought up. That was my example. Don't take credit for it, Travis. So
I
brought up
I did.
the example of something burning, and we are now questioning how does it burn? Why is it burning? What's making it burn? And my hypothesis is it's burning due to phlogiston. That's my hypothesis. Now we need to test that hypothesis. If we test the hypothesis and we find out it's not phlogiston making it burn,
we know the process.
then we have a null result.
Right, we know this. How are you going to?
God, no.
How are you going to test phlogiston? Show me how you arrive or eliminate phlogiston. Go.
Do the science.
So, let's see now. In determining whether or not it's phlogiston, we'd have to make some statements about phlogiston. Give it properties that we could try to detect, right?
Oh my God.
We could try, say, phlogiston. Can you please stop doing that?
Well, I'm saying no because you prefaced
can't
it
just
with
say no while I'm talking, you fucking idiot.
because the answer
Wait
is
till I'm
no.
done, all right? Otherwise, it can go both ways. I can just start saying no and interrupting every time you guys talk. All right?
Well,
please.
I'm
You guys
saying
are so
no for a reason.
I'm literally the only
Because
person
you said
here
in order to do
talking to you guys,
something,
and
and
you
we're
guys wanna
going back
keep
to
interrupting me already.
we're going
Like,
to
just wait your
epistemology
turn.
again
Why
because
can't
he
you wait
said
your turn?
in
Is
order
this how you
to
always
do
people in real
something,
life?
we
You
have
keep
to
interrupting
do
them
this.
every time they talk?
And I'm saying
Come
no.
on, man.
And he's continuing with it.
No,
Jesus.
let him finish.
No,
Otherwise,
like I don't even want to finish Banzo.
yeah, I was going to say.
Elijah knows
I was
everything
going to
that's
say,
right.
if you
Everything I
want
say, it's just a no to it.
Well,
Let him
we're
carry on.
arguing about the approach, and it was wrong. It
Tired
was
of
wrong
doing
off the jump.
Well, instead of just going no, 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 no.
No, when I say
listen,
no.
hold on. Now you're interrupting me. Right?
I am interrupting you because that's not what I'm doing.
Yes, you did, because I just heard you go no.
No, I know that's what it sounds like, but I'm saying
right?
no because I want him to
no.
acknowledge why I'm saying no.
No. What I'd much rather prefer is for him, right, to say what he says, and then you, in a very calculated way, say, well, no, this is incorrect for this, that, and the other reason. So then the greater listening audience, right, gets a chance to dissect this in a very clear way. We may have been in this game for a very, very, very long time, right? But the goal of this channel is to go out to the greater listening audience and the new members that can dissect this, right? That is our responsibility.
Can I respond to what you just said?
You can now, yes.
Obviously, that's not unreasonable. obviously it probably seems like I'm getting in the way of that very fair approach. Here's the thing. The audience has to also realize, the audience, first of all, has to step their game up, because there are going to be many components to a conversation. Now, typically in real conversation with a reasonable person, not someone who, like a 5-year-old, is trying to ram their thought through, right? But a reasonable conversation is when someone is saying something and they begin their statement with, basically, you must accept this in order for us to have an understanding of what's going to take place in the conversation going forward. So when he says, well, in order to do something with phlogiston, first we have to give it properties. No. The reason that I'm saying no is because after that, everything after that is going to fall off of the premise of what he said we should accept. We're not talking about hypotheticals. So when I say no, why isn't it unreasonable for a person to continue to cram their thought in instead of saying, okay, what are you objecting to already this early? Is it justifiable, or are you just saying no to say no, like a Brenda would?
Well, right. This is the exact same. All you did was continue your pseudoscience, right? You continued to make up something that you don't have any basis for. You start off with phlogiston, for which you have no basis, and then you begin to give this thing properties. What?
Well, Nate was asked how he would go about it.
Yeah, you asked how I would do
That was
it,
the
guys. This is
question,
how I
how
would
he would go about it. Now, he's explaining how he would go about it. So at least give him the courtesy to at least tell you how he would go about
What
it.
What is he going about again? But before we continue, what is the? I just want the audience to be clear. Now we're talking about an it, right? You said, well, at least let him go about it. What was the it he's supposed to be going about again?
So I should
Was it?
explain.
No, not you. The guy that just said, because he's being reasonable, and right now I'm trying to vindicate myself from looking like I'm unreasonable. So allow me to do that, and I'll be quiet more. So when you said allow him to do it, what was it he was supposed to be doing in the onset of that conversation? What was the it?
Explaining himself. That's what he was doing. He was explaining his process and how he would go about something. That's what he was doing.
Okay, I object because maybe you misunderstood what I'm asking. Is he supposed to be validating that phlogiston is a thing or something else? I'm confused as to why we're talking about phlogiston. I'm asking him because he's also in the conversation. I want to know that he's following you in order to be, so was he supposed to be validating phlogiston? What was he supposed to be doing with phlogiston specifically?
He was validating the way he would go about determining what phlogiston was, I thought.
Okay, so if he's doing that, don't you think it's unreasonable for him to start that statement with, let's give it these properties?
Well,
right, but at the end of him finishing speaking, we then say, and that is pseudoscience.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So go, Nate, finish your pseudoscience, and then we'll tell you all about it.
Cool.
Okay.
Happy days.
Where was I? Travis, are you still here, man? Because there's no point if you go on.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm trying to hold my tongue, bro. I know that I can get aggressive. I appreciate that, you're keeping your cool a bit, but well, no, you're the first. You're the first person that swore in this exchange. But whatever.
I know. I was the first one that swore, but I mean, I got to put up with a lot, right?
So, Bandy, you owe me $25.
Really? 25? Damn.
Come on,
that's
mate.
what the bet.
Get on with
That's what the bet was. I bet you I could get him to swear.
What? So
I'm just kidding. Just kidding. See, I can be lighthearted. Come on.
So yeah, phlogiston, right? So I have this idea that phlogiston is what makes things burn, and phlogiston has weight. So my idea is that when things burn, they should release some sort of weight, and this release of weight should be phlogiston. But when I go and do my experiment, I see the change in weight doesn't add up to this idea of phlogiston.
Is that it? Before
Yeah,
I,
that's
because I would I
yeah.
called first.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, Sam. Right. Okay. So I'm the big bad wolf for waiting for you to say that. And if they're any intelligent enough to follow what just happened, this is the third time you've employed the broken logic that I've been trying to point out from the beginning. You use it in 3 different instances, which is why it's important for us to truly show how someone's thinking is incorrect, because 3 times you're using circular reasoning to justify your rejection of something. You think that because it's not a positive, meaning you validated it, that your rejection of it is justified. But this is the problem, because just now you said, okay, if phlogiston exists, then I'm going to give it these properties and it should do this thing. It doesn't do this thing, therefore it's not that. That's still a form of circular reasoning. Now, in the clip that I posted that you said, when did I do that? It's right there. You did the exact same thing. And if you don't
Good baller
fix how
101.
you think about it, then you're never going to change your approach in any conversation, because every conversation is going to lead the same way because you're thinking about it the same.
I've got to say, Nate, I'm feeling a little bit empty after your answer. Just a little
Wait,
bit.
do you want me to go into great detail? I was trying to keep it short.
No,
and sweet,
please, dear God, no. Please do not go
So
on.
the idea, all right. So the idea is, Banso, that when things burn, they get lighter, right? So if something is burning, it must be losing phlogiston. Phlogiston must carry weight. So
No.
You're a
I
weirdo.
measure the weight of burnt things, and I notice something that doesn't match up to this. I burn a certain type of metal, and it actually gains weight. It doesn't lose weight. So I know this metal is burning without releasing this hypothesized idea of phlogiston. Therefore, my hypothesis is null. It's wrong.
Yeah, no, that's not correct. But when I say that's not correct, I'm not talking about the rhetoric. I quite literally don't care about the details of what you said. It's the way you structured it, right? So it's the epistemological approach. The way you structured it was wrong.
I feel like we've come a long way from where this
Oh,
conversation first started, right?
We have
And
Banso.
like a long way, like because we started off with talking about astrophysics, right, and how that complies to the scientific method, right? And then
yeah.
and it was called pseudoscience, right? Then
Mhm.
from there, I brought up water dowsing. Is that pseudoscience? And you didn't know what it was, and then you found out what it was. And my question to you was, well, can we put water dowsing under the scrutiny of the strict scientific method, right? And everyone here kind of agreed yes, and everyone said yes. And then my question was, can we put astrophysics to the same scrutiny of the scientific method as what we can water dowsing, right? And everyone here basically said, no, we cannot. And you were the only one that said, yes, we can put astrophysics to the same scrutiny as what we can water dowsing. but yet that still is yet to be kind of explained how we can reach that same conclusion with water dowsing compared to astrophysics under the same scientific scrutiny, with the dependent, independent variables being able to manipulate things and show a very distinct cause and effect. Boom.
Okay.
So I think we've come a long way from there, because now we're
Yeah.
talking about fire and phlogiston and all this kind of stuff, which
because
We were
the
trying to
problem
just
is,
elaborate the scientific method, Bandy, that's all. Elucidate
the
it, and he
problem
just
is,
keeps beating around the bush.
I'm not
He
beating
keeps
around
not
the bush.
wanting to vary his presumed cause of things and claiming science. It's complete
but the problem is,
pseudoscience.
I'm not being given a chance to even get there. I'll bring up a hypothesis, and then we tear the hypothesis apart. You know, like I haven't
That's-
even, like when I tried to go into the dark matter thing, I got stopped dead in my tracks by Travis. He wanted me to talk about something on land. You know, now when I tried to go into the phlogiston thing, we spent 30 minutes just talking about how my approach and my epistemology of the hypothesis was incorrect, Ben.
You,
So
you
you know,
can't even manipulate
it's
phlogiston.
not that I don't
You cannot
want
even
I
manipulate
don't
it.
want to get to what it is we're supposed to
Yeah.
get to.
Yeah,
It's
you're
just,
blaming
you
you're
know,
blaming of everyone else and not
things
taking
people get excited
responsibility
about.
like other men can control what you're saying and doing is pathetic.
Well, this is the problem. This is the
You see what I'm
problem.
saying?
This
Like,
is
this
where
is what happened.
we jumped off the rails. I believe to the other. Like, damn, I gotta know your name.
You know,
Who?
I get called
The guy with the
pathetic. I get
sun?
told
No,
I
not you.
shouldn't be
The
here.
guy with the sun. Look,
Like, I don't know, Ben.
oh, please, can you just?
I'm sorry,
Please.
Elijah. It's hard to hear you. I'm so sorry.
Ben saw Bandit, right?
Yeah, mate.
So
Yeah, mate.
here's why it's gone off the rails. Because we've said astrophysics is pseudoscience. The answer to why is because they don't have valid hypotheses to be run through experimentally afterwards in the first place.
Yes.
Then he gave a hypothesis that wasn't a hypothesis. Wouldn't you know it? And we started saying, well, no, that's not a valid hypothesis. That's when I came in because he asked Travis, well, what makes what you think is a valid hypothesis, and what I think is a valid hypothesis, not a valid hypothesis. That's when I said, well, everything that you're saying is a hypothesis, is presuppositional, it's actually begging the question of circular reasoning. And then I posted a video of him doing exactly that, which he denied or didn't understand he was doing. And the bottom line is, yes, we've come far from the conversation of, well, how is astrophysics pseudoscience? His answer is, how is it? So he's asking a question with the question, how is it? Because it has this setup. And let me give you an example of another hypothesis. No, yes, in all instances, you didn't have a valid hypothesis. That's the reason it's pseudoscience, because they say it's science and they say they have experiments, but they can't because they don't even have valid hypotheses, which you argue what they are. So.
Hey Nate, feel free to disagree again and claim pseudoscience. I mean, claim astrophysics is science. Go for it.
Of course, I disagree, right?
Well, how do you disagree? The conversation.
Please,
How
Elijah,
would
please.
you
I just
disagree?
want to say this because I need to go for a little bit. Ben, so I just DM'd you the example I was going to give of science being performed in space that I was not allowed to get to. But it's there. If you give me 10 minutes, I'll be back in 10 minutes. We can maybe discuss it if you want.
All right, mate.
I don't know.
I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, mate.
Better not be growing lettuce in space, mate. That better not be what it is.
I would love to discover that someone somewhere in the archives has written a thesis that just rips to shreds Newtonian astrophysics. You know, as soon as you start to take your observation of the sky and attribute cause and effect to it. I mean, I just don't know how this stuff wasn't just stopped, full stop. Like, no, stop. You cannot say anything about cause and effect about the sky. Like why wasn't this just stopped right away? I have no idea. It's absolutely boggles my mind.
That's why I got everyone to look at the definition of pseudoscience. It's clearly there. You can clearly tell by the definition that almost all the sciences to do with anything that verifies the ball are pseudoscience.
Well,
Isn't that crazy?
But it's let go on for a very specific reason. Well, when I'm hearing.
It is crazy that it's defined. My bad.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, because I want them to ramble on, and I want these people that can articulate an argument very, very well, right, to be able to hold their tongue a little bit, Elijah, right, and let them just say whatever they want to say, right, as frustrating as what it is, right, and then come back and go, well, you said this, that, and the other. And just slice it to shreds. So then what we're trying to do is reach the greater audience so they can actually see this. They can discern this for themselves.
Yeah,
right?
but Bandy, I have countless emails to me asking me, begging me for you guys to change your format here because the audience members have emailed me personally saying we are tired of hearing their bullshit. You guys need to interrupt them more often. Rather than keep them. No, I'm kidding. That whole thing was a lie. I'm totally joking. But my point here's my point. My point is not right. I am if I disagree with someone, I'm not going to interrupt them. As long as they have a logical argument. But the minute they overstep logic, I'm going to call it out because there's no reason. There's no reason for us to continue to listen to more illogic.
I know.
You have to stop it at the beginning.
Yeah,
and it
I
should
know.
be.
Everyone understands that there's a point at which it would be too unreasonable. That there's just that's just on a spectrum, right? Because if someone says in the like we're not talking about this, it's just a casual conversation outside of this arena and all of that. You're just doing your day-to-day, and you're like, ma'am, how much is this lawnmower, right? And then they start telling you about the history of Home Depot.
Yeah.
Everyone knows, fam, shut the fuck up right now. What's going on, right? Right? But in this case, because everyone else doesn't know what we're talking about, but we do, we have that same reaction. And you know what? To other people that don't know what's going on, it doesn't matter that that's my natural reaction. That's wrong. You're right. There needs to be a better way. I need to be better. I can't even argue.
Self-improvement. Well done.
So if you don't think that the person has a logical argument, you're just going to interrupt them, right? Is that the way it works?
Well, Travis, is what you're saying is if you're logically if you're on road A and they're trying to go segue onto road B when they're supposed to be justifying being on road A, you kind of is why am I going to accept road B when road B has encompassed in it the acceptance of road A?
Well, I would take it a step.
I like that analogy.
Yeah, I would take it a step further, right? Yeah, I would say we start out with my question as to I would like you to prove A, and as he begins, he then jumps to proving point D. So we've already skipped something. So yes, I'm going to say, okay, wait a minute, hold on. You've already skipped 2 steps. So it's not just that I'm interrupting. It's that I'm objecting to something that is logically inconsistent. And I would like us to actually stop, reestablish ourselves. You hear what I just said. I'm objecting to what you said because of this.
So
Start
you
over.
get to decide that.
Yeah, okay, right, because that's that. If you and I were having a
Just
conversation,
like the judge in a
okay,
courtroom.
okay, listen, this was a discussion we had a couple of days ago, right? That's with a moderator. It's not that formal, but there is an informal aspect in which I think a healthy discussion should operate. I would say this. I would expect anyone that if I make an illogical step, by all means, stop me.
You
By all
sure?
means.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if I feel you saying something that doesn't have sound, reason, or logic, I can stop you, and you won't have a problem with it, Travis. Are you sure?
You would have to justify it.
I
If
don't
you
say
can't, you
anything.
can't interrupt.
I don't say
You
anything
can't interrupt.
illogical, so I don't expect that ever going to happen.
Yeah, but if I feel it's illogical, you saying I can stop you.
Okay, of
Yeah,
course.
if you can justify it.
Yeah, of course I'm going to say yes. Right?
Okay.
Of course I'm going to say yes.
All right.
The caveat is if you can justify your reason for
Well,
stopping.
I would say if I say something you feel isn't logical, please wait till I'm done. I wouldn't want to be interrupted.
Okay.
So I'll
I've had
interrupt
plenty of
you,
conversations
but
on
please
here
don't
with people that.
interrupt.
Yeah, I've had plenty of conversations on here with people that disagree with my opinion, and I disagree with theirs, and very civil conversations. You know, you can feel that someone wants to interject. That's fine. You let them interject and get their bit out, and you have your. But it just seems that some people you can't do it, and that's where I think the frustration comes in that someone feels like someone else is actually not being a genuine part of the conversation, and they're deliberately playing dumb, if you know, to use crude terms.
Isn't there a difference between discussing opinions and starting a conversation with, okay, we're going to parse details? Once you look, it's like a different contract. One starts off with, hey, this is how I feel about this thing. The other thing
Yeah, but the
starts, and that
conversation can still
the
be
thing
civil.
could be a real thing, or it can be an idea. That's a civil conversation. It should and would always be civil. If the idea is about space time, and they say, "I feel this," and it's not a debate, it's not an argument, it's not. This is I'm trying to prove this thing. Now let me give you an opinion on as to what that. Look, that's a different conversation. What we're talking about is someone saying or questioning a method of inquiry. And it's like, okay, well, how do we have this conversation then? It's like, okay, well, what we need to establish is, you know, what terms mean, how we're going to approach this thing, all that, right? So if someone begins talking and they violate what we've stipulated prior, or what everyone would know is not an opinionated conversation, that's when it becomes unreasonable. When I speak to Matthew Learns, I don't have to curse him out or argue with him. He's a glow birther, but I understand, and he quite willingly says he believes certain things. If I call him out on a fallacy, he's like, okay, I see what you mean there when I explain it. He lets
That
me
was my
do it.
point. Yeah, Nate won't do that, and a lot of other people won't do that. They play dumb when it comes to that point where they're supposed to go, "Oh yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying." They don't ever do that. Some people.
What? I don't do what?
Okay. Okay. Nate.
Oh, come on,
Can,
man. That's not fair, White. Like
can
these
you?
personal attacks you guys are throwing at me, it's a bit uncalled for now.
Astrophysics is pseudoscience. Either acknowledge
don't
it
agree
or
with
you just prove my point. Right, so you proved my point.
How am
By
I proving your
definition,
point?
it's fucking
I don't have to
pseudoscience.
agree. I don't have to agree
Because you're
with
playing dumb, right?
everything you say.
No,
How is
no,
that playing
no.
dumb?
It's
Just
not
because I
about
don't
agreeing.
agree, just because I don't agree with
It's
you, just
not.
because I
It's not an
feel
opinion.
that
It's a
the
definition.
definition of pseudoscience doesn't apply to astrophysics. How is that me playing dumb? I just don't
Fair
agree
enough.
with you. You know,
Okay,
it's like
then,
me
You
Nate.
just proved my
saying,
point.
it's like me asking you, White,
Hold on.
we agree Earth is a sphere. And if you say it's not a sphere, you're playing dumb. Like, come on, bro. I just don't agree with you.
You are playing
No,
dumb.
not at all. That is a
Okay,
very
then,
different
hold on.
situation.
Hold on. Let's put it to the test then. Let's put it to the test. When it comes to astrophysics, can you detail how you would go about a cause and effect scientific method in astrophysics?
right? So
I
I
DM'd it.
yeah. Oh, is that what you DM'd?
You didn't look at it, Benso?
I have been, but I've been talking.
Sorry for that sneeze. I thought I was on mute.
I've been trying to multitask here. So give me. So yes,
I can't hear you, Benso.
that was the Lux thing talking about.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
guess what? Guess what, guys? We're about to have the conversation we already had. Let me explain to you why. He's gonna say, "Oh, well, so you're telling me that everything that he just said, right? We all know what he just said." And we're saying, no, the reason that it's pseudoscience is because there's no valid hypothesis. Obviously, the hypothesis is your supposition as to what caused an effect, which means you're going to have to manipulate the cause to get the effect. How would you do that out in space? The problem comes in when he says, well, I don't agree with what you guys think is a hypothesis, right? Then we're going to go into that whole, all you got to do is play the video that I posted, because that was illustrating that it was presuppositional and circular logic, not a hypothesis, and that was the whole point. They don't have valid hypotheses. That's why it's pseudoscience.
Can I say something here?
Now,
So, like, the proof is the phenomenon, is what you're saying?
kind of. Now, Nate, what you DM'd me in regards to the Lux Zeppelin
Benso.
experiment? Yeah, mate.
SE was trying to say something.
Oh, was he? Sorry, SE. I didn't hear you, buddy. Go, man.
Oh, no problem. This is a very interesting conversation, actually.
Yeah, go, buddy.
Now, both sides are right, as far as I'm concerned. One side has a concern of why let a person go on if he's not answering my question. The other side is saying, well, look, let me finish the question the way I see fit, right? So now,
Sort of. There's also the third one. There's the third one where they're completely deliberately obfuscating.
yes,
And they're playing
yeah, of
dumb,
course.
in my opinion. But anyway.
Yeah. That's definitely one of them as well. But you will see we have two options. We can argue them and do what happened right now. We derail the conversation for half an hour, or just let them say it, hold your tongue for 30 seconds or a minute. Actually, I think that's the best way to go. You know why? Because that's when they say the crazy stuff, right? That's when the audience gets to hear the crazy stuff that they say. And then you can tell them, okay, like, this is what I would have done. Okay, then. What is this
not for the
Flotison?
third time
Can you
in a
please
row.
tell me what this Flotison... Can you show me this Flotison, please? That's it, man.
He's already given 3 examples of the problem I'm outlining, because he doesn't want to accept what a hypothesis actually is. So he's given us 3 scenarios. All 3 scenarios outline the same exact problem that I'm trying to highlight.
Did anybody ask him what phlogiston is?
He said, we're going to give it properties, aka I'm going to tell you what it is, and then I'm going to tell you how it's not that.
Right. You should have let him finish that and see. Then the audience would have seen.
How do I know that he said it
ridiculous-
if he didn't finish saying it? He did
Listen, bro. Listen, bro.
3
Listen to
times.
me. What do you mean 3 times? I heard him try to explain it, and you interrupted him. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying maybe you should have let him say his nonsense, let the audience hear it, and then just ask him, hey, dude, can you please show me some phlogiston?
Hold on. Time out. No. Let's not mix up what happened. Yeah, I did interrupt him a lot. However, we're talking about his point being made clear 3 different times without interruption. How do I know? Well, like I said, the video that I posted in the chat was him making his point uninterrupted. And then when we tried to respond, it was no. That's not what I did. So that's the problem, not him not finishing.
And that was the second time, at least, where he said, no, that's not what I did. And it was.
Yeah.
Or maybe I missed that part. Maybe I missed that part.
But at the end of the day, pseudoscience has a very clear definition, and it all falls into that, unfortunately, to Nate's dismay.
So yeah, let me ask him the question. What is this phlogiston of yours? Let's continue this. How did you even come to the idea that's phlogiston? Can you please produce me some of this phlogiston so I can see it?
I can't. So
that's it. Game over. You see that? How easy that was?
Let me answer the.
SC, let him finish, man. Let him finish. He's got to tell us.
I know.
So I'll take a page out of Travis's book, right? So, when Travis and I are looking at this fire burning, they are things we already know, right? Like Travis was saying that he knows if he puts his hand in water, his hand isn't going to burn. So fire and water are not the same things, and he knows fire burns things, and I totally agree with that. So we also know that most of the time when things burn, they tend to lose weight, right? Like if you measure the ashes of a cigarette compared to the actual cigarette, the ashes are going to be lighter, right? So my hypothesis is things burn because of phlogiston, and when they burn, they release phlogiston.
Very good hypothesis, sir. Now, can we test it? Can you please show me this? Are you finished?
Circular reasoning.
Hold on. Watch how to handle it, bro. Calm down.
So you find
very nice hypothesis, sir. Can you please show me some of this phlogiston so we can burn something and then see if it releases? I think that's a very good idea.
So the idea is when something burns and loses weight, it's because it's losing phlogiston, right? And all combustible things are made of phlogiston. That's my hypothesis. Now, I burn something, it loses weight. I would say that is proof of, well, not proof. Let me not say proof. It's evidence indicating that this thing that's burnt has released phlogiston, because when I weigh it after it's been burnt, it's a bit lighter, right? But what if I go and weigh some certain metal that's burning, and when I weigh it, the metal weighs more? That proves that phlogiston is a null hypothesis. My hypothesis is incorrect. It's wrong. I'm not saying phlogiston is real, Essie. I just brought it in as an example of how.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. Your premise is flawed.
My hypothesis would
your
be
premise is flawed, sir.
Okay.
Your premise is flawed from the get-go. I'm sorry, but you can't use that argument because you can show us what this phlogiston is. Therefore, we cannot test for it, sir. I'm sorry.
But I just showed you how I would test for it. If I say phlogiston is released when objects burn, it has a weight to it. So if I measure a burnt object, it should weigh less than what it weighed before it was burnt. But if I weigh certain metals, there are metals that when you burn them, when you ignite them, they increase in weight. That would show that my hypothesis for phlogiston is just wrong, and it's wrong. Yeah.
No, sorry, sir, because we don't know what this phlogiston is.
Right.
Therefore, we cannot test for it.
Right. So here we go. Here we go real quick. So let's pretend that your observation of burning wood is really an observation of sap being consumed by the fire.
No, but you're running away there. Hold on, Travis. Bro, how did you eliminate any other possibilities of causing this thing?
Yeah, we already asked him this question.
So we're having the same conversation.
To answer that question, Essie, I haven't tested for anything else yet. All I've tested for is phlogiston. But I've shown through my test that phlogiston isn't the right thing. It's something else.
No wonder why these guys are angry at you, bro. You're just going around in circles. You have nothing.
Well, can I let me just mention that in this approach, what we've not done is highlighted to the audience that actually your hypothesis is not a hypothesis because it's presuppositional. Like that's the answer. I don't care.
That's what I just showed.
When you talk about the rhetoric.
Okay, so what's presuppositional about it, Essie? If you could explain.
Because you're just bringing phlogiston into life, bro. You're just producing this thing called phlogiston, which nobody has ever seen, recorded, spotted, tested, and you're just bringing it into life. I could say it's unicorns leaving the wood. Same thing.
Yeah, but then
it's the excess of unicorns caught in the wood, leaving.
All right, so that would be your hypothesis.
But he goes, no.
Elijah, if I could just.
Okay, I'm doing it again. That's not a hypothesis. No.
All right, cool.
You're making this a two-step. You're making this a two. You're making this a two-step. You're making this a two-step thing, and it's happened multiple times. So first, he hypothetically validates phlogiston by saying, okay, something's burnt, it lost weight. Okay, this is my hypothesis. That's not a hypothesis. Okay, but he called it a hypothesis in which he reached the conclusion. And then he goes a second step and does another test and goes, oh, okay, no, phlogiston is actually it's actually not the cause of
but
things.
you can have this conversation without shutting him down.
What I'm saying is, in both instances, it sounds like to the layman person, and I could just bring a random friend tomorrow to prove this point if we could recreate this kind of conversation. And what they'll hear is, okay, he gave a hypothesis in both instances. One he proved and one he disproved. But all he never proved it wasn't a hypothesis to begin with. But a person doesn't walk away knowing that.
I was getting there, but you didn't allow me, bro. You're too excited.
You shut everyone down.
No, I did. Hold on. Time out. You said hold on. You said so. Everyone is right. You said everyone is right. You're going in circles. That's when I came back into the conversation. I didn't stop you from doing what you were doing. Yeah. All I'm saying is the way you did it, it doesn't highlight this. You can feel a way about it.
I wasn't done.
Oh, so, okay, my bad. Then I'll be quiet. You
said my hypothesis was circular, and I'll give it to you. Maybe I'm not wording it right, but like, aside from my wording, like,
you see, he had just admitted it. Yeah.
Is it because I made up something we've never seen before, like phlogiston?
Yes, bro. You can't do that. You can't just bring something up and then say, let's test for it.
Why not? But that's a hypothesis.
That's ridiculous.
Right? I see something burning, SC. I don't know why it's burning. Right? I have no clue what's causing it to burn. I don't know about the combustion cycle and things needing fuel.
What's the observation?
I don't know about any of these things. All I know is when I weigh something. Hang on. When I weigh something after it's burnt, it weighs less, right? And I see something burning. That is my
okay. Hold on, just right. Okay, right? Look. So we have wood.
Oh my God! You see, this is the thing. I can't get anything out. None of you interrupted Elijah, but you have to interrupt me.
Let him finish, guys.
I know, but he makes points and then he keeps going. So how many points are you going to make?
I'm not making any points. I haven't even got to my point. I'm just trying to set the premise so that Essie can tell me where I'm going wrong. All right.
After this,
never mind.
After this, I would like.
Good. Thank fuck.
After.
I'll let him give up.
All I'm saying is after I'd like to go so that 5 other people don't try to go. After Essie Montreal and him finishes their back and forth, which could take 30 minutes, I don't know how long, I would like to go back and do the reason that I'm still screen sharing, which is to play the video, which highlights exactly, because he's going to continue beyond the point, which is, no, this is the end of the point, which is actually what Essie's also saying. But we're going to continue beyond that point anyway, for whatever reason. When the point actually is, see what you just said right there, before you say, now let me continue. No, your conclusion was, this is the hypothesis. The answer to that, the rebuttal to that is, no, that's not a hypothesis. But we're going to continue anyway. So please continue with y'all's conversation. And then I'd like to play my video and then point out again how, when we stop the conversation, is when the point should have been stopped.
Yeah, we all know when. But you can play it now because Nate already gave up. So go for it.
So hold on now. We have a point police. We're gonna stop people in their tracks because we don't agree with what they're saying. Is that what I'm getting here?
No.
So please continue for 30 minutes or however long, and then I'll make my point. That's what
okay. Hold on. Yeah,
I don't want to hear it again.
Yeah, Essie, here's my position. I am not going to interrupt you if I disagree with you. I'm going to interrupt you when you are being illogical.
Well,
Travis, you're right, bro, but it doesn't work in this scenario. It doesn't work. It just makes it a shit
Hold
show.
on.
No.
Hold on.
Okay.
That's your opinion that he is being illogical. So you are making that determination in your opinion that he is being illogical. It
I
doesn't
know.
necessarily make him illogical.
I know that.
This is why you need to let people finish saying what they need to say, right? Instead of just making the judgment calls, because it is just your opinion. Sorry,
okay.
Travis, but it is what
My
it is.
video will highlight what's illogical.
I get that.
Elijah, let me say this. Let me
when
say
Travis
this, bro.
and I say illogical, the video that I'm gonna play is gonna clearly state for everyone.
You guys are missing the point, bro. Elijah,
Well,
Travis,
we're making
you're
an
right.
argument in justifying what we mean by illogical, but you guys keep on equivocating that with some other thing that we would also find unreasonable. We're not saying just shut
You're
somebody down
missing
and
the
blah 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 blah
point.
blah.
You're missing the point, bro. You're missing what Bansa and I am trying to tell you is this. You guys are both right. They do make crazy statements. Trust me, I bite my tongue. I'm biting my finger now to keep calm. You understand?
We're not arguing with that. We let him make the point 3 times. That's the problem.
And he's gonna make it over and over and over again, man. Don't you understand?
So
That's
your
what these
criticism
guys-
of us not letting them finish, no, the point has to be made for the
Exactly.
audience. We can't let them continue for 5 hours without the penny dropping.
That's what I was
hasn't
doing.
been made.
That's what I was doing without stopping him from talking. That's my whole
We did
point.
the same thing you did, but when he tried to continue, you started interrupting him the same way we did.
Exactly, SC. And then you fucking try to dictate who's interrupting. It's crazy, man.
Maybe
but SC
I
never
missed. Maybe I'm
interrupted
out on this one. I don't know,
No,
man. I don't know.
that's not true. SC never interrupted me. I was talking.
Yo,
Yes,
White
and Elijah jumped in.
He
I
absolutely
was
did.
I was talking to SC. I was
No,
talking
yes,
to
he
SC.
did.
He didn't
No,
interrupt me.
I did interrupt you on one sentence, though, but I backed down. I backed down.
Look, irrelevant.
No, but that was the
Definition of
beginning. That was the
pseudoscience is-
beginning. That was the beginning of SC Montreal's interruption, which was justified. And I said to you guys earlier that there is an instance in which interrupting is justified because I was trying to justify why I did it. Then I went and got the fucking video that we're still waiting to watch, but that's nor here nor there right now. So when SC Montreal says you need to let them make a point, and then, well, remember when you made your point, he made his point, and then you concluded it, and then bro, not at this pivotal point.
Well, why not? I mean, why can't I interrupt you?
Because I'm talking to SC Montreal. Because I'm talking to SC Montreal and trying to stop. Because
you guys have no problem.
Is there a
with
moderator?
interrupting other people. You know,
Is there
I
a
was the one
moderator?
that got interrupted.
Is there a moderator?
Of course,
Is there a moderator?
Right?
Get
I
it
mean,
Is there a moderator?
But the moment I interrupt Elijah, he needs a moderator.
Hold on.
You see what I'm talking about, guys?
Yeah, no, I know, and I've been trying to keep the conversation going where everyone has a fair chance to speak, but everyone wants to get in there and say, no, you don't have a chance to finish a sentence. All right, and we are going to interrupt you whenever we feel it is necessary to interrupt you. Right,
Well,
this is
my
what's
recording
happening.
says otherwise.
I've been listening to it, and I've been listening to the interruptions, right, time and time again, right, and I've been trying to stop them. And I'm just saying, let them say what they want to say, right, as annoying as what it is, and then break it down for the listening audience.
Which we did.
Mute everyone, Bandy.
Which we
Mute
did.
everyone and let Nate
If
do
you
it.
don't like it, you can't break it down unless you let them finish your point, Elijah. You can't do it.
Which
It's impossible.
we did.
I thought we did, Bandy.
You can't characterize me as not doing that when the recording we're waiting to listen to is exactly that. I waited for him to finish, and I said, "See,
but I wasn't
this
finished.
is the problem." Look, and then he's gonna say, "But I wasn't finished," because he's actually been cut off a million times. But he wasn't cut off in the middle of his point,
and
though.
then you
so
stopped
what
me.
he's
You
doing?
stopped me talking to Essie.
I tell
Come
you
on,
what,
man.
you guys can moderate yourselves.
I'm
No,
out.
Ben, so don't go. Don't. Otherwise, I'm never gonna speak. You know, like Lisa's just gonna cut me off. I won't get a chance to speak if you leave, bro.
Yo, like
But what I'm saying is,
it's
Elijah,
unreasonable. It's
and Travis
unreasonable
can make
for
I'll
Bandsaw
wait till
to
you guys are
leave.
done so that
It's
I can speak,
unreasonable
man.
for
I'll wait till you guys
Bandsaw
are
to leave when I'm actually being justified and righteous right now. Because all I'm saying was,
didn't leave, did
okay, you're saying, Bandsaw, that we should let them finish their points as if they're not coming across with their complete points. Now, my video, and I can get this, it's actually longer, but I cut it, right? In my video, he makes his point, which was for the third time at this moment. He made the point, and then I responded with, see, here's what's wrong with your point. It completely misses my critique on you saying it's a hypothesis and me explaining to you why it's not, because it's circular, because it's presuppositional. So that was my answer to his response. And his response to that is, no, let me repeat what I said. And then when we interrupt, you guys jump in and say, well, you need to let them finish their points that they've already made ad nauseum.
Yep, exactly. Exactly what I did. 100%. I interrupted and said, let them make their point 1,000,000 times. Let them make their point 1,000,000,000,000 times.
Fair enough. I mean, if that,
So
I mean,
Elijah's done. Travis,
if
is there
that's the
something
position,
oh, you're not done.
then if that's the position, then I accept it. You're making it clear that that's what's going to happen. I'm not going to argue about you allowing that to happen. Whatever.
I'm just saying that it is fair and reasonable for a person to be able to finish their sentence.
And he did. And then I expressed to him what was wrong with it. And then he wanted to repeat himself for the third time. In
my opinion, right, I don't think he has been allowed to finish a lot of his sentences.
So let's play the tape.
All right.
Let's play the tape and see if what you said is true.
You may have one example, but I've been here all night and I have heard him not being able to finish a lot of sentences. I'm sorry. That's the way I see it. Now you can disagree with that, and you
I don't disagree. I don't
to
disagree.
It, right?
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. So don't begin with you can disagree. I'm not disagreeing that his sentences were interrupted. 1,000,000 of them probably were, but that's not my argument, is it?
Well, my argument is let him finish his sentences. That's what I've been saying all along. I haven't been saying that I agree with him. I haven't been saying he's right. I haven't been saying no, that he has been straw manning or doing whatever else you guys want to claim, right? All I've been saying all along is let him finish his train of thought and then break it down. That's all I've been saying.
So that's happened. So now what?
Well, he gave up, thank goodness.
Travis, was there a point you wanted to make before I get back to what I was discussing with S?
You mean before I play my video that I actually requested?
Yeah, go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
Play your.
Yeah, let Elijah do his thing. I think it's fine.
Yeah, play your. Do you have to screen share or something, Elijah? Or
am I still? Oh yeah, I'm still screen sharing, but it's when it's doing that for a long time. So is it still up?
It says live. Yep. Hold on. Jump.
Okay.
Just quickly flash the definition of pseudoscience, will you?
I don't know what the definition is.
Right. Okay. So now the reason that we're having this conversation is because he introduced Mickelson and Morley, and I told him, well, it's not an experiment. He asked me why. I said, because there's no valid hypothesis. Then he said, this is the hypothesis. And I began after this clip to tell him, well, you said the same thing twice. And then we had like a 10-minute argument on him saying that he didn't say what the video says he said.
Are we really going to re-listen to this?
Well, see what I'm saying?
Is that what
you guys
we're
said,
doing right
okay, we can watch. You said, okay, we can watch the video. Everybody agreed. Now we're about to argue now about watching the video. I'm just trying to tell y'all, people who weren't listening.
Go for it. Yep.
Okay, so that's the context.
Everyone
The
did agree.
context is he said this is a hypothesis. And I'll tell him, no, this is not a hypothesis. So from there, we've been arguing with him, trying to push past that to say, isn't this a hypothesis? Okay, now this is how this is the no. That's the whole point of all of this. Me stopping him there to say, well, you can't say all of that after you said that. After he said it, was able to say it. I said, you can't say all of that because it wasn't a hypothesis to begin with. In which he said, well, I never said what I said. Oh, seriously?
Is it me buffering or is it you?
It's me.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, while you guys are watching that, Travis, there was something you wanted to say, man.
Excuse me?
Because I couldn't interrupt because I was letting you guys finish, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, damn. All right.
Nice.
I could make something up though. So, no, I remember now. Oh no, I remember now. So again, we start with the simplicity of it, right? So if I have a
what's happening?
If I have a split piece of, we're waiting for you. Are you ready to play your clip?
Yeah,
I'm playing it.
I was playing it. I was playing it.
Yeah, but I mean, not all of us are
we
going to
can't
watch it.
We can't hear it.
You got to get in there and watch it.
Yeah, you got to go into the live stream.
Oh, you mean on you mean on YouTube?
No. Like,
No.
you by his
Discord.
name on Discord. Look by his name.
I didn't know we could hear things. Yeah, but does it do audio now?
Yeah,
you have to click.
Oh, I'm
right
sorry.
By his name, Travis.
I see it
live.
now. Yeah. Look, bro. I apologize. I thought you were having problems, and then so we were waiting for it. I apologize.
All right.
No worries.
Jump in there, replay it, Elijah.
See if you can hear it first. Testing. 3, 2. Can you hear that?
Yep.
No,
I can.
Yeah. Hey, that's an improvement. We used to not be able to do that. Cool.
Yep. So and remember, after this, you came back and you said that was the issue, and I said, wow. So he did the same thing earlier that he's doing now that I'm saying he's doing, and that's when that conversation between us happened, Travis. So it's like it's happened. Anyway, I'll play it. Give it a second. He concluded with, that's the hypothesis.
Okay.
So the hypothesis quite literally was, if we see fire burning, then we would have to think of it as Phlogiston burning the fire. We see fire burning. That's what that's basically what he just said.
Okay. Right. Okay. So my point was. Oh. Okay.
No. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Travis. Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah. Sorry, man. It was a bit of a delay.
I'm a bit of a simpleton, right? I'm just a truck driver. So I have a piece of wood, right? I have a piece of wood and I've weighed it. It weighs 2 pounds.
Yeah.
I burn the wood. I know the wood burned. So when all I have is ash, and then I weigh the ash and I find that it is 1 pound, I understand that the burning of the wood changed, right? The burning of the wood changed. It's no longer solid. It's no longer intact. It's no longer the same shape. It's now just ash. That ash used to be a piece of wood. So it's not even visibly the same. So that's what changed. The wood. The wood burned.
Phlogiston.
Yeah, but what causes it
Definitely.
to burn? That's the
The
question.
wood. The wood. If you didn't have any wood, it wouldn't burn. Okay,
Yeah,
so if I have a, if I hold on,
but everything burns, right? Not just wood, Travis.
does steel burn?
You know, at really high temperatures, you can set steel on fire at extremely high temperatures.
No. I didn't say that it catches on fire. Okay, well, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because I have seen it get so hot, like it's molten,
Yeah.
right? It's molten.
Yeah, it burns.
Okay.
It burns.
Well, no,
So
no,
everything
something.
burns.
No,
And
no, no, no.
uh-huh.
Something being molten
Mhm.
isn't burning. It's just very, 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 very hot, right?
Yeah, it's very hot. That's burning. Very hot on fire. Like, what is
Oh
burning
no!
to you?
Oxidizing is burning. Oxidation.
Right.
Thank you very
Right.
much.
Right. Anyway.
Yeah, but
So-
even with steel, there's oxidation happening. That's why it burns.
Okay,
It's
but
being
look, I've
exposed
built.
to oxygen.
No, it oxidizes. It's called rusting. It's not fire.
Yeah,
Turkey.
but even with burning, oxygen is the fuel being burnt being consumed in order for steel to burn. And I don't think
Okay.
oxidation
But
is
it's
the
not
exact
burning.
same thing as combustion. Combustion is
Okay.
maybe what you're talking about, which is burning.
No. Okay, so look, I've built a fire pit with stones. And the fire is so hot I can't get close to it, but the stones aren't burning. But I've got some kindle. I've got some dry grass, right? So that will burn. That will change from one visible physical object into another, which actually looks both the same as the wood that I just burned. They both
Is
turn
that
to ash.
example, yeah? I agree with you. Yeah, the rocks wouldn't burn. It would be the kindle
Now,
because the temperature isn't hot enough for the rocks to burn. I agree with you, Travis.
okay. So now I'm in a different geographical location that has eucalyptus trees. And when I burn those, I get black smoke. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is that? That redwood that I used didn't have black smoke. Why does this have black smoke? Now there would be an interesting scientific experiment, right? Because I've got two different things. One is a hardwood that's dry, and one that is, I don't know what you would classify in a eucalyptus as, but it's much, much, much more oily. You know, we don't have essential oil from redwood, as far as I know. We have essential oil from eucalyptus, right? So anyway, you have two things to then compare. So if I find out that a eucalyptus tree is much more oily, then I would actually say, okay, I'm gonna put this as a possible hypothesis. The reason why this dark smoke is here is because this eucalyptus tree has oil in it, as opposed to the red one. To me, that would be more of a valid.
Yeah, but what if you didn't know that there was oil in them? All you saw was a redwood tree and a eucalyptus tree burning. But you didn't know about oil and any of these things. You didn't know about combustion, about fire needing a fuel to burn. You know, you didn't know any of the stuff. You're a truck driver. Yeah.
So I would merely, if I was trying to be like, like I'm listening to these podcasts and I'm like, damn, I wish I was as smart as these guys. If I came across,
now
hold on,
adding
I
extras,
wasn't finished.
Travis.
I
You're
wasn't
adding extras to my hypothetical. You can't change my hypothetical and my scenario. In my scenario, you and
Look,
I
mate,
are
it
two
comes
extremely
down.
dumb people, and all we see is a
So I
tree on
wasn't
fire,
able to
and
finish.
we want to know why things burn.
I wasn't able to
I
finish.
feel you are being illogical. I think you're
Can
being
you
illogical.
vary and manipulate the presumed cause? That's all it fucking comes down to, Nate. And you keep just beating around the bush. If you can't vary and manipulate your presumed cause of what you're bloody talking about, it's not fucking science. Just acknowledge it.
That's totally incorrect, Mr. QE's clone. Thank you very much.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Kiwi
look,
clone, piss off,
here's
DJ,
another
bro.
troll that just comes in, and the very first thing this troll does is ad hom.
Didn't ad hom
Moderator.
Yeah,
anybody.
no name calling here. There's no
That's why
name calling here.
I call him a name calling. You called me
no
a name.
name calling.
You called me a
Kick this
name.
guy
You called
out,
me a
Andy.
troll.
Come on.
You called me a troll. All I
am.
said is this guy is parroting QE. For fuck's sake.
How
You
am I
guys have a
parroting someone?
freaking
You know
double
what?
standard
Hey,
in this
Nasser,
room.
Oi. We haven't mentioned QE once here tonight, right? And to associate anyone here with QE, for whatever little underhanded comment that you're trying to do there, is just absolutely rubbish.
right? So I know it's a general sort of line of use. Yours throwing QE in there, but it's not appreciated. And you've just got the response that you deserved, actually. Now, one warning only. Now, okay, I'll ask
I'm
you the
sorry.
question. I'll ask you the question.
I didn't realize that telling someone that they're parodying
Shut
one of the
up!
shrine
The
I
mod is
just told you.
talking.
I just told you one chance, and you've already used half of that chance, right? So I'll
Oh
give you the other,
wow.
right?
You are soft, man.
Yeah, I know, and I keep on getting told I'm too
He's got
soft.
lots of kids. Leave him alone.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So I'll give you the chance, right? And it'll be a very brief chance because we've already gone through this so much, right? Can you explain to me, NASA, the cause and effect scientific method one would use in astro?
Let's move on now. This guy's useless. Let's move. Nice one,
Thank
Bandy.
you. But that's not an insult, though, is it, Mister?
That is a direct insult. Direct.
Wait a minute.
How come you aren't
Wait a
being
minute.
muted?
Why did he not answer? He didn't
Because
answer until
I'm thinking, and the answer is no. To your satisfaction and to your belief, if you will, in the science,
we're
in what you
asking
call the
for
scientific
your
method,
position.
the
Your
answer is
position.
no. No, his question was, "Can you explain to me?" And the answer is no.
So there is no cause and effect scientific method that you can attribute to astrophysics. Cause and
Well,
effect.
actually, yeah, they have noticed cause and effect. They postulate and then they look.
Really?
Okay,
So
great answer. Can we move on? That's a good answer.
Yeah. Yep. Cool. Boom.
Yeah,
So
there
not a
is no
cause and
cause.
effect. Got it.
Exactly. Moving on.
Happy days.
Actually, there was. You know, you can go back to the discovery of Neptune.
So that's the method we're asking for. Can you give us the method then?
That's what happened with Neptune. The discovery of Neptune is a great example of
Okay,
cause
but
and
can you
effect.
give us the method for how they've come to that? The method, not
Yeah,
what
they
they did.
noticed irregularities in the orbit of Uranus, and
No,
postulated that there was.
what's the method? So what was
I just
the
told you what
what
the method is. I'm working on it.
what I'm okay, what before okay, before the rhetoric. Okay, this is what we're looking at. This is what did they decide? This is the approach. Like if I was going to approach a cause and effect thing here on Earth, right? Like the first thing I would have to do is observe something, and then okay,
There's
I
the
would have a
orbit of Uranus.
hypothesis. The hypothesis would be, I think that this caused the thing I'm looking at, and then I would test it. It would either be valid or invalid.
Right.
Right. Now we're
give me
asking
1
you.
second.
We're asking you what the method is.
So they
Why are we
before
asking
you
him? Hang
continue
on.
to apply it.
Oh
Because
my
that was
God.
the guy. That was the first guy's question.
He
Right
said
there, that's
no
why.
cause and effect, and now he's saying
He
there is
said
cause
no.
and
He
effect.
didn't say that. He didn't say that.
No,
He
see,
did
that's
say
from.
that.
No, that's not what I said, Rakia. That's not. That's
So
what
now
you
you're saying there is cause and effect.
There is. Yeah.
Right. That's why I said okay. So then you can answer the
I told you,
initial guy's question. Then.
The simplest
No,
explanation for cause and effect in astrophysics is the discovery of Neptune.
Well, my
Oh my
response.
God.
I heard that, and I heard you. I let you say it, and this is my response to that. Okay, so when I'm telling you what the scientific method is, quote unquote, the one that you would attribute to QE, I don't have to tell you the discovery of something to tell you what the method is. So first, I want your method,
That's for an
and then I
example.
want you to. Is that what you asked for, Buzzsaw?
Yeah, that's for an example. So here we have
Well,
make
I'm
an
asking
observation.
him. I'm asking him before you continue.
Fuck.
Yeah, because to his question, you said no. Can
No,
he
the
follow
question
up?
was, can I explain to him? And the answer is no, I cannot explain to.
No, he clarified that.
Anyway, so they observed the irregularities in the orbit of Uranus. Postulate that there is another planet beyond Uranus causing these explanations. They figure out where it should be in the sky in order to cause these, and guess what? It was exactly where they thought it would be, within I think 1 arc second. I forget exactly.
Wow. So
Yeah.
how did they stop it? or move it out of the way to make
What do you mean?
sure
How do
that
they
was in
stop and
fact the
move it out of the
case.
way? See, that's not.
Well,
That's
come
not
on,
what.
how did they vary the cause? The
What do you
presumed
mean
cause, you
vary
need
the
to be able to
cause?
vary it.
What do you mean vary the cause?
You know exactly what I mean.
No,
Play
I don't
dumb,
know.
and
That's
you're going to
sorry.
be out.
That's
Fuck.
not what the scientific. You don't need to do that for the scientific method.
It
You need
is.
to do that for what you
Yes, you
think.
do.
You need to do that for what you were taught the scientific method was when you were taught the scientific method.
No.
What's your
By
highest level of
definition.
science education?
By definition,
Well, that's why.
Google it.
In the meantime, though,
That's why
in,
I asked for his method, but he's not giving a method.
in the meantime,
He's
though,
giving.
Of course
He's
not.
the
giving.
order. They noticed irregularities in the
Why
order
are
of
you interrupting? Why are
Mercury
you interrupting? I didn't interrupt
because
you.
you're
You see
interrupting
what I'm
me.
saying? No, I
So,
didn't actually interrupt you just now.
so in the
You
meantime,
started
they
interrupting
noticed.
me. I didn't interrupt you just now.
But
So in the meantime,
you can't complain about interruptions.
Wait a
Elijah.
minute. Wait a minute. I did not just interrupt him.
Doesn't matter.
He was not talking when I started talking.
so in the
No one
meantime,
was.
so in the meantime,
Bro,
they noticed
bro.
irregularities in the order of in the orbit
Okay,
of
hold on.
Mercury.
Time out. Are we saying what I'm saying is true or not true? What are we saying? Because I'm gonna go back to the video, obviously.
So
Oh,
in
we
the
know
meantime,
NASA's just a shill. So, you
did
know,
I
there's
cut
no
him
point.
off or did he cut me off?
Yeah,
So
but
in the-
Elijah, you can't complain about interrupting people, man. You would just
Yeah, but I didn't interrupt a point. I didn't interrupt a point. He made a complete point, and then I responded to him. And then he and the Bandsaw started talking. And then when Bandsaw finished his statement, I began talking and critiquing that what we're asking for isn't being had when he interrupted me just now. That's what happened.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
why not
interrupt
let
somebody's
Pete
point.
Nasher she'll answer a question he was asked? He was asked,
Well, he wasn't asked. No,
He was.
bro, I was in
Bandsaw
the
asked.
middle of talking, and did he interrupt me or not?
You
He didn't
guys missed
interrupt
the whole point. What happened here was NASA came in and scuttled the whole conversation. We were talking about phlogiston with the other dude. This is what paid NASA did, and you guys just been fooled. Let's go back to
No,
the
you haven't.
phlogiston.
You didn't
Well,
scuttle shit. It's cause
It
and
wasn't about
effect.
phlogiston.
That's it.
Exactly.
Fuck.
Exactly. So the problem is still the same. There's one method that we accept, the one that is you can Google, the one that actually everyone accepts, except for theoretical physicists like Michio Kaku, who says he doesn't deal with that kind of way of doing things, the scientific method, so called. So that's what everyone here is talking about. Cade Nassashil is like, well, we don't do things that way, and I'm like, okay, well, what's your method? So he begins his spew rhetoric rather than give me the method through which I can define and understand what the rhetoric is.
Exactly. That's what he does. That's exactly what NASA does. So back to the phlogiston. How did we eliminate phlogiston from all the other things that may have burned in the wood? Can you please answer that question? Who was it? Don that said that, or who was it?
you guys are debating phlogiston.
That's not to you, bro. That's not to you, NASA.
For fuck's sake, phlogiston is like ancient.
NASA, you
Yeah,
don't
it
even
is.
know what context it's being used in. You got no
Yeah.
idea. In all fairness.
Start ad homing, man. It'll look good.
So Don, how about it, man? Do you want to continue a civil conversation about the phlogiston or not?
It was me, Essie.
Oh, sorry. So,
Nate.
what do you say, Nate?
Yeah, we can. It's just I don't know. Are we going back to that now?
Well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole conversation.
Ask them what the florist can't pronounce it.
Yeah,
Ask
what
them
is phlogiston, bro? If,
Yeah,
if
ask
you,
them what
you
a-
just brought something into...
No. I'm asking you, Flo, to ask these people what phlogiston is.
Yeah.
You asking me to ask them?
Yes.
It was
What should
it
I-
was what makes trees burn.
Because they don't know what
apparently.
the fuck they're talking about.
No. It
Yeah,
was
I
the
just brought up phlogiston as a random example, guys.
Yeah.
You know, like
Like,
the
it's
focus
not-
I
shouldn't
know,
be on.
and I moved
And I
to
want to kill
redshift
that.
for a
I want
purpose.
to kill that ridiculous thing, phlogiston. It's a ridiculous thing. It has to go. You have to admit.
Yeah, that's why
there's
no
such
one
thing,
believes
mate.
in it anymore. Yeah, there's no such thing as phlogiston.
You're
Essie.
missing.
No one.
You're missing. You're missing the point, Essie.
Yo,
Here's why I'm
please,
saying. Here's why
Elijah,
I'm
I was busy
saying you're
talking.
missing.
Elijah, come on, no.
Here we go.
Okay, go ahead.
I was busy talking.
Go
Come
ahead.
on, man. That's
Go ahead.
you're so disrespectful. It's like you
Go
do it on purpose.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
So
Nate, come on, go on.
Essie, phlogiston it's a made up thing that people used to believe in 400-500 years ago. They used to think phlogiston is what makes things burn. I just brought it up as to use it as an example in my
Thank you,
hypothesis.
Nate. Thank you. You see how easy that was?
Can I respond to that? Okay. I think back in the day, phlogiston is used to be an element. It used to be like a material thing or something. Back in the day.
they thought it was a liquid and everything had phlogiston in it as long as it could be burned. Yeah.
But
So
did
it wasn't a
did
thing that made.
hear? But did
Oh yeah. Okay.
so he did just say. We all just heard. If you didn't hear, go back. He said, I brought this thing up that we all agree isn't a thing up as an example of a hypothesis. Now, my rebuttal to him on that was, well, yeah, but it wasn't a hypothesis, which was our point, which was if you don't have a hypothesis, you don't have science.
Right, Elijah, but I made him admit now that it's a made up thing. Calmly.
It is made up. I never once said it wasn't made up.
That's the
Name
first
me a
thing.
time where I said phlogiston wasn't made up.
Yeah, he did say that. That's the point.
Yeah,
That's
I've been
why I
saying
didn't
the whole
understand
time
why he
phlogiston
was
is a
making it
made
up.
up thing. Yeah,
That's
it's
why I
not
don't
real.
You were
It's
admitting
just
that you
an
were making it
example
up.
I was using.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Right from the very start, he said,
Yeah,
"Oh,
SE.
made up thing."
SE, man, this is exactly why I was interrupting him. He was making shit
Sorry,
up.
my bad, guys. I
Yeah,
was
but
off
I've
on this one.
admitted phlogiston isn't real. I told you that,
So
Travis.
what the hell are you arguing about then, Nate?
It's not me arguing.
Pseudoscience,
It's
eh?
them, Essie. It's Travis and Elijah telling me that my hypothesis is wrong, this, that, and the third. That's why I'm.
It wasn't a
It is.
hypothesis. It wasn't. No, it's
Wrong,
not
because you
wrong.
don't
No.
have the
real
No.
hypothesis, Nate.
It's not real.
No.
Pseudoscience.
When you say a hypothesis is wrong, I'm getting out right now, April. When you say a hypothesis is wrong, you're implying that you had a valid hypothesis. So you're equivocating between me saying you didn't have a valid hypothesis and you believing that your hypothesis, which is valid, is just wrong. Those are two different
What's
things.
wrong? Right. What's wrong with my phlogiston hypothesis?
It's not a hypothesis
Why not?
because you don't have a supposition to be tested.
What do you mean by I don't have a supposition to be tested?
Again,
Okay, your
you're over your
presupposition.
head.
Hold on, let me finish. Your presupposition. I'm out, April. Your presupposition. Phlogiston is the presupposition in your whole argument.
What am I
That's the
presupposing?
problem.
What am I presupposing?
Well,
Phlogiston.
How am I presupposing it?
You don't
Okay,
know
you
its
said-
existence.
You said you.
Yeah, I
listen.
don't know it exists.
Stop,
I'm making
Travis,
it up.
wait a minute. Stop, Travis.
Hypothesis. I'm not
Listen,
saying it
how
does
is it?
exist.
How is it a presupposition? You
Not at all.
said earlier
It
in the
exists. All I have
conversation.
is an
Earlier in the
hypothesis, and I need to
conversation.
test my
Earlier in the
hypothesis
conversation.
to be right
Yo,
or to
moderator,
be wrong.
moderator,
My hypothesis will tell me whether or not.
moderator. Every time we get
phlogiston
to
is a
the
real
point
thing.
of the
I don't know if it's a
conversation,
real thing.
which
I
is
made
me
it
and the
up.
moderator's point,
You know, I'm a
and Travis's point
Moderator.
overall.
Travis and I.
This happens. This
Yeah, so
happens
Travis
every
and
time
I-
the actual point. Like he can't stop
Travis,
talking.
Yo,
He
if
can't
you-
stop
because I am
talking.
because I'm busy
He
talking.
can't-
Because I'm busy talking.
he
That's
can't
why I
stop
can't
talking.
stop. Because it's my turn to talk, and you
I-
keep trying to interrupt
It's
me.
not your
All
turn
right.
to talk.
So I want to respond to Travis. Travis,
Well, I hear you.
phlogiston
Can you stop
is
him?
a
'Cause
made
I'm
up
the one
thing.
that called you.
I've made it up because you and I saw something burning. We don't know why.
So
it
you're gonna
burned.
let
We have
him
no
talk, and you're gonna
idea.
muddle into the
So
background, into
I've
the black,
come up
into the
with
ether.
a hypothesis, a
No,
made
bro.
up thing
Listen.
for us to
I
test.
feel like chatting.
That's all,
I
Travis.
really don't. I don't really feel like chatting.
All right, let's move on from that crap and let's move on to Redshift.
No.
How do we prove
Not
and
move
verify
on.
Redshift?
Not move on. Stop.
Bah,
Not move on.
Why?
Because the same logic that
Please.
Nashashil is going to try to employ, if he gets this far, is the same shit that he's trying to
Fuck
employ.
NASA.
Because the
Well,
only
talk to the
argument
Nate.
against what both of them are saying fundamentally is the fact that they don't have suppositions to be tested, cause and effect, which is the moderator's point.
Yes. And we still haven't got to the basis of how you can do cause and effect relationship on the moon's moving around Venus or Mars or whatever in comparison to
Answer?
Dropped out, Vandy. You're gone. Yeah, it's bullshit, Nate. You can't do any fucking
Yeah.
science up there.
So Nate, what Elijah is trying to point out to you is that you're using something within your hypothesis that you're claiming is the cause, which has never been established to be a thing to begin with, right? Phlogiston. I could say oogity boogity causes wood to burn, right?
Yeah.
And then wood burns, therefore oogity boogity. That's kind of the point, right? You need to establish a concrete thing that you are claiming to be the cause of the effect. Because if you haven't established what you're claiming to be the cause, if you haven't established that to be a thing or something of substance or something that's been verified, you can't use that within your hypothesis to claim it as the cause of an effect. Because you're just going to get a circular argument or circular reasoning.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Before I respond to it, I just want to make sure you and I are on the same page because I agree with what you're saying. I just want to see if it applies to this. If I hypothesize that ether is the medium through which light travels, is that fine? Even though I've never
I told
detected
him
ether,
no.
I don't have a basis for ether being a real thing. Is it fine for me to hypothesize? It's the
I
medium
told
through
him
which
no
light
because you
travels.
don't run that
I'm
through
not
the
talking
scientific
to you, Elijah.
method
Come
early.
on, bro.
That's
Control
what I
yourself.
told him.
I'm trying to ask
I
Napalm a
literally
question,
told him that
and you there
earlier.
in the background.
And
Who are you
then
even
that's why
talking
he
to?
brought up
Who are you
Elijah.
whispering to?
Let him go at Napalm for a little bit, please.
But who is Elijah talking to?
But do you understand? I
Yes,
swear to
but who
God,
are you
I'll be
talking to
quiet
while
after
I'm
this.
busy trying to talk
It
Do
to
you
doesn't
someone?
matter.
Are you
understand that the
crazy?
reason that he
Like, what's
brought up
wrong with you, man?
phlogiston?
You
It
do
doesn't
it on
matter.
purpose. I swear to
He's
God, you do it on purpose, Elijah.
Come on,
he's
guys.
he's talking
I'm
to,
gonna
No,
let.
but did you guys hear him?
Nate.
Did you hear that?
Well, I'm talking too, all right, and
I'm sorry,
everyone's
bro. I'm
over
sorry.
talking me, right?
I'm
Elijah,
sorry.
Napalm jumped in. He hasn't said anything this whole time, and now he's let him have a bit of back and forward with Nate.
If I
Please.
may ask you
Thank you.
and Napalm, can I say 1 or 2 sentences, and then I'll
Because
be done?
I really do want an answer from Napalm. Please,
Go
if
for
you
it,
let
Elijah.
Thank
Oh,
you, Napalm. Moderator, are you also okay with that?
Yeah, go. Yep. Make it quick, mate. Make it quick.
Thank you very much. So, how can I make this short? So, when you say, okay, you need a valid hypothesis or it's presuppositional, when he said, okay, well, what about the ether? I told him no. And this is when he said, well, let's talk about phlogiston then. So he ended up giving me 2 examples of a not something that's not possible to be put through a hypothesis test, right? So this is how we got to the phlogiston by him asking about
that's not how we
ether
got to
and me
phlogiston.
saying,
That's not
and me,
true. We were talking about phlogiston before you even joined the VC, Elijah.
no,
Just
I'm
let him
saying our
finish, though.
conversation.
During
That's
that
all.
point.
I'm done, but I'm saying in our conversation in a vacuum where just you and I was talking, the same way you're circling back with him is the way you did with me, which is what you did with Travis before I got it. Is all I'm saying. That's it. That's it.
Oh, that added a lot to the conversation. So, Napalm, do you need me to repeat the question, or you got it?
Go ahead and repeat it.
Yeah. So, if I hypothesize that the ether was the medium through which light propagates, even though I've never detected the ether, I have no basis for saying that the ether is a physical established thing. Is that still a hypothesis, or you would say that it is an hypothesis?
When you say that you're hypothesizing that the ether is the medium in which light travels,
Propagates, yeah, whatever.
right, through which it propagates, you would then have to establish or figure out
If the ether is real,
what
right?
what the medium would consist of. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. So look.
Right.
So if you
but,
have,
but you feel that's an okay hypothesis. So sorry, Travis.
So I didn't say that I felt that it's an okay hypothesis, right? So when it comes to ether, right, the medium in which light travels or propagates, this ether has come to be established through deduction, right? Meaning that if light is propagating, we've removed all other variables. Even if we can't substantiate exactly what the ether is,
okay,
light does need a medium in order to propagate.
Okay. All right, Travis, go ahead, man.
so I was just gonna, I think, say the same thing, but give a tangible example. If I'm underwater and there's light coming through so that I can see the bottom of the river, the light is propagating through the water. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then if I'm up in the air and I can see things, then light is propagating through a medium. The water was a medium, the air is a medium. So in a simplistic way, to me, ether is simply an archaic way of saying the air. It's just a word to describe, but something that we know is there. We know it's there. We might not be able to break down all of its constituent parts per se, if they have any at all, but at least I have something that is actually there where 10 of us would go around and be like, are you okay with me calling this thing that's out there? You can see the sky, blue, you know, that whatever's out there. Can I call that the aether? They're like, yeah, sure.
So my understanding or idea or conception of ether is that it is the background energy that permeates everything.
Yeah,
It's
but
the
guys,
ne-
I don't want to.
let me finish. Let me finish. It is the necessary energy that allows everything within existence to be able to manifest. Right? We know energy that cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only transform, meaning that there has to be a pre-existing energy. And when I say energy, if you wanted to utilize energy within something you were talking about, and I really pressed you on trying to define energy or show me energy or give me energy, you would be hard pressed to do so because you would only be able to give me examples of various types of energy, but you wouldn't really be able to put your finger on what exactly energy is. Same with the
Napalm,
ether.
can I ask you a question?
Okay,
Yeah.
so come on, man.
I did. I jumped in before you did. I'm sorry.
You did. Go ahead.
Okay, so the question was, is it a valid is what he's doing valid hypothesis in the way we would accept a valid hypothesis for establishing cause and effect?
Of course not. We fucking know
Okay,
this.
so
I would say
even if it's addressed to ether, I would assume you would have to say no, you can't do that, which you did because you said, well, you have to know its properties and this and the third. So,
Correct.
so we're in agreement. Now, what I told him earlier is you wouldn't be running that through the scientific method, or that would be pseudoscience. You don't need the scientific method for all forms of knowledge.
Correct.
So therein lies my follow-up question to him. Well, since it's not natural science, what you're saying, in astrophysics, what would your method be? What is the method? The same thing I asked NASA Chill, but it's like my questions are literally the same to whoever because my approach is the same. Doesn't matter what the rhetoric is. So the question still remains, since it's not a valid hypothesis in the way of this causes B, therefore let me test this. Okay, that caused B, I'm right, or that didn't cause B, I'm wrong. We're all in agreement that that's not what you will be doing. Therefore, it's not a hypothesis. So that's the answer to the question we keep dancing around.
Right. I agree with
The answer
that.
is
And
no.
And I would never, I would never formulate a hypothesis where ether would be the cause of the effect that we're seeing, right? Because you would have to first substantiate. Yeah, I would never formulate a hypothesis where ether is the cause of the effect that we see, because we don't have the ability to manipulate ether.
Uh-huh. What? So if I substantiated ether or attached a property to it that light as a, ether has a specific drift, a specific direction in which it flows, and I wanted to test that, right? I couldn't do that. You saying that's not science, that's not a cause and effect? No.
I mean, if you wanted to test something like the alleged ether drift, you would have to substantiate what you're claiming is ether. So if you're metering energy and you notice that there's some sort of rotational vortex to the energy around you, if you're quantifying energy in some way like measured volts or any way that we would measure like electricity or energy, if you can substantiate that you have some sort of energetic movement and you wanted to test that, I would say that you could do that if you have the ability to somehow meter the energetic flow.
What you said didn't make sense. But all right, I'll try to move away from that and speak to what Travis said, right? Because what Travis said was that's basically how they came to the conclusion that there must be a medium through which light travels, right? If I'm underwater or in the sky, I see light reach me, and then back then they thought that there was nothing in between them and the stars. There must be some special medium then through which light from these distant objects reaches us, right? So they're saying that if I always see light in a medium, then beyond our atmosphere, there should be another medium there. And I hypothesize that that medium is what light travels through. So how do I know that medium is real? I would need to subject that hypothesis to an experiment, right? And then you said that before you, well, this is what you said initially. You've kind of gone away from that now. But initially, what you said is before you try and put the ether in any sort of hypothesis, you would want to establish certain things about it, right? And and then what most people would do is this establishment of certain things about it is the test that's the first test they would perform. Let's detect it. Let me make a hypothesis which will help me set up an experiment where I can detect this thing. Before I make any further claims, let me first ensure the ether exists, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that would
Yeah,
be pseudoscience, though.
you would first want to establish anything that you're claiming to be the cause of the effect as being something correct.
Substantial. Okay,
But
so if
you would
I'm
have
saying
to. But
ether,
you would have to have
Elijah,
an
come
effect.
on, Elijah, no, bro, no, not this time. So if I'm thinking that ether is the medium through which light propagates, I need to have an experiment to establish ether first. I agree with you, Napalm. So with phlogiston, if I'm making this, if I feel phlogiston is what makes things burn, I need to establish the existence of phlogiston first, right?
Correct. And then you would
Correct.
have to manipulate the phlogiston within your experiment to prove that the phlogiston is what is causing the
Fire to
combustion.
burn. Yeah, but first I need to detect it. So it's two separate experiments. One experiment where I must first detect it, establish it's real, and then the second experiment where now that I've shown phlogiston is real, I need to show it is what makes things burn. So it's kind of two separate experiments. Right?
This is all pseudoscientific. So now you're going to do an
Right,
experiment based
Napalm?
off of premises that
Elijah,
was
please, Elijah. Right, Napalm?
You would have to establish anything you're claiming to be the cause of an effect to be something to begin with. Yes.
Yeah, so it's two separate experiments. One to establish phlogiston, and then one to show phlogiston is what makes things burn. So, okay, then I totally agree with you, and then I understand where the misunderstanding was coming from. So yeah, maybe what I should have done then is said that I'll have two separate experiments. I first need to establish that phlogiston is a real thing. So that was the experiment that I was explaining. And then after that, I would need to show that phlogiston is what makes things burn, which is what you guys want, where I control the phlogiston. I manipulate it, right? If I add more phlogiston, there should be more burning. That kind of experiment.
Yeah, you
You
would
got to
need
do
to.
the same science with the first thing to
Phlogiston would need to
establish
be
phlogiston.
You guys are talking at the same time.
Yeah, you would
Yeah,
need to have
you
some
would need
sort
to,
of.
you would need to have phlogiston, like we have heat to manipulate, right? You would
Yeah, you would.
need phlogiston. So in this example of this hypothetical, like what would there? How would you have the phlogiston, the substance, to then introduce to something to cause something to happen?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's what you need
Can't
first, right?
pseudoscience anything into existence. Has to be real science. Like.
Yeah, and your proof of trying to prove phlogiston cannot be based on the premise that phlogiston causes things to burn, and then do an experiment that something burns, therefore phlogiston. Like
I
you
totally
have
agree with
to
you. I
first
totally agree with you.
establish
That is
what
real.
you're claiming is the cause, right? You need to first establish that that is a thing that can be manipulated. It can be introduced into an experiment. It can be removed from an experiment in order to move forward with your hypothesis that phlogiston is what's causing something to burn.
I totally agree with you, but it's just that we would need to then have two separate experiments. I would need to first have my first experiment with the hypothesis where
needs
I
to
try
not
to
be
establish
pseudoscience.
that it's real, and then my second experiment where I control phlogiston to show it is what makes things burn. Then we're on the same
Yeah,
page.
you're not going to get away from the fact that in any of these experiments, you need to use actual science. So, how would you go about establishing phlogiston's an actual thing?
That first example I gave, when things burn, they tend to lose weight. So my hypothesis is,
No, an actual
my
thing, so that you
hypothesis
can
would
then use it
be,
in an experiment and
yeah,
define its
I'm
properties and stuff
coming
like
up with a
that.
hypothesis for that. Hang on, let me think how I would word this. Things lose weight when they burn. So I hypothesize that that phlogiston carries weight, and all things that burn will lose phlogiston and experience a decrease in their weight. That's my hypothesis. So I'm going to burn things and
You
see
need
that
phlogiston to do it.
for all things I burn, they should be a decrease in weight. But I go and burn certain metals.
No, you've just
I
done a full
realize
circle
that
back to your
these
second
metals
Don't
experiment.
interrupt him. Don't interrupt him. Let him make his point because obviously I'm being
I
extremely
burn
fucking
certain.
facetious.
Now you interrupted me. I burn certain metals, and I realize these metals don't lose weight; they gain weight, which tells me
Wow.
phlogiston isn't real. Is that fine?
You
No.
are the ultimate troll, mate. I'll give you
Guys,
that.
Don't call
All
him a
right.
troll.
So, yeah, what's wrong with it? Like point me in the right
18
direction.
years he's been doing this. 18 years.
So
Who's been doing this for 18
I've
years? Who's been on
outlined
Discord arguing about the shape of the Earth for 18 years? Why do you keep saying that? You're so weird, man.
You earn your money,
Well,
champ.
I've outlined.
Well done.
Maybe
Shout
19.
out to
Tip
Rocky.
my hat.
Rocky, I think that's hilarious when you say that.
It is.
Yeah.
Extremely hilarious. But
He says
listen,
it's
listen. Didn't I outline that? Well, from the beginning, so we didn't need to go through all this. Like, but it was pretty good, especially for it to be recorded. So, what I'm saying by we didn't need to go through this, I'm not saying that we should not have. I'm saying it wasn't necessary literally. Not that you get the difference between it's not necessary
Of
in
course.
the sense of information,
Yeah.
but it's
So,
necessary
so
for the
White,
conversation.
where did I go
So
wrong?
what I've
What
told
should I
him,
change?
so what I've
My
told
hypothesis.
him, so what I've told him is it's not a hypothesis, and he's in his conversation with Napalm bypassed the fact that I said no, you're not making a proper hypothesis. It's invalid. So he used his conversation with Napalm to say, okay, so I have made a valid hypothesis. Now that I've made a valid hypothesis, I'm going to go on with my experiment. But the hypothesis already includes a premise that hasn't been validated. It just presupposes it, which is what I said earlier.
What is the premise? Like, where did I go wrong, White? Like, how should I change my hypothesis?
Well, you just said the same one as experiment
No,
two.
don't
Again.
don't answer him.
What do you mean don't answer? What the fuck,
Because I
bro?
told you. Because I
No,
told you
I
40
want to
minutes
hear
ago.
White's answer. You can't tell White not to answer me.
No.
White,
You
go
asked
ahead.
me.
I was asking
Well,
White,
okay,
not
whatever.
you. I said White. I did say
Well,
White.
you didn't say no fucking White because White didn't say anything
White.
until after you said what you said. You know,
I
no
did-
names were
I'm
said. He
asking
just
White.
decided to talk.
He said White. He's talking directly to White.
Yeah.
Elijah.
Pleomorph is white.
Okay, I'm wrong right now. Great. Okay.
Yeah, so either White or Napalm. If you could tell me, like, where I'm going wrong.
So when you go back and your first hypothesis was that phlogiston is what causes wood to burn. And then we said you have to first establish that phlogiston is something that can be the cause of an effect. You then created another invalid hypothesis where you're still presupposing phlogiston, right? Because you said, well, what if I get wood and I get metal and I assume that phlogiston is this thing that carries weight, blah, blah, blah. See, that's the problem is you're assuming it's a thing that carries weight. You need to establish what phlogiston is.
Exactly.
So your second hypothesis
Establish
that
it
you're
how?
trying to prove phlogiston is already presupposing phlogiston is a thing.
All right, so how do you establish something? Like, how would you do it? How would you establish phlogiston or ether or anything that we don't know about yet in a hypothesis?
That's on
I'm
you,
asking
man.
Napalm. I'm asking Napalm.
You can't. I don't care.
You can't.
Listen,
I
you
wouldn't.
can't. Thank you. Okay.
I
thank
wouldn't.
you. We can't.
Why would I hypothesize about something that doesn't exist? Why would I do that?
Yeah.
So you can only make hypotheses about things that do exist. So only
Yes.
Yeah, the natural world. Congratulations. Welcome
yeah,
to
but
science.
aren't there things in the natural world that we don't know and understand? We don't even know they exist, but they are in the
But there's
natural world.
fantasy also. You can dream up fantasy in your mind,
You know?
but you can't create
Like
a logical hypothesis.
So-
with fantasy.
let's say we see a phenomenon that we don't know or understand.
Listen.
How
Oh
do
my
we?
God! All
He
you're
said
doing,
no.
all you're doing
He
is
said no.
repackaging.
Napalm said no. So when I said no. When Travis said hell no. When Rakia said no 18 years ago, and when Napalm just said no, you're still trying to make it yes.
Yeah.
I'm not. Now
Yes, you
I'm
are.
asking. No, I'm giving it to you guys.
Oh
that
my
my
God.
hypothesis isn't right.
We are
fine,
telling you.
but
Listen,
what's wrong with
this is an intervention. All of us right now are
Yeah.
telling you the same thing, and you are not listening.
I am listening. I get you guys. My hypothesis is wrong because I'm presupposing things because I don't know that phlogiston exists, and to give it properties, it would still be presupposing because I'm presupposing that something I don't know doesn't exist has these properties. So I get you. Now my question is, if we have a phenomena that we don't understand, how do we go about hypothesizing and sciencing it if I can't?
I'll tell you.
You know,
Let me tell you.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, let me tell you.
Yeah.
I take everything that I do know
Yeah.
that exists within that observation test. Everything I know, I'm going to list it out. I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this. And I'm going to change every single one of those somehow and see what happens differently. That's how I know shit. Now, if
Systematic elimination. Good word.
if within that I have 5 points that I know about, and then as I move all 5 of those around, something else remains consistent, and I don't know what it is. Now that would be interesting, but I would use that as an X or a question mark. Don't know.
Okay, so let's say we see something burning, Travis, and we have no idea what fire is or what gases are or about the combustion cycle. You know, we don't know any of these things. We just see two different plants burning, right? How do we go about determining what is making them burn? What would you do?
Scientific
The whole
experiments
process,
to
man.
Yeah, but I mean,
introduce
walk me
variables, introduce
what hypothesis
variables,
would you come up with?
eliminate
That
Napalm.
variables.
Yeah,
he's trying
Napalm.
to
Give me
tell
an
you.
give me a
He's trying to
hypothesis
tell you.
you would
He's
come
trying
up
to
with.
tell you. He's trying to
You
tell
see
you.
two things burning.
He's
I
trying to
see
tell you.
something burning, right? And I want to know what it is. if I
Making it burn.
if my hypothesis is that heat is causing this to burn, then I would take whatever it is and I would introduce heat and I would see if heat would cause that to burn. If that's not the case, then I would have to reevaluate, come up with another hypothesis and
How
say
would you introduce
maybe it's
heat?
pressure, right?
Yeah,
So
but
then
how
I
would
would
you
have to
introduce heat?
introduce high pressure. Excuse me?
If you don't know what fire is, you don't know how to make fire, you don't know why things burn, but you see something burning. How would
Yeah.
you subject that to hypothesis? How would you add heat to something if you don't even know how to make fire?
This is one of the biggest wastes of times I've
Bro.
ever heard. This is what
Yeah.
these people do, man. Every
You're
day.
you're literally asking how people did science
Yeah.
back thousands of years ago, right?
Yeah.
This is how we learn things, right? We eliminate variables, we introduce variables, we manipulate things to try to figure out what causes things to do what, right? That's all it is. And in order to have a valid hypothesis, the variables within your experiment, right? In order to do science, the variables within your experiment need to be able to be controlled or manipulated in order to prove that it is the cause of the effect that you see. If you've
Tangible.
gone,
It's another thing they need to do.
if you've gone through rigorous experiment and you can't figure out what the cause is by eliminating all the variables that you can possibly think of, then you don't know what the cause of the effect is. Period.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that there are certain situations where we see something that cannot be explained by all of, the known things we already know at that time. So that's why I brought up phlogiston, because it's the perfect example. With phlogiston, people didn't know what makes fire.
Oh
How,
my God.
Bro,
what are
we
the
don't need to reiterate
Circling
this.
back
what are the
2 hours
things?
ago.
We don't need to
I'm not
reiterate
talking.
this.
Yeah, people didn't know what are the things that cause
apparently we
fire.
do, Napalm.
So they
Apparently
came up
we do,
with
right?
things. Yeah, I mean, if Elijah can do it, if Elijah can take us down memory lane and explain what
Now he's
happened 10
blaming
minutes
someone
ago,
else.
why can't I? Why can't I
Same
do it?
old script.
No,
Like
because
this is
your
ridiculous. Why can Elijah do it, but I
because
can't
your
do it?
ultimate point
So,
because
anywho,
your
as I
ultimate
was
because
saying,
if you
I'm not done,
agree
Elijah.
with
Please, I'm
You
not.
Napalm,
asked a
then
question.
Elijah, please. I'm actually going to
it's
leave after I'm done.
See you later,
But this
because
is
you just
this
asked
is the
Elijah. You said his
ultimate
name and
point
asked a question.
that
He's trying to answer you.
it was a rhetorical question, Rakia. So the ultimate point I want to
So you
make
can
is
just
there
keep
are
babbling
times
on now.
where you do have to get creative, where you have to
You're
think outside
lying
the
shit.
box and come up with concepts that aren't established in the
that
real
can't be
world.
validated.
No,
And that's
absolutely
what
not.
happened with phlogiston.
That's amazing.
Absolutely
Phlogiston was
not.
an idea they came up with for
Get
why
this
things
guy out of
burn
the science
because
It's
board
the same
room.
thing we
all of the
rejected
known
you 2
things
hours
they
ago.
had
Circling
at
back.
that time couldn't
Absolutely
explain it.
not.
So they came up with the
Absolutely
idea
not.
of phlogiston, but
No.
when they tried to do experiments to detect it, they never found it, guys. So this whole idea that in an experiment, in your hypothesis, the things
So then
must be things that we
phlogiston
already know about, they must be established. That isn't
so
true.
then
And then
phlogiston
this
was
is the point
pseudoscience.
that
So
your
then phlogiston
independent
was pseudoscience
variable
for however
must be
long it
something
was.
that
So then
you can
phlogiston was
physically,
pseudoscience, right, guys?
manipulate X,
So
Y,
then
Z.
basically what
Still
he's
talking.
saying,
That's
basically
all.
what
I'm
he's
done.
saying is,
I gotta go.
basically what he's
But
saying,
it was a very good
basically
See you
what
later,
he's
Nate. See
See you
you
saying
guys later.
tomorrow.
is, right?
See you guys tomorrow.
Basically what he said in the end was, okay, so phlogiston was pseudoscience because it was in textbooks for a period of time, when actually, no, they couldn't prove that phlogiston was a thing. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
That's the
So
whole point.
when we asked you to give us a way of cause and effect and manipulation to establish an effect of something in the sky, i.e., can you do that with astronomy or astrophysics? Your response to that was phlogiston and ether. Well, let me not put ether. Let me just say phlogiston was your example, and it was pseudoscience because it was determined not to be a cause of anything.
That's our whole point.
Because they
our
made
point
it
worse.
up.
Hey,
Yeah,
have you?
Actually,
You guys.
I don't know.
You guys remember that cartoon? I think for some reason I'm thinking of like either something along the lines of Fred Flintstone or the something in the Looney Tunes where they have this conflict, like these two things fighting, and then the lunch bell rings. They stop fighting. They go and punch their cards out, and then they go to the lunchroom together. Like that's what happens with these people that just come in. Like Brenda just showed up, right?
Yeah,
Guess
here's
who
another one
left?
coming in.
Guess who left? And guess who just showed up? Right?
Yep.
So one punched their clock out and one punched the clock in. We just got here.
Just
they go.
like
Rotate
yesterday.
Morning, Sam. Morning,
Yeah,
Ralph.
yeah. That was it. What was that?
Yeah.
Morning, Nick.
I don't
Morning,
know.
Brenda.
Yeah.
You should have stuck
Morning,
with the
Sam.
moons
Morning.
and the water dowsing instead
You
of
think
going to phlogiston and everything. You should have just stuck with the water dowsing and the moons around Mars or whatever.
He quickly
Andy, they say
moved away from the water dowsing.
why are
Sorry.
people so stirred up?
Well, I think what Nate should have realized
it's
towards
just
the end
outright
of his
dishonesty,
argumentation is that presupposing something exists and then trying to utilize it within a hypothesis is only going to garner you pseudoscience, right? Because he basically proved that. But then he was trying to claim that you could still assume things to exist and put them in a hypothesis. I don't understand how he wasn't connecting that his example was a perfect example of making an assumption within a hypothesis without any substantial evidence that thing even exists, right? And then claiming it
He was
to be
being
science.
dishonest, mate.
Yeah,
Simple.
I think he does it intentionally.
Blatant dishonesty.
You guys have this all wrong. Phlogiston is a perfectly valid scientific theory. It just turned out to be wrong.
It was superseded, right, Brenda?
Yeah,
It was
it's
superseded.
valid. Yes, it was. Excuse me, I'm talking. So
Yeah, I'll go next.
Excuse me, be quiet. I'm talking. So it's valid to hypothesize the existence of a substance called phlogiston that accounts for, wood burning. But the problem is that the theory failed because people could come up with examples where the theory didn't work, right?
Right.
It's
So
a good
just
theory,
like it was
it's just wrong.
superseded, right? It was superseded by something else, oxidization. Just like gravity, Newtonian gravity was superseded by Einsteinian gravity. Correct, Brenda?
No, because Newton I'll tell you why.
No.
I'll tell you why. Because Newton never had a general theory of gravity. All he had were his laws. A scientific law is not a theory.
No,
exactly. It's not. So his law, which was law, is not a law because it didn't work. It doesn't work. It was superseded. Therefore, not a law. Correct, Brenda?
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
Explain what a law is.
Back to cause and effect.
Explain what a law is.
No, fuck that. Fucking hell.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for you people to settle down. Holy crap, you're stirred up.
Well, once again,
Yeah, because it's outright denial and lies. Pseudoscience bullshit, Brenda. If you can't manipulate the presumed cause in an experiment, it is pseudoscience.
Incorrect.
Simple.
Yeah, we just spent
Totally
a few hours talking about how the hypothesis of phlogiston was an incorrect and invalid hypothesis because phlogiston was never established to be something in the first place, right?
that isn't a bad hypothesis. You just
It is
don't
a bad
understand
hypothesis.
science. You can have a theory about it, a theoretical unobserved, right? So the substance phlogiston was unobserved. You can have a hypothesis about that. You can do that. It just didn't turn out.
It's not science, though, Brenda.
That's not what
It's pseudoscience.
That's not
exactly what
pseudoscience
science
Yes, it
is.
is.
It's exactly what science
Yeah,
is.
if you can't
postulate-
vary and manipulate the fucking presumed cause of anything,
not
how
how
the
science
fuck can you do any science on it?
It's not how science works. I'm sorry, but you've been misinformed.
Explain to us
Google
then,
it.
NASA. Don't just say it's
Oh
not how it
no!
works.
I won't
Please
explain
explain it.
I won't. No, I can't explain it to you guys because you
Then
guys have.
sit down and shut up.
No.
Yeah, if
I'm
you
not
can't
gonna sit down and
explain
shut
it,
up.
you
I can't explain it. However, I cannot explain to you guys because you guys are so firmly convinced that it is true.
So then
All
we
right,
don't
we'll
need
get
to hear
out, mate.
from you. Then NASA, we don't need to hear from you.
Well, then be quiet and don't tell me who you can't hear from, SC. I'll tell you if I
And then
want to.
contribute to the conversation.
I
and
am
don't
contributing to
just
the
spend it
conversation.
saying,
You guys,
Just mute him.
you guys
Someone
are
mute him.
incorrect.
He's
You
just
guys are
told us he's got no input. Mute him.
You
Yeah,
guys
you're
are
gonna detract.
incorrect. You
Yeah,
guys are incorrect.
PNS, you said that
Figure
already,
out the
okay?
correct answer if you were to investigate it at all. However, you believe the words of a certain, because I can't say his
This
name.
is what I'm doing. You're
Master
adding
Shill, you're-
context to discredit you.
Master
As soon
Shill,
as you,
You haven't discredited me. I'm
You're
no,
wrong.
sorry.
you discredited yourself because you
No, I
added on.
haven't.
I'll tell you why. Okay, listen.
Oh, please
You
tell me.
added on a bunch of baggage
dear.
to what science is. You made claims about everybody in the room. You made claims about QE. You made claims. All these claims were added into your explanation of science. So
All to
therefore,
save Brenda.
when you give your explanation of science, anyone can just attack the lowest hanging fruit because they're an expert in what they believe, not you. You don't even know anything about these
I
about
know
the people.
You're
a lot
lucky,
more than
Brenda.
you, Crit. However,
You've been saved by your mate.
what you can say is incorrect. This is not the scientific method. There is no the scientific method. I'm sorry to inform you of this. You have been
Yes, there
badly
is.
misinformed.
So,
No, there
so
is
what
not.
is Michio Kaku? So what is Michio
Hold on.
Kaku?
There's
So what is Michio
science
Kaku?
and there's
But wait,
pseudoscience.
Miss
but
Yukaku
what
is
is Michio
Miss
Kaku talking about?
Yukaku is a theoretical scientist, and if string theory turns out to be true, he will
I
probably
didn't
win the
ask
Nobel
you
Prize.
what he was. Okay,
I will trust
so
his
you're
words
gonna have
over
to listen.
yours.
You're gonna have to listen. Okay,
What
so
the fuck?
he's
I'll take
Get
his
out.
words since he is a real
no.
scientist and probably
Listen,
a
I'm in the
Nobel
middle.
Prize
I'm
winner.
in the middle of. I'm in the middle of saying something, and he's totally misunderstood what I've said, and then use that for the basis. Anyway, that
Well, that's
happens all the
the
time
flat
in
Earth
here.
way, isn't it?
So the bottom
Misunderstand?
line is no. Anyway, so don't do what you think flat earthers do to a flat
Well,
earther.
why
That
not?
just makes you look twice as dumb.
You're a
Well,
flat earther then. You're trying to out
So
flat earth
anyway,
a flat earther.
anyway,
No, I,
anyway,
if you guys,
the point
if you
being,
guys can use flat Earth logic, why can't I?
the point being, right? Okay, you say, okay, I'm saying this. Michio Kaku says that no one in his field uses the so-called scientific method. What is he referring to? Is my question.
He is referring to your and the major flat earther whose name cannot be mentioned theory of the four-step scientific method.
Oh, I thought it. I thought it
Four
didn't
steps. You're a
exist.
fucking
I
idiot.
know he doesn't. I know he doesn't know us. I know
Well,
he
but he's
didn't. I know his comments about that very old video isn't attributed to us.
but he is
So
a okay,
what?
fine.
So what
Something
he's
extremely
doing. I'm
similar
almost.
to
I'm
us.
almost done. I'm almost done. You don't have to interrupt. Right. Right. You don't have to interrupt. Right. Because I don't want to have to repeat myself for it to be clear to the audience because everyone else hates that. Right. So you don't have to object in the middle of what I'm saying if I've only said it once, because it's not like I'm repeating
Saying the
myself.
same thing
Unlike you guys.
and over
So
again.
so if you could just hold your tongue for a little while,
Can you get
everything
your
will be copacetic.
Can you finish, please?
Okay, go on, Elijah. Go on. Come on.
Well, we need the silence for the audience to right?
You're
Because this is
wasting
a
our
part of
time.
it.
Come on.
Apparently,
Oh, we don't. We don't need the dramatic pause. Just go on, buddy.
no, don't tell me that, because the audience needs to hear that I'm asking him for a chance to continue.
All right,
So that's what I want.
Much time.
Okay, So that being the case, without the mumbles and grumbles, what I'm saying, he is referring to the so-called scientific method that none of us flat earthers made up. We're just adhering to a method that establishes cause and effect very
clearly,
usefully. Not even clear, usefully. Like things that we've used it for literally everything. And so that's the scientific method that exists that we didn't make up. Why do you keep saying it's a flat earth thing?
And you come in on the back of something when the question was very clearly established, right? Can you show cause and effect relationship using the scientific method in regards to astrophysics in comparison to water dowsing? Cause and effect scientific method. Dependent, independent variable. Right? It was very crystal clear about 3 hours ago. And then we started talking about phlogiston 2 hours.
That's how it descends because they can't answer honestly.
Well,
And
no.
that's why it's so fucking frustrating.
In all fairness,
so I can answer your question.
Travis did allow Nate to make up his own scenario and just sticking to the two scenarios that were on the board. Water dowsing in comparison to the moons going around Venus or Mars or whatever planet was mentioned. Then the scenario that Travis allowed to be introduced, right, was the phlogiston and bloody trees burning. And we've been speaking about phlogiston for 2 hours.
As obfuscation, yeah. We tried to put a nip in the bud, but we weren't allowed to.
No. What you were doing was not letting him finish a sentence. That's what you were doing, right?
We've had the recording to show that we let him finish his sentences almost three times.
You have one recording, so go back and listen to the other 3 hours, White, where he was interrupted. All right,
Where he was
here the whole time, Bandy.
Come on, man. We interrupted because he was saying the same exact thing for 3 hours as you say it, and because we interrupted, didn't want to hear it for the 20th time. We let him finish. We heard his point. We rebutted it. And then he circled back for 2 hours.
Anyway.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, Brenda, what's your answer?
And you still want to engage him. None of you had to talk to him.
Come on, Brenda. Go.
What?
Cause and effect, Brenda. Get into it.
I've lost track of what you people are talking about now.
Yeah, okay. You're not smart enough to keep up.
It's a shoe.
What do you mean by
it's just boring.
Okay, see you later.
Yeah, cry harder.
Well, no, I mean, are you either going to do it or are you going to? You're the one crying.
What am I supposed to do?
Oh my
Cause and
God.
effect.
It's a shoe.
Cause and effect of what?
A shoe.
Anything in astrophysics, meaning you have to provide
same script Nate was using.
So Michio Kaku is a theoretical physicist, and what has happened? So I am just going to be interrupted. Is that it?
Well, I asked you a question.
Be interrupted. Am I going to be interrupted or not?
I asked you a question.
Yeah, am I going to be interrupted or am I not?
Just get on with it, Brenda.
Right. So Michio Kaku is a theoretical physicist. What has happened in the field of physics is that there's a division of labor. There are experimental physicists and there are theoretical physicists. And the theoreticians like Michio Kaku or any of the others is they come up with theories based on the current understanding of science. And then the theoretical physicists, who are the people at CERN, for example, try to shoot down that theory and disprove it, right? And so in his field, when Michio Kaku said in his field, what he's talking about is theoretical physics. He's not talking about the whole discipline as a whole. right?
We asked the question about
We know.
cause and effect, Brenda. Why are you bringing up theoretical physicists who don't use
Well, because I've
cause
mentioned it,
and
but
effect?
she's making the same point that I made. So I agree with you, Brenda. Now, can you
Yeah.
answer the question?
Yeah. About what? About cause and effect. What about it?
So
Oh my
okay,
God.
so moderator, when you said, Brenda, just get to the point, right? I asked her a question, and so apparently she ignored it
Could you
because now
repeat
that
the
we're saying,
question, please? Repeat it,
fuck
please.
no. What the
Well, then I
like?
guess
This
you're
is
not going to get
ridiculous.
an answer then. If you're not going to repeat it, and I don't remember what it was, then you're not going to get an answer.
You said you didn't remember what it was. He repeated it again. You went on with your Michio Kaku thing, and now you're saying you don't remember the question again.
What
This is in the
question?
same script.
What's the question?
Yeah, exactly. Talk to you later, Brenda.
Yeah. So what's
See you
the
later.
question?
Yeah, that is what happened. So you didn't understand the question the first time, and I interrupted to tell you what the conversation was and what it was about. And then you said, so Michio Kaku, and I started to interrupt you, but obviously there was some grumblings from the moderator. So I shut up and let you finish. And we've come to the conclusion that yes, you weren't gonna fucking answer my question.
So you want cause and effect in astronomy, right?
I
We're ready.
personally don't want anything from you. Not one
Yeah.
red nickel.
Well,
not
then
nothing.
be
I
quiet.
personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you want cause and effect in astronomy, one example would be redshift. Redshift, the observed phenomenon is redshift, right? And then they take several measurements and they determine that redshift is caused by stars and galaxies receding, right? So that there's a optical Doppler effect because they are moving away from us, shifting the spectrum of those stars to the red end of the spectrum. That is cause and effect.
Okay,
So-
now take the stars and the galaxies away and prove that it's not that.
That's not how science works. Science doesn't
Yeah,
work like
so it changes and manipulates the variables. Yes, it does.
you manipulate the variable by making multiple observations of many different stars.
All right. There you have
Yes,
it, folks.
that's
Mul-
called statistics.
Multiple observations without manipulating
Oh,
variables is
Yes,
the scientific
yes,
effect.
that's how
Oh,
science works.
Brenda. No, I'm sorry.
Does anybody agree with that?
Pseudoscience, yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
I mean, I
it's the
might be
definition
wrong.
of pseudoscience.
Does
no, that's
anybody
not
agree with that?
pseudoscience. That's not pseudoscience.
Yeah, the definition of it.
No,
By
it isn't.
definition,
It isn't the
yes, you are
definition.
masquerading as science. Definitely.
Okay,
That's not
how
science,
so?
Brenda.
Prove it. Okay, how
Okay,
so?
how did you manipulate the presumed cause of redshift, which is the moving body? How
Yeah,
did you manipulate
no,
that?
it's not the moving body. The phenomenon observed is the spectrum of light is red shifted. It's shifted to the red
What's
end
the
of the
cause?
spectrum.
What's the presumed cause, Brenda? It's a moving body, isn't it?
The presumed cause is the Doppler effect.
From a moving body, Brenda. Yes,
Yes.
or fucking no. Right.
Right, it's the
So
Doppler
don't play
effect.
dumb, please. It's fucking annoying.
So then,
So, how did you validate that the body is moving?
you sample many thousands or even millions of different objects, all having different amounts of redshift.
Right, so
That's how.
correlation. So that's pseudoscience, Brenda.
No, that's not pseudoscience.
It
Statistical
is, very
sampling-
much so.
Statistical sampling is part of science. That you don't understand it is irrelevant.
Part of.
Wait.
Part
Hold up,
of,
Brenda.
Definitely.
Hold up.
Definitely.
So we're saying that planets moving further away or closer to us causes a redshift or blue shift. And in order to establish this, we're looking at redshift and blue shift to prove which planets are moving away from us. So we're
No.
using what we're
Wrong.
trying to prove in order to prove what
Wrong.
we're trying to use.
Wrong. You're wrong already. You're wrong already. You can't even repeat back to me what it is.
Well,
Number one, it's not planets. Number one, it's not planets.
Stars,
it's stars
whatever.
and stars and entire galaxies are redshifted towards the red end of the light spectrum. You want to know why? Why are they?
Why?
The hypothesis is that it's the consequence of a Doppler effect, that they are
Right.
moving away from us at a significant percentage of the speed of light.
So how do we establish that they're moving away from us? How do we know that?
We
Because
take
they're redshifted?
you take a statistical sample of many different ones.
Okay.
Which is exactly what you
what are we finding in these?
Is consistent. That's how.
So how are we? Hold on. How are we establishing that these galaxies and stars are moving away from us? How do we know this?
I told you by
Hold
sampling.
on. By sampling what? Hold on. Sampling what? What are we sampling?
By
What are we looking
sampling
for?
a large population of stars.
And we're looking for what?
We're looking for a consistent redshift that conforms with the theory.
So we're proving that wait, hold on. So we're proving that redshift is caused by galaxies and stars moving away, and we're proving that galaxies and stars are moving away because of the redshift. Do you understand the problem here, Brenda?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's a straw man. That's not what I said.
Exactly what
I
you
gotta
said.
agree though, Brenda.
No,
I heard you
that's
say
not how it works.
you hypothesized the redshift was coming from the moving. That's what you said.
Well, that can be demonstrated in a lab anyway. So I don't know what you're on about.
Oh dear. So correlation is not causation. Pseudoscience again, for fuck's sake. Give us another one.
That's not the definition of pseudoscience, dude. And redshift
Google
can be demonstrated in a laboratory. We can show
Of course.
that moving objects.
You can't extrapolate that out.
Oh, you're talking
I'm
over me.
sorry.
Can't wait. You're talking over me. Yeah, you are. You
I
are.
am.
So stop it.
I know.
Right? So redshift can be demonstrated in a laboratory. We know because we can experiment with it that moving objects cause redshift. Right. So when we see redshift in something, we know that it's been caused by something moving. That's how we know.
So what's redshift again? Hold on. So what's redshift again?
Redshift is caused by something moving away from us.
No. What is it? Describe redshift. Describe what it looks like.
It's a movement of the spectrum towards the red end of the spectrum.
Oh, okay. So red lights can't do that, can they?
What? No. What are you on about? That's not what redshift is on about.
That was squawk.
No, I'm asking you because it's obviously an affirming the consequent fallacy. I'm saying, well,
it's not an affirming the consequent fallacy.
So it couldn't just be red lights or lights that shift to red, can it? Can it? It can't be that. It can't be lights that twinkle. God forbid, stars twinkle.
Twinkling's not redshift. No one ever said that twinkling was redshift.
Okay.
That's dumb.
Okay, but there's a change in wavelength, which is what I would assume twinkling is, right? Because it's being
that's not what twinkling is. Twinkling is not a change in wavelength.
So what is twinkling?
Twinkling is a shifting of the light due to refraction. It's not changing
So
wavelength.
so what is refraction then? So when light goes through a different medium, right? What happens?
It changes direction.
It changes direction, and then what?
Nothing else.
Nothing else. So
nothing else.
When we're getting
its frequency doesn't change, dude.
So when you shine a white light through a prism, and then you get multiple colors, that's what?
That is called dispersion, if we're going to talk slowly now, because dispersion is just the dispersing of the frequencies that are already there. It doesn't change the frequencies when you shine it through a prism. It just separates out the frequencies that are already there.
Okay, fine. You're right. So let's go with that. So could it be that? So could it be that we're looking at, red lights?
No.
Could it be that it's what you said? Could it be what you said just now?
No, because refraction doesn't shift the spectrum towards one end or the other.
Well, we're talking about moving light, right? And
Yeah,
then
exactly,
we have a
which
perspective,
causes a shift of the entire spectrum towards
no,
one
no,
end.
no, 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 no. I mean, the lights are moving side to side, as well as your presupposition that they're moving away or toward or whatever. So I'm saying there's that movement, right? So couldn't it be that the movement from left to right is shifting our perspective through something up there that would cause that shift? Is that
That's
possible?
pretty much that's what you've heard there. Is pretty much the definition of pseudoscience.
Well, no, I said, is it possible?
No,
I'm just asking.
There's no theory that I know of that could possibly cause that.
What? No. I'm just saying, if a light is
me,
no,
maybe
what I'm
you
saying
could,
is,
if
if a
you
light,
want to
okay,
disagree
no,
with
I'm
me,
not
maybe
disagreeing.
if
I'm
you
not
want to
disagreeing
disagree
with
with
what you
me,
said. I'm not
maybe you
disagreeing
could
with
come
what
up
you
with
said.
a
I'm not
mechanism.
disagreeing with what you said. I'm not
Maybe you
disagreeing with
could
what
come
you
up
said.
with a mechanism
I'm
that would
not
explain how that would
disagreeing with
happen.
what you said. I'm not doing that. No, I'm not coming up with a mechanism because I'm not disagreeing with what you said. What I am saying is, couldn't you have a light? Like I could make a light, right? And then I could have something in between that manipulates the light, so in which when the light moves, my perception of it is different. Is that possible?
Not to show redshift in a whole spectrum. No.
It's also probably unfalsifiable, and if it's unfalsifiable, that's the very definition of pseudoscience.
So we're talking.
Yes.
What again? What is redshift?
Redshift is the shifting of an entire spectrum towards the red end of the spectrum. It's not just making something look red, it's shifting the entire spectrum towards the red end.
What does that mean?
It means literally what I just said, shifting
So what does
the
that look
spectrum
like?
towards the red end.
So what does that look like?
When you say the
what does
entire
that look
spectrum,
like?
do you mean the
What does
entire
that look like? I still don't know what that looks like. Are you saying it's, I don't know,
can't
blue?
explain
Then
it
it,
either.
are you saying it?
Well, I
Are
can
you
explain it.
listen? No. This is what I'm asking you. So, are you saying it's blue and then it shifts to red? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said at
So
all.
then, what is it?
Well, if
no,
you let me
I'm not attributing.
All right.
I'm not seeming to do anything. I just want to know what it. Describe it to me, because that's what I'm asking you.
I'm
not
actually
positing anything.
Well, I can't while you're fucking talking, right? So it literally is exactly like I said. When you look at a spectrum of an emission spectrum of a particular substance, you get the line spectra. You are aware of what line spectra are, right?
Okay.
No, he has no clue. He doesn't know what those are.
No. So if you don't know what line spectra are, then you're not going to understand this. Because what red shifting is shifting the line
Voice so
spectra
fucking loud,
towards
he
the
don't
red
hear
end.
shit. You know what it is? Fucking loud ass Papa's voice. You can't hear nobody else, huh, motherfucker?
Why are you calling me motherfucker? You triggered or something?
Bitch.
Yeah.
Cunt.
Anyway,
That's
fine.
what you're
Okay,
here to.
Yeah, we can all use words like that to call each other, but it doesn't get us anywhere, does it?
Sending pricks too, and trigger people like you do.
Do you know what?
Or when you're asked a question, you can just explain it because you're the one with the knowledge.
I am just explaining it.
No,
I
he
am just explaining it.
You interrupt me, you prick.
It's not my problem that you don't understand what my explanation
Complain
is.
about people interrupting you, and then interrupt me when I open my mic for the very first time. You condescending prick. He's asking you.
Who's yelling into their mic now, you bastard?
As an audience member, I want to learn about this. You seem to have the knowledge, so don't whip out. Yes, I hear you saying you do. I just don't hear you explaining it to where people like me who have no idea can understand it. So you must not be that knowledgeable. No, you're just saying you don't understand it. If you don't understand this part, you're never going to understand it. Instead of explaining that part, that makes you a condescending prick.
Curse, as you talk, you ask for a little, you going right, and you're asking for little confirmations as you talk. And we're trying, I'm trying to get in there and like say, hold up or wait as you explain it. It seems like you don't want to pause and let us.
Oh, was motherfucker? Was that your polite confirmation there?
And fuck off too. Okay, let's just get this over with.
Well, Well, I mean, they asked me what line spectra is, and you just Google it
Yeah,
from
but
Britannica Science.
okay,
Yo, not
Elijah.
yet, not yet, not yet, but not yet, but because
Hello.
again, the person who is ignorant
Hello.
is trying to follow. What's up, moderator?
Jerry, are you there, buddy? By any chance? You want to hear? Jerry. Hello, Jerry.
I don't see anybody named Jerry.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Mate, are you able to take over this room? I've got to check out. I've had enough, mate. Are you able to take over?
Yeah, I'll give it my best shot.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. All right. Have
All
fun,
right.
everybody.
Yeah,
That's
you have
hilarious.
let me sum this up. You have an audience like me coming to this place where people are coming with questions and other people with the knowledge to answer it. And then you have people like this guy who's being asked questions. He's stepping in going, I'm the authority. I know. I'm smart. And he doesn't want to explain it to the audience, that's me, who wants to hear the explanation. That is weird.
It's a distraction anyway.
Well, it's not true because I do want to explain it. It's just that every time I start to explain it, I get interrupted.
Oh my God.
Yes, oh
It's
my
a
gosh.
distraction anyway.
We could whine and complain a bit. And then Brenda comes in and goes, no, he's stupid. The audience is stupid. They don't know what you're talking about. That's Brenda's job for some reason. Yes, Brenda.
You're just a
I've
disruptor.
never listened to this argument. I've never researched it. There's a guy here that claims to know everything about it. I would like to hear him answer things. That
Well, then
includes
why don't you
not being
fucking shut
interrupted.
up and listen?
Yeah, there he is again, the condescending prick.
Yeah,
when I'm
exactly.
trying to straighten out. Yeah, instead of just answering it a while ago.
Yeah,
and
instead of
telling
just
people,
shutting up and listening, you have to
don't
interrupt, don't
understand.
you?
You're dumb and I'm
So-
smart, is what you said. So carry on,
So-
Mr. Condescending.
When I said what does it look like? He said line spectra. You don't even know what that is. Brenda said along with that. So again, so obviously, if you're an educator and the child goes, "Wait a minute, what's line spectra?" Okay, so now explain that, or don't. I mean, I'm not. It's either you, because I'm trying to understand what it is, right?
Yeah, sure.
What it
Do you
looks
wanna
like.
know? Do you want to know?
What is line spectrum?
Yeah,
He's
what's
asked you
that?
5 times. You think he doesn't want to know? Maybe you're not smart after all.
Well, maybe I'm trying to actually answer him, but I keep on getting negative responses from people like you.
Right.
Okay.
Like you
so
can't.
line,
Go ahead,
so
talk.
again, I'm about to try and explain it, and
Again, you're going
you're
into the
you're
excuse
flapping
why you
your
have
lips, right?
Yeah,
Fuck
again.
you.
Yeah, there you go.
Ooh.
So, do you want to hear or not?
Yes, we asked the question 6 times, you moron.
What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
He blue screened.
Nothing's wrong with me.
He blue
Right?
screened.
Stop asking.
all right. Well, we'll
stop
try
asking
then.
if we want to know.
You know what? Fuck this. Every time
Yeah,
I
I knew
try to
this.
start to
All right,
explain, I
see
get
you
this.
later. See you
Fuck
later.
you.
Bye.
Wow.
It's almost like you really don't want to know.
No,
Yeah,
he
it's
doesn't
almost
know.
like we didn't
Almost
ask you
like he
like
didn't
6
want to
times,
share.
He's not going to be able to
Or couldn't.
regurgitate it correctly.
Wait, Brenda's still here. Go ahead, Brenda, explain it. Maybe ask what the question is again, Brenda.
They won't be able to regurgitate it correctly.
No,
They know
Brenda's
that.
here. She knows. She knows that we don't know, which means she knows. Let her explain it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Yes, the spectrographic fingerprint of a star is the absorption lines of that star form a unique fingerprint that identifies that star uniquely and the elements in that star. When that star is moving away from the observer at a significant percentage of the speed of light, those spectra, which are elements, get redshifted. That means they get shifted towards the red end of the spectrum, towards the red. That indicates a Doppler effect, where a receding source of waves, sound in the case of, say, a fire truck, or light spectra in this case, that indicates that the source is moving away from you. And we can use this as a tool to measure how far away things are based on how far or how much their fingerprint is shifted towards the red.
That's wrong. That's it. Category wrong.
Okay, go ahead and explain how it's wrong.
Yeah, it's just the look at easy Google search. Line spectra is a narrow, brightly colored parallel lines in a dark background that shows what the fingerprint of the gas.
Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it?
No,
That's what
not
I
even
said.
close.
That's
Not
what I
even
said. So I
close.
wasn't wrong, was I? I said it was
You
the
weren't even
fingerprint.
close. You had talked about distances and
Hold on.
galaxies and fire trucks and
Right,
you
but
weren't
hold
even
on. I would
close.
say, right, Brenda, you're right. You did say fingerprint, but Crit just what did you say? Did you say a horizontal line?
Yeah, parallel lines in a dark.
Okay, that's one thing
background.
you didn't say, Brenda.
Well,
You
no,
didn't say
because you
anything
don't
about
know this stuff. You really don't
because
know
that
it.
was
No,
in
'cause
his
Brenda was-
definition.
They're
No,
bands. They're bands on the spectrum. On the spectra.
Are those bands parallel? Are those bands parallel?
Of course they are.
So explain to me. Okay, so when you have a Doppler effect, I've never seen a Doppler effect that is parallel bands. I've always seen it as concentric circles moving away from a source.
And this is important too, not to ask globalist questions because they don't know it to begin with. They can't even do a proper regurgitation of what Google would say.
No,
They're going to lead you off. Their goal here is to destroy science, to
No,
make
no,
it so confusing, no one even knows what's going on anymore. Therefore, just trust the expert.
No,
That's
okay,
what their
so-
real goal is. Their real goal is to make it so confusing that you don't know what's going on.
All right. So from my understanding, Brenda was talking about redshift.
No, line spectrum.
I'm pretty sure she was gonna. Okay, but I'm pretty sure she was gonna get to that though. But I mean,
I did get to it. I did get to it.
You don't know it, Brenda. You don't.
well, in any case, let's move on, all right? Because we're really like.
This
you
is
know.
why a lot of times the globalists won't
But you
even
don't-
define things
we don't need to
because they
hear
don't
this.
know the content, and you can just fact check them very easily.
Anyway, so let's continue this. All right.
Yeah,
so,
moaning and growing doesn't do anything, dude. It just
yeah,
adds noise.
and complaining in the chat isn't gonna, do anything either. All right. So let's just move on. All right. So what are we talking about,
So
right?
what this is an example of how you apply the scientific method within the field of astronomy.
Which you don't know.
So that's an answer to Elijah's question.
Which you got wrong.
Another example of response to Elijah's question would be the discovery of Neptune, in which an anomaly in the orbit of Uranus was observed, right? And the presence of a hypothetical planet was postulated, and it was in fact calculated to be at a specific point in the sky, an exact point. And when we looked, and based on the theory of gravity, and when observations were made, the planet Neptune was exactly where the theory of gravity said it would be.
Okay, what
That
date
would be-
did this happen?
Wait, Crick, wait, let her finish, please.
Yeah, I think that was it. Now the fact
Was
check.
that it? Was that wait?
That's how you talk about the use of the scientific method within astronomy to detect a previously unknown planet we now call Neptune.
Galileo already knew about
Okay,
it.
and when did this happen?
So here's the thing. No, wait. No, Crit, no.
Well, she won't
I
know
had this
anything about it. That's the
conversation
key.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. The
Okay,
rhetoric
so-
doesn't matter, fam. That's why I keep trying to. The rhetoric never matters. It's how you claim to know something is all that's relevant. So I've heard this argument before. It came up when we were talking about gravitational lensing. Okay. When I was having a conversation with Kosho some time back, I don't know. And I told him, yeah, but couldn't someone have already seen Neptune? And the answer is yeah. Like, so what I'm saying is the math might be accurate. You might have done something to to mathematically point to a particular spot in the sky, that the claim is that that's happened, and then that was the discovery of Neptune. And it's like, well, what if they've already saw it and reverse engineered it? Nobody can say that that's not possible.
That's
because again, the guy said Galileo had seen it already. And anybody, I mean, the having a looking glass is probably, you know, people have probably wondered about the sky, and they have because they've used it to navigate and yada 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 for however long. So all I'm saying is, well, this could be a case of someone saying that their math determines something, but that not being really true because other people have already seen it and perhaps they'd already known it to exist.
So as I understand what you're saying is that there is a conspiracy, right, to backfill in the explanation for the existence of Neptune. Is that correct?
Not the existence of Neptune, the math that helped see it in the position that it had always been.
Yeah, let me say something just real quick. It again, Brender just slipped in an ad hom conspiracy, right? Instead of considering the fact that they could have been aware of the presence of an object that they might not have had a clear line of sight to, it might have been distorted or whatever, but they knew that it was there. All we're saying is, could it be possible that they were aware of it, they didn't know that that was the cause, and then they started seeing certain anomalies, and then they said, well, this other thing out here that we know about could be the cause. And then they correlated those two things. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. Remember, we're just making observations and hypothesizing.
Yeah. Do you think that people could not know about a previous observation?
Yes, I do believe that people could not know about a previous observation.
Yes. So people did not know that Galileo might have seen it back in 1613. They did not know that.
You can't prove a negative. So whoever makes the claim that Galileo did know about it should show us that he did.
Yeah, so there is no evidence that Galileo
Again, a
knew...
negative claim. Again, a negative claim. If you don't listen, that's an argument from ignorance. Do you know if there's any evidence? No, you don't. But you're saying that there is none.
Well, then shouldn't someone bring forward that there's evidence that
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. I'm not postulating that Galileo had a line of sight to Neptune. I didn't say that. Brender is saying,
and what I'm saying, because someone said Galileo and then I mentioned it, used it, I'll say, to be fair, to be honest.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. What my ultimate sentiment is, well, it was always in the sky. They're just claiming they're the first to have seen it. What if that's not the case?
No.
What if look, listen, they're the first, okay, my bad. Their claim is they're the first to, using Einstein's equations, find something that no one else has discovered. What I'm saying is, couldn't it be that they've already seen it?
And in fact, we think that it was observed possibly by Galileo back in 1613. That's irrelevant. That's not the argument. What is the argument is that unbeknownst to the later observers, they saw an anomaly in the orbit of Uranus calculated by the theory of gravity. They calculated that there must exist a planet, right, in a specific location, and then they found it. And then they checked and said, oh, it looks like Galileo might have seen this also. We didn't know that.
Okay. So you finish your entire point, right? Because here's my critique of your point again. Because are you done? I don't want people to feel like people aren't finishing their.
Yeah.
Okay. So couldn't that have just been a lie?
Do you have evidence that it's a lie?
Could it hypothetically have just been a lie?
It could have been green pixies. Do you have evidence that it's not green pixies?
Okay, I'm asking you hypothetically, the people who had the power to propagate a message to the world to be true, that's quite a lot of power, right? Because no one has experienced this, but it's a story that they take as read. So what I'm saying is, couldn't they have just lied and propagated something
Yeah.
that isn't true?
So you're
The claim being, right, today, that no one back then knew of Neptune until Einstein came up with some equations in which those equations pointed them to a spot in the sky in which they found the thing that was causing some earlier anomaly.
So you're postulating a conspiracy to cover up a lie.
I'm getting what you're saying.
Okay,
So,
again now, I've already described it. That's exactly what Brenda is doing. Okay, so now here we are in a circle jerk, wasting time. Why do we let these trolls control our conversation?
Number
This is
one,
not productive.
Yeah. So he is literally telling me that people lied, right, and covered up, and presented a false narrative about the discovery of Neptune. That it wasn't the result. Yes. You're asking if the conspiracy is possible. So yes, it's possible. It's a conspiracy. It's possible. It's a conspiracy.
All right.
Okay. That's it. There we go. Move on.
Yeah, the fact
Next
that
topic.
it's possible it's a conspiracy doesn't make it a conspiracy.
Okay, not next topic. Okay.
No. So you just want to shift away. So we don't have any reason to believe that there was a conspiracy to fabricate a narrative about the discovery of Neptune.
You know what cause for concern is of the validity of that. So I'll tell you, the Earth not measuring to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's why.
No, we have measured the circumference of the Earth. It has been multiple times to a high degree of accuracy.
No, but what I'm telling you is the reason and I hope everyone else that's listening understands, the reason that we're not going to just accept that Einstein is a scientist who did something somewhere mathematically and found a spot in the sky. I don't know how you would, anyway. So this is what he did. I don't even know what that means. I'm going to have to sit through a math scholars class to figure that out, I guess. And it's probably going to take 6 hours, maybe longer. I don't know. I'm sure there are lectures on this because I will be looking for how he determined this. Like the previous measurements established. Obviously, they understand time and everything, celestial navigation, because they're trying to figure out what's causing the movement or the displacement of something in the sky that they already know about. Right?
This isn't about Einstein. Dude, this isn't about Einstein. This was done in the 19th century, 100 years before Einstein was born.
Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make though is to the audience, I'm not arguing with Brenda when I say that the Earth isn't measured to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. I don't care that she says that's not true, because again, it's up to you, the people out there, to determine that for yourself. That's something that you've heard already, or maybe not, but that's something that should and could be investigated. Instead of hearing a reason as to you're roboting, Travis. I don't know. But the bottom line is when they say, well, we don't have any reason to question science. First of all, we say, well, it's no, you're saying we are. Travis, you're roboting.
I'm saying that you have concocted.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say you said anything, so don't interrupt me to tell me what you didn't say.
Well, are you going to be done sometime in the next hour?
Well, here's the thing. When you're interrupting me, don't begin with a misunderstanding that I'm misrepresenting you. That's just basic.
You are.
Well, I didn't say you said anything.
Can I speak?
So how could I be misrepresenting? Whoever's speaking is bro, fam. You've been roboting for literally 60 seconds, and we've just talked through it. You can't be heard. It's not because of us, because you need to fix that.
Okay, so you are proposing that there was a conspiracy to manufacture a narrative about the discovery of Neptune to hide the fact that apparently they knew about it beforehand because Galileo apparently could have possibly seen it, right? But there's no evidence that Galileo even knew he was looking at a planet. He simply had an observation, and he wouldn't have seen it move significantly because it moves so slowly. Its orbit is so long that Galileo would have never seen it.
All I'm saying is because
That really hurts. That
it
really hurts the
existed in
ears.
the
That
sky
really hurts the
from-
eardrums, by the way, just to let you know.
Yeah.
What?
There's a lot. Of beep.
Oh, well, I didn't know it was that bad. I mean, it's really okay. My bad. Yeah, my whole point is because it's available for potentially anyone to have seen, should they have been looking at the sky just because the fact that it's possible that they could have seen it, and because they have some idea of how angular measurements go and how the sky is a clock, and if they've been timing these kinds of things, couldn't they have seen it and then mathematically explain something that their previous mathematical theories didn't explain? Isn't that possible? In general. That's why I'm saying in general.
Who is this they? What are you talking about?
In general, the method that I've just described, isn't it possible that anyone could have done it?
No, because they didn't have the math available to them in 1600s.
No. I said, couldn't they have had angular measurements and some kind of map of the sky that didn't agree with a later on observation in which they had to rework the math? I'm asking you if that's possible in general. Doesn't have anything to do with Einstein yet, right? I'm just asking you if what I'm asking.
What do you mean by an angular? What do you mean by an angular measurement? I don't understand.
How do you create a map of the sky if you don't take measurements of the sky first?
Yeah, but what's an angular measurement?
What do you mean? What is it?
Yeah, what is it?
A degree. It's a degree.
Is it? Is that what he means? I don't know.
Elijah,
Well,
do you mean when you look up in the
yes,
sky?
obviously degrees, because how else would you?
Right,
I mean,
Yeah,
they've used
obviously,
tools.
Brender.
So anyway,
What do you mean?
The audience knows that obviously what I'm asking is possible. What I'm asking is possible. Therefore, I don't have to believe that Einstein came up with some math that would have to tweak the current understanding of what the sky was for the people who use the sky to navigate.
Elijah, Neptune was discovered 100 years before Einstein.
Okay, so what?
Wow.
So we're not talking about Einstein.
Okay, so what?
So wait a minute.
My point is,
you don't have
my point is, can you use math? Can you use math to describe a change from some other set of math? Of course you can. Obviously.
The point is that based on this is to answer your question about is astronomy a science, and I said yes because we used a theory, which is the Newtonian mechanics, classical mechanics, to make a prediction based on observations of Uranus. There was anomalies in its orbit that were not accounted for.
Great, here we are. Wait, here we are. Wait. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this.
I would have liked to have finished what I was talking about.
No. But no, you said this a long time ago, and I've let you guys go back and forth.
But
I would
Travis,
know,
and
please,
exactly.
Elijah,
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go, bro, because I'm basically retorting to the same thing. So we might be
You
on the
haven't got
same
a
page.
clue what you're talking about. You don't even
Okay,
understand the basics.
Okay,
You don't
okay.
know what the
Enough.
angular measurement.
Where's
and
the
you don't know
mod?
what spectrographic
The ad
things
homs,
are.
the
You don't
ad
know
homs are just
anything. You
too
don't know
great
anything.
Where
for
is a
no reason.
mod? Stop with the ad homs. I want to ask you an honest question.
Go ahead, Travis.
What
I
can you
said,
tell
go
us?
ahead, man.
Yeah, I know I'm talking.
All right, sorry.
Okay. Okay. You said there were anomalies. Would you mind choosing one or two to describe? Now, an anomaly is something that is out of the norm, right? Out of the norm. Something that is regular hiccup. That hiccup is an anomaly. So I'm asking you to either correct my understanding of an anomaly, and if you do that, then to go on and say what anomaly you would like to describe to us.
They are anomalies in that they are the position of Uranus. There's predictions.
What is
made.
an anomaly, Brenda? What is?
It's a
What is an
deviation.
anomaly?
It's a deviation from an expected value.
Right. You like the mathematical expected.
Wait, don't detract yet, Elijah, man. Okay, okay. So, but Brenda, you were okay with my description of an anomaly? You were good with that? You're like, yeah, that's good.
No, it's a deviation from a
okay.
prediction.
So guess.
So
What?
I you're just going to talk over me. So
No, I'm
an
going to offer
anomaly-
correction.
An
Brenda.
anomaly is a deviation from a predicted value.
Okay, so right now you're basing your science not off an observation that you discovered an anomaly, but off of a mathematical equation that you couldn't fucking answer, but it wasn't based on an observation where you saw Neptune have a hiccup.
It is based on observations. It is. You haven't allowed me to finish talking. So if you would shut your fucking mouth and let me talk.
Okay, I'm just trying to get clarity.
You're right. You're right,
Sit
Travis.
down and shut your mouth. Sit down.
You're right, Travis. The math that they were using, the antiquated math that they were using, didn't match the observation she's saying they never observed. So they came up with some other math to explain the observation that was never observed.
So that's not what I'm saying. So you have to allow me to actually make my argument and not try to, straw man my argument. So they produce tables of based on Newton's Newtonian mechanics of where they expect
Is Newtonian mechanics math? Is that math? Is that math? Is that using math to tell you where something would be, and then it failing to do so, therefore coming up with another set of maths to then accurately do that thing? Is that what's happening? Or is it not what's happening?
Brenda is on mute, so I don't know if Brenda put Brenda on mute or somebody else did. I doubt Brenda would mute Brenda's self, but that's just me. Yeah, so again, if I look up into the sky and I see Neptune doing shit, that's just what Neptune's fucking doing. Like, there is no anomaly because that's what it does. Right? It does what it does. Hey, it's doing the same thing. Hey, but then the other night, it did something different. Like, there's no physical observation of this anomaly. As I've listened for the past 4 years to bullshit, it's all based not on Newtonian mechanics. Astrophysics is not Newtonian mechanics. It's celestial observations overlaid with the assumption that whatever the fuck is happening up there is like one cue ball bumping into the next, where you have an equal and opposite reaction, blah, blah, blah. But all that is taking one model, correlating it to another one, and putting an equal sign. But that's just a concept. Astrophysics is not a science.
Not a science that can claim anything about Earth.
So am I allowed to rebut? So am I allowed to speak? So
Yeah, you
Well,
got
you-
a chance to speak.
Hold
No,
on. Wow, you just listen.
Stop.
Hey. You were on mute. So, you know.
no one even addressed you.
That's
Yeah.
the only way you can win a debate is by muting.
You don't have the knowledge to debate this. The experts have
do.
told
I don't
you
know who
to
muted you.
cease and desist.
So
You can look up
so
science.live
be
and say,
quiet.
stop
Be
doing what
quiet.
you're doing.
I want to reply now.
Yeah, I know you've got needs and wants. You think that somehow you're defending science. You're damaging science. If
No,
what
I'm
you
not.
think is true,
I
if
want
what-
to speak
If
here.
what you think is
Allow
even
me to speak,
5%,
please. Allow
yeah,
me
if,
to speak, please. Allow
yeah,
me to
listen.
speak.
Yeah,
Allow
that
me
means you
to
gotta let
speak,
other people
please.
speak too.
Allow me to speak, please.
Yeah, and that
So
means
I'm
you
go-
should allow other people to speak too. It's not like you just get to run in like some sort of wrecking ball and just dominate a room until you eventually get upset by it, make a wide sweeping observations about people, and then flounce for the day and come back tomorrow. There you go. Go ahead, Brenda. You got needs and wants. Fire away.
Right. So what actually happened is that there were tables published that predicted future locations for Uranus based on Newtonian mechanics. And then when the observations were made subsequent to that, there was significant deviation from those expected values that led them to believe that there was another body, right? Another planet that was causing those deviations, those perturbations, right? So that would be based on theory. The theory makes a prediction. The prediction fails, so we have a new hypothesis. The hypothesis is that this deviation can be accounted for by postulating the existence of another planet. And
Okay,
so then when
understood.
they
I have
made
a
the
question.
and then when they made the observations based on that hypothesis about where they should look, they saw the planet confirming the hypothesis.
Okay,
And
I
that is science.
Okay. Okay, great. Now I want to go back to really the beginning of what you said so that I can, because you kept talking and I wasn't able to process it, but I have questions and I'm going to try to bring us back.
Sure. This is high school and you weren't able to process it.
Okay. Wow.
Another ad hom.
Okay, another ad hom. Like, why do we tolerate these fucking trolls? I'm actually trying to speak to a troll right now.
I'd like an apology for being muted in order so that you can win a debate.
I don't know who muted
I want
you.
I want an apology from I would imagine it was the mod. I want an
I don't-
apology. I want an apology for being
Oh
muted.
my God.
Say it again.
Mod,
Say it again.
Mod, hold on. Mod, just kick the fuck out of this troll.
These like needs and wants that they have. It's like
Fucking A, man.
Why do they even think I would care or anyone cares about their needs and wants? They can't even give me a reason to care.
So, again, it's always about the major premise. It is always about the major premise. Very often we get caught up in talking about these minor premises because, they're puzzles. They're word puzzles, they're idea puzzles, but in this arena for us, really, there's only one major claim that we have to deal with, and that's what everybody has brought up everywhere. There's no measurable curvature. There's no evidence of the Earth being a planet in empty space. And anyway, so when you go back to the Uranus observation, right? If this is in the 1800s, or the 17th century, which is that? The 19th century is the 1800s, but whatever. If you go back 100, 200 years, they are now 2,000 years beyond astronomy, because astronomy's been looking at this shit forever. So there's nothing new about what doing. It's always been doing that. So there's got to be some hiccup. Like, you're not predicting anything. No, what are you predicting?
Exactly.
Yeah, they lack a scientific
In other
mind.
words, you're saying, well, Uranus which Uranus and Uranus, however, both of them are like.
Okay, it's okay.
Anyway.
Look, I don't know Uranus. If you just look up the Greek, It is O-U-R-A-N-O-S. O-U says oo. Uranus.
Okay. Uranus, that's actually fine. Now, like you said, Uranus has been doing what Uranus has been doing this entire time. The only thing it's not doing is comporting to Newton. And so they're like, oh, whoa, why not? And then they did some other math and they're like, oh, much better. Is it? I mean, but to me, the problem really is she said, okay, that hypothesis was demoted by another hypothesis that came along. Well, the problem still persists that no, it was never a hypothesis to begin with. You never had a valid hypothesis. This wasn't a hypothesis. This was the point of the entire conversation as well. Obviously, it's not pseudoscience when we're talking about astrophysics. And it's like, all you're talking about is mathematical equations that were exchanged from one to another after making observations in this. I don't even think it has to do with an observation at all, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
This is like how bad their logic
I mean,
is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, they see something happening, and they see it happening for all of recorded history. Suddenly they say, if it happens again, that's proof of their presupposition. It happens again, and like, yep, nailed it. It'd be like this really, like that movie, A Very Long Engagement, where the woman kept doing these tests to see what would happen and to see if she could predict the future. It'd be like, if I walk outside right now, my neighbor's watering his lawn, that means today it's going to rain. And then they go out there, they see the neighbor watering his lawn because they think his neighbor's dumb, doesn't look at the weather, doesn't deny science. And sure enough, it rained, and the neighbor was watering the lawn. And they somehow think they proved something, but they only proved something about someone they didn't like to begin with. They didn't really follow the scientific method. They just used what they thought was science, which isn't, because it's non-repeatable. It's unfalsifiable.
Look, I mean, whatever. We're preaching to the choir here, but I mean, the we had with phlogiston this morning was about as minor trolling as possible. Like, he's a low level, but man, the way that we went back and forth and circled around, and he was being so obtuse. You know, we get people like Brenda who are a high level troll, where there's no productivity in having a discussion with that level of a troll. Phlogiston was a little bit tedious. We saw that, right? He was tedious, but you know, I
you open the door for
personally
in phlogiston, Travis. You said you open the door for Nate to bring up phlogiston and talk about whatever he wanted to, make up his own scenario. Like, you open the door for him to go down.
No, I'm not complaining about that. That's not what I'm complaining about. What I'm complaining about is when he got to the point of being and then we spent over an hour circling the drain because he, in my opinion, couldn't see the illogic of his position, even though. And then I finally got to the point to where I said, either you don't belong here because you can't get to this level of thinking, or you are intentionally our chain right now. Like, it's either one or the other. And if you're that stupid, you don't belong here. Like, we can't help you.
That's why I said
I actually was having a very reasonable conversation with him,
right, in regards to the dowsing and the moons of Mars or Venus or whatever he did, and I was starting to get him to go through it very distinctly, point by point, his scientific method, right? And I didn't even, after 3 hours, I still didn't get any conclusion to the initial conversation I was having with him.
What, you're saying that's my fault? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Travis, it's your fault, as usual. But that's fine. It is what it is at the end of the day.
All right, so let's
But at the end of the day, right, I hear a lot of complaining and whining about engaging with these people, and yet you engage day after day after day with them. Like it's really bewildering, to be quite honest with you. To be quite
Well,
honest,
it's not that. It's not that. Because quite honestly, if there was somewhere else we could go to talk to better people, we would be there.
Well, there's
Like
plenty
that's
of
why
places.
people are here, right? Because that standard has been held at Nathan's. That standard has been held at 24/7. So the Globers are like bored not being allowed to get away with their bullshit. So now they're here. So the question is like, okay, well, we want to talk to someone because no one will address these very real issues that we're bringing up. They just want to talk to themselves and mischaracterize us all day long.
And it's like you can talk to them, but when it comes to the dominating and controlling behavior, how you want to dominate them and control exactly how things are going, right? It's not acceptable on the server.
Yeah, okay, cool, but that's when things are a game, and we're talking about opinions and games. We're literally like, this conversation is not a game, fam. It's not a game. And I'm not saying it's not a game, therefore we can bully people. No, it's not a game. Therefore, when someone commits a logical fallacy to try to answer for the contradiction of a theology to reality, it's not cool for them to continue to do it and for them to have the platform to do it.
You have an opinion about what people do deliberately, and you say that they do it deliberately. People can have an opinion about where they live and believe it succinctly and be sincere about it. Right?
Yeah.
They truly can do that. But
Yeah.
but to say that they are deliberately trolling. Now, I understand that there are some people in the arena that probably
Well, I
do
agree
that.
with you.
But
You know that, right?
there are other people. There are other people that are sincere and very intelligent, and some people, right, that I actually know personally and have met personally that were in this channel tonight. That I actually personally think that they were treated abhorrently.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know that I agree with you, right?
Yeah.
So,
and I don't.
What's the point in? What's the point in? Okay, do you think that my behavior is disagreeable to what you said?
I think that everyone's behavior at some time or another has been obnoxious in one way or another.
Okay, obnoxious and
bullying and controlling. Yes, I think all of those things personally, and that's my opinion.
So, okay, that's your
Right.
opinion. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm going to critique it now. Is that fine? Are you going to allow me to do that?
Yeah, you can critique anything you want. I've got no problems with that whatsoever.
Okay, so when it comes to me, are you telling me that today, in the conversation today, right? Are you saying that me saying that someone shouldn't be able to repeat a point that's been made in lieu of trying to get to the point. Are you calling that bullying the way I carried that out?
No, I'm calling that controlling because you want to control the conversation. Because you don't think it's
for
going
sure,
the way
I
that
want to I
it
want to
should go.
control the structure because
Yeah.
when we have a conversation, we already agree on a structure. It's implied that when I speak English, someone's going to speak English back, right? That's the implication because that's the control that we've introduced for being able to understand one another, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when we're talking about being logically consistent and a person tries to repeat something that's already been rebutted and we all agree that's not logically consistent, me trying to control that part of the conversation, is that wrong or right in that instance?
Well, you'd have to bring up a particular incident for me to critique it properly.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, like
But
when he said he didn't get his point out, I don't want to be vague. I want to give you a specific point from today.
Yeah, I'm going on a very vague
Right?
recollection, all right, because I was in and out of the conversation a little bit, okay.
Okay.
But okay, and that's me being honest. But like I said, right, by what I said, and it goes for everyone that were involved in the conversation, to the point where I actually lost my shit and screamed at the whole room. Right? And when I'm quietly in the background trying to speak and everyone's talking over the top of me, right? I shouldn't, for God's sake, Elijah, I'm dealing with grown ass men here and women. It shouldn't need moderation at all. In all seriousness, my children act better than what you guys do half the time. They really do. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I just come back here. I come here for a calm and reasonable conversation, and I don't mind if someone wants to lead me around the garden path. It doesn't really bother me whatsoever. Let them lead me around, and if I can point out something that they're doing wrong, I'll do it. And if I can't, well, that's on me, and they led me down the garden path. But this channel is supposed to be calm and rational and reasonable. It's the whole debating thing, which is what we discussed the other day, is a fine format to have if everyone's agreeing. But this channel here is supposed to be calm and reasonable, for God's sake. It really is. Right? And it's supposed to be able to be heard. When people are over talking people all the time, the conversation can't be heard at all. Really, it can't be.
Yeah, why are you preaching to the choir, fam?
Hey, Night Sky, can you join the conversation, man?
Now, please don't take this as disrespect. I respect you and what you're trying to do, and I know that what you're saying is actually true. That's what I'm saying. What you're saying is actually true, and that does happen. But there are instances that happens because the cause is someone is trying to be circular about something. So the conversation can't progress. So then after that happens and people are shouting and not letting things be heard, the cause is that initially.
Yeah. And I get that too, Elijah. Right? I do get it, right? And I get like someone like you, right, that has been in the game a long, long time and heard this and heard exactly the tactics that are going on, that you're fed up to the back teeth with it. I can appreciate that. Right? It's not as though I don't realise it and don't appreciate it at all, like where you're coming from. Right? So I do understand. Okay. But when you got one person in the room that is being scattergun by two or three different people, right? It makes it a little bit hard on them too. Like at one particular stage, he was Napalm wanted to talk to him, and he was saying some things with Napalm, and then you jumped in all over the top of it when him and Napalm hadn't even been talking for 30 seconds. Really?
Did I relent?
Eventually you did, but then also too, you did ask for permission to
which was
say
fine,
something.
right?
Yeah,
Which
no,
also
I've
was
got
fine, right?
I've got no
So
problems
I
with
was
that. And
doing the thing that you claim is wrong, which I agreed,
no,
and that was wrong,
yeah,
and I
yeah,
relented, and then I
yeah.
asked permission. Is that
Exactly.
okay?
I said that was okay, didn't I? Right, and we said it was
Right,
okay. But I did
right.
jump
So,
in there and said and tried to say, just let them go for it for a couple of seconds, and
and
you
I
know
relented.
it would have
Yes.
yes, it would have been nice. It would have been nice actually if you had just said, okay, then let them go at it instead of having to add on top of that. Well, can I just add one quick point, please? Right, you couldn't just
Okay.
let it go. You couldn't just let them go on for a couple of minutes. You
We
had
know what happened.
to
We
get
know what
a
happened.
point in.
We
All
know what
right,
happened. And I said
that's
I
my point.
relented, and you're like, I wish you'd have went on. Yeah. Okay, that's true. That's how you felt. That's your opinion. But at the
Yes,
same time, the point that I made, was it valid?
I don't care if it's valid or not, Elijah. It
No,
doesn't
but
matter if it was
well,
valid or
that
not.
means you're
The
not gonna.
point
That
is,
means you're not gonna
the
address
point
me then.
is,
But
the
I'm asking you to. I'm asking you in a conversation with me where I'm
I know
listening to you.
I'm
Even though,
having a
okay,
conversation with
so
you,
so then why are you
right?
telling me rudely? Nah, I'm not gonna
No,
entertain what you're asking.
no. What I'm telling you is, I asked you, right, to let them
Let,
go at it
you
for a
gave me
couple of
permission,
minutes.
fam. You can't
No,
cry. You gave me
you had
permission.
to
They
ask.
went back and
You had
forth.
to ask. My point is, you couldn't let them do it. You still had to ask permission to do it. That's my point. You
Okay,
just
I
couldn't let
did
them
though.
go.
But I did. But I did. So you made your point about you didn't like that. Okay?
You know
That
what?
point was made.
I tell you what, we're going to agree to disagree. All right.
Well, the point you made was made, and I'm asking you a question, and you're circling back to the point that you made to make it again instead of answering what I'm asking after the fact. I've already agreed with you.
Yeah, you agreed that you couldn't let them have a couple of minutes without having to get a point in. I get it.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. So my point was, because you're saying, well, I can't let them finish. My point was that what he was telling Napalm was what he told me, which started our conversation about the phlogiston, which he had already repeated because he had started that conversation with Travis. So the overarching point is you're saying I should have just let him repeat the conversation that was
Pretty
just
much.
had.
Pretty much because Napalm was actually here. He was actually in the room.
Yeah. And we're saying, well, us interrupting that is not really the problem. Them not, because guess what? He never answered my question. The question was to circle it back. And the only thing was Napalm was there to catch the circle. While my point to his point wasn't actually addressed. Neither was Travis' point at that point, which was the same point, actually, which was also your point that they don't have cause and effect. Why? Because you keep saying things are hypotheses that aren't. And that was the main point of the discussion. So now you're saying, well, I didn't let him finish picking who else would jump back into his circular argument.
I think I've made my point fairly clear.
Yeah.
Are you in a party or something, Elijah?
No, if it's done, it's done. You want me to keep arguing with you or what, bro?
No,
I
I
let you have
said,
the
are
last
you?
word.
No, I said, are you at a party or something? There seems to be a lot of background.
Oh no, I'm in a restaurant.
Oh, okay. Damn. Cool. Anyways.
So the rocket did not get fueled. Back to the drawing board.
Which one for?
The moon rocket.
Oh, really?
So what about all those people who like paid a bunch of money to have their names on the flash drive to fly around the moon? Do they get like a refund now? Or does the government just get to say yoink?
Sorry, people paid money to have their
Yeah.
names on. What?
Yeah, there's like to get their name on the flash drive that was gonna be loaded into the rocket.
I guess no way. How much did it cost them to have
I
your
think it was
name
like
put on?
yeah, like $1,000.
No way! Oh, that's insane.
I was like, at least those people could say we, because if they paid $1,000 to have their name on a flash drive, there's some argument of a we there.
Sorry, it was on a flash. It wasn't even on a plaque or anything. It was on a flash drive.
Yeah, just a flash drive that they're
Oh,
gonna throw in
no.
there. Yeah.
Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh, I think Extremist wants to talk about Coriolis.
Only with FC Montreal.
Jerry wants to talk about Coriolis because he wants to talk about rotations and frames of references. I'm sure of it. Oh, he's not here. I didn't realize he wasn't here.
There it is right there. Send your name
no.
with Artemis.
That's crazy. All right. Well, hopefully everyone's got everything out of their system. And then we can move on to bigger and better things.
All right, so I'll bring up something that has to do with Coriolis, and it seems to me that how can I say this? Okay, so you have a high velocity projectile, namely a bullet, right? A long range rifle bullet.
Uh-huh.
That will deviate, and the reason why it deviates is because it's moving across the surface of the Earth, and the Earth is rotating underneath it.
Uh-huh.
So you're not going to get this visual observation of deviation from a hot air balloon or a helicopter or even an airplane or even a drone, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so then the reason why they say this, I think, is because those other vehicles are manned and controlled flight. That's the answer that I've given. It's because airplane is controlled flight, so the airplane is always compensating and correcting, blah blah blah. So that's why you're not going to get it. But the reason why the high velocity, but if you were to then just simply slow the projectile down to travel the same distance, it is not going to deviate. There has to be a velocity that the projectile reaches that takes it to another level where it will then deviate. Does that make sense?
So you're saying if we could fire a bullet and say the velocity is, I don't know, 1,000 miles an hour, and we were to fire that same bullet at, say, 200 miles an hour, there'd be no Coriolis? Is that?
That's what that's what I understand. So here's the way it makes sense in my mind, even though the analogy is not going to be one-to-one. You know how you can pull out a tablecloth from underneath your table settings.
Yep. The old magic trick. Yep.
But if you do it too slow, everything will fall over.
Yeah.
That's the idea that I'm saying. So if you go too enough to make the effect work, which is along the same lines as what the not going to deviate. There's not going to be a procession. It's not going to move. Because if you just have a pen that's somehow swinging it back and forth, oh, now it's going to deviate, and then you are going to get Coriolis.
Yeah. But wouldn't, if it went slower, have more chance to deviate?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I think so. Yes, right.
You know what's not manned flight that goes really slow?
What?
Long distance hot air balloon travel.
Yeah, but those are susceptible more to, right? So this is my point, right? Here's my point. So the tablecloth being pulled slowly is a drone. A drone is going slow, so it's going to get hit by crosswinds, and it's going to be affected that way. But that bullet is going so fast.
Now I
it's
get the
cutting
analogy.
through. Okay. Okay. So it just seems to be special pleading, right? It only happens in this case.
Where are you getting that bit from?
What do you mean?
Where are you getting this assertion from that it doesn't affect things moving slower?
When I bring up the fact that can we use a drone, and they'll say no because it's controlled flight.
So it's not
Right.
about speed; it's about whether it's controlled.
Well, no. Okay, so look, we don't have. I don't think we don't have the ability. The reason why a sniper can take someone out at 1,000 yards is because of the power behind the projectile. If I shoot a BB gun, it's not going to fly 1,000 yards. So we're not going to see the effect per se. So it has to be able to travel that far, and it also has to reach that velocity. Otherwise, it's not going to travel that far. So there's a special case in which it only happens. So I'm just kind of back. I'm just thinking it. I'm just thinking out loud.
Then it's not about speed.
There could be.
It's about the distance.
No, it's both. No, it has to be both. It has to be both because as I made this little clip of and he's like down at the deck. He's like down at like 100 feet off the deck, and he's just going straight, just flying straight for miles. And I made the video, and I'm like, okay, so when does Earth curve come in? Because he's flying straight, and the Earth's supposed to be curving away from him, but his station's the same.
Are you still talking about?
So it's the same.
Are you still talking about speed?
It's but
speed of a projectile in Coriolis or something else? Then?
I'm now mixing my metaphors because he's in manned flight, but he's also going super fucking fast. So he does. So it's a bit of both. You have to have speed, but you also have to have something that can go that fast. But the only thing that we can actually
the only question
have
the question I'm trying to ask you is where do you get the idea that speed is necessary?
Because we can't do it without that speed. We can't have something go 1,000 miles or 1,000 yards without velocity on its own, right? A projectile can only go that fast. It's not manned, and it has to go that fast to go 1,000 yards.
Right, so it's not really
the drone can't go. Yes, it's both.
Speed is just a byproduct of how fast something can travel. How far something can travel. Sorry.
Hey, Frit, are you still here?
Sorry, I heard Crit say something earlier about some boarding pass. I had a question about it. Mr. Conspiracy Santa, are you still here? Are you listening? Well, whether you're listening or not, I just wanted to clear something up. You claimed that the boarding pass costs $1,000. That is incorrect. It is actually free because I got one myself. So just wanted to clear that up real quick.
Got it. Free boarding pass. We're all on the same page.
Was it on a thumb drive?
Yes.
Writing. Hot mic.
Yeah, Harry, what the fuck?
I'm sorry.
Where are you now, though? Like, which country you in?
Just doing a 2-week trip to the UK while the bikes wait to get their container shipped to Asia. So it's sort of paused the last week or so.
Okay, and then after that?
Timor-Leste, East Timor, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Burma,
Oh, nice.
India.
So you're gonna go from Europe all the way to the Far East, or are you like taking a plane there, or you're gonna ride there?
We'll fly back from here to Darwin, and then go from there with the bikes to East Timor, and then we're coming up through Asia.
Oh wow. Okay. And how by when do you think this is all going to be done? Like, how many months do you think it's going to take?
I think we'll be getting to London in about a year's time, about May.
A year. Oh my god. Jesus, Harry, that's crazy.
All right, so going back to Harry's criticism of what I said, right? So the only way that because I can't use yards, it could be offset by crosswinds. Okay. So the only way to get around that would be to have a drone be able to fly as fast as a projectile, because that's the only way to cut through those crosswinds, right? So if I'm taking a long, 1,000-yard shot target, and apparently it has the same deviation, or at least a relatively same deviation as quote unquote Coriolis, and I know that even though that projectile is small, aerodynamic, and able to cut through those winds, how do I know that wind isn't enough to just click it or Coriolis?
Oh, it's Travis.
Right. So so my point, and again, this is just me thinking through.
It's incomprehensibly roboty for me, Travis. I'm losing what I want.
Why don't any of you tell them? Like, why do you guys let him talk for so long?
I don't know. I thought it might have just been me.
No, I mean, I heard most of it. What it
He
sounds like.
That's why he makes more sense when he's roboting.
Yeah, but you guys just sat here and listened to him robot.
Did not. I actually
that's
said
so
he was
mean, man.
roboting, and I realized I was on mute.
Sure.
If you're roboting
Yeah,
and you tell
Travis.
somebody else they're roboting, does that count?
Yeah. I don't know, Travis. You want to start off from the top again? Because we didn't hear a word you were saying. You're a robot.
Well, the gist, or at least part, I mean, I don't think this was all of it, but it sounded like he was kind of equating speed is somehow related to Coriolis.
Yeah, which I guess it is if you want a projectile with traveling a far enough distance to meaningfully measure Coriolis, then it needs to be in like what do you call it? A projectile, not controlled flight. So that's where you kind of need Coriolis. But I don't think there's any suggestion that Coriolis wouldn't happen if you manage to get the same thing for some reason on a slower moving object. Like it's certainly not part of the formula that Doofus Manfred posted. Just matters about mass and the angular velocity different things.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about a very specific situation. Like if you wanted to see the Coriolis of a bullet over a long distance, yeah, or something like a projectile or a plane. But you don't need to reach. Yeah, it's like you said, Harry. You don't need to reach such speeds, you know. But yeah,
All right, testing 1, 2.
way better.
We heard all of those words.
We can hear you. If you can turn yourself all the way down to mute, that would be appreciated.
Oh, okay, I'll get on that. Yeah, I don't know because I'm parked right now, so it's not my movement, but I'm uploading a file through my hotspot, so I think that's the only thing I can figure is messing with my audio.
Maybe it's Coriolis.
Yeah, but Travis, go ahead, man. Go for it.
Well, I don't want to start talking and then have it. Yeah, I kind of don't want to because I don't if I start breaking up. But okay, so to get back to what I was saying, it does have to be a certain velocity. Otherwise, if you have the same projectile with a certain amount of mass going at a slower velocity and a wind comes up, that wind is going to knock it off course. It's going to be like the tablecloth analogy. It's going too slow, and so then it's going to have an equal and opposite reaction. But if you're going fast enough through the air, it's going to have so much velocity that wind is going to be minuscule against it, right? So all of those factors have to be taken into account, right? So I'm just thinking out loud. It's just as I've listened to the Coriolis thing. So the thing that made me think about Coriolis was either yesterday or today. Blue posted a rocket launch as captured from a passenger airliner, right? But the passenger airliner is 35,000 feet up. And right away, the rocket is seen deviating. And as far as I understand, the rocket's deviation is not a result of controlled flight. Is that correct?
I don't know what you're talking about with which rocket, but I mean, I imagine
it doesn't matter which rocket.
Well, imagine almost all rockets except for ones you make as a kid are very much controlled flight. I mean, they even have thrust vectoring nozzles quite often, but they've
okay, that's fine. So if you and I, or let's say Harry, you have a child holding your hand, and you're watching a rocket launch, and the rocket starts to have a deflection, and the child says, "Daddy, why is that happening?" What would your response be?
Because it's being given telemetry to roll into what it's called a gravity turn, where it gradually rolls over onto its back heading eastward, because by the time it gets to, I forget, it's like 80, 90 kilometers, it wants to be going pretty much parallel to the surface of the Earth heading due east.
So the only cause for that deflection is manned flight, is controlled flight?
I wouldn't say, I don't know about the only, but I mean, it's a collection of the forces acting on it, they are balanced out. So to put it into a gravity turn on purpose, if everything's going right, yeah.
Okay, so what do you mean by a gravity turn? I don't want to guess.
Yeah, you guys are talking about different deflections. Rockets aren't affected by Coriolis.
Gravity turn is just the name they give the most efficient ascent trajectory. The rocket wants to be getting to the point that it ends up orbiting around the Earth, which means it's going to have a trajectory that is parallel to the surface of the Earth or equidistant from the center of mass of the Earth. That's the best possible. It doesn't.
Okay. Okay,
And
so
the best path to get from there from launch is they call it a gravity turn.
okay. So I've never flown a rocket high enough. My children were a part of a rocket club, and they built their own rockets, and then we had a competition to see who built the best rocket. Blah blah blah. Right.
Yeah, we did that at school too.
Okay, so when you have those rockets, like you said, those aren't manned. They don't have any trajectory built in. They just are supposed to fly straight up. So if I could build a rocket that would have a ceiling of, let's say, 120,000 feet, and I had a NASA rocket, and the countdown goes, and we both press launch, my rocket will stay relatively in one vector, and the other rocket will have a deflection. The NASA rocket will deflect, right?
Sure, everything goes right. That should be what happens.
Okay, so the reason why the NASA rocket deflected was because of a program within the rocket to do so.
Yeah.
Is that the only reason that the rocket would deflect? Because mine didn't necessarily. Mine did not have an arc to its trajectory. Mine was, even if my vector changed a few degrees, it would still be relatively a direct ascent. It wouldn't be this massive arc. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, probably. But when I've done those toy rockets, they typically just go straight up and straight back down.
Okay. Does anybody else have any thoughts in terms of my question? I thank you, Harry. Does anybody else? Is there any other reason why the rocket would deflect?
Vector 420.
Well, I mean, the rockets Harry's talking about, when you're trying to shoot a rocket into space, that's a gravity roll. That's not Coriolis. But what kind of rocket were you trying to shoot up, and how far did it go, Travis?
No. My point is the video that Blue presented had a rocket that, as soon as it started to ascend, took a trajectory that was a parabolic, motion. It was a strong deflection.
Yeah, that's the gravity roll.
That's the gravity roll. Okay.
For both of these situations, your gravity roll is going to be heading due east, so it's not going to be changing. Well, I mean, it will be changing angular velocity because it's increased radius, but it's going due east, so it's not Coriolis really. And the rocket going straight up is pretty much the same deal. So what you want to be doing is testing something that probably doesn't even have fins on it and is going north-south.
That was a space shuttle, Travis. And that thing was programmed to fly the most efficient flight path it could to put itself in orbit.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just looking for a cause, and what I'm hearing right now is that it is a programmed trajectory that's, and that's not, I don't have a problem with that.
It's being influenced by other forces like winds when it's down low enough in the atmosphere. Any object moving in a rotating frame of reference experiences a Coriolis force. That's unavoidable.
Yeah, but we've just established that the rocket's trajectory was not due to Coriolis.
No, that's the Coriolis effect would be so negligible you would not really notice it. The effect of winds will be 10 or 100 times as much.
Again, if Coriolis is so negligible with a space shuttle launch, then it is not a cause in the trajectory of the space shuttle.
Well, it's certainly something that
we all agree to that.
It's certainly something that the shuttle has to be correcting for. Even though the correction would be very, very tiny, it still has to be in there.
If it's heading due east?
It won't be heading due east unless you're launching directly off the equator.
Ah, well.
It's really following a great circle.
Now that's interesting. That's interesting because I tried to look up because of Brian Leake's videos. I was under the impression that due east was just what you said, but when I Googled due east, there were a couple of results I got where the results said that due east is really actually just a 90-degree from north, no matter where you are.
Correct.
Then that's not at just the equator. Because if I'm at
no, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's
okay, now
not just at the equator. It is. It's at any point along any meridian.
That's not what you said. That's not what you initially said. You initially said due east only happens at the equator. You corrected Harry.
No. I said the rocket is only launched due east if it's at the equator. At any other point off the equator, you can't launch due east.
Then you're contradicting yourself.
I am not contradicting myself.
What Blue is saying makes perfect sense.
I hear his
Travis. What Blue is trying to say is the rocket needs to travel along a perfect circle, and only.
We lost you.
You're cutting out, Nate. You're right, body. You're making way more sense than normal, Nate. You're roboting.
All right, can we dissect why the great circle would be a problem no matter which direction you start your vector at?
I don't follow you.
Like, I don't know why I get the distinction you're saying, Blue, that at the equator they go due east.
Yeah.
Somewhere else you're saying they don't, but why don't they in other places? Could they not just?
Well, the rocket has to orbit around the center of mass of the Earth, right? And the only place where an orbital plane would cut through the center of the Earth would be if it's on a great circle route.
Right.
And that great circle route is only due east if you're on the equator.
So do they launch in an inclined orbit and then correct it later? Or do they get halfway through their launch and not even into orbit and correct then?
Well, they make corrections to it constantly, but when you look at the path of the shuttle or the ISS over a Mercator projection, does it look like a straight line? No.
But I mean,
No, it looks like
ISS
a big.
is on a very inclined orbit, whereas most other satellites are pretty equatorial. Right?
But if you straighten that thing out, you'll find out that is a great circle.
Blue. Yeah. I have a little bit of a query here. Like, I'm thinking of a beach ball with the longitude lines going around it, and you have the pole where all the lines meet, and that pole could be your position anywhere on the surface. Like, we can make that center meeting point like wherever we are. And then, so I'm just envisioning myself being able to like spin around in 360 degrees on top of this pole or any point we are on the surface and be able to just have a great circle no matter which direction I go. Right.
Yeah.
So intuitively, that makes me like, well, I could go any direction. I should do it. But the due east thing. So you could start east, but you can't maintain due east. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Yeah, you've got to orbit around the center of the mass.
But I mean, you could fire east from anywhere and stay and find a great circle. I get like
no.
I think about a beach ball. And the line, you could put the center, you could put the pole and all the longitude lines spidering out from under you. So therefore, whatever.
If I'm flying east or west on Earth, it's only a great circle at the equator, nowhere else.
That's not the claim. The claim I'm making is you could start firing in the east direction. That's all I'm saying. It's not going to
has
maintain.
anyone talked about like an LP, like a record on a record player? Like the center of that moves faster than the outer edge of the record. You know, when it spins on a record player, that's essentially the Coriolis effect. So that happens. That's observable. I don't know if that helps or throws a spanner in the works.
No. Blue just made that comment because he's trying to say that the rocket is trying to find its geodesic, which is a great circle. And if you're traveling eastwards or westwards, you'd only have a great circle at the equator. That's all Blue was trying to say. He wasn't saying anything complicated.
Okay, well, I don't know if there's a different like gotcha that Travis was trying to get at him. But
No.
I heard the
Travis
distinction.
misheard what Blue said. Travis thought Blue was saying that you only have due east if you're traveling east or west on the equator. That isn't what Blue was saying. You can have due east anywhere in the world as long as it's 90 degrees from north.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to be at the equator.
Sure. It's simply perpendicular to whatever meridian you happen to be on.
It was just a misunderstanding.
That's all.
Another one.
Hey, since
Nate makes
you
them all the time.
since you
That's
said
all right.
since you said meridian, what's the difference between a meridian and a longitude?
None.
Okay, so then what's the choice and why they have two terms?
I really couldn't answer the.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'm just
why it's
asking.
that way. They're two words that mean the same thing.
All right, that's fine. Hey, you know what? Wait. Here's a good question. Go ahead, Rakia.
Nah, I was just making a joke.
Okay, so since there's no up and down, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me not assume. Let me not straw man. In space, is there any orientation? Is there any up or down?
Well, you're asking for.
No. There is no up or down.
Okay.
There's no absolute up or down. It's in.
Okay.
It'll always be in reference to something, in relation to something.
Yeah.
Okay, so
sorry, go on.
Okay, so couldn't realistically we just slide the longitude latitude lines anywhere on the Earth? Like, why were they oriented that way?
Well, because you have to orient it one way or another, don't you? And for whatever reason, our maps have been. I don't know the history of it, but for whatever reason, our maps have been drawn that north is at the top and south is at the bottom.
But there is no north or there is no top or bottom, bro.
Yeah.
No, well, yeah, but for the sake of making my point, you know, we have to. All we know as humans is up and down, isn't it? And to me, I mean, yeah, the argument you're making is, well, it shouldn't matter then. Like my argument as a globe earther is that flat earthers struggle with the concept that with the up or down thing. You know, a lot of the things. Oh, well, so we stick to the. Oh, so how does water stick to the bottom of a globe and all this? Well, it's because there is no up or down. We have made the maps or whatever, and for whatever reason, it's like, oh, right, north is top, south is bottom. But yeah, it could just as easily be the other way around.
No.
Just real quick. On the International Space Station, right? They sleep in the walls and the floor and the ceiling. Because there are no walls, floor, or ceiling, you know, it's all relative to how you orientate yourself up there. But they do. There's an interview with Tim Peake, and okay, a lot of you guys won't believe what he has to say, which is fair enough. But on the ISS, they have a floor and a ceiling, and they call it the deck. And they have a ceiling because humans are so used to up and down. So, and that's the only reason they have it is because humans are used to that. You know,
just real quick.
No,
but they're calling. But they're.
Wait. I want to respond because I asked the initial question, so I just want to follow up by making. I'm not confused. Okay, I'm not confused. I'm challenging your description of reality because it is not my experience of reality. It has nothing to do with confusion. So when we talk about our orientation, I have a direct empirical experience of what my orientation is, and that's all I know. So when I
didn't say confused. Like I don't think flat earthers are confused. I think it's a valid.
That's what you said. No, that's what you said.
I'm sure I didn't say confused. Oh well, I didn't imply that.
Yeah, you did.
You did. Well, that was if I used the word confused, I didn't mean it directed to flat earthers or anything. I just mean, you know. It's,
yeah, you did.
No.
Yeah, you said, Jamie, flat earthers are generally confused with up and down, and the concept
Jamie,
of up and down.
Don't pull your punches, Jamie. You meant it, and you were right. Flat earthers are confused. Don't pull punches.
So
I didn't mean that. I meant no offense, and I think we're all.
Oh, you did. You did. But anyway,
strike one. How's he been here 21 years and doesn't know that flat earthers know the difference between up and down? It's not possible.
21. It was 18 before, but yeah, cool. 21. It'll be 27 tomorrow.
Who's been here 21 years? What is he talking about? Who's he talking about? Who's been here 21
I wonder
years?
who, Mr. 27 years I've been in the argument.
You know, who is that? Who is that person?
Yeah, I wonder who. I'm so ignorant and naive, I know nothing at all.
You know, but I've been in the argument 28 years. It might be 29 tomorrow. Who is that?
Yeah.
But did it make sense what I said? You know, before I was pulled apart on one particular thing that I said about being confused. But that still makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, you may be confused of up and down in space. Yeah, I can understand why you may be confused with what's up and down in
matters
space.
here, because when you're on the surface of the Earth, there is an up and a down, and it's hard to get your head round that if you're at the bottom of it, that up is down, and you know.
No.
I get that.
No.
When you go to the vastness of
down's
space,
where your feet is, and above your feet is up. Pretty
it's not hard
straightforward.
to get a hold of that. It's freaking ridiculous to even.
Yo, but did Travis have a follow-up question?
That's what I wanted to get to. There's got to be more to it than that. Okay.
I'll answer any question about that, honestly, because I believe in gravity and I believe it pulls large objects into a sphere. So
I hear you. But I think Travis wanted to follow up that question.
No. I've just thought about these things every once in a while, and it came to my mind again. You can't go out into the middle of the ocean and land on a physical longitude, latitude. You can't do it. So it's conceptual. So the whole structure, the whole matrix.
Well, of course it is. There's no actual lines out there, is there?
I know. So I'm saying again, all we could really do in a 3D program is overlay the longitude, latitude, and then rotate it so that the longitude.
So all these sailors for hundreds of years who have followed longitude and latitude. Just let him finish, hundreds of years.
He's almost done.
So excited.
And then you'll go right after Jamie. We promise. Go ahead, Travis.
My only point is that if you create a globe and then you have the longitude, latitude overlaid, you can move it anywhere you want. You could actually just switch everything around so that the longitudes meet in China. And then you just have the matrix just fit that model. We could have made China the top of the ball.
All right, Jamie.
Well, no, because it's based on the spin, isn't it? Like the rotation. Like it spins on its axis. So I guess China could be the top of the ball if we want to think of it as a spinning ball on its side. But
yeah. So right, I get you now.
But do you know what I mean? We could have thought about. Sorry, I'm eating olives while I'm talking. We could have thought about a million and one different ways to draw the lines on it and map it and look at it on these models of the solar system, and gone, okay, the sun's here and the sun spins sideways and all the planets spin sideways towards it. We could have done that, but we didn't. We did it the way that we know.
So we could have. Yeah, I get that. So I appreciate that distinction. I probably would have understood that as well. That the axis of rotation is the focal point, but we could have put that at 8 o'clock instead of 12 o'clock. We could have rotated it 40 degrees and had it be sideways, so that actually the latitude lines, if we were to put it on a piece of paper, the latitude lines run vertically and the longitude lines run horizontally. I just find it interesting that the way we're oriented on the ground seemed to get reproduced on the globe, so that everything is up toward the north, which is where the alleged axis is. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
axis
okay.
is on both points, right? It's north and south. Number one. Number two, the reason the equator is where it is because that is the elliptic, right? The idea is that is where the sun is directly overhead, and that's where along the elliptic is where all of the zodiacs are, and that's where the moon, the planets, and the
No, it's not
wandering
where all of them
stars
are.
move through, right? I mean, not all of them, but the majority, the known at the time when it was decided this is going to be the equator.
Yeah, Uranus has a really weird axis. Uranus almost spins on its side, and Uranus' rings go the other way, and that was always the joke at school. That it's called Uranus because there's a line that goes down the middle. So, and they think that the reason it spins that way is because of like a glancing blow by another large planet-like object, way in the early days of our solar system, and it knocked it on its side. Back to Earth, if we're talking about like North and South Pole or whatever, and longitude, latitude lines, whatever, at some point, the poles will flip. The North Pole will become the South Pole. The poles will flip because of the magnetic field. That's something scientists know will happen in the future. So we will turn upside down eventually, but we actually won't because there's no upside down. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, obviously it'll kind of cause chaos, but that will happen at some point in the future. So it doesn't matter up or down.
But yeah, Travis, to respond to what you specifically said, I don't think you could just flip lines of latitude and longitude 90 degrees. You'd have to flip it and then do a bit of other type of alterations. Like you would have to make your lines of longitude, that's east-west, right?
Yeah.
Right?
No.
East-west.
Longitude. No. Longitude's north-south.
North-south. Okay, so
Well,
latitude
they measure distance
east-west.
east-west.
Yeah. So if you took your lines of latitude east-west and you flipped them, you would have to then make all of them converge at the pole.
Well, I'm not disputing that. Of course, yeah, there should be some nipping and tucking. I'm just saying in terms of, the entire globe could have been simply mapped out in a grid. That very well could have been the same. Somebody could do that still.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, where the globe is mapped out as a grid. It just depends what it is you are trying to find now.
Well, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think that they chose not to go with a grid because it would go along with the heliocentric model.
Well, no. The reason there's longitude and latitude is because it's a globe. Because we can't. It's really hard to draw a map of a round Earth, as we all know.
So let me ask you this
draw
question.
a straight line from like New York to London or where. You can't draw a straight line. It has to curve, and that's why if you look on any app where you can follow flights, a flight won't go like directly from like one place or to this place like in a straight line. It'll go in a curve. It'll go like a wow, that looks like a long route. No, that's the fastest route because it's a ball Earth.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Could the globe be mapped out in a grid?
You mean a grid like what I just posted, Travis?
It sort of is.
No, I mean an X, Y coordinate.
Okay.
Not
Not on a
I sort of
sphere.
feel like already it's a trick
Not on a
question.
sphere.
Can be mapped
Maybe
out
if it was, maybe it was flat.
Can be
Yeah,
mapped out
I
as
mean,
a
what?
yeah,
different
I think it could. I think it could be mapped out in a grid. Yeah, I think in
Well-
a way it is. But how? What's the word? What's the word when like you measure?
Yeah,
something?
but he wants a Cartesian grid, X, Y straight lines. You know, none of the lines bending. I think that's only on a
What,
flat
like a
Earth,
bar
you know.
graph?
Like a bar, yeah, exactly. Something like that
Mercator.
with
Bar
straight
graph.
lines only. Yeah, he
Mercator
wants
map.
straight lines.
Well, no, not really. It could be, but not like not properly, not to scale. That's the word. Like not to.
Yeah, you would have to
Oh,
distort it, right?
Like a
Make the
Mercator
lines
Yeah.
all straight.
Like a Mercator
map,
The
yes.
Mercator map's distorted. Globe Earthers know that. You know, it is distorted. It's hard to draw a map, but like I said before about longitude and latitude and that, for hundreds of years, sailors have managed using it. So if that's a wrong system, well, it's worked pretty well so far.
So, bringing up the Mercator being distorted. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so bringing up the
Yeah, yeah.
Mercator being, I'm sure many of you have already seen this, but I think it's a really fascinating clip from The West Wing. You remember that clip where they had
Oh, yeah.
those, where they
Yeah,
had those
absolutely.
cartographers come in and they're like, we want to make an appeal to have the maps redone. And the girl says to the guy, are you telling me that Germany isn't where we think it is? And he said, my dear, nothing is where you think it is. Right? Like, do you guys, honestly, do you think that that was just a creative bit of, screenplay writing? Or do you think that they're actually like throwing shit out there that people are going to go, oh, that was an interesting episode, but never really think like, I think that they just dropped a bomb on us and we're just whistling past the graveyard.
Well, what I think
just taking.
sorry, go ahead.
Okay, just taking that clip in isolation, I would just say it's something very creative and smart they threw out there. But it would be nice to get a bit of context.
If that is true, Russia would be depicted as smaller than Africa, but it's not depicted as such. The new maps depict Russia smaller than Africa, but the Mercator map shows Russia really, really much bigger than Africa, right?
But
so
because,
again,
because
what's
Russia's
going on
bigger
here?
east
What's
to
going
west,
on here? What's going on here?
and
What's
Africa
going on
is
here?
bigger
What's
north to
going
south.
on here? What's going on here is that they are politically driven. The maps are not based on actual sizes; they are politically driven. That's it.
Disagree.
So yeah, I don't know, Travis. Do you have a bit more context to that clip?
I can give a bit of context to that clip because what Travis said is right. They do say that, and it's a really interesting point. And to be honest, it's because of that clip a few years ago when I first started looking into, or maybe it is a flat Earth, but it's the first time I started looking into that sort of thing. But what they say in that clip is it is nothing about it being a flat Earth or anything like that.
And I didn't bring it up.
Yeah,
I didn't bring that up.
No, not the flat Earth bit, but you brought up the Mercator map in the West Wing. But at the end of that clip, what they say is what the guy talking just before says is that it wanted to be. It was like about dominance and power, and Britain and Iceland look bigger than Africa because blah blah blah. Right. Bullshit. It is.
That's the context.
Can I just finish? I will be quick. I know I'm talking a lot, but I will be quick with this, and I'll let you carry on. But a big part of that clip is saying, it's the olden days white power in the British Empire and stuff, and it made other countries feel small, so we felt more powerful. It actually it isn't. It is not that. It is because it's really hard to draw a globe Earth. To map it, it's really hard to do that. So of course it's distorted when you look at the middle, and then Iceland's really long.
Wouldn't it be harder to take a plain Earth and turn it into a globe? It would be much harder to do that.
Yeah, except
Right?
the Earth is in the
Well,
Earth is
yeah.
Your
plane, right?
angles, your angles would come first from the first order. Can you show me any first order measurements that were done 150 years ago that have WSG84 in them? Can you show me any first order measurements of actually measuring the Earth that quantifies a map that I use? Could you guys show me any of that? If you can't, you're fucking either dumb or lying out your ass.
Yeah, before someone responds to him, I just want confirmation. So the context of that clip is that they wanted to make certain countries look bigger for political reasons, right? That's why they wanted to redo the map in that episode.
Yeah. Also,
Okay,
to
so can
add,
someone
I've been
confirm
trying to
that? Can
share.
someone confirm that?
Yes,
Yes or no?
yes,
And,
yes,
and to
yes.
add
Okay,
to
okay,
that,
thank
Yeah,
you.
that's right.
and
That's
to
what
add,
they thought of the episode, but it's bullshit in real life.
well, to add
Yeah,
to
yeah,
that,
yeah.
I was
Just so
trying to
if
share
someone
this.
brings up that episode again, I know how to
Bam,
respond.
bam.
I'm so sorry, Elijah. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
So to add to that, I was trying to share that clip. It's like put together by a woman who's saying that a flight from, I think it was Africa, Barbados, is like 3.5 hours, but they always go to like Europe or somewhere else first. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know how I could share this. It's like 3 minutes long.
Someone already shared the clip, man. You don't gotta worry.
You can put it in the text chat or something. I don't know.
All right, so Travis, so yeah, I think we've answered your question on the clip. Most of us just thought it was cool and smart and creative. Do you feel that clip has like some sort of significance, like it could be true?
I think that's the
What about you,
alluding
Vansel?
is, yeah, like, well, is it thrown right in your face? Like when they do say, like, nothing at all is accurate, right? Now, there have been a lot of strange coincidences, whether it's in movies or cartoons, where things have been, what do they call it? Is it predictive programming or something along those lines? One might put it down to coincidence, but when you look at it years later, after someone has had the patience to go through these things and remember these things and put them out there. Just a couple of things just off the top of my head, like in The Simpsons, where you have Trump going down the escalators announcing that he's going to be running for president, was in a Simpsons episode years prior. I think was it Kobe, whatever his name, the fellow that died in a helicopter, was in The Simpsons. Right, these things are just very, very coincidental. Right now, this clip that we're talking about now with the map and all that sort of stuff, is it another quote unquote coincidence, or is it like fact that has been shown to you? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it does make you think a little bit, Nate.
Okay.
In all seriousness.
Um,
That's all. Like I'm not saying it is true or incorrect, but it does actually make you think about these things. And is there any substance to it? And how do you prove that there's any substance to it? Or how do we prove that things are incorrect, or there are more lands? Well, you and I can't do that, Nate. We don't have the means nor the resources to it. We can just kind of go on speculation at this stage, or maybe a gut instinct. I personally I personally myself would tend to say, talking about our extraterrestrial continents earlier on this evening, I would tend to say yes, it is true and correct. Myself.
I hear you. If you just look at these things on face value, just if all you saw was a Simpsons episode in the year 2000 where Trump is president, and then about 15 years later he becomes president, I understand why you would come to these conclusions. But if you looked into it a bit deeper, you would see why it's not that amazing. Like the Trump thing, the reason they put Trump in that episode as president is because I think it was 1999, 2000. Trump went on record saying, I'm thinking about running for president in the future. The
Yeah,
Simpsons
well
guys
said.
thought it was
Exactly.
funny, and they made
Yeah.
the cartoon about it. They weren't predicting anything. It was Trump who made that comment way back when.
Yeah,
So
that's
when
right.
you
And when they
yeah.
predicted
But the imagery though.
speaking through your phone, like on FaceTime, like those every sci-fi movie is like like a screen phone, like a video phone. Every science fiction has done that because we want, and we invent it because wouldn't that be great? So it gets invented. It's been dreamed about for however long. So these aren't predictions, and like the flu.
I mean, if you're gonna make multiple points, I just want to speak to what the previous guy said.
Sorry. I go on. Just tell me to shut up. I do beg your pardon. Carry on.
I don't mean it. I just because you said okay. Well, at the time Trump had said something about running for president, yada yada yada. Yeah, but okay, you can take that into consideration. But then you have to also take into consideration the imagery of him coming down the escalator and all the things and all of that. That's also pretty.
What in his hotel?
Coincidental.
Down the escalator.
The Trump Tower.
That's hardly.
That's not special. It's his hotel. The escalator.
Yeah, it's
come
about
on.
knowing. It's about knowing who they're writing about. They're writing about Trump. They know what he's like. All right.
He
he's
had
got
that
Trump
hotel
Tower, his
then. My bad.
hotel. So of course, if you predict, if you think, imagine if Trump runs for president and there's a brainstorm in the writers' room, what would happen? Well, Trump's a bit of a chauvinist, isn't he? He's a bit of a show-off. He's a bit narcissistic. He would love a photo in his golden lobby of that hotel. Oh yeah. It's knowing the person they're writing about. So, and then 20 years later, when that happens, I could write something now, just anything, I could write a paragraph now. And then in 20 years, I could find footage over whatever news sources or television shows, and I could go, I predicted that. Because I could just write, I could write, Prince Charles becomes king, waves on the balcony, gets in a Rolls Royce, and he's driven to his coronation.
Yeah, but when things are predicted in a certain way, okay, then I accept your explanation for Trump. He was in the spotlight, la 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 la. But then also, too, I brought up the other example of Kobe, right, dying in a helicopter crash, which is exactly how he died. Like, these things are just very, very coincidental, if nothing else. Okay, then in the future, this basketballer, like, we think that he is going to be an absolute super mega star and fly everywhere in helicopters. So we are going to predict that he's going to die in a helicopter, and that's how we're going to write the script. Like, these things are just very coincidental. I accept the one with the Trump, but then when you mention things like Kobe and there's dozens, there's hundreds of these things to predict exactly what they
humans
are.
will find patterns. Humans will find patterns, and we will find coincidences, right?
Okay, then.
No,
That's all right.
100%. No, and honestly, it's anyway. All that aside, if the Simpsons are there predicting the future, or whatever, well, why the hell are the Simpsons predicting the future and telling us through covert messages that we'll only find out 20 years later? And what good has it done us? That person still died. That person still died in a helicopter crash. COVID still happened.
He's missing the point. He's missing the point. It's all scripted and planned out, and it's pure mockery. It's just mockery, buddy. It's showing you that how much power they have. Listen, it's clearly showing you how much power they have. It's clearly showing you how much power they have. The fact is that they are doing predictive programming. They're in charge of predictive programming.
You're saying
That's
like
it.
they're mocking us.
Absolutely. It's all mockery. Even Christopher Columbus Day. It's the elite's day to mock because of the foundation of Christopher Columbus himself. If you read what happened, the guy actually was promoted because they wanted a whole bunch of immigration. So they basically promoted the story that this Italian discovered everything. Therefore, more Italians came to America. This is just a business deal. It's all business deals. Okay? It's a gentleman's game It's business deals. I've never seen a human being. I can't even relate to the psychology of these people, the way that they respond to situations. It's like having a wall in certain areas, and then that wall is just, you cannot penetrate that wall. It doesn't matter what you say, what language, they just can't see it. Just like we can't see certain things that we're behind a wall. So that's the gap.
I'll tell you where
try writing about it. Try writing about it. Try learning about these people. At the end of the day, there's a fucking huge gap, an emotional distance here, a mental distance. I don't know what to call it. Affluence. I don't know the exact adjective or whatever it is, but it's like, imagine a soul having ingredients in it, and then there's people that have there's souls that have all the ingredients, and then there's souls that just, you cannot add the ingredient. I don't know what you call that.
Well, it's epistemology. It's epistemology. It's like they don't understand that if we're going to say something is true, we need to agree on the authority first. What authoritates this truth? Like, and here's the thing: it's like the reason that Glovers and flat earthers argue is because, well, we're just pointing out something, and they're saying, well, yeah, I recognize you're pointing something out. However, that thing that you're pointing out should be interpreted this way instead. So instead of just addressing it blankly, it's like, well, now we don't even think about the exact same thing we're both looking at and talking about. Like, so that's the problem, and it leads to, like earlier, the main topic. They changed the rhetoric like about 3-4 times, but each time the same flawed logic was given, which was circular reasoning. And each time we pointed it out, they changed to another example which employed the same thing. So it's really simple. We've been indoctrinated and made to think in these ways, to employ circular reasoning, because this is what we've been programmed to do by looking at other interactions on TV or from an authority.
It doesn't mean.
Yeah, because I was at the very end of. I was at the very end.
I'm sorry. I get carried away. I'll shut up. I'm sorry.
So someone in authority says something is true, right? And then we ask, well, how do you know that's true? And in cult fashion, they give you some kind of circular argument or some kind of fallacious logic. And then there's a sect of people who accept it and build that society based on those flawed premises and understandings and communication.
Go ahead, Jim.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, so what I would say is, I think my point still stands, that to try and say that, these guys are telling us what their plans for the future are because The Simpsons has been quoted to have predicted the future just isn't true. It shows that if you believe this idea that The Simpsons predicts the future, all you're doing is reading headlines and buying them. You're not investigating the claim for yourself. You're not verifying it.
It's not. So here's maybe an element I'd like to express.
I'm not done. Please, Data. I'm not done. I've seen all of these claims that The Simpsons predicted Kobe's death, predicted
prediction.
Trump, whatnot. And when I looked into it, I saw that isn't the case. Trump being president wasn't predicted. Kobe dying wasn't predicted by The Simpsons. The episode people are talking about, Kobe Bryant wasn't even in that episode. It was just a helicopter flying in the fog or something, which is akin to what happened to Kobe's helicopter. They were flying in really bad weather. But in that Simpsons episode, Kobe wasn't even in the episode,
Yeah.
Regardless of the specifics, I think
when you go and see a psychic, like a psychic will have 1,000 misses for every hit. For is there an S? There's a Susan. There's 1,000 misses for every hit. So what about all the Simpsons episodes that said other things about the future or whatever, and none of that's happened? We look for patterns. It's natural as a human to look for patterns. So when Trump suddenly becomes president, you go, "Oh my God, do you remember that time Trump became president?" I'll tell you where I can sort of get on board with stuff like this a little bit. Is obviously I'm from Britain, so we have like Coronation Street, EastEnders, Emmerdale, so like soap operas, but they're really popular here. And I think in America, like they're on during the day soap operas, and maybe not as popular. But here they're really popular, right? And they're about everyday people in an everyday street. And I remember having a conversation with my brother about, you know, what mimics the other. You know, if a storyline comes on Coronation Street, you know, is that sort of somehow manipulating us unconsciously, you know, to act a certain way, you know, whatever the storyline is. Great, I've got a new phone, and that Facebook. I don't know. I can't think of a good example, but is Coronation Street feeding that information to us, or is Coronation Street telling that story because we're already doing it? You know,
You
and I
are a
think
bit
that's a really
long-winded, my
interesting
guy.
point.
So you were right about The Simpsons. It was predicted in this cartoon called Chamberlain Heights. If you want to call it a prediction, it's not. It's not a prediction. So in Chamberlain Heights,
What was predicted?
Okay, I'll share my screen right now.
No, but what are you saying was predicted? Just tell us.
Exactly, I'm about to show you.
Can I just mention something? I'm going to post something in the chat now, and it's gonna back up what I'm saying here regarding
Well,
the
if
element.
you give me a second, Data, if you just give me a second.
Yeah, post your thing in the chat. I'm just telling you, I'm going to post something else in the chat that's going to reference what I'm saying, in the sense that when you're looking at predictive programming, there is a supernatural element. There has to be. To execute everything precisely, you would have to have a lot of people in position. Well, if you have nepotism, which is a thing that happens, and you have philanthropy, and you have a grooming, well, you can, in 1970, put everything in place to facilitate a plan that you would mock and you would put into public play for example. I'm a billionaire and I want to invest in a rock band. Okay, that's just not normal. Or it's not abnormal. It happens all the time, right? I'm going to make this rock band tour the world. I'm going to set up everything with this rock band. I'm going to fund it all, and I'm going to put images out behind the band, all this artwork, because I'm funding the band. Well, this is what they do, and I'm going to give you a prime example. So in the chat, I'm going to post a Supertramp album cover. It's inverted or flopped. And you're going to tell me why is there an orange juice, a glass of orange juice by the World Trade Center? And then I want you to look at the two numbers that are there by the World Trade Center. This is an album, a rock band, Supertramp. So how coincidental can you get? Orange glass or orange juice and two towers and 9/11. So I'm going to post it in the chat now. Take a look at it.
What's with the orange juice, Bob? What does orange juice mean?
They're on fire.
Why does orange juice mean you're on fire?
Orange is 33 in masonry. So orange, if you use a Chaldean calculation, orange equals 33.
I never heard that.
Cool.
Also,
Orange
the
is
album
33.
the album is Breakfast in America. When the attacks took place, it was in the morning as well.
America's breakfast,
this
right?
means
America's
9/11.
breakfast, right, boys? So coincidental, sure. Okay. I'm saying that there has to be a supernatural element to it, because to keep that and then keep that in play and then organize everybody, that takes a spiritual force of some sorts, man.
Well, the other thing
No, to
too, Data,
organize
was
people doesn't. Hold on 1 second. To organize people and make a plan happen, that's not supernatural about that.
Of course it is, man. You have to be
No,
in
there's
tune.
not.
You have to be in tune
Supernatural,
spiritually. But
Jeremy. Data knows what he's talking about.
it has to be a form of it for sure. In my opinion, it's too coincidental to have it that obvious. So if they're doing it, that means they don't worship the God that I worship. So if they don't worship the God that I worship, they must have another God they worship, right? And heaven forbid that I assume what kind of God they're worshiping by their choices and their actions and what they display, right?
I typed it in, but don't forget that the towers were constructed in 1968 and went down 33 years later.
Okay. So orange means fire, right?
Orange means 33.
Oh.
Orange
No,
means
that-
33 in
33,
Chaldean. Orange means 33 in Chaldean.
So what does So what does 33? How does that come back to Twin Towers are going to go down?
It's Masonic.
Okay,
It's just
I don't know if you know
It's
anything about
Masonic,
Master Mason. I don't know if you know anything about
Right,
Master Mason numbers 11, 22, and 33. These are what they use. Not only that, it's just Chaldean anyway. So it's Jewish Kabbalah, mysticism, the whole thing, Greek, the whole the perennialistic approach to mathematics, right? Taking religion and using mathematics for it, or letters and turning it into math. The point is that it's there for you. I didn't make it up. That's what they say it is. I use a Chaldean calculation. Orange juice, orange itself is 33. Interesting. The building's 9/11. Just coincidental. But yet there is Event 201 that happened, and then what happened in pandemic. Then there's Agenda 2021, just ironically just happened. Now there's Agenda 2030. So they tell you everything. It's not secret. It's just compliance on our part. And the rule is the Luciferian doctrination teaches that if you show it to them and they agree, they don't say anything, then that's acceptance, and then they get cleared of conscience. That's the Luciferian doctrination, or the doctrine.
There ain't nothing supernatural though about making, planning something and making it happen and
Okay, so wait a second. Their plan is for what? Their plan is for what, Jeremy? What's their plan for? To devise an antichrist? Okay. All right. That's not supernatural.
Hey, Jeremy, this is your party now, mate. I'm checking it out.
Later,
Have fun.
Thanks.
All right, later, Spence.
All right.
Somebody says that that's the evidence that they believe in karma, or they invest heavily in karma.
That's pretty interesting though. I've never seen symbolism interpreted this way. So when was this album cover put out?
In the 80s.
In the 80s. Okay.
I think it was late 70s. Breakfast in
Yeah,
America.
so maybe late 70s, early 80s, maybe. Yeah.
Well, this just goes to show too that the music industry is controlled. So like Supertramp didn't have any fucking idea. They're like, yeah, that looks like a great album cover, whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh, they weren't in on it.
They don't take control of that. When you're funded in a band in the 60s and 70s, and somebody's paying you, you have no control over your artwork. You're just fucking do a gig here, do a gig, shut up. We're going to do the artwork for you. I mean, granted, there are the experienced records out there but the photographer in itself and the record label in itself had to approve all that stuff for sure. And so if you're funding the group and you're going to run them, you're going to entertain the masses, and you're going to make money, and you're going to promote it. It's your message. It's your bag. And if you're one of the 1% that knows what's going on, you're going to fucking jerk off all over the crowd. Look at this, guys. You don't know fucking what's going on, huh? It's the most psychopathic reward. To me, that is probably the greatest reward a psychopath can ever have, is to show you the truth in plain sight, know it's a secret, know it's a plan, know it's happening, and literally jerk off all over your faces.
It's called mocking and scoffing. Yeah. Check it out in the Bible.
Yeah, so that's what I see. I see that.
Sorry. Never mind. Actually, it's quite lewd.
Okay, so I just did a quick Google. Number one, apparently the name of that album was Breakfast in America.
Breakfast in America.
And then apparently that lady was supposed to be representing the Statue of Liberty.
Right. Yeah.
You know what movie she's in? She's in Total Recall. That chick. She's the one who takes her head off at the airport.
Oh. Okay, so she's famous. All right. Well, it makes sense, right? If that's the name of the album and she's supposed to be the Statue of Liberty. Doesn't that make sense?
They choose the name. The band doesn't choose the name of the album either. That's the whole point. The people who are putting this on, if you want to call it the CIA or whatever, are choosing the name of the album, what record cover they use. They even write the song sometimes, like the lyrics. They have
the ultimate truth is most bands that are successful have at least 11 writers, writers helping write songs. So I don't know why they choose 11, but 11 is a number that often comes up. It may be another Master Mason number. I don't know, but 11 writers, sometimes 33 writers too.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really interesting. When you start to listen to a lot of the people who delve into this, like, I can't remember the British guy, but he wrote Truth in Music. He's got volumes 1 and 2. And then there's Laurel Canyon. There's a lot of Laurel Canyon information with those major groups back in the 60s, where many, like the Mamas and the Papas, Crosby, Stills, Nash,
You know,
Jim
they all hung out
Morrison.
with Mason, right? Or Charlie Manson. They all partied with Charlie
Right.
Manson.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's so fucking crazy. When you like Charlie Manson got in so close to the Beach Boys, like he was either writing a song for them or had written what. But yeah, it's so interesting. But
They all talk about
I
selling
think,
their souls to the devil too. Like,
But you know what's
good
funny?
and
I
evil.
think that what we're seeing, I think, and this to me isn't easily explainable if you have this worldview as man, because I want to reach everyone in here, but I'm dude, I do believe in the Bible, and I mean that word believe. I do believe it to be true. And I have an approach as to how I've established that is true to me. And of course, it can be challenged by anyone. But anyway, the point being that these people are reacting to that story. They're bastardizing that story, ridiculing that story. Their Catholicism is based around that story. All of this stuff that's happening, whether good or bad, attributed to or subtracted from a god, it all is from that particular universe, so to speak. So all of this stuff happening to me, I see a connection because it's all either a rejection or an acceptance of what I think is true. There is no third alternative when you really look into it all.
Well, think about this conundrum. Think about this
Elijah,
conundrum. Most people who were inventing the globe in the early years were Christian. So wrap your head around that one.
All right, so I'm here with it. Let's talk about this.
Yeah, but everybody was Christian if they, back then if they wanted to be heard. Even like you can't be president today without being Christian. So
the point is that a lot of people had faith in God and helped develop the ball mathematics, helped develop quantum mechanics, the whole thing, right? The thing is that if you look back 3,000 years ago, quantum mechanics and all that stuff wasn't it's not new, right? The infinitesimally small, right? The unseen, that wasn't a new subject.
yeah, I'm only pointing out that they'll claim they're Christian just to it gives people a sense of their balance. They have a checks and balance. It's just they're claiming it doesn't mean that they were it. That's all.
Well, I find it quite interesting.
If you pop out like, hey, I'm a Christian, you're going to get a lot of Christians to maybe buy what you're selling or, whatever. Sound like a nicer person. Oh, he's a nice Christian man.
Well,
hey,
here's
gentlemen,
what the scripture says in the Bible. The Bible says which once was good will be bad, and once bad will be good, right? So if the spinning ball Earth was good at one point, brought society together, now it will be turned bad, right? Because that's what the Bible says. Which once was good will be bad. I don't understand what the.
Can anybody hear me?
We hear you, B-Ball. Yeah,
We've heard you interrupt. We've heard you interrupt maybe 5 times. Yeah, all 5 times.
If that's how it's
well,
going
Witch
to
is
go,
calling me out in the chat. So can me and Witch have the floor for a little while, please?
Yeah, you mean you want to stop this fluid conversation and let you do what you want? Yeah, maybe.
No, this is what Witch wants.
Well, the first thing we need to Witsit hasn't said anything yet. So until he's like, yeah, all right, I'm ready.
He asked me to say something, so I'm here.
Listen, him talking and him typing is 2 different things. If he's available to speak, I'm sure he'd pick up and say something.
He just said
something. All right, well, Witsit, whenever you're ready, I'm here. I'll go back on mute.
Is Witsit talking and I just can't hear him? Because he said something, and I'm like,
I can't hear
him. I haven't heard him either. I heard B-Ball interrupt like 5 times while people were in this conversation.
Oh, Witsit left. He ran away, B-Ball. You won. There you go.
You got him again, B-Ball. You the man.
Oh, man.
All right. Guess another win for.
No, he's
the gold
no.
squad.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He
Yeah,
asked
he
me
was
to
running
come in
away.
here,
He
so
DM'd me. He was like, I'm running away.
I'll,
Can you still not hear
I'll
me?
wait.
Oh,
There
we
we
hear
go.
you. It's low. That's what it is. Okay.
There we go. I can hear you now, Witsit.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'll try to turn it up. So.
It's that trailer trash modem you got. Need to step up your game, big boy.
Yeah, I'm on my AirPods by the beach. So.
Yeah, he's where we all want to be.
Yeah, me
Well,
too.
I'm at a family reunion, so don't talk too fast.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, by the beach is good.
Yeah. All right. Earth is life. What's up, B-ball? Let me hear your home run here.
No. You claim you were going to destroy me, so I'll sit back. I'll let you say what you got to say, and then I'll rebut. Go ahead.
Well, just so everyone gets the context, this is my rebuttal to your alleged home run globe proof. So if you want to lay it out for the room.
Yeah,
You keep
it's been
bringing it
laid
up.
out many times, so go ahead. You had a rebuttal you posted in the chat earlier, so go ahead and show how that
I don't know
rebuttal
what it is. Can
somehow
you just?
destroyed mine.
Since I don't know what it is, and someone else said what is it, why don't you go ahead
Yeah,
and do
I have
that
no
for us
idea
and
what
the
it
other?
is either.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead,
the
B-ball.
subject is Southern Hemisphere flights.
Okay, so what's your claim and what's the argument?
Flights from two places in the Southern Hemisphere, from Sydney to Johannesburg.
Okay.
Apparently, you guys like the claim. I'm not saying everybody, but certain flights make more sense on a flat Earth, which has been said many times and shown. I don't know how many times, but these specific flights don't make any sense on a flat Earth with the distance and the speed traveled.
You mean on a
Well,
flat Earth map?
I think the main point these flights
No one else jump in,
Let
please. This is
Witsit,
just me and
guys,
Witsit,
let
please.
Witsit and B-ball go back and forth.
Yeah, sorry, I just jumped.
5 minutes. Give him 5 minutes.
So you mean on a flat Earth
So
map?
On the map that you guys claim that makes more sense with flights.
Okay, so before we get started, my position is there is no accurate map that exists because we don't have an accurate central point. And so if you don't have an accurate central point, you can't accurately lay out the map. I'm not trying to dismiss the whole entire conversation though, because I'm still going to destroy your argument because it's really easy. But that is the honest approach. So don't pretend that we're claiming that's a definitive map. I'm certainly not doing that. That would be stupid. But go ahead.
Yeah, that would be stupid to claim the map that makes more sense and then claim we don't use a map. Right.
No, so again, it's just like there are emergency landings that would make more sense on the flat projection, but I don't have to claim that is the accurate, definitive projection of the Earth.
Okay, regardless of those few flights you guys like to bring up, these specific flights, the ones between Auckland and Santiago, and the one between Johannesburg and Sydney, these are non-stop flights. Okay, that travel at a specific speed and a specific distance. That only matches the globe model.
Okay, so here's the first question: do the two flights have different durations, going different directions? Yes or no?
Yes, they do. Yes, they
Okay,
do.
what's the difference?
The jet stream.
Okay, and what's roughly the difference?
About sometimes 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, it can be upwards of 3 hours easy.
Mm-hmm.
So it can actually push towards 4 hours.
Okay, no, it's never been 4 hours. Sorry.
Yeah, it's over 3.5 hours multiple times. So we have a huge difference. So from the beginning, we already know we have to acknowledge jet streams, right?
Yep.
Okay, so how fast can a plane go in a jet stream?
Well, the thing that you posted was at that one time, that record time that happened one time in history, it was about 800 miles per hour. But that wasn't in the Southern Hemisphere now, was it?
It didn't happen one time in history. Wait, are the jet streams faster or slower in the South?
It depends.
Are the jet streams faster or slower in the South?
I'm not going to say fast or slow because it changes.
We both know the answer is faster. They're significantly slower in the north. That's why the jet streams that go over the U.S. are much slower.
Okay, where's your evidence showing they go faster in the southern hemisphere?
Okay, the top speeds in the south are much higher than the top speeds in the north. You
Okay,
didn't know
what
that?
are the top speeds? What are the top speeds then?
Oh, I don't know. All right, so you're saying that they're
Because
just
these flights, right? The data for these flights and the speed is posted. Unless you want to claim that the data is incorrect. There's never been a time that any of these flights traveled 800 miles per hour.
okay. Well, what we're trying to break down here is that planes can travel over 800 miles per hour. Now, that just because you say it's only been
I
done
agree
once,
with you.
just because you say it's
I
only
agree
been
with
done
you.
once, just because you say it's only been done once in history, that's not actually true. It was just reported one time. Okay, so it's just invoked to show that it's possible, right?
Again, I agree with
they're
you.
faster in the south
I agree with you
change of
on
color.
the one that you posted. Hold on. The one that you posted, yes, that happened. But that doesn't happen with these flights.
Okay, so that's your claim, but the point is that we know that
It's not a claim.
Yes, it is. So here's the summary of it, right? In order for you to propose the positive claim that this is exclusive to a globe Earth model, right? For one, you're going to have to strawman the flat Earth and use the model and come up with mileage without applying a scale to the southern portion. You're not even going to apply the scale, which is the only way the map is proposed. So that right there doesn't even make sense. Okay. Secondly, you draw a line straight over the land, which is not what the flight does. So that's your second straw man. It goes over ocean, right? Okay.
So you're okay. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. And then we know it goes with the jet streams, and when it goes against the jet, and we know it goes with the jet streams, and when it goes against the jet streams, it takes much longer. Now, here's the real important part that you keep whistling past for like 3 weeks now. Okay. So whenever you take a flight from across the United States, for example, the duration of the flight drastically varies. Okay, they predict a flight time, and they always predict it longer than it actually is to give the flight more time to land, within the suspected arrival time, right? Like it's never the actual duration, and it fluctuates greatly. That's just 2,000-mile flights. It fluctuates greatly. It can fluctuate over an hour or more based on a variance of factors. We're talking about a incredibly long flight. So what you need to do to propose your claim, to even propose it, you need to get all the actual data from beginning to end, there and back, how long it took, how long it takes every time, what's the average, what's the variables that factor into that average, and how long it is for them to get to that place, and how many times it's actually faster or slower than the predicted arrival time. That's your first step. If you can't do that, you can't make any claims about how long it takes the plane to go. You don't even have how long it takes the plane to go.
So the cool thing about FlightAware, Flight Radar 24, and other websites is that you can download a spreadsheet showing every few minutes, it has flight time, it has the speed, it has GPS coordinates. So yes, I can get that data for you.
Okay, well, you should have already had that data before you proposed the claim. But the point is that we need beginning to end, and we need a bunch of them. Okay, now one of the big problems you have here is this flight is very, very rare. The nonstop of this flight is very rare. You act like it happens all the time. It does not.
It's not very rare. It happens several times a week.
The nonstop.
Yes,
not
the
direct
nonstop flights. I'll post it in the chat again.
No, we don't want to see your screenshot. We want to see the actual data.
And I've already provided, provided the link to it, which you've never clicked on to look at.
We want to see the actual data from beginning.
I'll provide the link for you.
Listen, man, we need the data from beginning to end of the flight there and the opposite way, what the time difference is, the variables that cause the difference, okay? That's what we need to start it off with. And now you're saying that the plane would have to fly 1,000 miles per hour to get there on a flat Earth. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, roughly, yeah.
All right.
So since you guys don't have a map, we don't know. But the data that we have actually matches the globe model.
Okay, so it doesn't, because it's all over the place. It takes all kinds of different times. Yes, it does. Objectively.
No, it doesn't. No,
it does.
So Winston, you're telling me you haven't, since the last time we spoke about this, you claimed that you were going to look into this. So you're telling me you haven't looked into it yet?
What I've looked into is that I know that it can take up to 4 hour difference going the opposite way. Okay, 3.5 to 4 hour difference. Right.
And does the speed of the flight change?
The
Or
speed
even
of
the posted speed?
the posted speed isn't always accurate. So you're claiming
The
that it
posted
is.
speed is again. I can download all the data, and it every few minutes it shows the speed of the aircraft.
Okay, have you actually done that?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so how fast does the plane go with the jet stream in these flights?
The posted speed is normally 482 knots. Okay, and the
So it doesn't
time.
change.
Hold on. The time is usually between what 10 and 14 hours.
So
So
it just doesn't change.
you take that time and the speed and you do the math. Tell me when does it match a flat Earth model?
You're telling me that the speed doesn't change when you go with the jet stream?
Yeah, it changes.
Okay,
Not
what's
by
the
that much. Not 800 miles per hour. At no point has it ever been 800 miles per hour.
Okay, so even though the jet streams are faster, and we know that planes in the slower jet streams can go over 800 miles per hour, and it's been reported. And I'm asking you, what's the difference when you fly with the jet stream speed-wise?
So if the plane was flying at 800 miles per hour, going that distance, the flight would only take 8 hours. You know that, right?
So you're actually not going to answer the question?
Say your question again.
Yeah. So what's the difference in speed when you fly with the jet stream?
There's not much difference with it.
So you don't know.
The flight speed doesn't change. It never gets to 800 miles per hour. So that's your answer. Now, here's my question to you. Well, not a question. I'm going to tell you. At that distance between these two airports, if the plane was traveling 800 miles per hour, it would take 8.5 hours. At no point have these flights ever taken 8.5 hours.
Wait, on a flat Earth or a globe Earth?
On a globe.
Okay,
And
well, we're not
regardless, we're
talking
talking about the distance and the speed, right? And the time.
You know what I find interesting? I find interesting how the southern jet trails do
Hold
not
on, data,
migrate.
please. This is
do
not.
not
This
migrate,
is
but
not.
the
This doesn't
northern jet
involve you,
tails
data.
does migrate between winter and summer. Why does the northern
Data.
jet tails migrate
Data. We're
in
not.
the wintertime, but the southern jet trails don't? And they
Data. We're
the
not
southern
talking.
jet tails remain
Oh
consistent.
God.
Huh?
Southern's faster. So
Well,
anyway,
here's why it's faster. Here's why it's faster is because the northern jet trails, they actually change patterns. They don't remain consistent. They have to migrate. The southern jet trail, why it remains faster is because it remains constant. I wonder why that is. How does that work on a ball, by the way?
Quite easily, thank you very much. It only works on the ball. Can't work on your flat Earth.
Yeah, since we were having a conversation and they don't want to jump in.
No,
so,
hold on. Let's bring it
so
back.
with
I think we had, let's bring it back to Witsit and B-Ball, please.
So everyone wants to try and white knight for him. He's getting destroyed here.
No, I'm getting destroyed. Okay, I already refuted your whole argument with my additional preface by saying that we don't. Well, you're strawmanning a flat Earth map without an accurate central point, and you're not applying a scale to the south, and then you're drawing a line directly over land when the plane flies over water.
Exactly, it flies over water. Thanks for agreeing with me.
So it goes with the jet streams, and then when
Which
it goes
direction?
against them, the whatever way it goes with the jet streams. You're making the claim. You're making the claim, Blue. Hey, you're making the claim. Okay, you're claiming this doesn't work on a flat Earth. Then you're trying to draw it over land, which is just a blatant straw man. Okay, it's stupid because it flies over the water, which is where the jet streams are, and in the south it flies faster. And whenever we see, even in the north where the jet streams are slower, the planes can go over 800 miles per hour. Your entire argument requires the accuracy
which direction
of
on
this
a flat Earth
stupid free
does
app.
it?
Hey,
Your
entire
direction
argument
does it
requires
fly
the
over the flat Earth?
accuracy of your. Your
can
entire
I add
argument
to this real quick?
No, Travis. No.
Just real quick, B-Ball. You'll
go
appreciate
ahead
it. It's
with
real
it.
fast. Real fast.
No, Travis. Go ahead with it.
Your entire argument requires the accuracy of those speeds reported, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm challenging that those are the accurate speeds because what they actually do is they factor in the time, what percentage of the presupposed distance they've covered, and that's how they factor in the speed. Okay, so if you tell me, how is it that they actually count the speed of the plane?
And the
Am I lagging or is nobody responding?
no,
Everyone's responding.
I went 45. I spent 45 minutes one day with RC. I spent 45 minutes one day with RC Meisty. He used to use this plane as proof of distances. He couldn't do it.
Wait a minute.
B-Ball
I
ain't
wanted
gonna
to
be
say
able-
something.
B-Ball definitely ain't gonna be able
Travis,
to do it right now.
I've
No.
already done it.
Try.
I've already done it because it doesn't.
No.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
prove
work
the
on flat Earth.
prove
Which
whatever
direction?
to with it. Go ahead.
Which
hold
direction
on.
does it fly on flat Earth?
Go, Travis.
No, Travis. Which
It's
direction
30
does it fly on
seconds.
flat Earth? No.
Why can't Travis get in though? Come on, guys.
Yeah, thank
because
you.
it's only this is between me and Witsit. Since Witsit claimed he was going to
Travis,
destroy
let
me
him
on this
go. I
point.
shouldn't even have
Go
said
ahead.
anything. Let him go.
Mono y mono.
I've already destroyed it. Answer the question. Stop
How?
asking me
How did you
questions.
destroy it? How did you destroy
How
it? Which
You have
did
no
they
rebuttal
determine?
to his last comment.
How did they determine the speed of the plane?
do they not have the controls inside the aircraft that report back to the towers
The way
and the
that flight
GPS
radar,
that
the way that flight radar actually reports the speed is based on the percentage of the route that's been covered, right? Based on the expected time. That's it. And then it gives you a map. Has
Okay.
an
So at
algorithm
what
that
point?
outputs it.
So at what point does it ever register over 800 miles per hour?
Well, here's the thing. So we're talking about ground speed, right? So airspeed is the speed that the plane travels relative to the air that it's in. Okay, that doesn't have to change much, right? It doesn't change much. Okay, good job. We're talking about the ground speed.
So a plane that flies this distance at this speed, 500, let's say 550 miles per hour. Can you do the math and tell me how long it should take?
It travels faster than that. Is the whole
No, it
point.
doesn't.
I'm contending.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, then
So you're saying that
verify the speeds reported, please.
so you're saying that the flight that the speed that they post on these websites is wrong?
I just said that, yeah, because the way that the websites
okay,
get the data,
so you're just gonna claim
the
that
way
it's
the
wrong. Okay.
websites get the way the websites get the data is the presupposed distance, what percentage of the route has been covered, and then they give you the speed with an algorithm. That's all it does. It constantly updates an algorithm with the presupposed distance of the globe. That's all it does.
Damn.
So this is what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna actually download the data from one of these flights that happened on the 22nd of June. Flight time was 10 hours and 48 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, but while you download that, can Travis get in with what he wanted to say now?
Yeah,
Go
it'll
ahead,
just
Travis.
be. Thank you. Yeah. It'll just be real quick. So when I first saw your post, B-Ball, the one of the screenshot of the oceanic flight and the one of the flat Earth across the land flight, the first reaction I thought was, well, in the middle of that flight, you're either over the ocean or over the land. So if anyone out there is listening to the sultry sound of my voice and you're going to make this flight, get halfway over and take a picture. Whatever you're over is going to show us where you are.
The cool thing about this is that someone from this server actually took this flight.
You don't even know.
In the meantime,
that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. My point. So then he should have taken a picture where he was mid-flight, because if he was over the ocean, then
He wasn't a flat earther yet.
It doesn't matter
It was a
who
flat
he
earther that
is.
took the flight. Yeah, I'm just saying he wouldn't have taken those pictures because he wasn't a flat earther at the time.
Okay, well, whatever. I'm just my point is made. Does that make sense? Does everybody hear what I'm saying? If you are flying over the ocean, because that one is you're flying over the ocean the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, just so you know, man, you don't seem to understand the way that you don't know how planes clock speed. You said they use radar. Okay, so they don't.
I didn't say radar. Did
Yes,
I
you
say
did.
radar? No, I
What'd you
didn't.
say?
I said
What'd you
I
say?
said GP. There's many things. There's GPS, and then there's the actual dials or whatever the hell you use inside the plane.
Dials or whatever the hell you use inside the plane. Oh my
Yes.
God. Okay,
It is.
GPS presupposes the distance, which is what's in contention.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, yes, it
he
No, it
does.
doesn't.
he can't prove the
Yes.
distance.
Of course
he won't
not.
be able to do it.
Of
Listen,
course
let
not.
him critique. Well, no. Let him listen. This is the point of the conversation where his contention is made clear again, I understood that was his point of contention from the beginning. This is where people like you go, oh my God, no, no, no. Well, that's the whole point of the discussion. He's contending what you're saying no, no, no to. Allow him to make his point.
Oh, you're only claiming for so what you're claiming is that the post
So you're gonna
speed is
talk
incorrect.
immediately
I'm not,
instead of.
dude. This doesn't involve you, man. This involves me and Witsit, please.
So let Witsit talk.
Yeah.
This is so personal.
You said GPS. GPS literally invokes and presupposes the very distance that's in contention. So that is inadmissible. You then said the dials and stuff that the plane uses. That's not how it works. They look at stuff on the ground. Okay, that's how they get their ground speed, airspeed. They do it relative to the air that they're in. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how much ground it covers. That's what we need to know. And if you're presupposing the distance to get that amount, then that is a reification fallacy. It's begging the question that's in contention.
How does GPS presuppose distance?
GPS has
with Einsteinian physics.
Yeah, how do you not know the GPS predetermines the globe metrics and integrates that into its algorithm? You didn't know
I don't know, but I have no idea. But could you answer what I asked you?
The globe didn't move the way it
Ground
did.
towers have known distance between 2 points.
There's no
ground towers are using trilateration because they know the points. It's ground tower based. It's satellite ground tower based to tower based. That's how they get the
Can I
initial.
get back to my conversation, please? Can I get back to my conversation, please?
You use ground towers. You use ground towers.
I verified this
to
I verified this
triangulate
by going to
and
the
to
website and telling
trilaterate.
me the speed.
Hold on
And
a
you
second,
can,
guys. Give him like a few
verify.
minutes.
Hold on.
You know how airplanes
So
determine
guys, Jeremy's talking.
Wait.
A mod's
So
talking. Come on.
the
Hold
speed
on,
is
guys. Give him a few more minutes. Hold on.
The speed is
Hold on a
verified by the
second.
website which posted it. Right? Then I can just take this the time it took and the speed.
No,
And get the
because
distance.
the speed
Yes, you
requires
can.
the distance. The speed
Yes,
requires
you can.
the distance, and that's
All right,
what
let me do this real quick.
So can you
No.
please verify the distance and speed?
Ground speed is done with the
Listen.
radios.
Listen real quick, right? You can take the distance divided by the speed, and it gives you the time. You can take this the speed multiplied by the time, and it gives you the distance. Then you can take the distance divided by the time, and it gives you the speed.
So you
any one of those variables. You can take any of those variables, and it always matches the globe model.
Okay,
So I'm
airspeed
sorry,
is relative
Richard.
to the air that it's in. Okay, right?
Then the time would be different with it.
Yeah, well said. Agreed. Well said.
Okay, so you're in jet streams. It takes like 3 to 4 hours longer when you go against the jet streams. You're going to have to verify the distance, and you're trying to reify the distance to verify your claim of distance.
We know the distance.
So that's what it comes down to.
The distance is
We know the distance.
Yeah, but your distance.
Why don't you guys take turns? You know,
You think that the
If
you think that
nobody
pilots
is flat, your distance
Let's
is
give
way off.
Hey, yo, hold on
You
a
think
second,
that
guys.
pilots
Let's
just
give
trying to take
Hey,
off?
yo. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
Let's give Witsit and B-Ball like a few more minutes. Come on, guys. We've been doing this for years.
Verify the distance.
The distance is verified by the speed and the time.
Verify the distance, and if you get the speed,
The distance is verified by the speed and the time.
how do we get the speed?
The distance divided by the time.
That is pretty circular. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
bodying.
that is what you do. He's correct. That is what you do. That is correct. That is what you do. You can make a little triangle. You can make a little triangle if you want, and put the D on top of the pyramid, and then put a line below the D, and then divide the S and the T, or put the S times T, and then you have your little reminder of how to find out the equation of speed, distance, and time. So he's correct.
But if you run somewhere and
that.
stop and start the
Guys,
clock.
let's give
we
Witsit
can
and
go
B-Ball like 2 more minutes, please, guys.
Really quick. We can go through the math if you want. We can get the actual distance and time, and we can figure it out which
I said,
model.
how do you verify the distance? You said speed and
I
time.
told you.
I said, how do
Speed
you
and
verify
time.
the speed? You said distance. So to get the distance, we need the distance. That's your answer.
So wait. So you're saying that we don't know the distance between these two airports?
We do not know
Is
the
that
distance of the plane travel. That's the whole contingent. Your whole argument is that it would be too far on a flat Earth. Bud.
okay? We don't know the distance between these two airports. You don't
I'm
think the
asking you
FAA
how.
knows the distance
Can I
between
interject
these
and
two airports?
suggest the flaw here so everybody understands what the
Wait,
flaw potentially could be?
wait. Oh my God.
Yes, nobody knows
Listen,
the flaw. I can highlight the flaw quickly so people will understand what the flaw is. The point is if you're traveling at a speed, but you have wind
Come on,
pushing
Data,
you, and you're
please.
traveling over a distance.
Data, just give him 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, Data, please.
How do you verify the distance?
What's it's killing him?
How do we verify the distance? Do we not know the distance between these two airports? Does the FAA not know the distance between these two airports? Is that a fucking mystery?
So now you're just vaguely appealing to authority. How do you verify? What's the methodology of verification for the distance, please?
Oh my God.
You can let me see. You can go on Google Earth and measure it, or you can Google it. What's the distance between these two airports? You can take. Hold on, I'm giving you all the ways to verify it. You can take the time that this flight took to get from one place to another, and you can get the distance that way.
No, because you need the speed, and to get the speed, you need to know the distance.
No shit, dude. All that's given. All of that is given. Do I have to? So we're gonna go back to. No, I didn't.
Do you understand
he still can't.
variable?
No. Wait. Stop. No. Stop. So on the globe model, we're gonna go through the numbers here. The distance between these two airports is 6,863 miles. Is it not with it?
Whenever we travel,
You even verified it last time. Last time we spoke about this.
you're making the claim of the distance. Can you please verify it?
Do I have to go out there and measure it myself, or can I let the plane measure it?
We can't let the plane measure it.
No, you cannot let the plane measure it. No.
Why not?
Because you do not have constant variables for measuring units. For instance, if you're traveling at a certain velocity at a certain time, you can get the distance. But if that velocity is a variable, you're not going to get an accurate distance. So, for instance, if you're flying crosswinds, jet streams, whatever it is, you're flying at variable speeds. You can relatively get a constant if you're subjected to that environment. But if your environment changes over that distance, and you're adjusting to match that environment, your actual distance won't be 100% accurate. Absolutely not. No way, because you're playing with a variable as far as your velocity, your speed goes. So your speed changes, your time duration changes, your distance changes. So the point is of accuracy, you're going to have constants. You don't have constants in this case. In other words, if you want to use pure mathematics and take 300 miles an hour of 3 hours, you can definitely get the distance. But that's a constant. That's a constant. But that's a constant, though. You're applying a constant pure mathematics to reality, and that's not reality. Reality is crosswinds, jet winds, all kinds of variables. You're trying to quantify pure mathematics into reality. That's not how you do shit, dude.
Because math doesn't lie. That's why.
Well, we don't have to. Yeah,
in this sense, it's deceiving you. In this sense, it's deceiving you because it's just pure mathematics. It's not applying true life variables.
Math doesn't lie.
Well, listen,
it is real life variables because people take this flight several times a week. So it is real life variables.
Math based on presuppositions doesn't prove the very
thing. It's
thing.
not a presupposition because the flight actually happens.
I told you to meditate and drink some water before I jumped on here. You got to chill out. Okay, so it's very simple. So we're flying in faster jet streams. Okay, you're claiming that the plane slows down. You're claiming that the plane slows down its flight speed during the. Well, it has to maintain the same speed, buddy, because it's going in jet streams. Okay, it's obviously going faster. Now, the way your little flight radar website works is it gives you the speed based on the presupposed distance and the percentage of the presupposed distance that has been covered. Do you understand that?
The distance isn't presupposed.
Then how's it verified?
Do you not think the FAA knows the distance between these two airports with it?
I think that whenever this very rare flight happens, it uses jet stream.
It's not rare. It happens several times a week. With it, stop saying it's rare.
Does the distance change because the winds are stronger?
No. Well, do you not understand that the argument is that on a flat Earth it would be further? Do you not understand that?
Do you understand the argument is we know how to measure ground speed?
Yeah, ground speed. How do you measure the ground speed of this plane?
Oh, there's several different ways.
Give me one.
They have a ground speed radar, direct reading.
Ground speed radar all the way to the plane?
Yeah. from the plane.
Really, the radar
INS.
goes down to the ground.
Yep.
I've
never seen one.
Distance. I went over this with RC Micey. This will not lead to them getting a distance. Watch.
Of course
Yeah,
not. Of course, cite the radar
Sure.
data.
Do you think that pilots take off not knowing how far they have to fly?
That's all you guys can say is stupid comments. Can you guys actually cite the radar data, please?
Do you actually think that we don't know the distance between two
with
airports?
the ground speed radar.
Hello,
Let's
excuse me.
let's do this. 550, right?
Oh, he's reifying it again. He's
Hello.
reifying it
Hello.
again.
Hello. I want an answer to this question first. Do you really think that in today's day and age that we take off an airplane with some 500 people on board, not knowing how far we have to fly, not knowing how much fuel has to be on board, and we just kind of wing it?
No, I think they know how much fuel because
that's
they've
your
already
argument.
flown
If that's
and
your
they're using
argument, no wonder you like coming here. You want to engage in full retardia. The point is,
no, that's
you
what
cannot
full
use pure
retardia
math.
is what you guys are doing.
Great argument.
You can use
Full
pure
retardia is this
mathematics.
argument here.
You
Full
can use
retardia.
pure mathematics as an example, but if you want to be accurate
Full
in using
retardia is
any
what you guys are
time
saying.
over distance measurements, you have to have some facts down first,
Hello?
which you guys want to ignore the facts, which is you can't use pure mathematics
which
to
all
have.
pilots
Hello?
are ignoring,
Do you
apparently.
really
You
think
can't use pure mathematics to represent reality. It doesn't work. You have too many
Yes, you
errors.
do, actually. Do you think that
Math doesn't
again?
lie.
I want the answer. There's this question. Do you guys really think that we don't know the distance between 2 points?
What I know that you don't know is that every map that you're going to use uses Euclidean. I use circles,
don't give a shit.
radiuses, and straight lines and angles.
The answer is
I know
either
you
yes
don't
or no.
care.
Is
So
the answer
when I
yes?
use those maps, I use Euclidean geometry.
You guys are
I don't
dodging.
have to think of a ball. I don't have to
You guys are
navigate a
dodging.
ball.
You
Zero.
guys are dodging the
You
question. It's a
understand?
very simple question.
You
Do we
understand?
know? Hello.
Can I
You can answer the question or not? Do we know the distance between 2 points before we take off?
So do you know how to confirm those distances?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Look,
so if you're
here's
going
it.
to
Hello, I
if
don't
you
give
can
a shit. Hold
confirm
on a
those
second. Hold on.
distances, if
You
you can
think that
confirm
we
those
don't know how
distances,
far we're flying?
Guys,
if you can
one at a
confirm
time.
those distances,
Calm down. Everyone's got
if
to
you
calm
can
down.
confirm those distances, what map are
Temporary
you
mutes, guys.
using?
Everyone's got to stop talking so much. If everyone here just wants to hear
People, hold
themselves
on.
talk, it's ridiculous.
I just want to hear the answer to a very fucking
Mute.
simple
Hey,
question.
you're going
every
on
time
mute.
someone goes
Everyone
to
who's
answer
talking right now is getting muted, just so you guys know. All right, one at a time, guys. There we go.
every time someone goes to answer your question, you start interrupting and then ridiculing them. Okay, so here's the answer. We have a general idea of how long the flight path takes. It varies though, based on if you're going with or against the jet streams and a variance of factors, weather patterns, etc. Flight paths are not exactly right every single time. We have a general idea of how long it takes to go from this airport to the next airport when you fly over the ocean with the jet stream, and that is all that we need. You're claiming something additional, not the time. You're claiming the distance. So we need you to verify the distance without reifying it. Then you go to flight radar, you pull up the speed, which uses the presupposed distance to get the speed and updates with an algorithm constantly in live time.
So hold on a second. We
The
know
distance
we
is
know
not
the time.
presupposed. You keep saying that, but it's not. You're just lying.
So we know the time of the flight, and we know the speed of the airplane. Geez, I think we can figure out the distance then.
So when you
Show
guys
us how you got the distance. You can't do it. I'm telling you. I ran
You're
through
wrong.
this with RC Micey.
No, you're wrong.
He was trying to use planes.
You guys don't know jack about aviation.
RC Micey is your plane expert. You know, I don't know if they ever flew the SR-71, but RC Micey is our plane expert.
Hold on. Okay, let's do this, right?
Yeah, hold on. You were gonna mute.
No. Wait.
But now,
So
Peyton
Jeremy,
has to- wants to
let me
respond
ask
to
you.
that.
Wait. Hold
You're
on.
all talking over him.
Jeremy, let me ask you. If a flight is traveling 550 miles an hour, right, and it goes for 12 hours, how far did it go?
Is that the ground speed?
That's the speed of the aircraft.
Well, they don't use the speed of an aircraft
ground
in
or
the air. They use pressure. They use static pressure to determine the speed of an aircraft in the air relative to the air around it. And so when we're talking about jet streams, then you're going to be wrong again.
Thank you, Captain Obvious. Yeah,
How am I
tailwind
gonna be
increases
wrong?
your ground speed. Thank you, Captain Obvious. That's like day one in flight school. Congratulations.
Right. So it's so 550 miles per hour, right? If it hold on, 550 miles per hour. If it travels for 12 hours, it goes 6,600 miles. Am I wrong about that?
You're
using
using
a
the
straight
speed of the
path,
ground
a curved
speed then.
path, a wavy path.
You're wrong because
It's always a straight path. How am I wrong?
Because you don't
That
know
is
the
the actual speed.
Oh yeah, how was the speed determined?
Oh my God. Do pilots not know how to set the speed of an aircraft?
Bro, stop trying to appeal to all these other people, the pilots, the airports that don't know the distance. Show us how you get the distance.
I have
between
an
these
answer.
viewpoints.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let's hear the answer.
So we're just
Whatever you
gonna.
guys.
So we'll just go ahead. Whatever.
Kosho's gonna try to save you. Don't worry, he won't be able to. But he's
Nobody's being saved. But see, nobody's being saved here.
Yeah, you are.
I have the data. Wixie, you have nothing. Wixie, again, you have
You're not
nothing.
being
I have
honest.
the
You're
data.
not leaving. I'll
You
come
don't.
back
You have
when there's somebody
nothing.
better than
I already explained how your data was compiled. You use Flight Radar, a website that listen carefully, dude. You use a predetermined distance of the route. Then it shows the percentage of that predetermined distance that's been covered, and then it gives you the speed based on that. That's reapplying the very thing that you are actually invoking for your argument, which is the distance. And you need to prove the
Does that
speed
match
without
a
using
flat
the
Earth,
distance.
or does that match a globe?
It's built upon the assumed globe, buddy.
Exactly. So it matches the globe. Then it doesn't match a flat Earth.
Because it's built
Thank you.
upon the presupposition of the globe. What a clown.
I mean, I have.
No, you're the clown, dude. No, you're the clown.
No, let's not do the
Because
name
you
calling
walk
thing.
around. Hold on.
Come on. No, we're not going to do the name
Why
calling
don't
thing
you
now.
just
Come on, you're not
Yeah,
calling-
none of us are clowns. We can all learn from each other, and we can all respect each other. End of that. That is literally the only reason I'm here. I don't think anything less of a flat earther. I don't think they're stupid. Nothing like that.
Let me just say one last thing before I get out of here. Let me just say one last thing before I get out of here.
We don't know where the plane's actually going. They could be taking a scenic route.
Y'all heard him trying to finish
Sure. Hold
saying
on.
something, especially as a globe earther who's trying to say, look, man, I don't want any beef. I'm not about that. Like, and y'all straight up talk over him. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Let me just say one last thing before I get out of here. This all stems from Winston claiming that these flights in the southern hemisphere didn't exist at all. That's why we're having this conversation.
That's not true. So now that he's been thoroughly exposed, he went back to, I will be interrupted, almost guaranteed. He went back to a straw man that he repeated for 2 weeks while I wasn't around. Every time I come here, he doesn't say anything. And then I exposed what really happened, which was that he claimed this flight was nonstop. And I said, can you actually show me where it says nonstop? You said you haven't looked it up yet. I said, okay, can you please look it up? You said no. So then I looked it up, and all I found was direct pass that have stops. Okay, it just direct as in it goes from one city to the other and not another city, but it still stops, right? So then I looked it up and I said, okay, just for the flat earthers, no, don't get real scared when they bring up the flight pass, because oftentimes they don't even actually take place, just like the one from all the way around the south that costs like $5,000 and no one ever actually goes to it. I said, this flight path apparently doesn't even exist nonstop because I can't find it. And they refused to bring the information. As soon as he brought it, I said, okay, maybe it does. Then he ran around for weeks after that still saying I said it doesn't exist at all. And flights don't exist in the South. And he just said it again because I've exposed his argument. Okay, thank you.
Oh, you didn't? At no point did you say, oh, yeah, maybe it does. You never said that, so quit lying.
Either way, you have no argument here. You don't have the distance.
I do
That's
have an argument because guess what?
You're definitely going to need the distance to have an argument.
Yeah, we know the distance between these two airports. That's not a
Tell us
problem.
how you got it. How'd you
When I
get
get a
it?
chance,
you
I'll
can look
let
it
you
up.
know.
Save you.
There'll be
You can
people
look it up. If verifying it is to you guys is me going down there and measuring it myself, that's not possible. But there's other ways to verify the distance because these flights happen all the time. I think if they didn't know the distance, then there'd be a big problem.
They just have to know the time it takes when they ride the jet stream. And they use airspeed, which is relative to the static pressure around it, right? So you have to know the ground speed. And we have documentation in the north where the jet streams are slower. Planes going over 800 miles per hour.
Yeah, well, they don't go 800 miles per hour in the South. Sorry.
You just keep saying that.
And I just demonstrated that if it was 8 hours if it was 800 miles per hour, the flight would take 8 hours with it.
Unless it was a longer distance, huh?
It's not a longer distance, though.
So you're just reaffirming what's a contention for the 15th time. I'm not talking to you anymore. Thank you.
It's not a longer distance. Thank you.
They could be taking a scenic route. You don't know the route they're
No,
taking.
they're not taking a scenic route.
No, they're.
You can't verify the route they're taking.
They're having a
Yes, you can verify it. You can look it up.
In your strawman distance of the flat Earth map that none of us actually claim is definitive, in the strawman distance, how long would the flight take going 800 miles per hour?
All right. So say that again, really quick. I'll tell you.
How long would the flight take on your strawman distance of the flat Earth map at 800 miles per hour?
1 second. I'll tell you right now. So the distance that I got from, hold on, I'm going to tell you. Don't interrupt me. So the distance that I got from one airport to the other on the flat Earth map that you guys used to like to use is about 12,900 miles per hour, roughly. So if it was traveling, at what speed? You said 800 miles per hour? Let me see.
So you're saying
It
the
would take
speed was
16 hours.
800 and the distance is
Wait,
12,000.
hold on 1 second.
How
Yeah.
do you know on the
16
flat Earth?
hours.
How do you know on the flat Earth map they're just not closer?
Let him finish. Let him get to the point.
He's doing math.
Well, when you guys are done with this whole
So it
thing,
would take about It would take about 16 hours.
Okay, and the flight actually takes about, what, 14 to 15 hours, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, so now we're going to get into where actually your line that you drew is wrong, and you're going to actually ride the jet stream around the water right there. Okay? And it can be going faster than 800 miles per hour because that's where the fastest.
That's actually worse for you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know that's not much, though. So what you don't understand is that we got 800 miles per hour clocked and reported in the north where the jet streams are slower. So if the jet streams are faster, you're going to be going faster than 800 miles per hour. So if we're going 900 miles per hour, it works perfect on a flat Earth, even though it's a strongman map. Thanks for playing, you bitch boys, like I promised you.
Right, but guess what? No flights go that speed, do they?
Oh, you just say that. You just say that because we literally have a reporter that they go over 800 in the north.
How often?
And just to clarify,
And we're not in the
when I told him that,
north, Vincent.
just to clarify,
We're not
yeah,
in the
'cause
north.
but it's slower in the north, dude. So what's just
We're
to
not in the
clarify for
north.
whole room? Yeah, it's slower in the north though. So whenever, just to clarify for the whole room, earlier when I said that we have documentation of planes going over 800 miles per hour, he said, "Show me one time in history that actually happened."
Yeah,
and then I did.
it happened.
He thought it didn't even happen. He claimed it didn't even go over 800 miles per hour, and then I proved it with mainstream articles, and then he just
you
stated
got that.
And
No, I didn't.
now he's trying to say that it doesn't. Now he knows it doesn't go faster than 800 miles per hour. Whenever he's actually wrong because we're in jet streams faster than in the north. Okay, thanks for playing.
These specific flights don't travel 800 miles per hour with it.
Again, the only way you make that claim is to use the predetermined distance algorithm on your flight radar app. Thanks for playing. We can move on now.
Sorry, Winston. Even if you're thinking that the flight is traveling along the outside of the flat Earth map, that's even worse for you because that's an even longer distance.
No, not if we go right along this little inner circle right here, right close to the land, over the water, and loop back around in a jet stream. So
How far is that distance? How far is that distance? Okay, so you don't know. Right, so you don't know.
This is your argument. This is your argument for weeks now, and the best you have is to draw a line over land.
Every time you come, you have a terrible argument. I gotta say, Bebo.
Okay, thanks for playing.
How was this terrible? No, we're still playing. We're still checking ball, right?
You're down like.
So if you want to claim you want to claim that now you want to claim that it's going around the outside of the flat Earth. Now you want to use your map again because we can go that route too.
I didn't say all the way on the outside.
Okay, so roughly, give me an estimation of how far that distance is.
I don't know. This is your claim.
You don't know.
This is your claim.
Would it be farther than 6,000 miles?
Yes.
Yes, a lot farther, right? Let's see. Let's put a number to it. Let's say 40,000 miles. Let's say it's 40,000 miles around the outside, right?
No, we're not. No, it's
You want to do
nowhere
that?
close to that.
No.
It's nowhere close
Okay,
to
so
that.
Okay, so was it farther or closer? No, we're not. We're going through this.
Nowhere close to
40,000.
40,000.
You're already making up distances of how far it is on flat Earth. I mean,
Well,
show us how you got the
because he's
distance.
using a flat Earth map. That's why. So we have to make shit up with a flat Earth map.
With map, yeah.
Which map?
Yeah, you don't even
make stuff up. Since you don't have a map, you have to make stuff up.
You went across the land.
Yeah,
For navigational purposes, everyone uses The Mercator
That's the way it would have to go on the flat Earth map. Would that
Are
work
you
it?
what
Hold
flat?
on.
What are you talking? Is it the Mercator projection that you keep referring to? What are you referring to?
Yes, it's the map that you guys claim.
No, it's the
Where
map
flights,
that everyone
where
uses
flights,
for navigation. So I know you're not talking
yeah,
about the
where
Mercator
flights work.
projection.
Okay, so that map doesn't work, right?
What are
For
you?
flights,
What are you talking? Like
does
I think he's asking you to specify the map.
does this flight work? Does this flight make sense on
Never
a
mind.
flat Earth map?
the
Can I
maps
just
of
say? Can I just say?
listen, the Mercator projection is the one that they use for their coordinate system. The one that you're saying is wrong. I clarified
Okay,
with
so
you.
it's the right map then.
Can I just say? Can I just say?
So do you
that-
Pac-Man on the Mercator projection or what?
Yeah, which direction are you flying on the Mercator projection? Which
I mean, if I
direction?
fly off the edge of the Mercator map, do I Pac-Man across to the other edge?
Why don't you ask the people that use it for navigation? I don't know.
They don't do
Maybe
that.
you can ask them these silly questions.
The moon.
Hey, does the flight go faster or slower when it goes east?
Guys, can
Slower.
I just make one really quick point that so I've been admittedly I missed about 15 minutes earlier when my mum called me, but I've been on for maybe an hour or two, and we've come like full circle back to the Mercator projection, right? And we still disagree. Globe Earth is still disagreeing with the flat earthers and right? I think maybe like could we get like deep rather than going but this map here and but that test there and like what about talking about like logic or or how we see the world and stuff like that, because to me it is a large amount of logic why I think that the Earth is a globe is because yes I did question it, but when you learn about physics and an object getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger in space, its gravity is in the center, so it pulls everything down. That's why it becomes spherical or near spherical. So on a flat Earth model, if the gravity is in the center, if you went out to the edge, to like Antarctica or the ice wall, then you'd just be sucked back.
There's no gravity.
Yeah, the center of gravity of a table, the center of gravity of a table or any other shape that you can determine. I forget the method they use to determine the center of gravity of a thing. That's totally non sequitur to the idea that mass attracts mass, bro. That was very lazily strapped together.
The idea of an object in space getting hit with more and more and more objects and becoming bigger and bigger. That idea makes more sense to me than
but that idea is only listen. But
hold on.
Listen to what I'm listen.
We heard your point.
Listen.
Okay. Sorry.
You're talking about something getting bigger and bigger. Ultimately, you're talking about mass attracts mass. That is a claim we do not accept because there's no evidence. So you can't attribute that same thing, that belief that you have about matter being attracted to itself, to a flat Earth, in which you can then say, okay, so no, can't do that.
Yeah, you understand? You're conflating two different ideas, and you're trying to strawman us with the idea of gravity. Gravity has never been proven. The only idea for gravity is if the Earth's a ball, gravity has to exist. That's how it was come up with originally. Was that it has to exist if the Earth's a ball.
Yeah, and it does exist. Like it has been proven. Can I prove it now? Well, to go back to an earlier conversation about anything, none of us can actually really physically prove anything for each other because we're not scientists but bear with me.
Can I say something really quick, please?
Gravity
no, it's not gravity.
by dropping something, by looking at the moon and knowing that the tides work because of the moon.
Okay,
That's
stop.
gravity.
Here's the thing. All right, now stop. Don't stay out of it. Okay, for one, the tidal charts show. Listen carefully. The tidal charts show that tides on the opposite side of the supposed moon and around the ball go in the opposite direction with the same magnitude away from the moon. Okay. Number
Okay,
two,
so
when you
listen, how do tides work on a flat Earth?
Okay, non sequitur. So falsification is independent of replacement. You said the way that you prove gravity is by dropping something, which is just assuming gravity. Now, here's what you need to listen very carefully, okay? So things go up and down based on their density, the density of the object relative to the density of the medium, okay? And everything that exists is intrinsically electrostatic. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, which is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. The object's electrostatic, the air's electrostatic, the ground that it falls. Listen, the ground that it falls to is electrostatic. That's incoherent dielectric acceleration when something falls down to the ground. That's objective. We can prove it. We can prove it. Listen, we can prove it. Unlike you, we can actually prove it. If I manipulate the electrostatics of something, I can make it float.
Right.
So why can't we do that with? Why can't we make floating cars then?
Yeah, exactly. Why don't apples float?
Exactly. So why can't
if you're talking about static, you're talking about.
Why can't you make floating
cars?
About,
a reaction and electricity.
Wait, can I jump in just real quick?
You're so lost and you're being arrogant. It's hilarious. Okay.
Can I jump in real quick and just do another critical comment? Right. So rather than challenging Austin's very cogent explanation, we get a red herring question. Well, why can't we have flying cars then? Okay, so that's not an argument.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, fair enough.
You didn't address his claim. So falsify his claim, or don't be a child and say, why don't we have the Jetsons yet?
Right. So it's okay for Travis to jump in and stop the conversation, but it's not. But it was okay.
Yeah,
it was also
right.
okay for
now again, you're crying and whining.
It was also okay for someone else to jump in and completely change the conversation. From the conversation we were having earlier.
No, because Travis was told no like 8 times. We all heard that. He finally got in. The crying is really unnecessary. Are you or whoever was talking to Witsit going to actually try to address what he said?
Yeah,
we were still talking about the last conversation, which got glossed over.
Yeah, B-ball, convos get changed, man. Let's just move on with it. So the first point Winston made is that when the moon is above, there are tides happening on the other side. Well, you said something to that effect, Winston.
Yeah. So, okay, if the Earth's a globe, on the opposite side of the globe from the moon, tides go the opposite direction with the same magnitude. Okay, now so it's not like the moon's just pulling the tides up. That's not how it even works in your model. Now you guys have fixed it and come up with some other model of how it works or whatever, but that's just a theory. Falsification is independent of replacement. There's tons of fluctuations with it. I've dropped like 4 different Ivy League documents about how they don't fully understand the tidal chart. Okay.
Can I just ask what you mean saying that the tides go the opposite way on the opposite side to the Earth where the moon is? Right.
Yeah. So look in your head. If you got a ball and then you got the moon on the left side, on the right side of the ball, the tides go out away from the moon to the right with the same magnitude as they do on the left side closest to the moon. So they're going away from the moon.
Can you cite sources about
the tidal charts? You can just look up tidal charts.
Yeah, haven't you seen those pictures, Jamie, where it looks like the tide is on both sides, not just the side where the moon is?
Yeah. But even your model doesn't deny this. It tries to explain it away.
Yeah, so you gotta
an explanation. Yeah,
you gotta attack that.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, not attack, but defend.
Yeah,
what's the explanation on flat Earth, though?
I think
what's the explanation on
independent of replacement, bro?
What's the explanation on flat Earth, though?
The tides are in a contained level system. The water's due to fluid dynamics constantly trying to level out. We have an electromagnetic field with a flux, and we have a consistent in and out motion of the water trying to find its level.
In and out of where?
Well, or or
finding
the
one
the
level,
alternative
yeah,
answer. The alternative answer is we didn't wake up or spend the last 10, 15, 20 years explaining or propagating claims to reality that don't hold up to scrutiny. So when you ask us what's the flat earth answer, we don't have one.
Yeah, like when
That's
we
a
critique
problem.
your positive claim, if your rebuttal is to actually just say, well, then what's the replacement? Falsification is independent of replacement. So, and
But
then
then
he
you
said,
can't claim that the Earth is.
he said if he drops something, it proves gravity. I explained to him, no, that what you drop is electrostatic. If you use a Van de Graaff generator and you
Yeah,
increase
and I
electrostatics,
love
you can
that.
make
Yeah, that was
you
a
can make
great
something.
rebuttal.
So think about the
Yeah,
difference, right?
that
So we
was.
have two. Yeah, but think about it. We have two baskets. We have the gravity basket and the electrostatic basket. In the gravity basket, you can't manipulate gravity and make things float. But in my basket, I can manipulate electrostatics and make things float. Mine's actually real and tangible and manipulated in the real world and proven with experiment.
Well, then
Yours
we
is
should
just
be
a
able to
hypo.
manipulate.
Well,
Go ahead. Sorry.
You have to understand that like the tests that you do, whatever, are localized and they're your tests. They're not, on this massive scale of, say, the CERN hadron collider thing, all that going on, the massive vacuum chamber that they've got in. Actually, I don't know where, but and of course I know that's part of NASA and whatever. So you wouldn't believe it because of conspiracy and whatever.
They don't make things float there either.
But but also, right, so back to the moon thing, I think
back to the
things literally the reason that we're having this debate in 2022 about flat or round Earth or whatever is because things do seem ambiguous. Think it is hard to understand something that just seems illogical, right? And I get that, and I have questioned it too, and I've come to the conclusion of a globe Earth, but I'm still open minded. If tomorrow we found out it was flat, I'd go right. I would eat my hat and whatever.
You do realize the way that we know the Earth is flat is that we physically measured the surface.
No, but this is what I'm getting to: is that we have to understand, right, that that we're sort of only we're only putting faith into people who we believe in and that sounds most logical, and to me often science is illogical, so it absolutely makes sense to me.
Only because if you're talking about God, listen, 500 years ago, people in the church, the most powerful people in the church. When I say church, I'm talking about the bishops and people that control regions and large areas of land, right? And the influence there. Okay, 500 years ago, they started telling people that the world is moving around the sun, and then sometime after that, the Age of Enlightenment came, right? And then so fast forward to today. When people say the word science, they're talking about everything that was built after the premise of, well, we're moving around in space. Okay, what is space? Okay, what is the origination of it? Okay, how do things work from that? Like all of that is encompassed in this one idea from 500 years ago. So that being the case, when you say science and we want to say pseudoscience, we're talking about all of that and the way epistemologically people approach their claims to knowledge. So now you want to have a philosophical debate. I do too. That's great. My claim to you is that you don't have an epistemological approach that will allow you to confirm that it's flat. So why have the discussion? Well, no, Travis, hold on. So why? That's my claim. My claim is that if it was flat, you actually have no way of thought to process the fact that it's flat.
Okay, but you're not asking him a question.
If it was
yes,
flat,
yes, I do.
much
Yes, I
easier
do.
to prove. And
Okay, so give me the approach. Give me the epistemological approach.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm with you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think if it was flat, why would anybody go, oh, it's flat, this all makes sense? Oh, fuck it. You know what? Let's tell everyone it's a globe and let's pay the Simpsons to, predict the future with Donald Trump and all this. You know, sorry, I'm not gaslighting, and I'm not being flippant there, but you know, I just, you know, with
that's within the paradigm that we all already. You're not, because what you're saying is a critique inside of your worldview and the current worldview that we are questioning, or we have already questioned it at this point.
Yeah.
See, so that's not an answer.
Say something.
Yeah,
you know how I know the Earth is a globe?
I want to say something. I want to have a turn.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, Jamie. So, Jamie, I have a question, and I just one guy to another. So, when and since you believe that the Earth, the moon has an influence on the tides, when there is a low tide, where do you expect the moon to be?
Well, a low tide in what country and what region?
Where you are. You're at the beach. The tide is
yeah,
out.
actually, yeah. You know what? I'll tell you where I am. I don't mind. I'm in a place called Redcar or Redcar in the northeast of England, and I could go on to my tide times thing and see whether the tide is in or out. So I encourage any of you, Redcar Beach, have a look, see if the tide is in or out. And it's what is the time?
But you're not answering his question, Gene. Come on.
Well, I can't answer that question. How?
Then just say you're not sure. Just say you're not sure.
Where is the moon when the tide's in or out? Well, the moon's everywhere, and all tides are in or out.
Okay. So
just say
great,
you're not sure.
Right. So here we go. Just this is the way my simple truck driver mind works. Right.
Right.
If I am going to assign a cause and effect to an object on another object, that other object has to be in the proximity of the target. So you've got the drawing force, you've got the target that's being drawn. Okay. So it makes sense to me then that when the moon is on my side of the Earth and I can see it, then the water should be drawn away to the moon, because the moon is
it should be drawn towards. Away, because it's the bull.
Travis, how often are you near an ocean though?
Yeah,
hold on, B-ball. Please, I'm having a conversation with Jamie. I want to make sure he understands what I'm saying. Okay, so I'm standing on the shore, and the waters are low tide. Okay, so it would make sense to me then that the moon should be somewhere in my sky, because that would mean that it is the influence drawing the water to it. There it is. The water should be drawn to it.
No, the water isn't drawn to the moon. The pull of the moon's gravity gives a pull to the Earth. So when the moon is on the other side of the Earth, this is very basic, because I openly admit I don't fully understand it myself. But if the moon is on the other side of the Earth, right, it is slightly pulling, from the equator. So therefore, the water then drains into where you are. So if you're in North America and the moon's in China, then you've got a high tide in North America.
So, okay, wait a minute. Okay, I think that we're actually saying the same thing. I don't know why you switched to put the moon on the other side of the planet to prove the high tide, because that's what I said about the low tide.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait.
Okay.
When I think I said the word attracts, and then you said no, not attracts. You said draws. How is that different?
Good question, actually. But yeah, I don't know. So I could be wrong in this. I could. It is my very limited understanding of it. But yeah, the moon doesn't pull the water. When I was a kid, they talked about the magnetic pull of the moon. I was like, well, water isn't metal. How does the moon pull the tide in? It's not. How is that magnetic? I don't understand. Later in life, I actually maybe still don't fully understand. But what I think it means is the magnetic pull that the Earth and the Moon have on each other. By the way, it's things happen on the Moon because of it as well. But like the pull that the Moon has on the Earth gives it like a slight buzz. So the water is constantly filling like that void where very subtly the land is getting like slightly higher. So the water, so a high tide would mean the Moon is on the other side of the world.
Okay, great. Okay, let's just go with let's just go with that. Okay.
Does that make sense logically?
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so rather than go around the bush, here's what I'm going to say to you right now. Ready? I'm going to repeat in brief what you just said, and then I'm going to tell you what happened to me, and I have it on camera. You said when the Moon is on the other side of the planet, then the water is drawn toward North America, so I should have high tide.
Well, no, that's not exactly what I said. If the Moon is on the other side of the planet, then the other side of the planet would have a high tide, not North America. But yeah, we're saying the same thing. But I'm not talking about specifics of when New York gets a high tide to Miami, or stuff like that, because the Moon. No.
Okay, listen. I feel like you're saying something else, because I heard you say at the very beginning, when you first addressed my question, you put the Moon on the other side of the planet, and you said that the water would be drawn to the Moon, and I should have high tide in North America. That's what you said.
No. I said that the water is not drawn towards the Moon.
Okay.
I maybe misspoke, but that's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is, you mentioned when the Moon's there and it attracts the water, or I use the word attract. However we want to. Look at us now. We're picking words where I've fallen down. And it doesn't make sense.
No. I think you're struggling.
Just let me say this. I'm here with my hands up, saying, I'm not a scientist and I don't understand everything, and I am open-minded. And yes, like a globe earther could chip in now and say, no, he's wrong about that, and I might be wrong, but like my vague understanding of it is what I said. So now I don't want to be tripped up with, you said attracted, and it was the other side of the world. What I'm saying is, I'll try and find something, and I'll send like a video thing.
No, okay.
What I'm trying to say is that the Moon isn't magnetic in the way it pulls water towards it. It's the pull it has on the Earth.
Okay. Stop.
And the water goes the opposite way.
Okay. So stop. Wait. So if I'm on the coast of California and I look up and see the Moon, what is the water going to do?
Oh, God knows. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Okay, does anyone else understand the point that I'm trying to make? My point is that it makes sense to me if I'm told that the Moon is the influencer of the tides, that when the tides are out, that says to me that the Moon is influencing the tides to be drawn toward the Moon.
I will say, just before people answer that question, though, I will say this. So that pull on the Earth and the Moon is equally affects the Moon. And and this is hard to prove, and I don't know, but I will throw it out there that the surface of the Moon that we see, we always see, because of rotation and whatever, we always see that side of the Moon, and that side of the Moon is much thicker and rockier because it's had Earth's pull on it for millions of years.
Okay, hold on. You interrupted my flow, and now you're going on and on.
Sorry. Sorry.
Nate, are you still here? B-Ball? Okay, Nate. Have you heard my question? Have you heard what I'm talking about right now?
I kind of heard what you asked. If you could repeat.
Okay. Do you believe that the moon influences the tide? High tide, low tide as a result of the moon?
Yes.
Okay. If you were to go out onto the beach and look up and see the moon, what tide level would you expect to see?
It depends. If the moon's close, it's a full moon. Let's say it's a super moon, I would expect a high tide, right?
Okay, so why would the tide be high if the moon were in the sky? Like if the moon's on the other side of the planet for you, right? The moon's on the other side of the planet, right?
Yeah.
So
If it's on the other side.
So hold on. So when it's on the other side of the planet, it's farther away from you. So when it is closer to you, so to speak, right? It's on the side that it's facing you. It's closer to you. Is it attracting? Is it pulling the water at that point?
This
is good.
It does pull the water, but it pulls the water and the earth, But because water isn't as static as earth is, it's more dynamic.
All right.
The pull on it is way stronger than the.
Yeah, you don't know the model.
They don't know their own model again.
They're both being pulled.
Dude, just
no,
Google
that's why
they don't know their they don't know their own model.
That's exactly
again.
why it happens.
No, that's not even what did I say wrong.
So the body, claiming to your science says that the Earth. Your science says that the fucking Earth rotates in the midst of all of this water, and the two sides of the water are being pulled out into a bulge due to the sun and moon. So the Earth is not the Earth is not being pulled by this. Your Earth is rotating in the center of all this, while the gravitational pull of the sun and moon are causing the bulge of the water, causing your tides. That's what your model says. Nothing to do with pulling on Earth.
Gets pulled.
No, shit.
The Earth is pulled as well. What do you mean the Earth doesn't get pulled?
No, I see what it
is. There's a tug and a pull between the Earth, sun, and moon. They all pushing and pulling.
The only tug and pull in your model.
They're also pushing and pulling the water, but because the moon is closer, its effect is stronger than the effect of the sun. So the side of the moon,
your model's ridiculous.
Tends to have higher tides than the side of the sun. The sun is causing tides. It is pulling the Earth and the water, but because it's further away, its gravitational effects aren't as strong as the moon. There's a push and pull happening.
Okay,
it's a push and pull on the water and on the Earth itself.
Right. Okay.
The problem with that is that why that's false entirely to the truth to assume that it's just those two bodies or three bodies is for the simple fact is you have tidal nodes all over the Earth. Not only that, you have places where tides go in reverse. So it's impossible to rely on the consistency that three bodies and celestial motions are responsible for these patterns and tides. Now, I'm not saying they don't have influence.
That is a great point.
I'm not saying they don't have influence. I'm saying that there are anomalies on this Earth that show that they don't have influence. That's the point.
Right. So what was that word you used? Tidal nodes or something? I guess tracks in the sand.
Anamorphic. I can't even say the word now. Anamorphic? No, not amorphic, but anamorphic. Something drop.
But something that affects the current of the.
Anybody know that word? Anamorphic, something like that. Not nothing to do with optics. No, it's so. I'll get the word for you 1 second. I just can't pronounce it.
Okay, yeah, but whatever the word.
I'm joking, Data. I'm joking.
Hold on. But okay, whatever that word is, what he's just said there, flat Earth data. What he's just said there is that underwater thing, whatever it is, can affect the flow. So Travis's question earlier. Well, if I can see the moon in California, but the tide's in, well, that doesn't make sense. Well, maybe it does. If all the shit going on under the sea is a anthropomorphic, whatever the word is, perhaps that's the reason. And just playing devil's advocate, I don't know, but maybe that's the reason. But either way, what sign or Cine or Sine or whatever it's called, earlier was saying, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket and go, oh yeah, it's the sun and it's the moon, and I understand that. I said at the very start of this, I don't fully understand it. I watch a show and I can't retain the information to then give a good argument here, which is why I'm open-minded. But sorry, Travis, go on. You get the idea.
No, I mean it's just real simple. So I was just very surprised. I hadn't thought about a lot of this physics and geography until flat Earth. So to me, it makes sense that if the moon is on my side, then the waters are going to be pulled or drawn or attracted to the moon, which means the waters are drawn away from me. That's
in
what
a flat Earth model. In a flat Earth model.
No.
The flat model's not doing that. Travis,
Okay, stop. Let me just finish. Anyway, so I'll say two things. I was shooting the Channel Islands, and it was an absolute high tide. I was on the retention wall with my cameras, and the tide was just smashing up against me. And I'm trying to keep my camera dry, blah, blah, blah. And then I look up and I see the moon. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, shouldn't this be fucking low tide? Because there's the moon. Shouldn't the waters be drawn away? Anyway, to me, that was a perplexing thought. And so it makes sense to me that doesn't fit the model. Secondly, it should be very simple. Again, this should be a very simple 6th grade science little note in the side. Hey kids, you want to see low tide? Go out when the sun is out, because the moon is going to be on the other side of the earth. Or if you want to see high tide, whatever, the science book should tell us when we should expect to see a high tide or a low tide when the moon is in a particular position in relationship to us.
Hold on.
This is the point, isn't it? It is more complicated. Science is not simple.
Okay.
It doesn't just work like that.
Yes, it is.
Hold on a second.
Hold on real quick. I'm sorry, Kosho. And Jamie, you and I are on the right foot, right? But I'm going to be in your face a little bit, brother. I felt like you were stumbling.
That's no problem. Yeah, no problem.
I felt like you were struggling and stumbling earlier because your pseudoscience is convoluted and confusing. Science in and of itself is very, very, very simple. Go ahead, Kosho.
Okay, you could probably DM that to him, but regardless, I think I was pressing the wrong button before for push to talk. But Nate was 100% correct what he said. The question was asked for him. It's not that difficult to because the flat Earth data was correct as well. When he said that the Earth is basically rotating in between, what's happening with the attraction of the tides, which is 66% due to the moon and about 33% due to the sun. So it depends on their position to one another. However, if let's say there was only the moon and that's only the attraction towards the moon that you're worried about, the water is going to have a stronger attraction. It's going to have a stronger attraction than the Earth is. So it's going to be bulging that way. And the Earth is going to be also a stronger attraction than the furthest away water. So this is why there's a bulge going out in two directions.
Okay, I'm trying to understand your answer.
It's not like a anomaly or something like that. It's actually exactly how it's predicted.
Okay, again, I don't understand anything you just said. Honestly, I don't understand it. So here's my simple question. Kosho, you go out to the beach. You look up, the moon is 45 degrees in the sky. It's like right in front of you, right in the middle of the sky. Where is the tide?
Right, I tell you what.
No, Kosho, please, Jamie. Please,
Jamie. Guy, can you wait a second there?
He obviously can't answer it.
I can easily answer that, dude. What are you talking about? I'm not the guy saying, hey, I don't know.
Sorry.
I'm not the guy's doing that, right? So what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't look up at the moon when it's 45 degrees and expect to know where the tides are, because that's not what dictates where the tides are, as I just stated. the sun and the moon together and their relationship to each other are going to give you an idea of where the tides are going to be. And if you actually look at the tidal schedule and you look at the moon and the sun and stuff like that, it actually matches. If it doesn't, it trails behind.
Actually matches what
the position of the sun and the moon are doing.
Yo, if the sun is responsible for 33%, if the sun's responsible for 33% and the moon's responsible for the other 2/3, you would have different timings on the Cavendish. If you did Cavendish and the sun was on the left and the moon was on the right, as opposed to if the sun and moon were on both sides.
What are you talking about? Cavendish, by the way, just so you're clear, Cavendish is not trying to detect the attraction towards the sun or the moon. There's a much stronger attraction, and that's towards the Earth. And this is what Cavendish was.
No, the ball's attractions in Cavendish are towards each other. But the sun and the moon, the sun and the moon would definitely have an effect on these if it's moving all the water on Earth, surely, right?
So what I just said was it's competing with the Earth. So those other like the moon, if you look at how much the Earth's gravity and the moon's gravity are competing with anything's mass, you'd see it's an extremely small, negligible amount. This is why the water during the high tides doesn't fly and go towards the moon. It just barely rises. It barely bulges out. It doesn't. It's not like flying off the Earth.
Well, yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, it's not attracted to the moon. It's filling the space. It's filling the space.
Okay, so again, so what I heard. Okay, so Kosho, what I heard was, the positions of both the sun and the moon correspond to high tide and low tide. Okay, so in the morning, I go out. It's like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, and wherever the sun and the moon are, they are both causing the high tide. Is that simple enough?
Travis, it's just based in time again. If you just look at how they calculate it, it's not reliant on gravitation. It's not reliant on anything. They only just use 24 hours and 50 minutes. That's what they use to calculate the tides. If you take any position where you are, do the 24 minutes and 50 minutes, you'll be able to find your high and low tide wherever you are. It's just absolutely just use time from your point of base from 12 noon to 12 to 12. Then you'll be able to. That's how it's just time based, buddy.
Okay,
There's no magic.
I know, I get that much, but hold on. Wait, Jamie. Wait, please. Wait.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm still
please
trying
come
to.
back to me. Please come back to me.
Yeah, I know it's difficult to be balanced. So again, Kosho, did I basically just with a yes or no, please? Did I basically just summarize what you said? Depending on where the sun and the moon are, if it's high tide, the sun and the moon are going to be in a certain place. If it's low tide, the sun and the moon are going to be in a certain place. Is that right?
No.
No? Oh.
No. What I said to you was that these two objects, these are what are influencing where the tides are going to be. However, it's not that simple. So, let's say they're both on the same side, and so you can kind of think of it in a simple way. That's where the direction of the attraction is going to be. But the Earth's also rotating, and there's also contours under the water. So it's not like an immediate matchup. Like where it's perfectly pointed there. There's a little bit of trailing.
Okay, so here we go.
And a little bit delay.
And you can see the moon.
So here we go,
from
real
several
quick.
continents at the same time.
Okay, I'm sorry, just real quick. So what I hear you saying is it's like a gravitational slipstream, right? The truck blows by you, and then after it passes you, you get whipped to shit from all of its slipstream, right?
No, I don't think that. I don't know about kosher, but
oh my god. Okay, so yeah, again, you guys only, this is my criticism because I've listened to this before and I still never understand your positions. All you have is a correlation of an idea that you have about mass and position of celestial bodies. Since you don't have an immediate effect, only a delayed effect, you have no way to correspond the effect with the cause. It is an idea.
Okay, so it's not
exactly. And you know what? Here's evidence of that, Travis. Here's how to confirm that. Here's how to confirm what you just stated. And I challenge anybody to do this. Just go out and observe a high tide, and then do a 12-hour to 25-minute calculation for the
This is
next
the
high
problem.
tide.
You're
Hold on.
You're observing something
You're
as
not.
an ant
You're not. You
on
don't even need
an
to
anthill.
observe the moon. You
When
don't even
you
have to
look
see
at
the
the
moon.
moon,
You
when you
don't
look
even
at
have to see the
and
moon.
you're
All you
saying,
need
why
to
is it
know.
affecting
Why are you
this tide
interrupting
and
me,
not the
dude?
other
Why are you
tide?
interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? So Travis is correct, and we can confirm it by using time and just observing one tide and doing a mathematical calculation for the next tide. The sequence is irrelevant of your theory. The sequence is irrelevant of your theory of what the cause is. You've just quantified the pattern using 60 by 60 by 24.
But you can't look. You can't look in the sky and go, "Oh, there's the moon." Well, this tide's doing the wrong thing. Yeah, because in China or where I don't know, somewhere else, they're looking at the moon and it's doing the right thing. You know, that our perspective of this from Earth isn't like, "Oh, the moon's there; it's in front of us." No, the moon's in front of a lot of Earth, and the fact we can see it doesn't mean that. Its gravity is having a greater effect on exactly where we are. Do you know what I mean? Like you can see the sun across a load of continents during the day. You know, it stays that. Yes, it's different time.
Don't fall asleep.
The sun.
Hey, don't go to sleep.
So if I'm looking at the moon,
I think all this guy has is story time. See, you just have story time. Is there anything you can test? Anything you've got to, you know? Like, at least I'm telling you, go to do the tides and use your clock and go, okay, time. I'm going to time a high tide from a high tide. No gravity calculation. Just going to use time.
It's exactly what
I'm going to use the cycle. I'm going to use the cycle of the heavenly bodies to predict the high tide.
Okay. So give me a break
We're not
here.
going to sleep.
I
We're not
obviously
going to
sound like a
sleep.
fool. So I will stop talking. I sound like
We're
a
not
fool.
going to sleep.
Explain that. So
We're not.
please
Give me the
explain
light.
to
Give me the
me.
light.
Hold on.
Give me the.
Please explain to
Give me the.
me how tides work on a
Dude, you
planet
just
Earth.
look.
How do tides
So
work
you
on a
have a
planet
sun. You'll hear it. Here's how you should look at it. Okay, you have a sun, a body that puts energy into into the system, right? That sun creates an energy exchange with the oceans. In fact, a large majority of the oceans have an influence with the sun, right? So if you want an explanation, look at what the driving entropy force of the world is. It would be the energy that the sun puts into the earth. Why don't you start there?
Right. So you're saying that the heat from the sun warms the oceans, and then moves to tides.
So you're going to, if you ever time-lapsed footage yourself, if you've ever seen the morning to afternoon to evening effects near a lake, near a large body of water, ocean, whatever, you'll notice that there is an impact, especially seasonal, right? You'll obviously see the effect of the pattern of the sun puts forth in the environment that you're in. You can see visual effects of that. You can time-lapse footage, and you can see how that changes the way things are perceived, right? So that particular force has an effect in our environment, whether it's optically or environmentally. It's evident that it has an effect.
Okay, so just purely because you pushed us a little bit for a more logical answer about how the moon affects tides.
No,
I
what I'm
still
trying to
don't
say is
understand how. I still don't understand.
Have you seen footage? Have you seen time-lapse footage of the Earth? Have you?
Yeah, actually, Travis.
What do you notice? What do you notice that it does? What do you notice the footage does? In your opinion, if you observe that footage, what does it do? What does the Earth do?
What, a time-lapse footage of a tide coming in? Sorry, or.
So so the type of footage that I'm describing, I'm not familiar if you've seen it or not. So the footage I'm going to describe to you is stuff that is out there. You can go see, which is time-lapse footage of, let's say, the morning to noon transition. So from sunrise to noon, you will notice an expansion. It will almost as if the world expands and then contracts, right? Now that is an environmental.
What looking at? It's looking at the sun, or are we talking about tides?
It's looking across the Earth, looking across the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, so it's watching the sun come up until midday, and it's a time lapse of that.
Not necessarily watching the sun come up. Again, it has nothing to do with the sun coming up. It has everything to do with watching watching across a plane and looking at how the conditions of the surface of that plane changes when the sun enters and leaves. You will notice there is an expansion and contraction effect almost as if it's breathing. Now, it's optically happening due to obviously refraction of light, but there's also evidence that seasonally the Earth itself goes through this expansion and contraction. In other words, apparently there's animation, time-lapse animation of the Earth changing over, from lush summer to gray fall winter. And through that process, they use the expression "the Earth is appearing to breathe." So, if you look at, I'm sort of off of a tangent now why we're talking about the Earth breathing, but nonetheless, these effects, these expansion and contraction effects, have to do with water patterns, especially storms and all that. So I can't figure out on your model how nodes are created, tidal nodes, amphidromic points, and those there are places where there is no tides. It's completely no change in tide, right? So there's no deviation in elevation. They're just these places where there's no tides along the shoreline, right? So that throws an anomaly as far as the bodies being, according to your model, controlled as the Earth rotates and spins. The water stays in a position where it's gravitationally locked. That's what's creating the bulge in your model, and the Earth spins around in that. Now, how do tidal nodes work in that situation? I don't know, because it's supposed to be influencing all bodies of water to a certain direction.
Exactly. The tidal nodes debunk their whole thing.
So when I see the ball demonstration, I don't see that gravitational pull pulling in water in those directions. I see an anomaly that says, okay, well, gravitational effect is not working here. And then I come across other anomalies, such as tidal waves that come in backwards. So they come in on themselves, which is not, and this happens in Greece and an inlet. The way that it's produced is the way that it is funneled in through this canal. Due to land, it's showing you that water's properties are working in its natural physical state, as which you can demonstrate in small scale, which means you would be using a plane surface and you would be throwing land and channeling water, producing these back tides, which go against. Hold on, but you can apply these physics to reality that are irrelevant of what you think your cause is, which is gravitational attraction, right? I can apply the physics and show that land is directing water in a certain way, and as I channel it, it's going to take a back tide. So it has nothing to do with gravitation, right? It has to do with water flow. And also with the tidal nodes, you also have water flow again. Now, how do they remain equalized at certain points?
I was only talking about tides.
That's beyond me, because your gravitational pull says that they shouldn't be there.
Yeah, tidal nodes, like all of the tides constantly circle the nodes, and the nodes never rise or fall. So how's that work within your concept?
In my concept, well, how does it work in yours?
The way that I see it working is obviously the physicality of water, and surfers describe this. If you ever go surfing, there's these waves. Let me finish. There's these waves that are quantified and they're basically equalized, and I can't remember what it's called, but it's like an amplitude wave where it maintains this bridge. I don't want to call it a bridge, but like this pattern, if you will, and it's like you probably have seen it if you've ever been on a shore. Travis for sure has seen it. You film across the water. You'll film across the water. The water will appear flat, but then there'll be this lift up ridge, and then there'll be this amplitude wave across. Now that has to do with water pressure and how water is moving into an inlet or working around shores because of temperature, right? So if you have a stream of cold and hot interacting between each other, you have this flow, right? Well, you get an amplitude, but then you also have wind, right? And from the shoreline to the 2 miles, 3 miles, 5 miles out, the wind is going to change as well, right? So there's all these. Just look at surfers and what they talk about surfing these waves.
Talking about swells.
There's swells exactly, but there's actually a term for it. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a frequency, if you will. right? And the Earth does these frequencies, and you get these different pools. Now, between wind and temperature, between water flows and so forth, that's what I mean by frequency. It's creating it's like no different dropping a pebble in water. It creates a ripple, right? So flows create these amplitudes, these frequencies.
Yeah. So to me, and yeah, that was brilliantly explained, and I don't mean that to sound patronising. It really was brilliantly explained, and that's what I'm here for. I'm here about that. I want to, whatever. But we're still we're both at the thing of a phenomenon, right? A thing that happens with water, right? You're saying it happens with water because of all that stuff happens because of a flat Earth and whatever.
No, again, so you don't actually know my position. So to me, the Earth is, or the orientation is horizontal. The misconception is teaching people that it's flat because it's a misnomer because of the argument that they project towards flat earthers who believe in perspective. So it's a setup. So flat Earth to me is a setup misnomer. So the Earth in orientation is horizontal. It's a plane, just like any map shows me.
Right. Okay. Well, either way, without the technicalities, I am rightly or wrongly, I choose to believe in the science that I listen to and stuff. And yes, I am open-minded and whatever. But
we're just debunking all of it.
Please bear with me because I will get there. I know I'm not making much sense, but I'm trying to be brief and to get there. But yeah, what Flat Earth Data said just there about just lost my train of thought. Just give me a second. About I don't know, lost my train of thought. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that I have no proof. I don't. But science is illogical, and I think if we try to look for the logic, actually, we're looking for the wrong thing. We look for the logic and go, well, if water moves this way, it must be. Yes, from our perspective, the Earth is flat. How, if we go upside down, would water stay on? They're absolutely logical questions. But I think, if it sounds too simple, actually, it's probably never that simple. Nothing is ever that simple.
You're not saying anything of substance.
It is not that simple.
If you think water being contained in a basin or like creating the ruins of United States there, the Grand Canyon, if you're telling me that is dude, you've got it all wrong. The simplicity is the beauty of it all. And God is geometry and man is mathematics. So if you want to go on and tell me that you can quantify his geometry with your fucking measly mathematics, go ahead.
Oh wait, do you not know what Occam's razor is? Do you know what Occam's razor is?
Oh, ask that again.
Do you know what Occam's razor is?
You know what I did about a week ago because somebody asked me and I looked it up. I can't think. Tell us.
Yeah, it's the logical rule of thought that the least complex solution requiring the least assumptions is the more efficient way. Right? The more accurate methodology is the methodology that requires the least amount of assumptions and is the least complex. It's a fundamental logical, proposal or train of thought. So this is how it works. That's how logic works. So if I measure the surface of the Earth to be flat, and I have an observation where the radius of the Earth would have to be 264,000 miles if it's a globe, and they claim the globe is under 4,000. Occam's razor is, it's just flat. The horizon is optically moving because it's an apparent location. We don't feel the Earth moving. There's no detectable Earth movement. There's no measurement to prove it. Occam's razor is that the Earth's not moving. Okay, now if you start making up all kinds of crazy theories with no evidence, antithetical to all evidence, that's ridiculous. That's not Occam's razor. That's not logic.
It's more than ridiculous. Can I just interject and ask this guy a question? Listen, I was homeschooling my kids, and I come across science, right? And I came across calculating the distance to the sun and the moon. In the first paragraph of this educational material, it said, well, you know, when you look at the sun, it appears to be moving. That's what our senses tell us. Well, that's actually not true. Sometimes our senses don't tell us. This is teaching grade 5, by the way. So let me ask you a question. Do you think it's honest and fair to impose that on a grade 5 kid by telling them to ignore their senses to believe something else? Or would it be better to teach them both stories and they can choose beyond to recognize their senses and then go beyond it?
Brilliant. That is a brilliant question. Actually, like, that's brilliant because, it's about, religion or that is brilliant. What a great question. I think my answer to it would be yes, include. Oh shit! Yeah, that's a good question. Give me a minute. So it's like, so essentially, is it right or wrong to teach your child about, let them grow up and then decide what they believe
You're missing. Okay, so maybe let me emphasize my point here, my point of contention.
please repeat it.
I don't think it's right to tell a kid to ignore his senses for a theory or a philosophy. I think it's incorrect. I think if you're going to present a philosophy, there should be critical thinking and then the understanding of why you're going to apply another thought process. But that's the difference between education and indoctrination.
Look, check this out.
Go ahead, whoever that was.
You agree that if you're pursuing truth, the honest way to do it is to gather all the information and then figure out what's going on without bias, right?
I thought somebody was going to say something. There's a difference between doctrine. Oh God, it's there. I love this question. What a brilliant question! Like, seriously. And my answer is in my head, but I can't. I just can't get it to. Well, not that there maybe is an answer. I don't know, but
can you hear me?
Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
I just can't quite piece it together.
Let me ask you then. Let me ask you then. What is it that you observe? Let me ask you then. What is it that you? What is it that you observe?
To it is.
Hold on.
Well,
what is it that you observe?
Schools do that anyway. Schools, okay, they may teach the globe and the countries and whatever, from a young age. But once they get to a certain age and discussion and whatever, then, like with RE, here, religious education, like with RE or discussion groups or scientific discussions, then I think it is just. I don't think it's forced upon them. I don't think it's like, I certainly, I'm 34, so I was at school in like 2000 and whatever, and I don't think I was ever like forced into believing anything. I really enjoyed the discussions in RE, about this sort of thing. Is the Earth flat and then religious debates and stuff. So I don't think. Yeah, I actually don't think it's really probably, if the school's doing the right job, they won't enforce a doctrine or belief on any child. They will view all options, in science and RE, and create discussion and in homeroom or PSHE groups or things like that. Create discussion and talk about the topic and create well-rounded people.
I never had that experience in my entire education. It was always one-sided.
Yep. That's what my point was of bringing this up, is that now it's worse because I asked a few people who are in this debate who go over to the channel called Stand for Truth. It's Kent Hovind, and he goes and talks to these evolutionists, right? Creationists versus evolution debates. Pretty entertaining. Needless to say, I asked one of the creationists, how'd they get away with teaching evolution in schools? This is because at the time they had they had law behind them, number one, and they had an argument, number two. They didn't have an argument for God because at the time biology wasn't advanced as it is now. Ironically, all of the creationists now are using all the biological evidence.
Still there?
Now the creationists are using all the biological evidence to prove creation, right? The origin of code, and instruction and information. So when that happens, you're going to see people stand up and the pendulum is going to swing the other way. But in the intern, all of the education system is heavily thwarted towards monkey to man, space travel, dying Earth, climate catastrophe. That's the general narrative now in schools. Oh, and no gender.
What? On a side note, they just did this
we robot
interesting shit where they put a
You're roboting again.
It's disgusting, man. Jeez.
It's repulsive.
No, playing. No, I'm joking.
Everything went quiet. Did we get trolled or something?
Oh, it's Jeremy's mic again.
Jeremy, I think so just to go back to what I was saying before, since we have a law, right? If you have a pile of iron filings, and then you have a magnet that's outside the area that's not attracting the filings, and then you draw that magnet in close enough to where it just starts to touch a little, just you can see just a bit of the edge of the filings just kind of twitch because they're feeling that magnetism. And then you stay there at the edge, and then you just do a circumference around. You'll see a wave of those filings follow, okay? That's what I think the moon should do in your model. That makes complete sense. If the moon is the attraction of the water for high and low tides, otherwise, show me in your model, not written down like if the moon is here. No, like tell me like when I should expect to see the high tide and the low tide.
That's the
because of where the moon is.
No, again.
But is there?
Is the water made of metal?
I don't think even that. But does gravity have two poles?
Exactly. The water isn't made of metal. The water isn't attracted to the moon. It's the pull on the Earth that allows
asking a question.
The water.
Okay.
The water gets pulled as
Jamie,
well. Why do you keep bringing
why,
up water?
yeah, okay. And you may see the moon
liability,
in California.
man. Oh my god.
You may see the moon in California, and the tide's in, and in China.
You guys are talking over each other.
Yeah. We will never get over this point, you and I. We won't.
I think maybe you should start with the fact that there's no magnets involved, and it's attracted to the gravity. Yeah,
exactly. There's it's not a magnet
Stop talking about water being metal.
No, I know. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying. But okay, right. I'll tell you what. Our ideas for a globe Earth, right? For example, this moon and tide point are just as kind of contradictory, illogical as some of your arguments for flat Earth. We have to. Otherwise, you wouldn't be fighting for them, and us going, "What? Well, that doesn't make sense." So.
Amy.
So both of us.
Yeah, this is Kosho's friend, man.
Are arguing over a bit of, illogicalness and whatever.
Jamie, I'm just maybe it might be good to. Regardless, yeah, I said this already once before, Travis. The sun and the moon are the.
What's he about to say, Jamie? It's probably better if you shut the fuck up.
The big actors.
Sorry,
going on
I
here.
will shut the fuck up.
However, it's not as simple as using your magnet and using the graphite on the table and having it perfectly follow it, because it's not the Earth. The Earth is not perfectly smooth, and there's delay and stuff like that. However, instead of looking for this perfect perfect direction from where the sun and moon are and where the tides are, you do see the influence of the moon and the sun on the tides. As I showed, these are 4 different data or stations for June, the entire month of June. And even though somebody might not know when the full moon occurred, because maybe they were indoors all month, but if you look at these data, these tidal data for these 4 stations, you can clearly see when the full moon was, and it corresponds to when the actual full moon was.
Can I quickly ask a question?
No.
No, okay.
I'm joking. Go ahead, Ali. Go ahead, man. I was joking.
All right, I know you will. It's all right. That was the best answer. How about, listen, can anybody explain why the tide actually, on the turn, actually sits for half an hour and it doesn't move, and then it turns again? And that's why tides, if your high tide's at 7 o'clock, the next high tide is at 8 o'clock. So the water actually stops moving. Now, if the sun and the moon and all that is influencing that, anybody explain why it stops for half an hour? It stops moving at high tide and low tide.
The moon moves 3% slower than the rest of the sky.
It's a complex system of oceans.
It's complex. So well, no, but answer it. I know it's a complex system. On you go, Coach.
The moon moves 3% slowly as the rest of the sky.
Say that again.
I said the moon's position, it moves a little bit more than 3%, or maybe a little bit less. But it's somewhere around 3% slower than the rest of the sky. Okay, so.
What do you mean the rest of the sky?
Well, the sky generally rotates in its position roughly at 15 degrees per hour once every 24 hours. The moon goes slightly slower.
The moon and the sun, right? Wait a minute. Stop about the rest of the sky, because then you're going to say, you'd have to bring in the planets and all that kind of thing. It's got nothing to do. The only thing that, according to you, is the sun and the moon affect the tides, right? They make high tide, low tide. So why does it stop?
Correct.
Okay, Ali, take what I just said. Take what I just said and look at the relevant points that you were looking for. The sun and the moon. Did I not just tell you what the sun and the moon are doing?
No. I understand what he's saying. He's saying, so it's like what Travis was saying. If the sun's, if the moon's on one side of the Earth, why is it not doing that or this or the other on the other side of the Earth?
No, but the tides stop.
This guy makes a great point. This guy makes a great point.
But my question is, you're not answering my question. You're just
no. I'm
asking why.
No, I get it. Yeah, why after 2 or 3 hours does the tide then go back out? On the beach that you're on.
No, it's not. It goes out. You get high tide, right, and then it stops for half an hour. Then it goes to low tide. It stops for half an hour. So it's an hour later. So what causes that stop? If we're in permanent motion and the sun and the moon is affecting the tides, why does it stop? That's the question. Anybody got the answer?
I don't have a scientific answer, but I do have an answer that that it's we're ants on a bloody hill. Things don't make sense. It's The tide comes in and fucking comes
Yeah,
out.
just say you don't know how tides work.
You can't sit and ask for stuff to make sense and go, it looks this way, so customers
you're talking about the tides.
Mute me, fuck you.
Talk to your boy, man. Talk to your
But
boy.
you can't sit there with a flat earth
Listen,
theory
maybe
going, all
Kosho hasn't answered
sense and not have it
Jamie.
challenged.
Ellie, just think about what I just said a second ago. What I was just telling you a second ago, when I said the rest of the sky, replace that with just the sun then. Because you're right, the rest of the sky is
and the moon.
the sun.
No, it stops.
I know, but I was comparing the moon's movement to the rest of the sky.
Yeah,
including the sun. So the sun goes around once a day.
Hold on, Jamie.
Roughly.
Hold on, Jamie.
Once a day, roughly. The moon goes about 3% slower. So there's going to be that delay each time it comes. Each time the tides come, they're going to come a little bit. It's going to take longer than 24 hours.
No, it stopped. The water stopped.
No, that isn't right. That isn't right.
Jamie, hang on a minute. I'm having a conversation with Kosho. But the water it stopped. It doesn't move. It sits there for half an hour, right? What you're telling me doesn't explain why it sits there. Oh, it's 3 minutes. The moon's 3. But you've constantly got the sun and the moon involved, and the earth as well.
But what makes the tide go out after 20 minutes or 3 hours for you? With the flat Earth theory, what makes the tide come in?
I wasn't talking about flat Earth. We're not talking about flat Earth. We're specifically talking about tides at the moment, right? We're talking about tides. It's got nothing to do with the flat Earth. So, Kosho, explain a little bit deeper then, right? Why do the forces? I'll ask the question. Why do the forces of the moon and the sun stop interacting with the water, with the actual tides?
So, are you expecting that whenever it becomes the high tide, and then when it shifts back to go the other direction, there should be a sudden switch? Because the fact that it's the same thing as a full moon and a new moon.
But all right, explain why it doesn't have a sudden switch then.
Say what?
Say why it
doesn't.
That's
what I'm trying to say to you. That whatever. Well, let me finish. Like the same thing with the new moon and the full moon. When the moon is on in those directions, like it's directly on the that part of the circle of its orbit or whatever. It's going to take the longest. It's going to have more time to move a very little. If that makes sense.
And that's your final answer.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. Based on what?
That's just what. That's how. Yeah, that's how circles work.
Give me a paper. Actually, most people ask for this. I'm not really interested. But can you have some kind of verification, some scientific paper that was written on that, or the explanation that science gives it rather than your perceived why it would?
Yeah, well, don't miss the point.
If he did, would you believe it?
Don't miss the point, Ali.
If it made sense, wait a minute, Travis. Wait a minute, Travis. Jamie, yes, of course.
If
he explained it, listen. If he explained it to me,
or Neil deGrasse Tyson says this, you don't go, they're working for NASA. So even if he came up with, a PhD fucking paper.
Yeah, but if it made sense, then I would go, that makes sense. See again?
Okay.
But does yours make sense?
I never said anything. I'm asking a question. I never made a statement why it does or why it doesn't. I was asking a question.
I'm asking it back though. What?
Oh my God!
How does your time work? What's your
Jamie?
Yeah, on you go, Travis.
Jamie. First of all, listen. It's not about what makes sense. It's about what you can prove. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if what I say makes sense to you or not.
Yeah.
If I can prove it, okay. Listen.
Yeah.
Kosho.
But none of us can prove it,
Jamie.
and that's the point.
So,
sorry,
Kosho. I just want to address what Kosho said. Kosho had no evidence. He just simply appealed to geometry. That's the way circles work. So you're imposing a concept of geometry over a flat extended plane upon which you live, right? Because that's as far as the eye can see. you can see directly in front of you. So that's the way I'm saying flat extended plane. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So Kosho.
Yeah, and admittedly, I disagree with Kosho.
Amy, could you wait a second, buddy? Oh. Yeah, Travis. So trigonometry, to be exact, but I won't falter on that. But regardless, it's not even really a claim of it's exactly what he's orbiting the Earth and causing the tides.
Your robot.
He's asking why they would have these delays. I'm teasing that when.
Oh, sure,
you're robotic. Robotic.
Disgusting. Fix it. Hello?
Is anybody talking?
But Travis,
No,
but Travis, the thing was, it is important to make sense. If you have a certain knowledge, if you're being told what gravity is, forces, all the different forces, right, blah, 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 and then if knowing what, according to scientific theory, all those forces interact, if the explanation doesn't make sense according to the knowledge that you have about, how gravity and all that kind of stuff is. So it is important to make sense. But, I've been asking this. I think Kosho is the first person in all the years that asked us is actually tried to give a explanation. But anyway, that was it. That was all.
Yeah, my base level test for truth is what comports with reality. What comports with my understanding, my experience of reality. So it doesn't matter if you explain something to me. Like I can't think of a natural phenomenon that hasn't made sense when someone has explained maybe what I've experienced or what I've seen, right? But when it steps outside of what I know water to do in my own direct experience, or what I know motion to produce in my own direct experience, it doesn't matter how well you can explain what you think is happening. If you can't demonstrate it, then it's not worth consideration, in my opinion.
Okay, I'll agree with. I'll go 50-50 on that. I'll agree, and it has to, of course, comport to reality, and it has to be proven, kind of thing. But as I said, even when it's proven, I suppose, okay, I'll go with that. I'll go with that. But also, it has to make sense, though. If you've got a certain amount of knowledge, the way these guys. So, for example, if they've seen, the galaxies expand, the edge of the universe is they're moving away faster than the speed of light. That's impossible. Blah blah. How are we going to make sense of this? Oh, I know. If I was indoctrinated or believed in all that kind of stuff, I'll go, well, this could be a possibility. It's not actual the galaxies that are moving away. It's this space in between that's actually going away faster than. So they're not really going away faster than the speed of light. It's the space in between, and that makes sense to some people, but to me, that is nonsense. And they use that example of raisins in dough. They all use that. That's how they analyze.
Well, I just think if the wisest minds in the world are saying this thing that actually does seem logical to me about a globe Earth and the universe rushing away, expanding and whatever, it does make sense to me. Think about it, it does make sense. But and there's no problem with questioning it, because I questioned it. And I looked
okay, but did you? Right, but did you just simply continue to read the information over and over and over again until it sunk in? Or did you perform a test and verify for yourself, right? Because I would venture to guess you just had to scratch your head and go, okay, this didn't make sense the first time. I'm going to read it 2 or 3 more times. and then you're like, okay, I can kind of get it now that you. So to me, again, this is the emperor's new clothes. Jamie, I can come over to where you are, and I can stitch you together the most beautiful, fine linen that you've ever felt. You can't even feel it, Jamie. You can't even see it. It's so fine, right? But it covers you. You know, it's clothing. I've got all these measurements, and I can show you the makeup of this, the fine hair. Blah. I can show you all this stuff, whatever. And I can put this garment on you. You can't even feel it, but it's there. And why don't you go out and show everybody this fine new garment, Jamie? Trust me, it's beautiful. It looks great on you.
Well,
how about this, Jamie? How about this, Jamie? That is honestly, that's the perfect analogy that Travis just used there, right? What we are, you should be what we, and not just flat earthers, but people that question stuff and that. We are the little boy that had the balls to go, wait a minute here. He's got no clothes on. That's rubbish. Right? And the problem is...
But Ali, that's a bit unfair because Jamie has been saying the whole time he's been here that he questions things and he doesn't know either, you know. He might have been saying we don't know and whatnot, but he was speaking for himself. You know, he's saying he's not sure on things. Things do sound illogical to him as well within the realms of science. You know,
no, that wasn't an attack, though. I wasn't attacking him there.
I know, but you
giving a story. So it wasn't unfair of me.
You try to paint the picture that you guys are little boys that are curious and you question the world, and Jamie isn't like that. But he is.
Right, and
he questions
but
the world.
Listen,
everyone
that wasn't
does,
unfair.
you know,
that wasn't
literally
unfair.
everybody does. There's no one alive that doesn't question reality.
Okay, that's fine, right? Yeah. But don't say it was unfair of me, because the only reason that I said that was to make him think a bit. And if he came back to me and said, "Oh, Ali, you know, I'm not trying to fucking convince him of anything. I'm just trying to get people to kind of think a little bit deeper. Stopping at first."
Absolutely.
And if they said to me, "Wait a minute, I'm finished a second." If they came back to me and said, "Look, Ali, I looked at this, and you know, this is the way I see it," I said, "All right, fair enough then. That's the way you see it. That's the way I see it. I'll agree, disagree." But all I'm doing when I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I just see a lack of, you know, most people go with their beliefs, and I believe we've been indoctrinated. So I always question everything, and I come to my conclusions. But I'm not going to buy into that because that doesn't make sense, or it's not been verified. But I'm not trying to change
anybody. You're saying you know, you won't buy into it, you won't this, you won't that, the other. That's exactly the argument we're having. You know, it's actually, the argument isn't about is the earth flat or the earth round. We're actually arguing over like who to believe, and am I a sucker or am I not a sucker? Like largely the flat earth like aggression towards a globe earther is you're stupid because you're a sheep. You're a sheep. You listen to it and you're sucked in and you open your eyes, blah blah blah, and then the flat earth opinion of a globe earther is us going, "Oh, you're all stupid. We thought the earth was flat, you know, thousands of years ago," and blah 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 blah. You know, that argument isn't productive. That is not a productive argument.
But wait a minute, listen. Then you have to ask yourself, right? Who was the true aggressor? We were just a group of people discussing the shape. We didn't go into ball earth channels or got people, communities struck and stuff like that because they believed the earth was a ball. We're just a group of people questioning, came over it, and use guys, or not saying use guys, but a certain group of people that come in, that some being curious, use guys weren't invited to the party. We made you welcome. We made people like you welcome. Come in, discuss it with us, but don't insult us.
No,
and that was
absolutely, I agree. But you know, if you put any idea out there, on the internet, you're gonna get, you know, you're going to get hate. Whatever the idea.
Well, so that makes it right.
You could say, oh, I think humankind's brilliant, and you'll get hate. You know, whatever you put on the internet, you will get hate. But not all of us are haters towards you, and I know not all of you are.
No, you
haters
seem very
towards me.
personable. You seem very
Sorry?
personable, Jamie. I said you seem very personable. Yeah, your attitude.
Thank you. And you and Travis in particular, the same, and a few
I'm
others
sure
on
some
here.
people would disagree about with me, but whatever. Yeah, well, I am. As long as
I get, on Discord, you know, it's a fun place, isn't it, for people to sort of drop into a server like this and like troll it and go, fucking, and have, and I kind of love that as well, because it's like in that mental half hour where people drop in and go, what about this, and blah, blah, blah. And
yeah, but I don't think
it's kind of fun, but this is a more healthy.
Yeah, but Jamie, the thing is, right? I don't agree with. I don't appreciate the trolling aspect. There's some people, and there's many people that, you know, on the opposite side or believe different from me, that I've had really good discussions. They're not trolling. It's because they believe it. I believe what I believe. You know, you can spot a troll a mile away. You understand? So there's people out there that genuinely believe that. I don't look down on them. I don't. I try not to fight against that, because it's a thing in human nature that people have to get rid of. Is, you know, just because someone's got a different belief doesn't mean fucking any less intelligent. That seems
exactly.
Seems illogical.
Any less intelligent than each other, and two, it doesn't mean we can't get on with each other. Like if you and I were in a bar, if we met each other in a bar, you know, and you said, I believe in a flat Earth, and I said, well, I believe in a globe Earth. You know what? We could have a chat about it, whatever, but we still
but we wouldn't end up fighting.
Dance together. But
that's what I'm saying. But we wouldn't end up fighting, right? We might come. I don't think we would walk away enemies like most of the people. I don't think we would. After having a discussion, once you're having that one-on-one confrontation, you know, man to man or man to woman or whatever, right? Once you have that, you wouldn't. It'd still be passionate, but you wouldn't. You'd walk away from that experience not hating that. I find it very hard.
I went with my mum. I'll cut the whole long story bit out, but I went with my mum for Christmas to a hotel near Gretna Green, actually. We had no family to have Christmas with, so I was like, right, sod it, I'll take mum. And we went, and it was at a hotel. It was the first time any of us, me and my mum, had Christmas like away from home. We'd never gone out for Christmas meal or whatever. Anyway, went there, this hotel near Gretna Green, me and my mum, and we felt a bit sorry for ourselves, but whatever. On Christmas Eve, there was like a meal and a few drinks, and we talked to a few of the other guests, and there was a guy, can't remember his name, but say he's called Andy. He was a cameraman for, like a freelance cameraman, but he worked at Elstree Studios and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, on Christmas Day, I opened a present that my brother had given me, and it was a jumper. It was a NASA jumper. So there NASA across the front, and on the back it had a picture of the space shuttle. And so I wore that Christmas Day, and we went down. We had the Christmas meal, whatever.
I want to stop you 1 second, because it's to me it's a great question. Why did your brother give you that present? Are you sort of into space and stuff like that?
Yeah. I'm into space.
All right, okay. Carry on with the story. Sorry.
Yeah.
Carry on with the story.
I've got a wee tattoo.
Back to the party.
I've got a wee tattoo on my wrist of all the planets. Anyway, he bought me that because of that. So anyway, wearing that jumper prompted the conversation with the camera guy that I met the night before, because I'm dead interested in TV and stuff, so that's how I got talking to him. And he saw my NASA jumper. He was like, NASA, fuck it. I said, "Oh yeah, my brother got it," and I showed him my tattoo, and he said, "Oh, all right, yeah, fucking NASA," and we didn't land on the moon, and so literally the whole of Christmas night, you know, I should have been paying attention to my mum and having a dance to the band and whatever, but I was in discussion with this guy, and it was absolutely brilliant, and he was brilliant. We totally disagreed. Like, he thought the moon landings were faked, but it was just the best discussion. And like, oh, right, another drink. Yeah. And no matter how drunk we got, it never got aggressive. It wasn't, oh, you fucking dickhead. Blah, blah, blah. It was just.
Because he was probably enjoying. He was probably actually enjoying meeting up with someone that disagreed with him and didn't, because I guarantee you that guy probably was on the internet or on YouTube or something like. You should have asked him, hey, you got a channel, or are you on Discord somewhere?
Yeah, I
or
wish
whatever?
I had actually. Yeah, but it was.
I'm
three or
near
four
enough
years ago,
guaranteed.
to be honest. But
Near
yeah,
enough guaranteed.
I wish I had Discord then, because I would have signed into something like this and gone, right, come on, right, get back to my hotel room, come on, and we could have done like, we could have shared our opinions.
You better, if you were up north, that's not a very good question to ask someone. Back to my
hotel room.
Just joking.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but that's a great relevant point. To the subject. If you met up with someone, and had had that discussion, which I've had as well.
You can disagree. You can absolutely disagree, but have respect for each other, listen to each other, and learn. And brilliant.
And the best way to end on, if you really, even if it's getting too heated or whatever, and you can kind of tell, this ain't going to go in a very good place. The best way where nobody wins, to find that equilibrium, is you just say, hey, we'll agree to disagree. There you go.
Hey,
and it's kind of psychologically. Sorry.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, of course you can. Just to change it over.
Thanks, Ali. So, Jamie, let me ask you a question. If I took a piece of paper out and I drew this really complicated billiards shot, or this really complicated snooker shot, right?
A really complicated snooker shot.
Snooker.
Yeah.
Okay. And you looked at it and you're like, man, that looks almost impossible. I'm like, no, man, it'll work. I'll make that shot. And you said, well, prove it. And I said, I just did. I drew a picture of it for you. Would you be satisfied with that? Because I can prove it mathematically, right? I could show you all the angles, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
So how about this? How about this? So before, you and I are in the bar. We're taking we're taking some drinks, having a chat, and we're at the snooker table and we're shooting. And you're like feeling a little bit feisty. And you said, "Hey, how about a friendly bet?" And I said, "Okay, great." I said, "I bet you I can make an impossible shot." And you're like, "Oh, really? Show it to me." I said, "Well, first, what's the bet?" You're like, "Oh, I'll buy the next round." I'm like, great. So you're like, "So what's the shot?" And I get out a napkin. And I pick up a piece of paper or a pencil, and I lick the end of the pencil, and I draw you my shot. And I say, there, I made it. Would you be happy with that?
That's fucking inspired. That's inspired, Travis. That's brilliant. That's brilliant, mate. Sorry for interrupting. Carry on.
No, I would feel like I'd been tricked.
Because of what? What would I have to do to satisfy you?
Make the shot.
Make the shot.
Yeah,
that's it, man. That's it. So 99.9%, 99. Hold on, just real quick. 99.9% of your astrophysics science is a billiard shot on paper.
Okay. Yeah. It's really good. That is really good. Give me a minute. Because I will come back.
It's not like that though. It's like if somebody made the shot on camera.
Yeah, it isn't like that.
It's in reverse. It's in reverse. Because if somebody made that shot on camera and the shot was complete, it was already made because it was observed by everybody, and then somebody tried to explain that what he did was perfectly. It's perfectly possible. He could have predicted how he was going to do that. He shot it in this way and whatever. And like, no, it's not. That was random. There's no way he could have perfectly planned for that to happen. And then somebody goes and explains the mechanisms, like the spin in the ball and the way it's bouncing, like the angles it's bouncing off of, and they show how that could come about by planning.
That's bad. That's bad. I've got to stop you,
Coach.
Coach, that's a bad analogy because you can special effects, you can fake film. And stuff like that, right? So that's the worst analogy.
That's my point.
That's my point, though, Ali. We can draw pool shots or snooker shots all day.
That's my point, man.
We can draw them all day, and then we can put them into practice and try that. And some of them will work, and some of them won't.
But did you try that? Try that.
Essentially, but. Hold up, but that essentially is physics.
But did you try that? Try that with all your theoretical physics stuff.
We're not talking about physics.
Well, no, of course I didn't. But neither did you. Neither did you. I didn't. Yeah, no, I didn't do all these experiments, and I believe in a globe Earth. But nor did you do all of these experiments to believe in a flat Earth.
No. Listen. I've got people like that I can trust, right? Because I know. Go to Travis's channel. Look at the work he done. Ranty, flat Earth as well. Yeah. Go and do the observations yourself.
Yeah.
Right, and do that. Yeah. This is the whole point. So forget what Kosho. Well, don't forget
Ali, Ali, that you missed my point, man. Yeah.
No, you
my
can't
point was
gaslight me. I missed the point.
Yeah, my point was exactly what you were saying, Ali, that it could be a camera.
No, you're trying to deflect.
No, Ali. The point is that someone made a shot and it was observed.
You said
Ali, hold on. And some people are claiming that shot is impossible and it's not caused by him, carefully making that shot. It could have been caused by camera magic, like you said, or it could have been just a one-off, like it was a complete accident. But somebody else is showing how the mechanisms in that shot, the spin of the ball, the angles, all this stuff, it's something that could have been perfectly planned, and it actually is a reasonable shot that's a skilled player could make. And this
totally
is what somebody would be doing on paper.
To do it, though. To verify it, you have to do it exactly, and that's what Travis was talking about, and that's the crux of this argument about. Are you going to take it from what Travis said? That brilliant. Hey, I'll make a bet with you. I can pull this shot off. All right, show me, and you draw fucking numbers or lines and stuff like that, right? And that's what you have to believe.
Yeah, because
we know that's a fallacy.
In reality,
that's not saying that's not saying that the shot can't be made.
Yeah, we're talking about the tides and the moon
Never
and the
said
sun.
it did, and neither did Travis. And stop bringing in straw man arguments. That's a non sequitur. What you said there, Travis never said it couldn't be done.
We're talking about the sun and the moon and the tides, for example. We're not going to be able to actually go out and manipulate any of that stuff. We see something happening, and we're trying to explain to you how what's happening is what is caused by the things we're saying it's caused by.
Oh man,
we can't go out and make them happen. So we can do is try to explain them.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So Kosho, listen to the words that just came out of your mouth. All you have is an explanation. That's it.
Yeah.
Right. That can be demonstrated on a small scale.
It does. It doesn't. I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. What did someone just say?
Said, yeah, that's right. What you said.
No. I want the No. I would like the person who actually said that to say it again. Go on. Be a big boy.
Are you talking about? Stop being a dick. Are you talking about tides?
I just said to Kosho's statement that he said They can't manipulate anything. All they can do is explain. And I said, yeah, that's right. You need to pay attention to what you just said about your model. You can only describe or explain what you think is happening. You can't even point it out that it is happening.
No, you can.
You can
point
just.
out that it's happening.
Okay, great. Show me how you can point out how the sun and the moon affect the position of the tides.
I showed you. I showed data from 4 different places this month.
Okay,
on 4 corners of the country, Travis. And I showed you, Travis. I showed you that you can tell exactly when the full moon happened. The phases of the moon are in that data.
Okay, that's correlation only. You can only correlate certain celestial phenomena with a physical phenomenon, and then put an equal sign between the two. All you've done is correlation. That's it.
So how else would you explain it then?
Okay, this again, gentlemen, I don't know why you're going to hear the same thing. I do not have to supply an alternative just so story explanation for you, simply because I can challenge and challenge and point out the insufficiencies and inadequacies of your belief doesn't mean that my argument against you is insufficient because I don't have an alternative explanation. Now,
right.
I do have, hold
Right.
on, I do have an alternative explanation for the nature of mirage. And no one has addressed anything of substance in my claims except to ridicule and mock and castigate.
That's a different subject, I think.
It's still the same. It's still relevant because you guys are asking for an alternative explanation, and when I have provided an alternative explanation, you guys are nowhere to be seen.
Well, it's not an alternative explanation for this, and it's fine that you don't have one. I'm not going to make you need to have one, but I don't think that your criticisms of what we're claiming are adequate, because you're saying that we can't show it, but what's happening is we are describing and explaining how the tides are affected by the moon and the sun, and we're showing evidence for that. And there's no contradiction in what we're showing. So the criticisms you're making are invalid.
I don't believe that you have established that my criticisms are invalid. Okay? Just like I guess I could say I don't believe that the evidence that you have provided is valid. Okay? So we're now at a zero-sum game.
Well, that's great if you don't believe it, but the data, you can pull the data from anywhere.
Okay, data does not prove causation. Okay, simply because simply because the sun is in the position that it is right now. And let's see, later on tonight at like say 3:30 in the morning, the moon is going to come up over the East Coast. Simply because the moon is in that position and the sun is in a different position has nothing to do with the position of the tides anywhere in the world. You cannot prove that their positions, even though you have that data, you can't prove their positions are the cause.
Yeah, I never said I was proving anything. What I told you is that we have an explanation, and what I told you is also we have evidence that the explanation is sound.
Okay, evidence.
Travis, I know you're ready to speak again. I'm not done yet, okay? Because what the data was showing you was not what you're claiming, because no one on our side is claiming that it's going to follow it perfectly. But what I'm saying is that the position of these two objects, the sun and the moon, the things that are influencing the tides, when they're in sync with each other, like when there's a full moon, for example, you're going to have the greatest discrepancy, the greatest difference between high tide and low tide. And when they're perpendicular, you're going to have the smallest discrepancy between high tide and low tide. That's always the case.
Again, you start out with data. You said we have the data and we have evidence. What's the evidence? Did I break up? Hello?
That's the wrong button. That's pressing the wrong button. I just stated it to you, dude. I literally just stated what it was.
Okay. So again, that's fine. but you didn't introduce what you were saying with, here's the evidence. You just started talking about things. So I didn't know how to process. So your evidence is full. Okay, I'm driving. I'm not looking at the screen. So what I hear you saying is full moon and perpendicular.
So when they're on the same side of the sky together, I mean, when there's a straight line between the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun, like during a full moon, for example, this is when the greatest difference between high tide and low tide is going to be from all different locations. Some are going to be greater than other locations because of the layout of the land, but you can look at the 4 data points I showed, or the 4 positions around the country, that it was true. You didn't have to know when the full moon was that month. You could have looked at the data and you could have determined it from the data.
I'm trying to understand you. Hold on, please. Let's stay with that, okay? I'd like to stay with that. So we've got what's the word for it? But I hear what you're saying. The sun and the moon and the sun and the moon and the earth are very close to each other on the horizontal, right? So the moon is close to the horizon. The sun is close to the horizon. They are they're in symmetry with one another. Is that what you're saying? I don't hear you again.
Wrong button. I keep doing it. Yeah, there's no competition between the gravitational.
I didn't say anything about that. I was trying to be clear.
No, listen, I'm agreeing with what you said. That's what I'm saying. Yes, when they're on the same side, there's no competition. But when they're perpendicular,
No. I'm sorry. Listen. Okay, so the sun is on the east, the moon is on the west, and the earth allegedly is in between. So we've got them in line with each other. That's what I'm trying to establish is what you've said. Is that what you've said?
This is what I'm saying during the full moon.
Okay,
yes.
wait. Okay, that's all I need right now. Okay, great. So then you said, I think, that's when you get the greatest discrepancy. Okay, so here's my question, Kosho. When you have the moon on the east coast or on the west coast and the sun on the east coast, what should the tides be doing?
Well, the tides will generally be, the high. That's where you would expect the high tides to be. But as I told you before, it doesn't work perfectly like that because of the contours of the Earth and the fact that it's rotating. There's delay. But it correlates to just about the same time. But regardless, regardless, the time of the month is always consistent.
Yeah, this is when we should see this, but it's not consistent, so it might not work, right? But you just said exactly what I was trying to point out before, and that is that when the moon is on my side of the Earth, you said, what did you say the tide should be? I'm sorry.
No, yeah, it'll be a full moon. They're on opposite sides. It'll be you expect high tides to be here. However, it doesn't work like that because it's a dynamic system where everything's moving and the contours of the Earth aren't perfect. So it's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's pretty close to that. But
and even if you can see the moon in your sky, doesn't mean that it's having the full effect locally to where you are.
I didn't hear if you were asking a question, Jamie. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh no, it's fine. No, I was just backing up this tidal thing.
Yeah. Again, the way that you're describing it, simply because the sun and the moon and the Earth are allegedly in an alignment, that's only correlation, man. A bird just flew over, a rooster crowed. That's correlation.
All right.
Well, if we don't have any other way to explain it, I guess we kind of have to use that model, then, don't we?
Okay, right. Here we go again, guys. Here we go again. Now, let me ask you an honest question. How long do you think it took these scientists, or this science, or this scientist, or that scientist, to work out all of this stuff? Do you think, honestly, that in my full-time job that I can devote the kind of analysis and scrutiny to go around the world and find a tidal fucking node and test that node and go to the other node You know what I mean? There's so
No,
much
you
Well,
don't.
limited
exactly, but
knowledge.
that's what you're
And
asking
that's
us
why
to
you don't
say.
have an argument here.
That's what
That's
you're
why you don't have an argument.
saying to
No,
us.
no, no,
Oh
no,
well,
no, no,
have
no.
you done
That's
the
no, no, no,
test? It's
no,
like,
no, no.
well, no,
That's
of course I haven't.
hold
Of course
on.
I've not done
That's
the test.
no, no, no. That's not. It's not why I don't have an argument, B-ball. I have an argument. I just don't
No,
have
your
an
argument is your misunderstanding. That's your misunderstanding of it. That's what. That's your argument.
I haven't misunderstood anything. Do you have a claim that I've
Okay,
misunderstood something?
So what's the point? You're saying correlation is not causation, and then you're saying, well, it could be something else other than the moon. And then you said, did you say that, oh, you don't have the time to devote to actually find out what the cause would be because you don't have the time? Well, there's other people out there that have dedicated years to this.
Years, yeah, and you know
Yeah.
what? They probably didn't do it for free. They probably got commissioned to study this shit, which I would gladly do. And I think you know the area of field that I would happily dedicate the rest of my life to if someone paid me, right? And and it would be worthwhile. It would be worthwhile research. Okay, but you guys are missing the point. As always, you're missing the point. I still brought it back to correlation without causation, and you both said, "Well, what's your explanation?"
What is your explanation? You don't know, right?
Okay,
You
here's
don't
my
know, right?
explanation.
Travis, I did not say that.
I didn't
Yeah.
say you, Kosho.
You
I
said
didn't
you both
say,
said that. I didn't say that.
no. It was Jamie. It was Jamie and B-ball. Okay, B-ball.
Yeah,
This is my B-ball.
Yeah,
this is my
and Travis
explanation.
has a fair point. Yeah, I get it.
Jamie never said that. Jamie never said that. Travis. B-ball
I-
would have.
All right,
I-
go ahead. Go ahead,
Hold on.
Travis. Go ahead.
Here we go. My explanation is somewhere off the coast of Tahiti, there's an island of giants. And when they get in the water, it's high tide. And when they get out of the water, it's low tide. There you go.
Okay.
Fair
How do we
enough.
verify that? How do we
No,
verify that?
listen, regardless of what you're saying about correlation, in this example, and the example that of what we're using as evidence, it doesn't dispute that it's evidence because what we're like what you said to begin with was that all we have is explanation without evidence, just a description. But we have the description, we have the explanation, and then we have the evidence that exactly what's supposed to be occurring at that time. Of when the moon and the sun are on the same line, they're not perpendicular to each other in reference to the Earth. The tides are the greatest difference. That correlate. I mean, you're right. It's just correlative, but that still is evidence. It doesn't prove that that's the cause of it, but it does. It helps further our point, and it doesn't do anything to dispute it.
If you look at the Strait of Tarmuth, we've actually made predictions before we changed the waterway as to how it would affect the tidal surges. And lo and behold, those predictions held true after the construction.
No, I think time caused it. That's it, guys. Time has caused all of this. You're looking in the wrong place.
And we'll probably discuss it later, but earlier you guys were talking about flights and distances, and you guys were going on for a long time. There actually is a way to easily show the distance and the speed and all that kind of stuff, but I don't want to. I was trying to get that in earlier, but
on you go, Kosho. I'd love to hear this because I was driving at the time. I was listening, and I was hearing the conversation. I'd love to hear. Strange enough as it is.
I really want to talk to Ali. Yeah, genuinely.
The argument was.
Hey, can I just read something?
Let Kosho.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kosho. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
No, but earlier B-baller was saying that if you have the flights and you have let's say you had the speed and the distance. If you have the speed and the time, then you can get the distance. If you have the speed and the distance, you get the time. If you have two of them, you can get the third one. So I think which was he was claiming that if you don't have any of them and you're getting the third one, like if you're getting in both cases the speed and the distance from the time, but you only have one variable, you can see how it's like it's like circular logic, even though it's not. But that argument can be disputed from the fact that there's things like the almanac, celestial almanac, which has in it already, it has the positions that stars are going to be and the times those positions are changing. So, these positions on Earth, if you reference them off of something like the almanac, for example, there would be no room for disagreement, because those distances aren't changing, and those time frames aren't changing. So
right. Now, I just wanted to read something real quick that I found about some facts about tides. So one cycle of tide actually 24 hours and 50 minutes, and the highest tide occurred when the moon is new or full. High tides sometimes occur either before or after the moon is straight overhead. Twice a month, the difference between high tide and low tide is at its smallest. These tides are called neap tides. The last one is some places have only one high tide and one low tide in a cycle of 24 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah, nice one. Good for sharing. I'd heard it.
You can see what he just stated is true in these are all for the month of June, the entire month, for 4 different locations around the country, and exactly what he just stated is visible in these data sheets. Like, you can see the part of the month where there's a very small difference between high and low tide. That's the quarter and third quarter moon phase, and on all 4 of those, the part where there's the biggest jump between the high tide and low tide, it's the day of and the day before, the day after the full moon.
Right, can we go back to that, the aeroplane, how they decided the speed of the aeroplane?
Ali, sorry, yeah.
I was waiting to talk to Kosher. That's what I was saying. I kind of only encouraged it because I wanted to also. I just kept out of the conversation, but
no, it's all right.
Can you? Back to that about do you know how they get the speed? And how there was the argument there. It sort of varies, and it got me thinking. Right, how do you actually? How do they actually measure the speed of the aeroplane? Not by electronics in the track. They have a way. I think it's a vent or something.
Yeah, they do. They use the wind. They use They use the pressure.
Don't they? But
Coach,
how do they measure?
On you go, Coach. I'll wait here.
There's 3 ways you can do it. And I know the most normal ways, like with the pressure, like they have I forget what it's called, but the pressure, the wind goes in one of the tunnels or whatever, and then to measure that way. There's also radar, with the radar speed, where they shoot radio waves to the ground. And you could also use GPS.
Right, so that was the thing, right? So listen, right. So before they had that radar thing, and they measured the speed with what you're saying with the vents and stuff like that. Say you had a headwind. You were traveling at 500, or you were traveling at what you perceived as 500 miles an hour, but there was plus that wind that was coming in that you were measuring. It was also, there was a wind blowing at 100 or maybe about 80 miles an hour up there, up that height or whatever. How could you differentiate the difference between the wind speed and your speed to determine your speed? How could you determine the actual wind speed? Before you had satellites or stuff like that. If you or a tailwind, something that's coming from behind, that's it would be pushing you faster as well, so you'd be registering a higher speed. I was wondering how you could determine how they determine the speed of the wind up there. Plus, yeah.
Well, surely the same way they can measure the wind down here. Like an aeroplane isn't that dissimilar to a ship on the sea. It's just riding air waves rather than waves on the sea.
Yeah, but they have a vent. They have a. Oh, sorry. Who was that was saying?
Jamie, me back. Sorry.
It would be like if you were a boat and you were trying to measure the speed of the waves, and you were on the wave that you're trying to measure. If you're in the air in a craft, how are you able to measure the speed of the air when you're in the air?
No. Well, they're not measuring on a boat. They're not measuring the speed of the. Well, maybe they are. I'm not sure, but we have to look at the evolution of all of this, don't we? We became, especially in Britain, Scotland, England. We were seafaring people, so yeah. We talk about nautical miles and we talk about knots and a rate and speed. That the wind carries you, and yes, waves are a factor of that. But yeah, when you take it to the air, like an aeroplane acts very much the same way a ship does at sea. It does. It bounces off pockets of air like a ship would bounce off waves, and you get tailwinds like a ship would. Whether the ship has a sail or not, or whatever time era we're talking about, is
no, Jamie. Can I just jump in?
It's the same basic physics, though, isn't it?
It's to speak to you, right? Do you know where you talked about sailing? Do you know where they determined what the knots, where the word knot comes from? The knots
for nautical.
No, knots. No, it's not. No, well, this is an interesting fact, right? Anyway, right, is they had a rope and they tied knots to a certain distance apart, and they dropped that over the side. And when when they said 2 knots, if there was 2 knots shown, they said that's 2 knots.
Right.
Now, if you're out at sea and you've got no reference point, a steady reference point, because apparently the stars are moving or whatever, you can never determine your distance travel.
Yeah, but they've got their speed with 2 knots, and but also they followed the stars, didn't they?
Yeah, but like they're moving, and as you're moving, you could never really define it, because as we all know, the stars move. You can't right. If you're on a train and another train is coming towards you, if you don't know the speed, wait a minute. If you don't know the speed you're going, you can't determine the speed of.
Yeah, well, I can't. Yeah, I couldn't. But
you couldn't. That'd be impossible.
Yeah, but ships existed before trains did. And the ships, sorry. So never mind speed. The ships navigated through the stars and this longitude and latitude that we talked about earlier.
They never determined speed.
So the ships navigated.
Just direction. That's just direction.
Yeah.
The speed. Well, I was talking about speed.
Direction. Well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm not talking about speed. I know
that's why, because we're talking about aeroplanes. How do you determine the speed you're doing in an aeroplane before radar, satellites, balloons, or whatever?
Right. Okay. So what's your point about?
Well, the point is, how do you know that if you've got a wind that's blowing at a certain speed, say 80 miles an hour, you've determined you're travelling at 500 miles an hour.
Well, I don't know. I have
how do you know?
Pilot. But equally, if it was 200
years
but
he
ago
doesn't know either.
and you were on a ship and we were getting a great head speed because of the wind behind us or whatever, then you know, the same argument is relevant 100 times over 100 different topics. It's, you know, it's about it's about who you trust and who you believe in, and whether you choose to just believe fact or not. Yeah,
a fact. Who? No. It
No,
depends
that's
on
not
who.
right.
No, it depends on who's providing the fact and whether you believe that they are telling you a fact or not.
Yeah.
I'm wondering,
Well,
how is it? Is the ISS plotting their route every 90 minutes to avoid the gravitational pull of the moon? If it's able to move millions of tons of water, it certainly is going to.
No. Yeah, no, but you must understand that's different. You must understand
how is it different?
that is well, you must understand that the tiny ISS moving through space isn't. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it is to some degree affected by the gravitational pull of the moon, but it's
no. So if the gravitational pull of the moon is affecting water, the levels of water, if a boat is on that level, it's also being pulled with it, right?
Yeah, but God.
Okay, so
You're saying the bigger the mass, the
if
stronger
it's pulling
the.
that, then it's absolutely going to be pulling the ISS.
Okay.
And the ISS is technically closer to the moon, right? It's closer
because
to the
the
moon.
ISS. No, here's your answer. The ISS is in free fall. Is in free fall due to the Earth's gravity, and the Earth's gravity is much stronger than the moon.
Yeah, of course it is. But same with the water. But that's not that.
And it's 250 miles or something like 250 kilometers or whatever above the Earth. So it's so of course the Earth's pull is stronger than the moon.
He's
So
comparing Earth.
It's in what you call an elliptical orbit. So it constantly falls. It's falling to Earth, but it constantly misses. And that's
He's not talking about that, man.
And the Earth and the moon and moon's gravity has absolutely no effect whatsoever in any way, shape, or form.
No,
it does. Not on an object that small, that close to Earth. Earth is way more massive than the moon.
Everything. Wait, so it
Earth,
can affect.
well,
it can
if you're
affect
listening,
gas
you might learn
molecules.
something.
Wait, so no, gas molecules it can affect that are that small, but not as something as small as the ISS.
It does. It does.
Because the Earth oceans are massive.
Let Jamie talk.
The ISS is tiny. So yes, the effect on Earth is bigger than a tiny metal object flying through space.
So water molecules on Earth are pretty tiny, right? But those are getting affected. Those are getting affected, and they're further away than the ISS. The ISS is bigger and closer.
It is not the water that is attracted to the moon.
Jamie, let him talk. But Jamie, listen. Jamie, listen. Let Fuzzy. Jamie, listen. Let Fuzzy. You've got 2 sentences in. You interrupt and let him finish. That was a good conversation. I was enjoying it. Let him talk.
I can only listen from in a minute here. I can't really continue talking, but I can listen. But you get the idea. Why is it not being affected? Should be if it's lifting millions of tons of water.
Yeah. But it isn't. It isn't. The moon's reaction, or I'm trying to find the right word. The moon's gravitational pull on the Earth is between the Earth and the moon, right? The moon is much smaller than the Earth. So a tiny metal object, the ISS, flying through, isn't going to be... It's not... When we talk about a magnetic pull, it's not about metal. It's not a Bugs Bunny cartoon where, he's had a gold filling, so we'll get the thing. What happens is the Earth...
We don't think that, Jamie.
Bulges slightly, blah, blah, blah. We've had the conversation about the tides, blah, blah, blah. The Earth bulges, the water goes other places, blah, 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 blah. But no, it doesn't affect the ISS. I mean, maybe it does in very small ways. I'm not sure. I haven't really looked into that, but it's not about something being small or big or all the molecules in the water. That's not how tides work is that all the molecules in the water are attracted to the moon. That's exactly my point.
Jamie,
they're not attracted to the moon. It isn't magnetic. It's the bulge of the Earth. It's the pull of the moon,
Jamie.
of the Earth, that then pulls the water elsewhere. So it's nothing about that.
Yeah, there's no magnetism involved whatsoever. There's zero magnetism involved. That's number one. And number two is.
Do you guys?
Hold on,
the ISS is up there?
Jamie, you're making the wrong comparison between the moon's distance and the Earth's distance. The comparison should be against the mass of the ISS and the mass of the ocean. Okay, because the greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational attraction, or the gravitational force. I mean, so it's just it's a fact. It's a fact of the magnitude. That's all. That's the difference here. The magnitude of the strength of the force is greater between the ocean and the moon than it is between the ISS and the moon. It's still happening. But it's not an effect big enough to witness too much.
Can I get a word? Sorry. Thank you. Ali, going back to what you were saying, mate, you originally asked a question, and my answer to that is they would have some type of device that can measure inertia. So they can tell what speed it gets to, and they can tell when it slows down just using inertia. How about that?
What speed? What?
Right, well, wait a minute. Let me respond, because it was first of all, I have to pull you up. You started shouting and abusing me. I don't know, it was maybe last week or something like that, right? When I was in a conversation, wait a minute. Let me finish and I'll let you respond. When I was in a conversation with someone, right? Because there was a bigger point, not just you, it's not involved, where I think it was the Finlandish guy. I was going on about rationalisation or whatever. And you jumped in and just started saying whatever. And I was like, whoa, I'm involved in a conversation. You shouted me down and I got muted for it. But regarding that, what you said there, irrelevant. That's all.
Rome, wow.
Mate, I didn't know that happened. If I knew that happened, I would have sent a message and apologised. Totally.
And I accept it. I accept your apology then. Fair enough. End of story. But say what you said again then. I'll listen this time. I got that off my chest. Yes,
I'm 100% on Ali's side. I'm a Clay Bear.
That was so
Ali's
dramatic
side.
for no reason, Ali.
Wait a minute. Well, I don't. Well, whatever.
But he said something about the airplanes. He's saying we need to measure the inertia.
See that? Well, say it again. So.
I think this decision was on that call, possibly. I remember the conversation, but I don't remember sort of shouting anyone down. But maybe you got muted, and therefore I carried on talking.
But that's no problem. That's no problem. But say the explanation again, because I was sour when you started talking, sour or whatever. But it's good for you. Fair enough, yeah. But anyway, yeah.
Happy day. Yeah. So I looked into AV. I was working for doing a
Everything's
contract.
gone quiet. Are you all still there?
Huh?
Yeah, we're here, Jamie.
I was doing a contract for a company called Honeywell, and they're involved in the instrument making, and they supply Boeing, NASA, and all that. And I started looking into this. I can't remember what it's called, but it measures the inertia. So basically, when the thing is, if it's even going up, it would obviously use this elevation tool to tell it how far it's going up. But you can still use the inertia to figure out whether you're speeding up or slowing down. So therefore, it knows what your maximum gets to, and it marks that. And then obviously, if you're decreasing by 10 of that inertia, it'll bring you down 10. But until
okay. Yep.
Do you want an accelerometer?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I was figuring that out because I was running a trucking app, and all it was downloaded to my phone or whatever. But it was actually tracking my speed. I was like, how the fuck does it know how fast I'm going?
Yeah, if you download an app called Physics Toolbox Suite, it can do that with your what do you call that, accelerometer. It can do that with the GPS, and I think that's it. Yeah, so you can use your accelerometer and your GPS to determine your speed separately.
That's actually a good explanation because Travis talking about the truck. It's like the engine's producing the power, right? And it gets set at a certain power output. That's 500 miles an hour or whatever. And computerized or whatever, if it has to maintain that speed, it'll introduce more benzene, petrol, or whatever, and then it would determine, I'm having to put this amount of benzene or whatever. Therefore, the tailwind, or it has to put less in it because it is like a speed control as well. And if there's a headwind, it's able to work out, I'm having to put this amount of fuel. It's mathematics, I get it. It's okay, fair enough. That's quite that makes sense. There you go. Makes sense.
Static.
I don't deny science.
Sorry.
The thermometer would have to be extremely sensitive and also not prone to error at all for it to continuously measure your speed like that, though, because of the noise and things like that so over time it's going to be inaccurate for determining your actual speed because it's purely just measuring your change in speed.
The thing is, Kosho, you can test that. You could go down. You could do it at ground level or just above ground level at a certain distance, right? And they'll do this in mathematics. At a certain distance, they'll measure how much energy it needs to propel this, because you could measure the speed of something. It was flying a distance, as long as it was close to two certain points, and you could actually watch it or get that right. So fair enough, you've got so you just program, right, it took this amount of fuel, we'll put a fuel regulator on and we'll monitor that, and we know that at this height, blah blah, we know a difference in pressure, and it'll all be programmed in. Then you could determine a headwind, a tailwind, a side wind, everything. Yeah.
I'm just saying with an accelerometer alone.
It's fascinating though.
Yeah. With the accelerometer alone, I'm saying you can't consistently get your speed. But yeah, using that with other things. GPS though, you can use GPS alone and get a pretty good estimate of your speed.
Forget GPS. If you want to understand GPS and all that, go to read the whole book. It's the Satellite Builder's Bible. It's written by a guy called Gunter Siebert. Gunter Siebert, and it's basically how to build satellites.
That's
and it's
great,
what
man.
every satellite technician, it goes from. Did you know this thing, Kosho?
Yeah,
about 50,000 feet. Listen. At 50,000 feet, quoted in this book, at 50,000 feet, there's objects traveling at 17,500 miles an hour.
Yes,
And that's
I
a
do
fact.
understand that. I understand how fast the satellite's
Imagine
going.
that. Imagine why airplanes only fly at 30. Well, my first question when I read that, I thought, that makes sense why commercial airplanes only fly at like 32,000 feet. Because like 18,000 feet above them, there's objects flying about at 17,500 miles an hour. Funny enough, the same speed as the ISS.
Yes.
50,000 feet.
Yeah,
50,000 fucking feet, not 50,000 miles, 50,000 feet.
Depending on the distance you are from the surface is going to determine if you're doing a perfectly circular orbit, for example, that it's going to be the same speed for any object at that same elevation doing that same orbit. But regardless,
Yeah.
I was going to say, what was I saying something before that? He was moving so fast, man. Oh, right. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about
That's never
measuring
had
the
a beer
ISS's
massive
speed
also.
or GPS's speed. I'm talking about using the GPS to measure your speed. I did this on the airplane a couple weeks ago. I was measuring my
But
elevation
you're
and my
fed data. The thing is, you've got to understand GPS, right? It goes by the people that done all the geodetic surveying. All these positions are programmed, and see that satellite. It's flying around, doesn't have a clue where it is. It picks up a signal.
No, it's
It's been told. It's been told that coordinates. It's been told where that
yeah,
position is, which was
it's
determined.
Einstein.
Right.
Einstein theory of relativity. That is the
No, it's
reason we have
before. Forget
GPS.
that. No. Forget about the cesium clock and the
No,
atomic
but I
clock
can't. If you're talking about
inside it.
satellites and where the
No, but
satellites would fall out the sky if it wasn't for
no, but they get their
Einsteinian physics.
information. They get their information pre-fed into them. That's what I'm saying. So when they don't map the world, they can't tell heights and shit like that. They get that. All the heights have been measured according to the geodesic surveying of India, all over where they are. Those coordinates are fed into the satellite before they go up. So when they get a signal, it takes 3 bases to pinpoint it, and they get, because of whatever the Doppler effect, when the ground station receives that signal, right? That satellite's not there anymore. It's traveling. It's away past that point, and they use mathematics and the Doppler effect to determine that actual position. But that satellite.
Right, so how does it? So how does it
anything.
direct
It's been
a
told.
million?
But it's been told
A million
already
and one cars
by ground stations. By ground stations. All. Go look up.
So all those cars.
99% of your interaction with the telephone or the internet doesn't go to a fucking satellite. Do you know how much it costs to fucking hire airtime on a fucking satellite? Check that out.
Well, what? No, but there's millions of cars using sat nav. How do they not crash into each other? All these cars.
Because
they're given routes.
it's ground positioning. That's all done by local stations. Ground. They're called ground stations, right?
When I was on that
satellite
plane,
does, right? They've got things called ground stations all around the world. They've got one in Hawaii. They've got one in the middle of the Pacific. They've
they're all
got
over the place. They're all over the place. Yeah.
Two satellites.
Right, listen, yeah, exactly. But they get their information, right? And
They
then they
don't.
transmit their information to other ground stations, to like subsidiaries. And that's where you get your internet, your telephone calls.
Right.
99%
So rather than it
of them.
being simple and straightforward, like information comes from a satellite, back down, goes to your computer or your sat nav. That what you're saying is, it's way more complicated. It doesn't go up.
No, it's not. It's not complicated.
They don't know what they're talking about, and
Right,
so
here
they
it's
send.
simplified. Simplified is I'm talking to you, and I'm getting my signal is getting transferred to a station. Listen, transferred to a station, then into submarine cables, which are have a look into submarine cables, man. It's
Ellie,
like
that's just not true, though.
It's,
I'm trying to tell you, my
listen,
phone was on airplane mode when I was in the plane.
Say that again.
My phone was on airplane mode. I wasn't communicating with any towers or anything. The satellites weren't communicating with any towers.
Yeah, and you'll receive
the planes can have Wi-Fi, can't they?
So what,
yeah, it wasn't using Wi-Fi. I was on airplane mode. In a plane.
Oh, well, I can't tell you about the ins and outs of bloody.
So if you are on airplane mode, normally that cuts off all of your cellular communication. So how did you have any information coming?
That's my point. I wasn't using cellular or mobile networks or Wi-Fi. I wasn't using anything like that. I was getting data directly from the GPS satellites.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
So your phone is equipped with satellite comms.
Absolutely.
every phone.
Almost all of our phones are.
Okay, so you're telling me if I take the
Not
SIM
wrong.
card out of my iPhone and I have no signal, that I can just go around and just get free satellite internet?
Yes. No. Yeah, but yes,
okay.
you can go around and get satellite internet. That's true if you had a fucking service for it, but you can get.
Okay, so you're assuming by putting your phone in airplane mode that you're cutting off these connect. You're still fucking connected to this fucking towers, bro.
I can
And
take my
that's
SIM
where your
card out,
signal's
put my
coming
phone in
from.
airplane mode,
If you were
and it
doing
works.
GPS.
Why don't we test that right now? Whoever feels like it, take the SIM card out of your phone, put your phone in airplane mode, and use your GPS. It will still work.
Okay, well, right, I'm up for that challenge. But regardless, regardless of
No,
race,
that's not a thing, bro. That's not a thing. Everyone doesn't just have fucking free GPS wherever you go. It's tied to your carrier. The data flows to the cell phone towers through your carrier.
Okay, well, test it out. Just test it out.
And
Test it out
thanks
right
to
now.
what? And thanks to what? Satellites in space. Your Sky Television.
What?
Satellites in space. Thank you.
Just test it out right now. If someone's in doubt, just take your SIM card out, put your phone in airplane mode, and use GPS Test or any app that will show you
I
GPS
really
data.
want to prove your point because I'm on your side, but I can't be asked to do that. And I'm scared if it doesn't work. Not because I'll be beaten and I lose the point, but more so that I can't get back to the chat.
Oh, you're using your phone right now? Yeah, well, there's been
I'm
plenty
a
of
phone
times
guy.
where for instance, like I used to have a cell phone that didn't have service. I only had Wi-Fi. So if I was not in a Wi-Fi range, I couldn't call anybody or do anything like that. However, my GPS would still work.
Yeah, I discovered that a couple of years ago when I had a Garmin GPS, and I was back in the canyon in the foothills of California at my grandmother's house. And once I get to about a mile back into the canyon area, I lose my cellular. But once I got to my grandmother's house and set up my cameras that have satellite recognition, it would tell me where my location was, and I was like, "How the fuck is this?" So I got out my I got out my Garmin, right? I got out my Garmin. I'm like, "Wait a minute, I can have GPS no problem. Why the fuck can't I have cellular here?
Right.
How can I not have cellular, but I can have GPS? Because my phone's not connected to the satellites. My phone's connected to the stations that are in the area. So my phone can talk to the radio towers."
So it looks like that they do have a dedicated GPS receiver in the iPhone.
Yeah, most
This
cell
would
phones,
explain
yeah.
why it would work without a SIM card, and there is an application specifically you can download to do this.
Well,
So,
I mean,
I take all that back.
You
Right,
use Google Maps.
I'll take back what I said. Right, I'll take back what I said. But that makes sense. That makes sense, right? Just going on the conspiracy side of things, I could change my view actually. But that's when I was talking about the internet, but we are talking about GPS now, right? So I could actually agree with that because the guy said about it comes with a carrier. Listen to the argument. I thought, right, but of course, who invented? But wait a minute, who invented the GPS? What organisation or where did that service? Let's put it in inverted brackets or inverted commas. Sorry, service to us. It was the military.
So
of course, it was the fucking military. So of course, it's free. I
get where
believe
you're
in
coming
satellites.
from and stuff like that.
Jamie,
Sorry, bro.
Jamie,
Sorry.
I believe satellites exist. I believe satellites. I believe they're up there. I believe all that.
You believe
right?
what? Sorry.
I don't believe. Yes, I do. I believe there's satellites. But what I don't believe is, or what I know for a fact is, 99% in the 99.999. But that we one at the end is military, and that's the GPS. So I'll agree. Yeah.
You're talking about communication. You're talking about communication.
You lose your signal. You lose your signal in the foothills of California.
Yeah, but you're talking about communication. And communication
you lose
is mostly
to talk or go on the internet or anything. But
right.
funny
No,
enough, But funny
me
enough,
ask-
your GPS.
Yeah, let me
Always
ask this
work.
question then. Let me ask this question then. So, how much more energy or how much more data or whatever is necessary, right, to allow me to talk to someone else? Because I'm getting charged for that, but I can get a free signal about my location. Like,
Yes.
there's something
Yeah.
going on here.
Okay, so first of all, there's no upload speed or anything like that because you're literally receiving signals that are going to be coming to you anyways. So the signals are going everywhere. The signals are going everywhere anyways.
Travis,
Hold on,
sorry,
hold on.
sorry, Travis.
Hold on again.
Travis,
Hold
I
on.
only just realised.
I know
what
you did just realize it right when I'm
I
saying this.
only just realised by me speaking what you just said there. Isn't it funny? You know what I
It's
mean?
really funny, man. But could you just
I
wait a
love
second
these
to express it?
conversations. They're inspiring. They're inspiring. They make you think. You know what I mean?
Ali, hold on, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
funny.
yeah.
You always get your GPS unless you go
Ali.
through tunnel. Unless
Oh,
you go
God,
through
man.
tunnel, Travis. Yeah. You go through a
You went
tunnel.
on for so long, dude. I
let
was
me send you a
dying, waiting
friend
for you to finish,
request.
man. Yeah, just. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm
I just
finished.
started.
Sorry.
I just started,
Yeah,
man.
but and I'll let him
I-
talk. But Ali, please let me send
You
you
too?
a friend request.
Okay. Anyhow, I didn't even know. I don't even know where I was anymore. I don't know what I was saying. Oh yeah. The signals are being emitted from the GPS satellites, regardless. It's not just the GPS. Now, GNSS is like 5 different networks: the Russian one, and the Chinese, and the European, and the GPS. So it's the 2 points. All right, and so yeah, it doesn't take any. It takes barely any energy at all to receive a signal. Probably less than.
That's my point. That's my point, Kosho. My point is how much. So, what's the difference between a GPS signal and a cellular signal that I can talk to you on?
Well, the data that you're receiving from GPS, even though it is, I forget how many. I forget the exact number. Somewhere less than. I forget the exact number of bits, but it's not a very large number of information. Whereas when you're sending and receiving information, talking to somebody, it's actually a lot of data. So it's sending and receiving.
Well, that's what they tell us. I think it's probably the very same thing, and then they're just charging us for it.
I don't think so. But
No, Travis.
the only other point.
So I'm on your side. Oh well, you paused.
I did have
but,
one other point.
I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain what Travis was saying about the download rate of these satellites. If you imagine, there are commercial satellites that you can pay for, and you can get internet over them, right? But they can only service about maybe 20,000 customers, maybe 100,000 customers at a time, because they can only download, send information, so many megabytes information at a time, right? So the GPS, there's not lots of memory needed for that. There's no pictures, people talking or anything like that. So they can only, so there are satellites up there that do that. But now they're getting cheaper. That's what the guy with the Starlight. But the interesting thing about it, every satellite that goes up there is fitted with a military device on it, because in the flat earth there was a ball earther, very nice guy. I won't mention his name, but he worked building satellites, and it was during the conversations the guy he worked actually building. But he did say, like when he'd finished building, he fitted the cameras onto these satellites. But he did say that when they'd be finished with it, he always said a woman in a military uniform with a little case with 2 other soldiers would walk into they'd empty where the satellite was, and they install something of it, he said, I didn't know what it was, and it was just one of the guy was legit. You know, he seemed a genuine guy. He wasn't really conspiracy theorist type. He was just in the conversation.
So I think
So
the
there's certainly
entire
a thing. Sorry.
entire message, at least for one of the, there's like several different bands, but one of the messages is only 900 bits completely, and it only sends you a portion of that. So it's very small.
Yeah, it's kind of so they can handle that. But there are, as I said, other satellites up there. There have been for years, since the 90s, or maybe since the 90s, doing offering our service. But they couldn't download, send enough information to make it commercially viable. But now they can. You know, with that chain link, whoever that is, on that chain thing. I saw that. But I only saw 3 of them. And it was if you done like a star magnitude, it was like the brightest star, or these 3 things. And they kind of shone. It actually looked, they were so bright it looked as if the sun, but it was, that was quite a sight to see these things. People have seen the chain. There's about 12. I only saw, I think it was about 4 or something like that. Just after they were launched, they passed over Denmark. I'm in Denmark. And I actually saw it. I was like, fuck, that's that. Fuck, I've sent them. Because I believe in the thing. Anyway, sorry, Kosho.
No, you're good. I was just going to say the L1 band, for example, which is the band that most people are familiar with, the one that your cell phones most likely are using. I think the entire message, which you're not going to receive anyway, but the entire message looks like 37,000 bits, or 37 kilobits.
What's that for? What was that for your position?
So the GPS, when the data it sends to you is that's the entire length of the full message, which you're not going to receive. You're going to receive some portion of that. So 37 kilobits is pretty small.
Yeah, exactly. So that it can handle. You would only need to cover whatever. And plus now, because GPS has been around for years and years now, man, or the technology kind of thing. And then technologies went further. So obviously they've put up satellites up there that can do a better download speed. Obviously. Military, they always. I'm telling you, that's the thing with the satellites. So cultural, you've got to admit. It's all about. It's like national security kind of thing. If you imagine, right, if you're a general or something, and it's the bigger picture. You must admit there's something going on.
Hello? Is anybody out there? Does anybody want a picture of my dog trying to steal my olives? Hello? Is anyone talking? Anyone? No? Okay.
What is going on? How is everybody doing today? 142 west of the Rockies. Come on, wake up. Let's get those tranquilizers going. Come on.